What's up guys, this is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Join my Discord if you want to chat and share your thoughts, the link is in the description. 7 Decigrams Chapter 230, That Man, the Revolutionary Army joins the war. The sea wind was blistering and freezing cold, under the bright sunlight. A figure shrouded in robes with conspicuous tattoos on his face. It is rapidly stepping into the unfrozen seas, step by step on the hard ice. Then, at great speed, approaching the top battleground where fierce battles are taking place. Even if it is still separated by the distance of brown rice. Facing some dazzling sunlight, the Warring States period for that conspicuous tattoo. Still so unforgettable, because he was the disciple he had taught. At the same time, it is also the #1 enemy of the world government today. Leader of the Revolutionary Army, recognized by the world government as the most vicious criminal in the world. Also the father of Luffy and Thor, Admiral Wei-Er. Meng Chi D Dragon, compared to the 4 emperors. For the world government and marine, the Revolutionary Army is the real target of annihilation. Because, the 4 emperors never expressed their intention to overthrow the world government. The two have always been well water not river water. But the Revolutionary Army was different, has been committed, declared the idea of freedom. Attempts to fundamentally change the absolute rule of the world government over the world. That kind of people. Such power. The same is the real fear of the world government, or the real fear of the Tianlong people who rule the world government. It is also seen that there is a must-kill existence. Dragon. Warring States' eyes flickered and he couldn't help clenching his fists. He knew it. The second in command of the Revolutionary Army, Sabo's rhyme is now. It has already represented the Revolutionary Army's participation in this top war. Sure enough, he was guessed, "Hey, Garp, your family is really worrying." Warring States was a little helpless. This guy is too restless. Perhaps, it will bring different consequences to the war situation. Others now have opponents. If there is no opponent left, it can't stop the dragon. It seems that I have to personally stop her, 93 think so. Warring States step by step. Made in Marine 6 styles, it quickly came to the front of the dragon. At the same time, in the process of leaping through the sky. Except for the dragon, no one else saw it. Warring States seemed to be holding something in his ear, and the corners of his mouth twitched. Immediately, it was as if nothing had happened, but Fang Shang, which Warring States saw before, was where the secret weapon was hidden. Vaguely, it seemed to be agitated. Boom! In the battlefield of the Warring States period, when I came to the dragon. Kaido was knocked into the air by Iron Fist Garp again. Advertisement as in the previous era, the two joined forces to destroy the powerhouse that terrified the lost pirates. From the beginning to the end, it was all pressed against Kaido. For some reason, Kaido doesn't use devil fruit abilities. Purely with the physique of the immortal body, I regret Garp. However, to fall downwind is to fall downwind. In this way, Kaido was very angry for a while. Armed color hockey. Furious, Kaido quickly swept the casserole's big fists with an armed hockey. Coupled with his incomparably strong body, it looks extremely oppressive. Let some pirates and marines who unconsciously invade this battlefield because of the fierce battle. They all ran away in fright. When Garp saw this scene, his expression was also heavy. It's really strong and terrifying. His physical strength has declined somewhat. From the beginning to the end, Kaido was crushed and beaten. In fact, there was no slight injury at all, and it was said that Kaido was seriously injured. If so continue. Over time, Garp didn't realize that he could stop the monster Kaido. Hope, still pinned on Wei-Er, can quickly kill Charlotte Linlin. 99 Yu Guang was about to scan where Wei-Er was. On one side, in the distance, stood a familiar figure in front of the Warring States period. It left Garp stunned, his expression changed drastically. How could even you be hooked on this battlefield? As his own son, Garp couldn't possibly admit his mistake. The most vicious man in the world is also his son. Meng Chi D Dragon, the Revolutionary Army, do you want to join in as well? Hole. If this spoils Wei-Er's plan, let Ace hook up. This old man must let the stinky boy long pay the price. Gritting his teeth, Garp was rather angry, but what followed was Kaido's huge fist with the armed color hockey. Boom! With a loud bang, Garp was knocked into the air. The whole person was deeply embedded in the ice layer, detonating and shaking the mountain for a while. Old man, fighting lousy, how dare you get distracted? You are courting death. With an angry shout, Kaido, who knocked Garp into the air, didn't stop. Wields an iron rod and attaches to the armed color hockey. Boom! Cut through the void and trigger thunder. Thunder 8 trigrams. Tombstone. A burst of blood surged Garp, and at this moment, Kaido was completely suppressed and beaten. The two collided violently, causing a terrifying airwave. Thunder 8 trigrams and Iron Fist bombarded. Wherever they passed, pirates and marines screamed and vomited blood and flew upside down. The unfortunate one who was closer was simply smashed half of his body on the spot. Then mournfully struggled in a pool of blood and died in despair and pain. Ha. Advertisement above the sky. Seeing the dragon coming, Kaido also started to press Garp to fight. The situation of the war began to tilt towards its own side. Charlotte Linlin, who was embarrassed and beaten by Wei-Er, was in a good mood. Lightning strike. Suddenly the fist fell, mixed with a lot of flames and electric fists. Get up close and personal with Wei Er's famous sword, Thunder Outbreak. Boom. With a bang, Charlotte Linlin's smile subsided. The whole person flew upside down again and landed on the ice. At the corner of his mouth, blood could not help but escape. And the fist wrapped in the armed color hockey was dripping with blood. What if the Chi Revolutionary Army came? So what if Kaido has the upper hand? With me here, the outcome of this war will not change. Just take good care of yourself. With a chuckle, he looked at the dragon in the distance and Charlotte Linlin not far away. Wei Er spoke softly. Dragon is here, 5 elders last card. Is it time to hook? With a chuckle, Wei Er murmured inwardly. If he wanted to save Ace, with his previous arrangement, he could have saved Thistle long ago. But such a great opportunity, the opportunity to weaken the forces of all parties. Why not? Really? In the next moment, Warring States and Wei Er, under the imperceptible eye contact. Somewhere in the fortress, almost unnoticed, suddenly a huge gap appeared. Boom. With the violent shaking of the ground, of the king's jow, many pirates fell to the ground. Doubtful. Huh? What's going on? Is there an earthquake? 33. This movement, what happened? Look, there's a large black hole area over there, as if something is about to come out. Among the pirates, under the expression of surprise. Step on. The sound of neat footsteps quickly echoed across the entire battlefield. The marine and pirates, who were fighting fiercely, couldn't help but stop their movements. They all stared at each other, and then the pupils vibrated and contracted violently in the next moment. Yes, pacifist. So many pacifists, 99. Damn, I knew it. How could the world government be unprepared for such a battlefield? Under the frightened expressions of many pirates. Pacifiers based on Bartholomew Bears flooded out of the black hole. 1, 10 no, 30, the number keeps increasing. It's like, endless, chapter 231. Confronting Meng Shi Long, a white-hot war. God, that's a lot. How come there are so many pacifists? So many pacifists, how do you want us to fight? The audience was filled with the sound of pirates gasping for breath and nervously swallowing saliva. In front of them stood a total of 49 pacifists. A cold face, standing under the bright sunlight. Sen Lang's incomparable murderous intent erupted all over his body. Taste. The moment the hook appeared, the pacifist directly probed into the huge iron arm. Direct burst of laser light. Boom boom boom. A large piece of ice shattered and exploded, and countless pirates were involved. What? The continuous screams were accompanied by the blood flying all over the sky. Everyone who saw this scene had their scalps numb. Bear, what deal did you be ********** make with the world government? Gecko Moria watched in horror as the real Bartholomew Bears were fighting beside him. However, Shang ignored him at all. Continued to face the opponent in front of him, Diamond Yoja, and suddenly collide with each other. The air vibrated, punching to the flesh. The terrifying airflow was swept across, but it was no longer so conspicuous at this moment. Because the laser beams of as many as 49 pacifists exploded brighter and more dazzling. The joint attack caused more violent movements, as these pacifists joined the battlefield. The entire battle situation of the middle and lower class pirates was completely broken. Marine chased after the victory, leaving the already red and dazzling ice. Constantly steaming hot. 607 that is, the steaming steam caused by the fresh blood spilling again. Each steaming heat represents a pirate being killed. The battle has completely entered the white-hot, 8-foot Chongu Jade. Above the air, Kizaru shot golden light bullets to repel the flames. At the same time, his pupils vibrated slightly. No wonder all the pacifists are shaking. It turned out that it was the dragon who came. Boom. The Yan ashes who were repelled immediately jumped up. Swinging a huge katana sword, split Kizaru in half directly. Then, Kizaru, who has already been elementalized, is directly immune to this physical damage. Instantly restored to its original state, and continued to fight fiercely with Yan Ash. Allah, the pacifists have appeared. Are you still not going back? For a Charlotte Linlin, is Kaido going to bury the entire beast pirate? Kizaru said with a wretched smile while dodging the flames' attack. The boss's decision needs you to question it? Give me death? Yan Janjin snorted coldly and didn't care at all. Continuing to entangle Kizaru, violent collisions broke out in midair. Terrifying aftermath impacted down. Directly in the ice layer, the hook burst into deep pits. At the same time, 49 pacifists who appeared joined the battlefield. It's like entering a no-man's land, and the lives of pirates are harvested by them all the time. Check. Judge the pirates and destroy them. Taste. Flavor. Advertisement Dow Dow laser light burst from time to time. Each BDBA outbreak can take away at least one pirate's life. Sometimes because the pirates get together, they can even penetrate 3 or 4 pirates at the same time. Damn, who can stop these pacifists? The strength is so thick, my weapon is broken, and I didn't cause any injury to him. The pirate who slashed at the pacifist with the knife, but was thrown upside down by the shattered weapon screamed. I come. The next moment, an artificial devil fruit, a sawtooth tiger transformed from an animal breeder. Waving his sharp minions, he quickly approached the pacifist. Die. Shouting loudly, this serrated tiger-shaped ability person burst out with all his strength. Pung. With a crisp sound, the pacifists were beaten in the head. But before waiting for many pirates to be surprised, the pacifist turned back to the Iron Head like nothing else. Check. Judge the pirates and destroy them, Sen Lang's mechanical sound sounded. The open mouth protrudes more laser light than the arm, directly piercing the body of the sawtooth tiger. Instant kill. The laser penetrated the body of the sawtooth tiger, killing more than 10 vicious pirates behind him. It made the bones that were already piled up like a mountain, adding a bit of a demonic blood-red color. Damn, not even the capable ones are opponents. How can we possibly beat these pacifists? Continuing to face them is nothing but courting death. 93. Come on, they're here. Who can, come and save us? In the face of the pacifist's laser, many pirates are desperate. His pupils vibrated violently, and he fell to the ground and kept backing up with his arms supporting himself. But under the ruthless laser, there is no distinction. A group of pirates were neatly annihilated under the dazzling golden light. He didn't even make a scream, he just died on the spot. After doing all this, the pacifist silently continued to search for the pirate target. Then the laser light exploded, harvesting the lives of these pirates. The battlefield was once very intense. Even more intense than the pacifist battle is Wei Er's confrontation with Charlotte Linlin. Fire in the sky, lightning strike, Waiguo. Charlotte Linlin kept yelling, alternating her powerful moves to attack Wei Er. But whether it is the fruit ability or the swordsmanship from the giants, easily defeated by Wei Er every time, not only didn't hurt Wei Er, but Charlotte Linlin herself. There are numerous wounds on the body. At this moment, Charlotte Linlin is bloody, and her momentum is faintly declining. The whole person was in a state of embarrassment, shocking all the pirates. This is the strongest admiral in history. Even if 4 emperors Charlotte Linlin faced him, he was so embarrassed. Want to make a comeback? Is there still a chance? Chance? Impossible. Keep fighting, and maybe the 4 emperors Charlotte Linlin will be killed? The pirates thought of this possibility in horror. Because once, in their eyes, there was an unattainable existence. Easily defended by Thor Wei Er. Even from the beginning of the battle to the present, there was always a slight smile on the face of Thor Wei Er. That calm attitude is in stark contrast to Charlotte Linlin, who is furious and furious. The victory or defeat between the two can be seen by everyone. It's just that no one can determine when Charlotte Linlin will die. Advertisement, Dragon, go back. Wei Er's determination in this battle is much firmer than Garp's. See the pacifists suppress the audience and completely stabilize the war situation. Warring State's eyes flickered at the sound of the dragon hook. Yes, he raised his eyebrows and looked at Garp, then at Wei Er. Then, the dragon's eyes fell on the body of the Warring States. Suddenly, there was no retreat. Instead, it moved instantaneously, quickly approaching the Warring States period. If I insist, Ming will participate in this war. Warring States Fleet Admiral, so what? Ben gallops away, Lon said with a smile. Then today, you stay at Naval Headquarters forever. I, in place of Garp, will tell you how to correct your twisted thoughts. Responding coldly, Zahn suddenly released Conqueror's Haki. But, for dragons, this is extremely powerful, even comparable to Charlotte Linlin's Conqueror's Haki. For dragons, it doesn't work at all. The person who said this, if it were me, would be like a kid. I still believe it, but if it's Sengoku Fleet Admiral, it won't work. You couldn't keep me back then. Now, there is no such possibility. With a chuckle, the dragon's arm also quickly covered the jet black-armed Haki. Boom. Direct collision with Fleet Admiral of the Warring States period. A wave of terror swept through, and the detonation was comparable to the battle between the 4 emperors. Damn, why did the Revolutionary Army Dragon join this war? Sengoku Fleet Admiral was actually bombed back. Are we going to lose? Many Marines looked at the dragon that suddenly appeared. Seeing the head-to-head confrontation, Sengoku Fleet Admiral fell behind. Many Marines are the sound of the town's hard work. It seems that your strength has become stronger again. No wonder, dare to come to Marineford to make trouble. It is not surprising that the Warring States period was driven back. Looking at the dragon, there is a faint rhyme. So, Sengoku Fleet Admiral should get out of the way. As a former teacher, I don't want to hurt you, ah. Hearing this, the Warring States sneered. Is arrogance innate? You are like this, so is Garp, and so is Wei Er. However, no matter how strong you are, Wei Er is not as talented as that stinky boy. Stop here. Your idea doesn't work here. Your dream, Wei Er will make it come true for you. Today, have me here. You want to move forward half a step. A cold drink came out suddenly, then the Warring States burst into flames. A golden light suddenly appeared, covering the tall body of the Warring States at an extremely fast speed. The next moment, the Warring States period was completely shrouded in golden light. Brilliant, dazzling, momentum, tyrannical, incomparable. Swept the audience and shocked everyone. Chapter 232. The dreadful Thunder God was enough to change the situation of the battle with a blinding slash. Animal type human fruit, phantom beast, and Buddha form. Sengoku Fleet Admiral is getting serious. 3. Kill. Even Fleet Admiral Thrips himself, how can we watch it so lightly? Numerous Marines looked at the Warring States period with golden light all over his body. Immediately excited, roaring and continuing to fight with the pirates. And watching, the Sengoku who used the fruit ability without hesitation. Long's eyes narrowed slightly. So soon, are you using the fruit power? It seems that the teacher has to stop me today. As a former disciple of the Warring States period, Long understands the strength of the Warring States Fleet Admiral. Even if he couldn't compare to a peak powerhouse like Whitebeard, he definitely had the combat power of an admiral-level police officer. Yes, the resourceful General Fleet Admiral must not be underestimated. Bright golden light swept the audience, under the shock of many pirates, Marine Yuanfen's expression. The figure of the Warring States gradually became clear in the eyes of everyone. He was covered in golden armor, and his figure soared into the image of a giant that covered the sky and the sun. Just stand there. The terrifying aura made countless pirates tremble with fear. Yes, Buddha's Warring States, a pirate, the difficult hook sound of a dry throat. As a member of the Four Emperors' forces, it is not that no one has seen the peak combat power of the old Warring States period. How many years have passed? Since Sengoku became Fleet Admiral, some people have almost forgotten. As the two major powerhouses in Marine, the Warring States period and Garp representing civil and military affairs. Compared to Marine hero Garp, Sengoku's combat power is not as sharp. However, it also represented Marine's peak combat effectiveness at that time. Now, just seeing the Warring States period in the form of the Great Buddha, there are already many pirates who are heartbroken. Countless years have passed. The prestige of the Warring States of the Buddha still left a deep imprint on the hearts of these old-time pirates. Once awakened that painful memory, the boundless fear swept their hearts. This guy in the Warring States, has he finally started? It seems that there is no need for the old man to worry. Out of the corner of his eye glanced at Sengoku, Garp felt relieved. As for GG, when the dragon first appeared, it is now as calm as water. As for Wei, from beginning to end, the hook of the dragon is now. Don't even bother to look at it, not based on others, but because of the absolute strength it possesses. Fighting with me, how dare you be distracted? Kid, give me death. Charlotte Linlin, who was covered in blood, saw that Wei still had the mind to take care of other battlefield situations. Under the anger, he continued to wield huge weapons, and the mighty kingdom continued to erupt. Boom boom boom. A strong clash of armed hockey against armed hockey. Advertisement: fierce confrontation between swordsmanship and swordsmanship. The ice layer in the brown rice area around the two was already devastated. There are terrifying cracks all over the place, and because of the inability to dodge. The unlucky pirates who were present were directly affected and beheaded. Boom. On the other side, the Warring States period in the form of a giant Buddha erupted directly. The fisherman is all about it. Long also did not dare to neglect, and the two faced each other fiercely. Go back now, it's still too late. With one blow of the flying dragon, the Warring States roared with a cold face. The teacher is still so strong, exactly the same as back then. However, in order to implement the concept in my mind. Today, I can't go back. The dragon was repelled and patted the dusty robe. He himself did not suffer any injuries. Staring at the Warring States period, suddenly it is the system of Marine 6 styles. I don't intend to collide with the Sengoku, I just want to break through the defense line and step into Marine Fort Fortress. Your philosophy? Those inspiring ideas? Can you guarantee that you are not creating another decadent, right? 99. Warring States questioned. How will you know if you don't try it? Long has long been very firm in his beliefs. How could he be persuaded by the Warring States in a few words? Since the teacher brings diligence to real strength. If I hide it like this, I'm afraid I will never be able to break through the teacher's line of defense. So, full bloom, I saw Long's face and suddenly became serious. With a wave of hands, the wind picked up. The sky that was originally clear sky was cloudy in an instant. Thunder and lightning. Sure enough, did you get that fruit? Seeing the sudden changes in the sky, the Warring States' complexion changed slightly. Each of the naturally proliferating devil fruits that can change the celestial phenomena is extremely powerful. Anyone with the ability to manipulate celestial phenomena is extremely difficult to deal with. Even, one person can change a large-scale battle situation. Because their offensive is not only destructive, moreover, it can attack in a large area, and the power will not be weakened too much. Boom. In the blink of an eye, the dark clouds covered the sky, and a haze shrouded Marineford's heart. How so? Why is such a terrifying natural disaster in the hands of these powerhouses wantonly manipulated? Could it be that they are all walking in the human world? Are they true gods? When many pirates were stunned, Wei knife and thunder slashed down, Charlotte Linlin vomited blood and was blown away. Ask for flowers. 0 advertisement whoosh, immediately after, Wei bombarded. Against Daxia's Charlotte Linlin's left arm, she was about to slash another thunder slash. As long as it hits, Charlotte Linlin will definitely be hit hard. Bomb smell. But thunder and flames flickering in the sky. Rolling winds, showers. Let Wei could not help but stop the offensive. Turning back, he looked at the direction Lulong was in. What kind of devil fruit actually possesses the power of so many naturally multiplying devil fruits? Wei raised his eyebrows and muttered to himself. Wind and rain thermal power. At this moment, it all came together. The brewing large cloud contains extremely terrifying power. In a different way than Charlotte Linlin manipulates these natural forces with Hormes. Dragon's ability to display is somewhat similar to Wei's thunder fruit. 0. Just not as pure, but equally powerful. Master Warring States. I don't want to declare war with Marine now. With your strength, you can completely break my move. But if he doesn't care, Marine above Vice Admiral will be fine. But the following Marine, I am afraid there will be a large number of casualties. Gathering the elements of wind, rain and thermal power, Long once again looked at the Warring States period. At this moment, the complexion of the Warring States was quite gloomy. Damn it. As the dragon said, the wind, rain, and thermal elements he unleashed were powerful enough. But still give him a chance. At the same time, it is also a conspiracy-like trap. If you insist on blocking the dragon, it will cause casualties to Marine, who are in trouble. But if you were to deal with the storm, the dragon would break through the line of defense. At that time, I don't know what kind of movement the dragon will make in the Naval Headquarters fortress. It was also when Long was full of self-confidence and the Warring States period made a difficult choice. A blindingly terrifying giant strike came across the void. The Thunder Giant sword, which surpassed the brown rice, fell with a violent sound of breaking through the air. Facing the black cloud formed by the huge wind, rain and thermal power, it slashed down. Boom! Wrapped in a violent explosion, an unprecedented terrifying airwave swept the audience. Many Marines and pirates were taking care of those who were hit by the airwaves and vomited blood. Seeing this, the Warring States period was not surprised but happy. Because it was that person who did it. It seems that your plan has failed. 93. Sengoku smiled and looked at the dragon, whose expression changed slightly. The dragon turned his head abruptly and saw Fang Xiang, who shot the thundering giant sword. With Wei Er's eyes facing each other, a fiery spark broke out between the two. Chapter 233. Whitebeard with all his strength, the power to destroy the world. Silence. Unprecedented silence. Looking at that bright, almost blinding white light. Instantly defeated his all-out hook, and gathered a powerful black cloud of wind, thunder and fire. Long helplessly shook his head with a wry smile. Has this stinky boy grown to such a degree? 97. Playing against 4 emperors and being able to distract myself from breaking my offensive. 99. The many pirates and marines who watched this scene also had different emotions. This is Thor Admiral. Is one person enough to match the 4 emperors? Thor Admiral wins. Marine wins. Justice shall prevail. The shocked audience, Marine was the first to come back to his senses. They shouted enthusiastically, this is their Thor Admiral, the current leader of Naval Headquarters. The youngest and strongest admiral in history. The youngest in history and the strongest in the world. This terrifying figure, in their Marine, is 607, their Thor Admiral. What could be more reassuring than this? If I knew, this brat has such potential. Perhaps in the first place, he should not have been handed over to the old man to look after him. Long couldn't help shaking his head and sighing. If it was originally, bring Wei Er into the Revolutionary Army. Maybe what he has dreamed of for many years will soon be completed, right? Unfortunately, today's Wei Er is already the opposite of him. Kill these damn pirates, the pirates who dared invade the headquarters, and kill them all. The same goes for the Revolutionary Army, kill them all. Having Thor Admiral in those monsters can't hurt us at all. The rest of the middle and lower class pirates will depend on us. Kill. 33, kill. 22 roaring, Marine Yuanju violently fought. The entire battlefield, blood drifted. There were swirling flesh and blood everywhere, and the blood was sprayed with dazzling red. It's not just a lot of blood on the surface of the ice. Even in the deep ice layer, blood flows into it along the crack. The air was filled with an extremely strong pungent smell of blood. Let the already crimson eyes kill both the excited pirates and Marine. More and more desperate to fight. Every time a weapon falls, it must take away a large piece of flesh and blood. Accompanied by continuous screams. Advertisement: the entire top of the battlefield turned into a huge meat grinder. Continue to devour both the pirate and the Marine, a large number of members' lives. Thor. Wei Er. Whitebeard standing on the Moby D*K, looking at Wei Er, who was in a fierce battle with Charlotte Linlin in the distance. With a heavy expression, he whispered to himself, what are you waiting for? Only those who have played against Wei Er will know how terrible Wei Er is. Charlotte Linlin is indeed powerful, worthy of the name of the 4 emperors. But that move in the past defeated his own terrifying Black Thunder. Once used, Charlotte Linlin is sure to die, but until now, Whitebeard still didn't see Wei Er's move with all his strength. Even in the face of 100,000 Marines, Whitebeard was not afraid. But it was only Wei Er who looked young. The strongest in the old world, the last king of the old era, Whitebeard. No confidence at all. Forget it, no matter how much. Time, it's too late. Looking at Ace on the execution platform again, Whitebeard's complexion suddenly sank. Without much thought, he jumped off the Moby D*K. Akainu and Qingnai want to stop him. The two of them, but the police were blocked by Diamond Yoja and Marco the Phoenix. Go away. Akainu hooked his hands in anger, and it was just the terrifying magma on the hot pavement. But in the face of Joe's, who was covered in diamonds, that is, knocking the opponent back. Even, not being able to do so traumatized Joe's in one fell swoop. Same goes for Marco. Facing Aokiji's 2 thorn spears, he managed to evade easily with elementalization. Then the two clashed brazenly and collided head-on. Marco was only slightly behind. Therefore, when Aokiji and Akainu were pinned down by the 2 major division leaders, Whitebeard has no worries at all. Marine's side is both powerful and imposing. They have already surpassed the 3 emperors' allied forces. Even the rhyme of the Revolutionary Army was unable to reverse the tide of the war. At this time, Whitebeard can only do it himself. Only in this way, there is hope to save Ace. Otherwise continue to stalemate, once Wei kills Charlotte Linlin completely. Then the plan to save Ace will have no chance of success. Everyone is seated. Whitebeard was seen jumping off the deck of the Moby D*K and joining the fray. The Warring States period, who was facing the dragon, couldn't help but burst into tears. Hold off Whitebeard and survive the present, everything is coming to an end. Warring States understand. Right now, Whitebeard's desperate move must be an offensive. Advertisement. It also represents that this top war has come to the moment of final victory. Whitebeard ignores Sengoku's roar, ignores the gathered marine. 12 workers with the supremely sharp sword in hand, clumps of clouds every day. After falling from the Moby D*K, there was a loud roar. The sound resounded through the heavens and the earth, reverberating on the entire battlefield. Don't be afraid of death, save Ace with Lousy. On top of Whitebeard's roar, all the white-bearded pirates were excited. For a time, the entire battlefield echoed with the high-pitched shouts of the white-bearded pirate paste. Daddy is invincible, Marine must be defeated. Daddy is invincible, Marine must be defeated. 39. Daddy is invincible, Marine must be defeated. Drink. Among the Marine defenses, a giant, Vice Admiral, wields a huge weapon. He slashed at Whitebeard fiercely, trying to block his charge. But Whitebeard shattered the air directly, and the power of shock swept through. At the same time, Tien Kongyun slashed down in his hand. Wearing such a giant Vice Admiral directly, the skin is broken. Blood spurted out of his mouth, and he flew upside down and fell into Marineford's square. Then watch the collar and ask around, tens of thousands of numerous Marines. Whitebeard slammed Tien Kongyun to the ground, clenched his fists with both hands, and smashed through the void. Boom. The sound like a broken glass mirror suddenly reverberated in the audience. The entire sea and naval headquarters are under the shock of Whitebeard. The tremors are constant, and there is the possibility of overturning at any time. This moment. Formerly the strongest man in the world, Whitebeard is a terrorist force capable of destroying the world. Undoubtedly revealed. The warm-up is enough. It's time to end. 99. Wei glanced at where the Whitebeard was, and Wei suddenly slashed down with a thunder that was almost 1.0 in purple and black. Today, no one should think of sabotaging this public execution. 29. Wei-er's cold voice echoed in the audience. At the same time, the terrifying purple-black lightning strike also fell. The force of terrifying shock that shattered Whitebeard abruptly. On both sides of naval headquarters, the two mountain-like ice walls. They are all cut in half, whether it's a pirate or a marine. Seeing the power of Wei-er's blow, his face was full of shock. Through various live broadcasts, the people watching this war couldn't help but hold their breaths. Great horror. Such a terrifying scene, even through live video recordings. They have brought unprecedented spiritual shock to people all over the world. Wei, the strongest name in history, is deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. Let everyone in the world understand, this is Thor Admiral. This is the strongest terrorist power in the active world. Chapter 234, as if entering the land of no one, approaching the execution platform. Fighting with Charlotte Linlin and wanting to guard the execution stand? Looking at where Wei was, Whitebeard muttered to himself. Even if he can clearly feel it, Wei-er's deep purple thunderstrike across the void was stronger than the last time he fought him. Even more terrifying, however, there was no fear on Whitebeard's face at all. He grinned and said, "Gu la la la, in the final battlefield, let this old man go crazy once." The voice fell. Whitebeard's hands were covered with clouds, and he continued to run towards the execution platform. Under the cover of many white-bearded pirates, many Marines were knocked back and flew backwards. Because most of the fighting power was contained by Kaido and Charlotte Linlin's twin emperors. Even the last line of defense, the Sengoku Fleet Admiral and the pacifists, were pinned down by the Revolutionary Army. As far as the Marine side, there is simply not enough combat power to stop the Whitebeard pirate who still has more than half of his power. More caution. Among the members of the Whitebeard pirates, Whitebeard himself took the lead in the charge. Boom boom boom. Seeing Whitebeard storming the execution platform, the place where he passed was as if no one was there. There was no movement in the Warring States period, and no movement from Garp. They are all focused on facing the opponent in front of them. Not giving up, letting Whitebeard save Ace's behavior. But, as long as Wei is there, everything will be fine. 13 is expected. At the moment when Whitebeard is constantly hitting the execution platform. Charlotte Linlin screamed and blood stained the sky. An arm was cut off by Wei. A lot of blood stained the sky, making Charlotte Linlin pale and bloodless. Damn brat. You have been hiding your strength? At this moment, Charlotte Linlin can't see Wei. Now his strength has surpassed himself. Even among the four emperors, no one was a match for Wei. K-Gang Yao. But it still pretends to be evenly matched, and fights for yourself. This is worse than the destruction of BIGMOM pirates and the destruction of the realm of nations. It made Charlotte Linlin feel an unprecedented humiliation. Not really. You are a dignified four emperors, how could I hide my strength? It's just some necessary killer moves, I'm not sure I can fully control it myself. If it accidentally spreads to the entire Marineford, wouldn't it kill all of its own people? Not to mention, Because of you, my observation haki is more and more restrained. After reaching the extreme, the ability to briefly foresee the future is also very skilled. It's all thanks to you, Charlotte Linlin. Facing Ant's roar, Wei chuckled softly. This is definitely not a load 13, it is really a 4 Emperor's opponent, it is too rare to see. Charlotte Linlin has enough tricks to use as a tool person skilled in the ultimate observation haki. Just don't be perfect. Advertisement, to thank you. I will let you die as painlessly as possible. The next moment, watching Charlotte Linlin, Wei grinned. Holding the famous sword Thunder in both hands, the almost extreme armed haki stocking spreads. Purple-black thunder flashes and jumps, filling the blade. Before the slashing attack broke out, Charlotte Linlin's pupils were already shaking violently. Crisis. Unprecedented death crisis. Compared with the realm of nations, the death crisis that scared her even more. Last time, she was also able to force her to run too far with her super strength. But now, Charlotte Linlin wants to run away, however, it's not too late at all. Because, a terrifying and boundless air machine locked her. It was Conqueror's haki, wrapped in a tyrannical sword intent. Once she turned to flee, it would only accelerate her own downfall. Therefore, right now, Charlotte Linlin, who is desperate to survive, has only one way. Positively resist. As long as you can block this move in front of you, there is still a chance to escape. Can't stop. So today, Charlotte Linlin has the only end of her life on the spot. Hum. The void vibrated, and one could feel the heart-pounding and tyrannical sword intent from far away. The ice layer below Wei was completely shattered. The sun on the horizon was completely obscured by its own light. Brilliant. Dazzling. The extremely tyrannical sword intent, bursting and diligent in the blink of an eye. If you want to kill me, kid, stop thinking about it. Roaring, Charlotte Linlin fires up. Control the fire in the sky, thunderclouds, and the mighty kingdom of swordsmanship to break out completely. The armed color haki was pushed to the extreme, and the Conqueror's haki was also pushed to the extreme. Even observation haki is on fire. At the same time as Wei's purple and black thunder slashes, Charlotte Linlin still wants to dodge damage as much as possible. Thunder 10,800 unicorns. Suddenly, Wei in the next moment was ready to finish. A thunder unicorn with a head like a living creature appeared above the sky. Roar. Shouting loudly, Charlotte Linlin was swallowed up in the blink of an eye. Puff, puff, puff. Above the air, there were no screams, no earth-shattering explosions. Yes, only the sound of dull flesh being torn and shattered. When the Thunder Qilin disappeared, a large amount of flesh and blood fell from the sky and fell on the ice. Countless blood splattered on the faces of many pirates. This scene made countless pirates go crazy. What? It's not human, he's not human. The devil, Admiral, the god of thunder in Marine, is the devil. One of the dignified 4 emperors, Charlotte Linlin, the ant who has stood at the peak of the sea for decades, was killed. Advertisement. The death was so tragic, so cruel. No one thought that Charlotte Linlin would end up like this. Although they know that Charlotte Linlin will lose, many people think that. At least, it can also drag Wei to lose both. In the end, the ant died and Wei was seriously injured. But what about the result? Totally not what they imagined. Aunt Charlotte Linlin was brutally murdered into a blood fog. And Thor Wei, the justice of the Marine Admiral, was loud, clattering with the cold wind. From the outbreak of the war to the present day, the 4 emperors Charlotte Linlin were all beheaded. And Thor Wei was spotless. Strength, I am afraid it is not like a human being. Completely, like a true god. Not just those pirates, shocked Wei's record. Including the fierce confrontation Kaido, Garp, Sengoku, Dragon and others. All are stunned. That kid. Kaido punched and vomited blood, but he didn't seem to know the pain. Staring blankly at Wei I don't know what to say. But Charlotte Linlin. Years ago, Tongluo's was a powerful presence for the crew. To become the 4 emperors, Charlotte Linlin's strength is definitely not too bad. Even the weakest among the 4 emperors, even Whitebeard would be hard-pressed to kill Charlotte Linlin. But, now, Wei has done it. It's not just about killing Charlotte Linlin. Even, it doesn't seem to be of any use at all. Monster. What a horrible monster. Even Kaido is called a monster. Can't help but marvel. Thor Wei is a monster. Gollum. Garp also did not pursue Kaido any further. It's not that I don't want to, it's really too shocking. Wei this stinky boy, is too strong, it makes the old man look weak. Sengoku smiled and looked at the dragon on the opposite side. Long immediately supported his forehead with a helpless expression. Simply, there is no one left. I still think about the child who spends his life as an ordinary person. Unexpectedly, he had such amazing strength at the age of 8. Simply. Monster. All the people in the audience fell into an unprecedented sluggishness. Monster. This is everyone's common understanding of Wei at this moment. Also at this time, Akainu, who was blasted into the ice, did not see this scene. Breaking through the ice, he punched the lava fist and slammed the body of the Whitebeard. Looking at the injuries he caused to Whitebeard, he couldn't help but stretch his arms. Chapter 235. Subvert the situation and kill Charlotte Linlin. Humph. An old bone, I really think that I am still the strongest in the world. 33. As a result, the arrogant Akainu's words fell. I saw that the surrounding battlefield fell into a brief death-like silence. In the original battlefield, everyone seemed to be petrified. Huh? What's going on? What happened? While wondering, Akainu happened to see where Wei was. Then, the pupils contracted suddenly, unbelievable. Where's Charlotte Linlin? In shock, Akainu sees Charlotte Linlin's exclusive weapon. The weapon that was deeply embedded in the ice and was in bad shape. Beside that, there are still some stumps, as well as broken pieces of clothing. It is obvious to see the hook. That belongs to Charlotte Linlin. In the end, what happened? 99 Akainu in astonishment, looked beside him in disbelief. When Hua Xiaoshan heard the words, he couldn't help swallowing his saliva and said nervously. Charlotte Linlin got killed by Thor Admiral 99. Hiss. Akainu's eyes widened and he couldn't help but gasped. Impossible. The first reaction is to not believe it, but everything around, the broken clothes and stumps, all tingling Akainu's nerves, are telling him, everything is true. Charlotte Linlin was killed by Thor Admiral. What to do, boss? Yan Zhanchi looked ugly and quietly came to Kaido's side. Looking at the broken battlefield around him, his words were a little heavy. Kaido's eyes flickered, a little confused. Cut the flesh and leave, or fight to the death? Without a Charlotte Linlin, it doesn't mean they have to lose. However, the win rate has also dropped significantly. Even if you can win, it will be a disastrous defeat. Even, there is that guy Thor Admiral. Their pirate side, the probability of winning is too low. All troops retreat. After struggling for a moment, Kaido finally made a decision. He took a heavy look at Wei and immediately gave the order. Without Wei sitting in Marineford today, even if Charlotte Linlin fell, he dared to keep fighting. Didn't you come? It's not that they haven't been caught. But neither the world government nor the Marine can kill themselves. But now, hooked an exception that could kill itself. Advertisement therefore. Kaido was worried and chose to retreat directly. The rumbling roar instantly spread throughout the audience. Many people who started to return to their senses and continued to fight were stunned. And the pirates, who were bad for the beasts and pirates, reacted quickly. Follow behind Kaido, who retreated decisively and quickly evacuated from the battlefield. Run to the ship and break the ice. Then, without hesitation, he rode the wind and waves toward the New World's beast realm and returned. Kaido is gone. The pirates controlled by Charlotte Linlin, the Emperor of the Dark World who came to fight. Not panicking at the moment. The ant was killed, and Kaido the beasts also retreated. What are we still doing here? No, I don't want to die. I'm getting out of here, there's no hope of victory, let's get out. A lot of pirates, the fighting intent in their eyes completely scared away. Following the retreat of the beast pirates, they began to flee frantically. But, Marine is willing to let the beasts and pirates suck, the fundamental reason is that Kaido is still alive. And these, the pirates gathered by Charlotte Linlin. Not so lucky then. 11 The screams continued. In addition to the pirates with a paste of beasts and pirates, there are also pirates with white beards. Led by Charlotte Linlin, the remaining pirates were nearly slaughtered. So far, above the scene, only the Revolutionary Army team led by Sabo remained. And, the Whitebeard pirates led by Whitebeard. Even if Kaido retreated, Charlotte Linlin's pirates were slaughtered. However, none of the Whitebeard pirates took the hook. Now, to retreat. Even if they had little hope of saving Ace. However, I still want to stick to it. Boom! Aokiji, who came with Tengshin's hands, immediately launched the Ice Age. It quickly spread to Whitebeard's feet, trying to freeze him. You are the only one left now, can't let you get close to the execution platform. 9. Aokiji said with a sullen face, but the next moment he was surprised. Alara, it seems that the shocking force can be frozen. What? What the hell? As soon as the solid ice spread to the vicinity of Whitebeard, it shattered and exploded. Whitebeard even waved Tien Commune directly, wrapped in a terrifying shock force. Aokiji, the whole person collapsed on the spot. The beast pirates who saw this scene couldn't help but get excited. Ha ha ha, Dad is still very strong. If my body is directly smashed by my father, I'm afraid I won't survive. 99. Idiot, what nonsense are you talking about? That is Admiral Aokiji, the existence of frozen fruit that can be elementalized. How could it be so easy to kill him? Advertisement. Immediately, some pirates retorted. Sure enough, at the next moment, Aokiji's body, which was not affected at all, spread with ice again. The sturdy ice quickly spread up along the blade of Tien Commune. But Whitebeard didn't care at all. The rapidly spreading ice was shattered directly with the shaking ability of the shaking fruit. Click. Aokiji's whole person, once again turned into countless ice slag. Scattered everywhere. After gathering again, Aokiji's mouth already had blood escaping and hooking. The complexion is quite heavy. With his current state, the police said that he had beaten Whitebeard. Just delaying Whitebeard's footsteps to the execution platform is somewhat difficult to do. Today's Whitebeard, even if his strength has declined due to injuries. But the strength is still above Aokiji. Air pacifists, it's your turn. On the other side, Yan Yanbrand ran away, and Kizaru immediately faced the first team of the Whitebeard pirates against Marco. A flash avoided Marco's attack and spoke in a wretched tone from a distance. Almost as soon as Kizaru's voice fell, the pacifists who ravaged the pirates all opened their mouths wide. A terrifying laser beam suddenly burst. Boom, boom, boom. With a violent roar, Whitebeard's footsteps were delayed a little. Except for the squad leader, the other pirates under his command were all shunned by this sky-filled laser. Looking at the 49 pacifists, Whitebeard's eyes became colder. Looking at the police execution platform again, the blue veins on the forehead burst out. Rush. Since today has come, Whitebeard is determined to die. No matter who is blocking the front, only Wang's Zhao has two possibilities. One is torn to shreds by his white beard. One, his white beard was torn apart. Apart from that, there is no third possibility. Follow Dad, Rush. With Whitebeard's low growl, it echoed in the audience. The white-bearded pirates all shouted with red eyes. He didn't even care about the enemy in front of him, and the possible attacks from his back fell. Going forward, Fang Ran, who was facing the execution platform, launched an outrageous attack. Seeing this, Kizaru, Aokiji and others quickly took the opportunity to retreat. Previously, with the allied beast pirates, some strategic plans could not be implemented. Now, only the Whitebeard pirate is left, and dozens of members of the Revolutionary Army remain. Then, the surrounding wall plan can be fully implemented. What? Click. As the Marines retreated, there was a loud screeching of gears. The special surrounding wall arranged in the harbor directly shatters the solid ice of Aokiji. From below, it rose quickly. The white-bearded pirates who were charging were suddenly a little stunned. Chapter 236. 4 Emperors Kaido, scared away on the spot. Damn, what's the situation? Marine had a plan in place, anticipating the retreat of Kaido and Charlotte Linland's coalition. Boom. Damn, the strength of the iron wall is very high, stronger than steel. I'm afraid, it's already comparable to sea stone. For a time, a riot broke out among the white-bearded pirates. Meteor volcano. At the same time, Akainu, who was watching everything with cold eyes, suddenly leapt into the air. Hot lava fists blasted into the air. Then the magma fist like a meteor continued to fall from the sky. Smashed on the ice and fire assimilated. Let the whole harbor restore the galloping sea again. Immediately afterwards, numerous marines began to explode with heavy artillery bombardment. Coupled with the pacifists' laser aurora, the entire Whitebeard pirates shrouded the sky. Marineford, seas beyond brown rice. Watching the beast pirates move away, a large ghost black ship began to appear in the white fog. Standing on the deck, the person with a big grin is Blackbeard. Some district police with the original. Because of Wei Er's hook, let Blackbeard give up the gap and invade and pell down. Even more afraid to sneak into the naval headquarters, but choose to wait for the opportunity to move from a long distance. Hush hush hush, Marine, it's still too naive. In front of Dad's absolute strength, unless he can defeat him head on. Otherwise, any conspiracy and tricks will be very difficult to knock down Dad. Looking at the live broadcast from the videophone bug, Blackbeard grinned wildly. Captain, shall we just stay still? The beasts have run away, and with the Whitebeard Pirate 607 alone, I am afraid it will be difficult to support it for too long. Even if there is a white beard, but on the Marine side, there's that horrible guy in charge. Magician Lafitte shook the cane in his hand. His eyes flickered, staring at Wei Er with a calm smile in the picture. Killing Charlotte Linland with ease, and Wei Er returned to the execution stand. Standing in front of Ace, silently watching the impacting Whitebeard pirate. The more calm Wei Er, the more frightened other people who want to fish in troubled waters. It was a top war, an unprecedented war. In such a situation, it is possible to maintain such a calm attitude. Either he is a fool or he has absolute strength. At any time, the absolute strength that can suppress the audience. In Lafitte's view, Thor Wei Er, apparently the latter. Hearing Lafitte's words, Blackbeard pondered for a moment, then shook his head. Right now, we can't hook hands. Daddy hasn't fallen yet, let Marine continue to consume the strength of Whitebeard pirate paste. The Thor guy is here. If we go up now, we may be wiped out. As for Blackbeard, who can endure the role of a younger brother for decades in the Whitebeard pirates. Silently waiting for an opportunity is his forte. The man in the concubine is so handsome. Advertisement. At that time, on the battlefield, all the Whitebeard pirates are shrouded in the surrounding wall. Hankuli and others, who came to help out as Shichibukai, also began to sit on the sidelines. Hawkeye, Hanku, and even Lodar's eyes, it's all flickering on Wei Er's body. Hanku's eyes are full of love, and he can't wait to be in front of everyone. Just like that, he threw himself into Wei Er's arms. And Hawkeye is full of fighting spirit. I thought to myself that when the war was over, I would definitely ask Wei Er to learn about swordsmanship. As for Lodar, it was all about fear. The war is over, let's run. It was Lodar's heart at the moment. Only Gecko Moria looked at Wei Er in horror. However, his eyes were more focused on the bloody battlefield. Wei he, fight, the more intense the fight, the better. If the Whitebeard pirate was easily exposed, he would turn his head and leave without hesitation. If it's a loss with Marine, he'll be waiting for an opportunity. After all, those corpses can create an extremely powerful zombie army. On the execution stand. Report Fleet Admiral, the battle is basically smooth. Okay. The Warring States period was restored to human form from the form of the Great Buddha. Standing on the platform below Wei Er, overlooking the battlefield. At the same time, Marine intelligence personnel came to report. Listening to the subordinate's report, Warring States' eyes flashed and ordered. Continue the bombardment. Whitebeard pirates are bad, not so easy to deal with. Increase their casualties as much as possible before they make it to Marineford for good. Yes. The Marine Rear Admiral next to him did not dare to neglect, and immediately went to convey the order of the Warring States period. It's not the way to go on like this, Dad. The harbor is surrounded by a raised bag, BDBA. Overwhelming cannonballs and pacifist lasers. Let Marco, Diamond Yoja and other squad leaders struggle a bit. Coupled with the surging waves, it has an extremely large impact on the ability. For a time, it made the entire Whitebeard pirates very uncomfortable. But, even in the face of such a situation, Whitebeard is always calm and calm. Look at Wei, and finally the eyes fall on Warring States. Goo. Warring States, it turns out that your ultimate goal is me, 9. However, do you want to destroy me? Don't underestimate people, Warring States. The Whitebeard suddenly became fierce, and then a loud shout echoed in all directions. Marco, go on, under the explosion of Whitebeard. In the surrounding wall, a behemoth emerged from the surging waves. As a backup just in case. Advertisement: the coating of a large pirate was broken, carrying all the white-bearded pirates. Leaving the waves, Whitebeard stepped on the deck one by one. Holding Kong Yunki in his hand, he suddenly slashed it down in the air. Wrapped in the ability to shock the fruit to the extreme, he slashed towards Akainu and the others who were standing on the wall. The terrifying shock power has not completely fallen? The sky that was shattered like a mirror seemed to have caused a void explosion. The Admiral-level police forces such as Kizaru, Aokiji, and Akainu couldn't help but choose inevitable. If you resist hard, you will be hit hard. Even if it triggers the armed color hockey, it is elementalized and immune to certain damage. But, in front of Whitebeard with the power to destroy the world. Except for the monster of Thor, Wei. Even if Kaido is immortal, this next move will definitely be hit hard. Akainu and others did not dare to take the risk of severe damage. They retreated to both sides, even the admirals backed away. Those quasi-admiral like Shichibukai and Momosagi were naturally dodging for the first time. What the hell? Under the full force of Whitebeard's blow, the surrounding wall of Wenwei shattered directly. Under the terrifying shock slash, a hole large enough for a large pirate ship to pass through was broken. This time, the situation changed suddenly. Even the Warring States period was a little surprised. How come? 33, goo la la la. Warring States, don't think that you are the only one who can use tricks. Whitebeard laughed at Sengoku, who was still facing off against the dragon. Immediately, his face became solemn, dash forward. Wrapped in an earth-shattering shout with a white beard. The last pirate ship carrying the core members of the Whitebeard pirate network abruptly crossed the surrounding wall and successfully landed on Marineford Fortress Square. It was not far from the execution platform where Ace was. Even for a strong man like Whitebeard, it only takes a few seconds to shock the execution to the stage. Stop them. As the Whitebeard pirates attacked violently, the Warring States period also ordered angrily. Akainu, Kizaru, Aokiji, Momosagi, and even a bunch of veteran vice admiral. Plus a total of 49 pacifists, lined up in a row. The group became a solid line of defense before the execution platform. And Wei just watched it all happen with indifference. Standing on the execution platform, overlooking the audience. He will be the last line of defense on the execution stand. To save Ace, to pass him, kill, in an instant, Marine and the Whitebeard pirate collided violently. On the plaza of Marineford Fortress, the final confrontation begins. Chapter 237. All the Whitebeard pirates roar. Target, execution platform. Whitebeard took the lead, clenching the Cloud saber in both hands. Even with scars all over his body, he still shows the domineering majesty of the king who truly escapes all living beings. With a roar of Whitebeard, on the blade of Kong Yunki, a round of white halos suddenly appeared. Immediately afterwards, Whitebeard slashed down the line of defense formed by Akainu and the others. The terrifying shock force swept the audience. Wherever he passed, the air cracked and the earth burst. The soil and stones splashed, accompanied by the dust and smoke in the sky. Akainu et al. This time did not choose elementalization and did not choose dodge. Because behind them are numerous naval headquarters vice admiral. And 100,000 marine elites gathered around the world. Once they stepped back, no one could stop Whitebeard's ultimate move. Marine, there must be heavy casualties, one blade stream thunder unicorn. But at this time, before waiting for Akainu and others to violently shoot. As if coming from the sky, a tyrannical thunderbeast that brightly covers the sun. It roared fiercely and descended from the sky, meeting the terrifying shock force of Whitebeard. Boom! The two collided, shattering violently. The extreme airwaves generated by the collision, and even naval headquarters vice admiral because the distance is too close, are a little unstable. Those white-bearded pirates and marine who were fighting were thrown to the ground in large numbers. Akainu, Aokiji and others were slightly stunned, however, he responded quickly. From a defensive stance to an offensive stance, 2 thorn spears, 99. Great eruption, 99 2 admiral-level police officers with fighting strength, violently burst into flames and work hard. The fierce offensive suddenly swept towards Whitebeard. Boom! The next moment, only to hear a thunderous roar. At this moment, the space twitched crazily, have equal shares. Aokiji and Akainu, who joined forces, have been able to collide with Whitebeard head-on. with the cooperation of the two, even if they can't get rid of Whitebeard. However, he successfully blocked the progress of Whitebeard. Kizaru didn't want to step forward, but under the fierce eyes of Sengoku, he had no choice but to cross his hands and prepare to cast the 8-foot Chongu Jade, together with Akainu and Aokiji to deal with Whitebeard. 3 Admiral-level police forces work together. Even with the strength of the Whitebeard, it is absolutely unstoppable. Have you asked us if you want to hurt Dad? Haven't waited for Kizaru to explode his devil fruit abilities. The whole body was shrouded in diamonds, and the unbreakable diamond Joes stopped directly in front of him. The Water King Kizaru suddenly flickered, and he was entangled with Joes. The dignified Admiral-level police force actually played a tie with Diamond Yoja. Roll. Advertisement. It was at the moment when Kizaru was entangled with Joes. The seaman Jinbei, who was underwater in the harbor, suddenly burst out and attacked. Jinbei are murlocs. In a place with oceans, it can exert its own strength beyond normal. If the battle is completely under the sea, it is even facing an admiral alone. It's hard to get Jinbei. 5 difficulties in Hua Zhengchuan. The fist that is enough to smash Woei tiles in an instant, suddenly inquires in the seawater of the harbor. Instantly fell on Akainu's body. The terrifying penetration force made Akainu unable to hold back the hook. Just affected. Even if Akainu was not injured, Zhaobaibeard was given a chance. Against the sky-filled ice spear that erupted from Aokiji, Sheng approached the execution platform for a distance of more than 10 meters. Damn B***************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** The elemental Akainu has an extremely ugly complexion. Dignified Admiral, security has not shown its majesty since the last few battles. Anyone who comes here can fly upside down and be bombarded. Simply, what a shame. Great eruption. Akainu, in anger, is a little desperate. Don't care about other people at all, and attack Jinbei directly. Jinbei resolutely returned to the sea, and did not fight Akainu head on at all. Whitebeard took advantage of the situation and the Cloudblade fell, and the power of shock swept through. Akainu flew out again, and there was faint blood escaping from the corner of his mouth. Embarrassed. Opportunity, and this also made some gaps in the line of defense built by Akainu and others. Sabo, who was hiding in the crowd, seized this fleeting opportunity. Quickly knock up the Marine Vice Admiral Ghost Spider. Led dozens of members of the Revolutionary Army towards the execution platform. Damn. Akainu wanted to turn around to stop him, but was stopped by Whitebeard. The same goes for Aokiji. The original purpose was to entangle the target of Whitebeard, but now it is completely reversed. Whitebeard, no longer forcibly defeated the two. Under the choice of entanglement, Akainu and Aokiji were forced to choose to defend against Whitebeard's attack. He couldn't take care of the other side at all, and was led by Sabo to break through the line of defense. Sabo was so unstoppable that he approached the execution platform as if he was in a no-man's land. Whoosh! Kizaru flickered, dodging in Sabo's way. Have you been kicked by the light? With a wretched smile, Kizaru kicked Sabo with a light speed kick. It's terrifying, however, you can't pass today. For flowers zero humph. Sabo snorted coldly and his face suddenly sank. Advertisement. His observation hockey level of practice is not bad. Barely avoiding Kizaru's light speed kick, he couldn't keep going. When it comes to hard power, he is definitely not as good as Kizaru. Moreover, the difference is not small. However, Kizaru's original opponent is Marco. Blocking Sabo, Marco was instantly liberated. Phoenix. Marco suddenly burst into fruit power. The body is wrapped in blue flames and transformed into the form of a phoenix. Leap across most of the battlefield, aiming directly at Ace on the execution platform. Ace, I'm coming. Marco looked firm, staring at Ace on the execution platform. But he was not given a chance to get close to the execution platform at all. Wei-Er, who had been overlooking the battlefield, casually ejected a thunderous slash. 0. A deep purple thunder filled most of the sky. Marco's speed suddenly slowed down. The next moment, Marco suffered the thunder raging all over his body, screaming incessantly. However, he gritted his teeth abruptly and resisted Wei-Er's thunderous blow, roaring and continuing to shoot at the execution table. Stop it! Seeing this, Ace's eyes were split, roaring at Wei-Er as well as at Marco. Even if Marco used the ability of the Phoenix to the extreme. However, it was already overwhelmed to carry the deep purple thunder. The speed of the body's recovery could not keep up with the speed of thunder's shattering. And that dark purple thunder was just an ordinary thunder that Wei-Er didn't even use a weapon to eject. Once serious angler. At this moment, Marco, even if he has the form of a phoenix. Absolutely undeniable. Stop. If you want to save people here, say it's you. Even Whitebeard can't do it. 9 with a chuckle, Wei-Er looked at Marco lightly. Immediately, another thunderstorm condensed. From the dark purple just around, it has transformed into purple black. Boom. Under the ravages of this terrifying thunderbolt. Marco, his eyes rolled directly. Even, he never thought that he could beat Wei-Er. The purpose is to make every effort to resist the thunder. Get as close to the execution platform as possible. But Wei-Er was slightly enhanced, from a can of 10,000 to 3 rough 10,000 volts of energy under the thunder blow. Even Marco, who has the ability to regenerate from ashes, was defeated neatly. Abruptly from above the sky, the blue flame went out. Weakly fell towards the battlefield below 10. Chapter 238. Execution time, the last hour. How is this possible? Captain Marco, was he killed with just one photo? Captain Marco. Seeing this scene, the audience was in an uproar. Especially the white-bearded pirate is bad, and everyone can't believe it. Marco, what he is best at is not attacking. Instead, it is the rebirth and recovery characteristics of the ashes brought by the phoenix itself. Rao is so. In the case that Wei Er's weapons are not taken out. Actually, one photo was instantly killed, that's it. Falling to the battlefield powerless, without the power to resist. Boom. Marco fell into the battlefield, and the man and the bird collapsed on the spot. The blue flame stars scattered all over the place quickly swept and burned together. Finally, Marco reappeared. Marco, who looked pale, was obviously exhausted. Look at Wei Er's eyes, full of horror, this guy. In the form of a phoenix, it can indeed be reborn from ashes. 6 and 7, however, is not unlimited and free of consumption. Just Wei Er's random burst of slashes is actually several times more powerful than the 8-foot Changgu Jade that collided with Kizaru head-on. Even 10 times. Even at this moment, he was not directly killed by the phoenix ability. The power that can be consumed is also extremely huge. If you are attacked like that again, Marco is sure. You are sure to die. Hiss. Many white-bearded pirates saw Wei Er's strength once again. They couldn't help but take a deep breath. Those pirates who haven't seen Wei Er in the fierce battle with Whitebeard. The pupils vibrated violently, his face was pale, and his whole body was trembling. At just 8 years old, Thor is already the strongest marine admiral in history. After all, how terrifying is it? Isn't even the ability of a phoenix alive at all? Aokiji looked at such a scene, and couldn't help being horrified. In his Ice Age, he was able to do Marco in an instant. But for the phoenix form that was reborn from the ashes, the damage would not be great. Even at a certain distance, but Aokiji could feel it too. The power of thunder revealed by Wei Er seems to be able to destroy everything. Including his frozen fruit power, if you face the thunder that shot down Marco. I am afraid, with the elementalization and the defense of the armed color hockey. It's also going to be hit hard, did you see it? Having long been immune to Wei Er's enchanting talent, Warring States smiled and looked at the uncertain dragon. Seeing Long's horrified expression, Warring States smiled very happily. Advertisement. The power of that thunderbolt has surpassed the limit of natural complexity that I know. Even Whitebeard is known as the strongest Superman fan Gen fruit. In terms of power, I am afraid that it will also be crushed. Long ignored Sengoku's smile, but muttered to himself subconsciously. A time. The #1 criminal who even the world government has had a headache, Long. It is also deeply doubtful about the idea of life. Wei Er's strength is beyond his cognition. Even, it has to surpass the fruit ability he possesses. I thought that what I got was the strongest natural multiplication fruit. It turns out that Wei Er's stinky boy's seam is truly invincible and natural? Shaking his head with a wry smile, Long felt bitterness and pride in his heart. On the other hand, watching Marco was shot down in an instant. Whitebeard is the strongest person present except Wei Er. There is more to see than people. If it weren't for Wei Er, for some reason, he didn't kill him. Even if it is reborn from the ashes of the phoenix. At that moment, Marco was absolutely dead and could no longer die. But for whatever reason, if Marco insists on continuing to attack the execution platform, then the next moment, there is no doubt of death. Therefore, Whitebeard spoke directly and said, "Son, come back and welcome." This made Marco, who was tangled, couldn't help clenching his fists subconsciously. Afterwards, he returned with a face full of reluctance. Along with Sabo, the two worked together to suppress Admiral Kizaru. As such, with the entire execution platform as the center, the battlefield hook has undergone a subtle change. Marine and the Whitebeard pirate are bad pirates, and the battle tends to be a stalemate. Akainu cooperates with Aokiji, barely able to suppress Whitebeard. Phoenix Marco, Diamond Joe's et al., they also have rivals. But, the person who guards the execution platform is Thor. He is also the absolute strongest in the audience, including Whitebeard. Therefore, Marine still has an absolute advantage. Wei Er just stood on the execution platform, standing beside Ace. Overlooking the battlefield, control the overall situation. Ace looked at the chaotic battlefield in pain, her eyes were red. The tightly clenched fist was full of blood, it was too much force, and the nails were embedded in the palm of the hand. But Ace doesn't seem to know pain, just dumbfounded, painfully watching the white-bearded pirates keep falling. Constantly because it is close to the execution platform, in order to save myself. It lives on the square in Marineford. Look at the people who fell on the square because of you. Do you know the preciousness of your partner, and the lesson from Impulse? Wei Er's indifferent voice just echoed in Ace's ear. Silent, Ace's expression changed constantly, for Wei Er's words. Advertisement he didn't know how to answer. Only by clenching his fists harder, the pain in his palms became more and more painful. Can be more clearly understood. The price for his impulsive actions turned out to be the lives of so many partners. Young people, impulse is nothing, however, it is also necessary to make judgments with the brain. Yes, when you can be impulsive. 93 Wei Er overlooks the battlefield from the execution stand. Indifferent eyes, like a god who controls the world. Tell the truth. I do things, but also very impulsive. With his passion, he has caused a lot of trouble. But, I can bear the consequences of the rush, fate is yours. How you want to control is all based on your own ideas. Even at the cost of his life to capture Blackbeard. There's nothing wrong with this, but you never thought about it. Since when, you are no longer alone, and what you do doesn't just represent yourself. Paying your life is not enough to pay for the consequences of something. You can't afford it, understand? Ace was silent, clenching his fist speechless. He wanted to retaliate and refuted Wei Er angrily. But he knew that everything Wei Er said was right. He couldn't retaliate. Whitebeard pirates, no one deserves sympathy. 39. Also at this time, without the opponent's Garp, there is no need to lead 1.0 to control anyone. Just like that, he came to the execution platform. Standing beside Wei Er, watching Ace quietly, but, you are mine. Faced with such a situation, how do you make me choose? At this time, Garp couldn't smile as heartlessly as usual. He couldn't smile, because, Ace is his person. Even if the concept does not ask, but amazing is amazing after all. Wei Er didn't look at the two of them, just watched the battlefield quietly. His eyes were calm, and there was always a faint smile on his face. Nobody knows. At this moment, Wei Er, what was thinking in his heart. Even though, that person is Marine Chief of Staff Suru. It is impossible to make any correct guesses about Wei Er's thoughts. Tick. Tick. As the time goes. Because of the fierce battle between the allied beasts and Marine, they were not aware of it. There is only 1 hour left before the final execution of Ace. Chapter 239. It's not that Whitebeard is too weak, but that Thor's strong is not like a human at all. Boom. Boom. Boom boom boom. Under Ace's infinite remorse, Wei Er's thoughtful gaze. All over Marineford, loud noises continued to erupt. The casualties of the Whitebeard pirates are increasing, but they have not retreated. Blood, casualties, make them more and more crazy. Let Marine, who was still able to calmly resist them, have been shaken a little. Damn, aren't these guys afraid of death? Paying so much for everything is just for one person. Even if it is to show loyalty, there is no need to take the lives of so many people, right? Maybe, this is the pirates. It is so unreasonable and so incomprehensible. Damn it, pacifists, stop them. A group of Marines, gritting their teeth and being beaten, retreated. Fortunately, there are still 38 pacifists who can burst out with laser support from time to time. But even so, still over time, Whitebeard keeps destroying pacifists. This followed the passing of just a few minutes. In the face of the man-made devil fruit animals of the Allied forces, there is no pacifist with 13 casualties. Already, the loss traces up to 11, each one, in front of numerous Vice Admiral headquarters. Abruptly defeats the attacks of Admiral-level combat power such as Akainu and Aokiji. With the power of shock, he killed the pacifists face to face. Kill. Waving the cloud of sky, Whitebeard continued to roar and charge. The figure of the stalwart is so tall. Let the pirates of countless white-bearded pirates follow them to the death. The battle that broke out above Marineford was about to shatter the entire fortress square. The sky is a terrifying offensive, and the sky is about to be torn apart. Aokiji, Akainu, Kizaru, numerous naval headquarters Vice Admiral. Basically everyone gets hurt. Everyone in the Whitebeard pirates was also covered in blood. Even Whitebeard's body had several blood-red wounds. There was a constant flow of blood, bright red, obviously. Because Charlotte Linlin was beheaded by Wei Er, Kaido led the beast pirates to retreat. This top war has ushered in the most intense and critical moment. Do you still want to move on? Looking at all this warring states, he said lightly to the dragon in front of him. From his own offensive, he was killed by Wei Er. Dragon, in fact, never touched again. Look at it again, maybe there is a turning point. Speaking in a low voice, no one knew what the dragon was thinking. Advertisement, Whitebeard, stop me. Facing Whitebeard's battlefield, Akainu roared again and again. Powerful ultimate moves such as Meteor Volcano and Great Eruption continued to erupt. Shrouded Whitebeard. Sakazuki Kid, get the hell out of there. Every time Whitebeard snorted coldly, he cut off the clouds in the sky. A shocking force erupted, swept across and collided with Akainu. Every attack can bring certain injuries to Akainu. The justice on his body was shocked and had long been damaged. The whole body was covered in dust stained with blood, and it looked extremely embarrassed. Aokiji, things aren't too good either, even if it was intercepted with Kizaru and Akainu. But Whitebeard, apparently charged with mortal determination. They don't want to be hit hard or even killed. For a time, the three of them couldn't stop a Whitebeard. It's not the way to go on like this, among the crowd of Whitebeard pirates. Looking at the advancing team, there was no happy expression on Marco's face. Instead, he looked in the direction of Whitebeard, and his mood became heavier. The front was able to move forward and move in front of him, all relying on Whitebeard to block the three admirals' combat power. Available over time. The speed of this advancement is getting slower and slower. Even, almost tortoise speed. Because of the aggravation of Whitebeard's injury, the battle gradually fell into a stalemate. The more stalemate, the more heavier the hearts of Marco and other squad leaders became. Because, in terms of Marine, the most powerful existence did not act at all. Thor Wei Er. It has always been standing on the execution platform, as if it is an unattainable existence. Just staring at the battlefield so quietly brought a heavy to despairing pressure. Even if they can break through the defense line blocked by Aokiji and others. Even defeated Garp, Sengoku and other powerhouses. Regarding the rescue of Ace, Marco was not sure in his heart either. As long as Wei is there, I am afraid that any rescue operation will become empty talk. Battlefield Center. Drink. Even now, Whitebeard still has no intention of giving up. 12 workers with the supremely sharp sword in hand, clumps of clouds every day. It fell suddenly, blasting the void with the power of shock. Let the air in front of you shatter like a mirror. Detonate a terrifying air shock. Akainu, Aokiji, and Kizaru opposite Whitebeard. They all changed their expressions, and broke out their strongest single attack. Boom. Advertisement. The three offensives suddenly collided with the power of shock. Detonated a terrifying explosion that shook the world. The three of Aokiji flew backwards and took a few steps back. Whitebeard didn't even take a half step back, just swayed his body to dry. You can't stop me. Seeing this, the Whitebeard stood still. Looking at the three of Akainu proudly, they burst out laughing. Humph. Akainu was the most angry. With a cold snort, hot magma was flowing all over his body. Drops fell on the ground, constantly eroding and melting the hard map. Whitebeard, stop talking. Admit that you are old. Just because you want to steal the Fire Fist Ace, it's impossible. 99. Woo la la la, Whitebeard continued to laugh. Sakazuki kid. Just, why are you talking to the old 607 like that? When the words fell, Whitebeard suddenly turned Tien Kongyun aside. The body is slightly bent, and the hands are firmly grasping the void. Boom. The void suddenly shattered like a mirror. Terrorist rifts quickly spread in all directions. A powerful and unparalleled concussive force enveloped Akainu. Yes. Whitebeard in rage, just targeting Akainu alone. Kizaru and Aokiji's expressions change, and they wanted to rescue them. However, it was simply too late. There is no way to rescue. The terrifying shock power spreads too fast. Aokiji and Kizaru, who wanted to get close to the rescue, were both swayed and hooked. Akainu was furious, but at this moment, there is no way to dodge at all, and can only resist. Want to kill me? No easy. Whitebeard. With a loud roar, Akainu's fists began to flow hot lava. Great eruption. 19. The magma erupted with all its strength, trying to block Whitebeard's terrifying airshock. Boom. The power of shock instantly smashed the hot and surging magma. No matter how strong Akainu is, after all, he is still far behind Whitebeard. Under the air shock detonated by Whitebeard, the whole person instantly became elemental and escaped the fatal blow. But after recovering half of his body, Akainu's face turned pale. Even with armed hockey and elemental protection, he was still severely injured. Chapter 240. At the cost of life, peak Whitebeard. Akainu General Council. Many Marines who watched this scene couldn't help swallowing. This is the strongest in the world. One of the three remaining kings of the old era, the true strength of Whitebeard. Looking at the almost unrivaled Whitebeard, many Marines were terrified. In this war, Whitebeard faced all admiral-level police combat power. Even if it is one to many, it will not lose the wind at all. Even now, with one move, Sakazuki Admiral has been hit hard. This kind of power can be called terrifying terror. Well, we have Thor Admiral. Thinking of this, many Marines all stared at the high platform. It was condescending, overlooking the battlefield. Bathed in the sun, there is a stalwart like a god. Thor Admiral. Fortunately, there is Thor Admiral, 99. The strongest admiral in history, even deprived Whitebeard of the title of the strongest in the world. Whitebeard showed such amazing strength. Once Thor Admiral erupts in full force, wouldn't it really destroy the world? The Marines were vaguely looking forward to it, and they were also vaguely not looking forward to the moment when Wei-Er's strength fully exploded. Because that means Marine is in absolute crisis. It's time to let Wei-Er, the god of the sea, do it. Sengoku, who watched this scene from a distance, subconsciously looked for Garp's figure. Akainu is defeated, and one more person must join the battle. Otherwise, the balance may be disrupted. The Whitebeard pirate is bad, and it is possible to successfully hit the execution platform. But, looking ahead, the Warring States period only saw the ending figure on the execution platform. Hey, after a long sigh, the Warring States did not say much after all. In fact, in his opinion, Garp has done enough. At first, Sengoku was worried that Garp would not be in the war when the war broke out. Act irreversibly irrational. At the same time, also worried about Wei-Er. Will it go crazy with Garp? Now it seems. Whether it's Garp or Wei-Er, both of them are doing well enough. Therefore, the Warring States Circle chose to face the dragon. Give the most important execution platform to Wei-Er to guard. In this war, Marine must win. Must also win, in front of the eyes of people all over the world. To prove that Marine, who represents justice, must win. Pirates representing evil will never be able to defeat Marine representing justice. Come again. Akainu, who was severely injured, forcibly took a breath. After dragging his severely injured body, he once again cooperated with Kizaru and Aokiji. Advertisement, in less than half an hour, it will all be over. The evil bloodline of Fire Fist Ace will be destroyed. You white-bearded pirates are stable, and you will also perish from now on. Akainu's voice didn't just face Whitebeard, he even roared deliberately, letting his words swept across Marineford Square. This sentence. Many Marines were stunned for a moment, and then a warm wave broke out. That somewhat condensed morale broke out again. Marine will win, justice will win. Marine will win, justice will win, 9. Marine will win, justice will win. Many Marines kept raising their arms and shouting, roaring again and again. He waved the blade on his hand again, and the devil fruit ability he possessed exploded. Set off a wave of blood, magnetic phase blood and stump broken arm. Under the dazzling sun, it looked so shocking, the Whitebeard pirate who could still advance slowly. In the blink of an eye, he was forcibly suppressed. Even back a few meters, into an absolute disadvantage. Damn. Seeing this, Marco and other squad leaders couldn't help but scream in anger. Even Akainu's personality is a bit extreme, but for mobilizing morale, it still has a great aura bonus. Whitebeard's heart also sank. Seeing so many Marines, the morale was high because of Akainu's words. The pirates who originally had the upper hand suffered heavy losses. With a white beard, his eyes flickered. In my heart, I have already made a decision. Then, the twinkling eyes began to firm up. Sakazuki, you brat, you're not worthless. Whitebeard took a deep breath and glanced at the entire battlefield. He looked at Ace on the execution platform, and Wei and Garp next to him. He let out a long sigh and put away his attacking stance. He just stood there and put Kong Yunch aside, then a cold aura swept away with the white beard as the center. Wei who had been looking at the white-bearded party, couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Already, have you come this far? 3. While Wei looked at Whitebeard also looked at Wei. There was a smile on the corner of his mouth. Ha ha ha. Thor, Sengoku, Marine, you are good. With a loud laugh, everyone in the battle couldn't help but look at Whitebeard. Dad. Marco smashed Kizaru with a single strike, his eyes full of grief. Diamond Yoja's huge body vibrated violently, and his pupils were a little red. Finally, still have to come this far? With Whitebeard's laugh. The originally weak momentum gradually began to strengthen. Advertisement moreover, at an extremely fast speed, it began to sweep the audience. Not Conqueror's hockey, nor the ability to shake the fruit. Rather, the terrifying aura possessed by pure absolute strength. Whitebeard in the original, because the chest was attacked by his own people, and a huge wound was penetrated. The injury aggravated, and he is on the verge of dying. The current Whitebeard is much stronger than when the war was on the top of the original book. But, once the injury is forcibly suppressed, the strength of the peak state is restored. Then, it will only hasten death. Angry Dad, Ace, as if to feel something. Looking at Fang Wan with the white beard, tears roared out. No. Facing Ace's whimper, a loving smile appeared on Whitebeard's face. Idiot son. Boom. No one heard what Whitebeard said. Because the next moment, the terrifying momentum that swept the entire Marineford and even filled the sea area for thousands of miles. A complete explosion. On the headquarters square, Marine and pirates are fighting fiercely. They all stopped fighting. All pupils were horrified, looking at Fang Shang, who was standing with Whitebeard. With Whitebeard as the center, everything around him began to crumble. Aokiji, Kizaru, and others who were stronger than Admiral couldn't help but change their pupils slightly. They avoided such a strong momentum for the first time. With that violent explosion echoed between heaven and earth. Countless people only feel that the world has lost its voice and its color. Under the dazzling world, there is only a stalwart figure. Standing under the sky. Akainu was blasted away, Aokiji was blasted away, Kizaru was blasted away. The warring states, Kings Zhao, the dragons facing each other in the distance are far away. Barely able to maintain his body shape under this surging airwave. As for other naval headquarters Vice Admiral, even 100,000 elites. Or the ordinary pirates of the Whitebeard Pirate Network, as well as the squad leaders. In addition to the Phoenix Marco, Diamond Yoja and other quasi-admiral, there are also powerful existences. There is no one at all that can be under this surging momentum from Whitebeard. Hold on to your body. The only thing that hasn't changed is calm and composed under the airwaves. Even the justice behind him didn't make any noise. I'm afraid, there is only the person standing on the execution platform, standing beside Ace. Thor Admiral, Wei. Besides, whether it's Marine Vice Admiral or Aokiji, Akainu and others. Trying to resist this momentum, but couldn't do anything at all. The aura in front of him, all under the shocking force of this momentum, it collapsed. This is to forcibly restore the white beard of the peak period at the cost of life. A punch at its peak is invincible. Chapter 241. Invincible, this is the strongest in the world. Whitebeard, you old fellow. Really, is it worth it? 99. The warring states period in the confrontation with the dragon, his eyes flickered, staring at Fang Yu, where the white beard was. Psychologically, emotionally, for this old age, it is the opponent that fights. For Whitebeard, the warring states period admired. Just different positions. But at this moment, seeing the peak of Whitebeard's outbreak, there is no fear. Just a touch of sadness, because no matter what the outcome of this battle is. It didn't take long for Whitebeard to perish himself. One of the last 3 kings of the old era, once the strongest man in the world, Whitebeard. Soon, following the legend he created, it will be completely gone. Dad. Marco clenched his fists and burst into tears. Diamond Yoja's eyes were red, and he roared angrily, it's all useless to blame us. Dad. The other white-bearded pirates also roared in unison. Eyes filled with tears, they all knew what Whitebeard was doing. Idiot sons. He wasn't looking at Marine, but looked at a group of white-bearded pirates in the bay. The white-beard with slightly squinted eyes had a loving smile on his face. And in the land right in front of Whitebeard, it has completely collapsed 607 cracks. Cobweb-like fissures filled almost the entire Marineford fortress. Even the sturdy buildings, the walls began to have the appearance of earth and stone crumbling. Aokiji, Akainu, and Kizaru all enter the elementalization. Everyone has a smear of red blood on the corner of their mouth. That old guy, looking at where Whitebeard was, Akainu was quite unwilling. But not reconciled, but also have to admit, Whitebeard in his peak state is really powerful and terrifying. There are monsters. Hearing this, Kizaru smiled slyly and nodded. His eyes were also full of solemnity and uncertainty. Aokiji looked at Whitebeard, and then subconsciously looked at the police execution stand. Wei-er, who is condescending and looking down at all beings. In theory, the 4 emperors are stronger than the Marine Admiral, but they are also limited. At least, against 2 Marine Admiral at the same time still want to beat. Almost impossible. But, this theory has nothing to do with Whitebeard in his peak state. Shiki, the Golden Lion in his prime, even fought against Garp in his prime. Advertisement: if it hadn't been for 3 days and 3 nights, my stamina would have been exhausted. Can't be caught either. BDBA, even, in the heat of battle, destroyed half of the naval headquarters. What's more, he is recognized as the strongest Whitebeard in the world. The horror of peak Whitebeard is absolutely beyond the imagination of many people. Squeeze vitality in exchange for short-lived peaks. This guy with Whitebeard is desperate, are you sure? Standing not far from Wei-er, Garp looked at the stalwart figure standing between heaven and earth with some solemnity. Whitebeard, who had briefly recovered to his peak, did not look slightly weak before. Just standing there is extremely oppressive, I'm looking forward to it. Smiling at Garp, Wei-er didn't answer directly, but between the lines, it has been clearly expressed. Garp was slightly taken aback, then grinned, you stinky boy. Wei-er's words are already obvious, even a Whitebeard at his peak. It is impossible to break through his defense line. Whitebeard looked at Wei-er, and immediately did not hesitate. Holding high the supreme sword, the 12 workers clung to the clouds one day at a time, roaring with rage. Charge with me and rescue Ace. The earth-shattering roar quickly swept the entire battlefield. Rescue Ace. Hook Ace. Hook Ace. Whitebeard swept 3 Admiral with one blow, completely detonating the audience. All the members of the Whitebeard pirates, who were originally morale, were very excited. Under this roar, they even raised their arms and shouted in response to the Whitebeard. The white-bearded pirates' bad momentum has directly reached its peak since the outbreak of the war. Whether it's Marco or Diamond Yoja and other squad leaders, they all endured their grief and erupted into a monstrous fighting spirit. A variety of abilities are endlessly hooked, madly attacking Marine's last line of defense. Whitebeard took the lead, holding a knife in both hands. Boom. The power of shock swept through, and the void directly split. Empty shock. Under the power of the terrifying shock, many white-bearded pirates avoided. Watching the Whitebeard in his prime, he slashed down. The power that was close to the sky and the earth would almost destroy the entire Marineford at this moment. Boom. Boom. The power of shock swept through the void and the earth. Advertisement let the ground in front of the Whitebeard pirates shatter like a quilt. Numerous Marine elites were terrified. Swept up by this shocking force, the electric hook came upside down. If it weren't for Aokiji, Kizaru, and Akainu's efforts to stop him, just this one face-to-face, there will definitely be a large number of Marines killed on the spot. Even if they were stopped by the 3 of them, the aftermath of the terrifying shock force still swept across many Marines. What, more than hundreds of Marine elites fell to the ground screaming miserably. Some even split half of their bodies on the spot. Died on the spot. Boom, Whitebeard didn't care about it at all. Because at the cost of life, the peak strength is temporarily restored. There was not much time left for Whitebeard. He wants to create enough opportunities for Marco and others to follow the channel within a limited time. Let them be able to rescue Ace. So, at this moment, Whitebeard was clearly entering a crazy fighting stance. It is completely desperate to release the ability to shake the fruit. Earthquakes, seaquakes, earthquakes. Various terrifying and shocking forces swept the audience crazily. Don't care about anything at all, don't think about it anymore. Under such a crazy outburst of Whitebeard, Rao was joined by numerous naval headquarters vice admiral, plus 3 admirals struggled to block. The line of defense before the execution platform was still losing ground. Damn, this old man is crazy. The ghost spider was torn apart half of its palm by a shocking force. Blood sprayed, and the severe pain made his forehead sweat. This is the last madness. Hold him, don't confront him head-on. In his current state, it certainly won't last long. Even if we don't do him any harm, when the time comes, Whitebeard will surely die. Fire Mountain Vice Admiral, the rhythm of the eyes is cold. Many Vice Admiral nodded knowingly. The 3 of Kizaru, Aokiji, and Akainu also agreed. They all focused on defense, and it didn't matter if Whitebeard destroyed the entire Marineford. As long as you save your life, everything can be repaired and made up later. Rao is so, in front of Whitebeard, who gave up hope of survival and risked his life. No one or anything can become the reason in existence to stop him. At this moment, Whitebeard is invincible. Unstoppable. Chapter 242. Thor, can you still stop me? Alara, it's so scary. Versailles Kizaru. With a wretched expression, Lu Qin pushed his hand away a little helplessly. No matter how he broke out of the 8-foot Chonguyu, Whitebeard didn't even have a defensive posture at all. That terrifying light bomb that can destroy warships, even the Whitebeard can't do it. Under the terrifying shock force, they were annihilated into nothingness. It's not just Kizaru's fruit abilities that are useless. Including Akainu's meteor volcano, Aokiji's ice age. With all-out effort, from all directions, ask around the Whitebeard. Still couldn't stop Whitebeard for a moment. The entire Whitebeard pirates are under the leadership of Whitebeard Z. Break through the defenses of the Marine Vice Admirals with great speed. Infinitely close to the execution platform, Marine will be destroyed, Daddy will win. Marine will be destroyed, Daddy will win, 99. Marine will be destroyed, Daddy will win. The excited shouts of the Whitebeard pirates reverberated throughout Marineford. Many Marines clenched their fists, clenched their teeth, and were helpless with anger. Damn it. After all, are we going to fail? The world's strongest Whitebeard, at his peak, is he really so unmatched? 99. So many Vice Admiral, plus 3 Admiral level police forces, even pure defense can't completely stop it. How so? So unwilling. 33 boom. Boom. Boom boom boom. Just like that, under the angry growls of the Marines. Whitebeard led the core members of his subordinates, as if entering the land of no one. Finally, after a fierce and bloody battle, Whitebeard stood right in front of the execution platform. At this time, Marine had no other line of defense in front of the execution stand. Only the person who was last guarding next to Ace was left. Thor Admiral, Wei can you win? Some Marine's eyes flickered, suspicious. Because the Whitebeard at the moment is showing the terrifying power that is also tearing the world apart. The man who claimed to have the ability to destroy the world was not believed by anyone before. It is believed to be a fabrication just to exaggerate the legend of Whitebeard. Seeing it with my own eyes at the moment, many Marine awnings understand. Turns out, it's all true, if Whitebeard has always possessed the strength of the peak state. So destroying the world is no joke, and in front of this man who is enough to destroy the world and has peak strength for a short time. Thor Admiral, can it really stand up? Advertisement. Many Marines, their eyes are full of longing and anticipation. Definitely, win. Can't be defeated, they're pirates, we are Marines. Yes, won't you? Including people all over the world who are seeing this scene through videophone bugs right now. They were all nervously watching Wei and Whitebeard confronting each other. This is no longer a pure war or a rescue operation. Instead, it represents the evil pirate and the righteous Marine. Whether it is evil is better or justice is always a contest in the world. And the final result of this battle, the final outcome will be divided between Thor and Whitebeard. Decide the final result, the strongest Marine Admiral in history versus the strongest pirate in history. Finally, it's still here. Looking down at Whitebeard, Wei still had an indifferent smile on his face. His figure is not tall, but now he is standing on the execution platform. But it gives people a kind of absolute stalwart who controls the fate of everyone. Ha ha ha. With Wei-er's eyes facing each other, Whitebeard's eyes showed a sharp edge that had not been shown for a long time. Holding the calm Yun Dao, his domineering aura exploded in all directions. Thor, do you think you can still stop me at this moment? Numerous Marines were all shaken by Haki, who was undoubtedly exposed by Whitebeard. Whether it can be blocked or not, you will know if you try it. 93. Wei chuckled lightly, his words very flat. Conqueror's Haki exploded in the face of that brave momentum. No pressure at all. Just right, it's Whitebeard after all. The hands behind his back have already grasped the hilt of the famous sword Thunder. The terrifying Conqueror's Haki swept through and collided with Whitebeard's Conqueror's Haki. Let the justice behind Wei shout loudly, screeching in the face of the fierce airwaves. Wei, who looked mild at first, suddenly changed his momentum. Bathed in the sun, dazzling and dazzling. For many people, it is impossible to look directly. That domineering imposing manner is not inferior to Whitebeard. Even, have a slight upper hand. At the same time, thunderclouds began to gather in the originally clear sky. Cover the sky, lightning and thunder, Thunder Kirin. Under everyone's astonished expressions, behind Wei, endless purple and black thunder began to condense. It quickly transformed into a giant unicorn beast. Ask for flowers. 0 roaring, the explosive hook resembles the terrifying concussive force of an airshock. Cut. Advertisement. It seems to echo in the depths of the soul, without any emotion. Reverberates in all directions. Like thunder, it blasted above Marineford, in everyone's ears. Immediately afterwards, Wei waved the famous sword Thunder in his hand. Above the blade, a jet black armed color Haki is wrapped around it. An extreme thunder of destruction swept through, rush into the sky and pour into the roaring Thunder Kilin. Immediately after, the terrifying Thunder Unicorn began to move. Wrapped in the power of destroying the sky and destroying the earth. Under the horrified expressions of the crowd, from top to bottom, with the momentum of Mount Tai pressing the top, it pressed down towards the top of Whitebeard's head. This kid, 99-0. From the Thunder Kilin, even the Whitebeard who remains at the peak strength at the moment. They clearly felt a clear threat. Again, is it stronger? Whitebeard muttered to himself, but he was not afraid at all. Instead, he was full of fighting spirit and roared, but, so what? If you want to fight, let's fight. Boom! A knife slashed with the power of terrifying shock. The simple and rude ability of shaking the fruit, wrapped in the sharpness of Tien Kongyun. Regardless of your thunder unicorn or something, under absolute power, destroy them all. Click. Whitebeard at his peak, every move, is accompanied by the power to destroy the world. Under this knife slash, the sky and the earth seemed to be split open. The thundercloud that covered the sky and the earth was even more forcibly swept away by most of it. Boom! Under the watchful eyes of countless people. Wei Er and Whitebeard collided with each other in an almost devastating offensive. Wrapped in a terrifying explosion, it was a terrifying scene of overturning. Heaven and earth have lost their voices and their colors. All that was left was the terrifying mushroom cloud that burst into the sky. Even Aokiji and the others were barely able to resist the rolling airwaves. Other vice admiral, even quasi-admiral like Momosagi. He also snorted helplessly and was swept away by the airwaves. Either fell heavily to the ground or slammed into the wall. But very consistent behavior is, these people did not care about the pain in their bodies. However, compared to ordinary pirates, he looked at the surging mushroom cloud 10 in more amazement. Chapter 243, Lei Ying's funeral, suppress everything. Is this the duel between the strongest marine and the strongest pirate? Sure enough, I'm still a long way off. Even the Warring States period saw his pupils vibrate violently. Including Garp, both of them couldn't help sighing. Old. Whitebeard in his peak state is even a 1-on-2. Both can suppress Garp and Sengoku, but now, under the head-on collision, he was actually suppressed by Wei Er. Even if many people seem to be evenly matched, however, only top powerhouses like Garp and Sengoku can know about it. This momentary collision, Whitebeard fell behind. Of course. For such a battle, a momentary disadvantage does not mean a permanent backwardness. Once you underestimate each other, you may suffer heavy losses at any time. Resulting in defeat. It's good to come, 607. Soon, when the mushroom cloud dissipated, Wei Er and Whitebeard showed their bodies. All unscathed. Wei Er also leapt down from the execution platform and faced Whitebeard. At the same time, including the pirates around the white-bearded pirates who were staring at them. Don't worry about unfairness, nor am I targeting any of you. But I think all the members of the Whitebeard pirates present are all garbage. Let's go together. Your father, Whitebeard, is no match for me. With a chuckle, Wei Er is clearly stating the facts that he thinks. But in the eyes of Marco and others, it is simply a crazy provocation. B********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* Get out of the way, I want to teach this self-righteous brat a lesson for my father. Under the roar, Diamond Yoja directly started angrily. The whole body is covered with bright diamonds, at a speed that is difficult to catch with the naked eye. Approaching Wei quickly, then his fists are wrapped in horror and the air is broken. Just smashed it towards Wei face. Boom! There was a loud humming sound, accompanied by blood flowers that dyed the sky red. And the two bloody front teeth. Unsurprisingly, Diamond Yoja was knocked into the air. He couldn't even get close to 1 meter in front of Wei. Even with Whitebeard's obstruction, Diamond Yoja was hit hard by the front. Advertisement at this time, many white-bearded pirates who were slaughtered continued to wake up. This is the terrifying existence that can suppress their father. In the Whitebeard field that day, a person was like entering a land of no one. Injured his father and left calmly, also just wrapped around, almost a second team Captain Marco. Where can they deal with such terrifying characters? I just looked down on them and thought they were all rubbish. For Wei, it is indeed true. Damn it, 99 therefore, many members of the Whitebeard pirates bowed their heads and clenched their fists. Because of the discovery, what Wei said was the truth. They, love feel more humiliated. Eula Lara, idiot sons, don't lose confidence just because of a little setback. The glory of the Whitebeard pirate still needs to be continued by you. Laugh out loud, Whitebeard doesn't even look at Marco at all. Just staring at Wei and unleashing Conqueror's Haki completely. Whether it's observation Haki, armored Haki, or Conqueror's Haki. At this moment, they were all pushed to the extreme by Whitebeard. Because, the person he has to face is the strongest Thor in history, Admiral. It was also the 8-year-old monster who defeated him once. Come again. Under Whitebeard's low drink, Wei had a violent collision with him. Boom boom boom. In a short period of time, terrifying crashing sounds echoed in all directions. Even some people can see the scene of the two fighting. But with each impact, Marineford nearly collapsed. It caused countless pirates and marines to be astonished. This is the war of terror between the two strongest. Even Admiral-level police forces such as Aokiji can only watch from the sidelines at the moment. Once security intervenes, I am afraid that it will be hit hard in an instant. This is no joke. 4 emperors are 4 emperors. With the peak of the white beard, with the unreasonable Thor Wei. Not the same species at all. One lay, just a moment later. With the thunder column smashed down, the whole earth seems to have completely turned into a world of thunder. Boom! Whitebeard slammed down with a punch, hitting the thunder pillar that was constantly swept down and suppressed. Advertisement: the air burst, and the force of shock swept through the roar. The thunder pillars that are constantly falling will be easily defeated. But at this time, the famous sword thunder held in Wei hand fell again. Lei Ying funeral. Boom. God, what is that? Damn, how can this be a power that humans can have? Completely, it is a collision between gods and gods. It is unimaginable, in this world, there will be such a terrifying existence with such terrifying combat power. Under the horrified expressions of countless people. Above the firmament, the thundercloud that was originally split and defeated by Whitebeard. More extensive condensation begins, not just over Marineford. The distance of thousands of miles was covered by this thundercloud emitting terrifying thunder. Boom! Suddenly, it was as if hundreds of millions of thunders burst in unison. Falling like a shooting star, all shrouded in all directions of Whitebeard. Good day, 99 Whitebeard, punching the thunder unicorn. Facing the sturdy billions of thunders in the sky, he waved the sky clouds without hesitation. The power of shock erupted, tearing the sky directly. Cobweb-like cracks spread rapidly in all directions. The thunder that fell from the sky was like bombing on the ice surface. Along with the terrifying shock power, it collapsed on the void. But there were too many thunders in the sky. Even if it was defeated a lot, it still seemed to fall endlessly. So that Whitebeard can't have other 1.0 actions, only the power of shock can continue to erupt. Barely resist. But even more terrifying, the defeated Thunderkeelin was nothing but the power of thunder wandering between the heavens and the earth. Plus the bonus of hundreds of millions of thunders falling from the sky. The terrifying destructive power ripped apart the earth and the sky. At the same time, it is also the concussive force that is frantically tearing apart Whitebeard. If it weren't for Wei Er's deliberate control, even in a short period of time, the entire Marineford will be destroyed under the bombardment of this thunder column. The armed color of this world, hockey, is as strong as Garp's red hair. It is also difficult to resist the destructive power of this purple-black thunder. From the current situation, the destructive power of the purple-black thunder is even stronger than the destructive power of the shock fruit. Chapter 244. The sky is falling and the earth is cracking, the strongest battle. How brutal. This thunder, touch it to death, quick, quick, don't stand still, run away, 33. Pirates and Marines who were relatively close to Wei Er and Whitebeard's battlefield. Basically, he couldn't even make a scream, so he was ordered on the spot. From a long distance, the relatively lucky pirates and Marines. They all turned around without hesitation, madly fleeing the field swept by the collision between the power of shock and the power of thunder. Difficult volts. Trilemma 10,000 volts, billions of volts. In the area where Wei Er and Whitebeard are located, the intensity of thunder's energy is constantly rising. Whitebeard didn't notice it at first, no when he notices. With the power of shock, it is no longer possible to destroy the power of thunder up to 300 million volts. All over him, it was also quickly covered by purple-black thunder, making his body gradually feel a little paralyzed. Whether it is attack power or reaction power, it has been delayed to a certain extent. That is the paralyzing effect brought about by lightning. Whitebeard didn't hesitate at all. Directly used the armed color hockey to protect the body, supplemented by a strong shock force. I want to borrow 13 of these to forcibly resist the power of thunder that is like a natural disaster. But even so, the power of thunder is still rising. Whitebeard's body was still eroded by the thunder with the ultimate paralyzing power. Wow la la la, really, it hurts a bit. You little brat, your strength is really powerful, making you feel a little desperate. Whitebeard took a deep breath, only to feel that his breath carried the power of thunder that was extremely destructive. It seems that the inside of the body is more destructive than the power of thunder. It can't go on like this. Feeling that even the inside of his body began to be affected, Whitebeard became determined. He understands. If the stalemate continues, the loser must be himself. Those thunderbolts can't really kill themselves, however, in its current state. Just procrastinate for a while, then, there is no doubt that you will lose. Therefore, Whitebeard simply gave up resisting the erosion of the sky. Grasping the clouds of Shaoshan, the dark armed color spreads rapidly. Waving a knife, the power of shock destroys the thunder blockade in front of him. Pulling hard, rushing to where Wei Er is. Tien Kongyun, who was wrapped in the power of extreme shock, slashed Wei Er's face fiercely. The blade has not yet fallen, and the gleaming white shocking power shrouded in the blade's edge seems to detonate the sky. Advertisement: the surrounding void is swaying under the power of this shock. After all, it's still old, in the face of Whitebeard's outrageous attack. Facing the terrifying sky clouds, Wei Er had no intention of dodging at all. There was even a hint of disappointment in his eyes. No matter how to forcefully restore strength, the Whitebeard now is not the Whitebeard of the past. It's not that the strength is not enough, it is the indomitable domineering that has been smoothed out over the years. It is somewhat different from the Whitebeard that Wei Er expected. Subconsciously shook his head. Carrying the famous sword thunder, which covered the armed color hockey, Wei Er met the Tien Kongyun with the power of violent shock. Drink! Whitebeard shouted loudly and pressed down Tien Kongyun even harder. The terrifying power of shock swept through frantically, tearing the sky apart. Attempt to Wei Er, briefly suppressed. As such, Marco and others will have the opportunity to go to the execution platform. Rescue Ace. As for defeating Wei Er, and then taking over the execution stand completely. Even at this moment, Whitebeard, who has peak strength, never thought about it. They are completely suppressed, so how can we defeat them? Being able to linger and procrastinate for a while has proved that Whitebeard was once the strongest in the world. But what Whitebeard faced was Wei Er, the monster after all. A monster that cannot be controlled by common sense. Facing Whitebeard's turbulent sky clumps of clouds. Wei Er's seemingly frivolous counterattack is actually a black thunder with an energy of up to 500 million volts. At the same time, he even used his terrifying swordsmanship that surpassed any swordsman in this world. Boom! Next moment, Wei Er's famous sword thunder collided with Whitebeard's famous sword Tian Kongyun. It is also one of the 12 workers of the Supreme Sword. This moment, as if the sky was falling apart, Gollum. Under the stare of countless people swallowing their saliva nervously, Wei Er's thunder shattered the blockade of Whitebeard's shocking power. It exploded the cracks that were all over the void and knocked the Tian Kongyun from Whitebeard's hand into the air. Boom! As Tian Kongyun was knocked into the air, the shock was crushed with all his might. A violent explosion resounded between heaven and earth. The ground beneath Whitebeard's feet now twisted in horror. It collapsed, and countless earth and stones splashed. Smoke billowed in all directions, and waves of air swept across Marineford. Advertisement: Whitebeard's original position. Except for the feet, there are bottomless scorched black potholes on other peripheral hooks. Under the absolute strong collision, Wei Er, strong and absolute advantage. Whitebeard, lost. Between heaven and earth, it seems to have fallen into absolute silence. Dad. Diamond Yoja clenched his fists and his eyes were sad. Marco was also deeply saddened, but it was Diamond Yoja who held back the impulsiveness. Don't let Dad's efforts go to waste. With a wink at Diamond Yoja, Marco did not hesitate to transform into a phoenix. Wrapped in blue flames, it cuts through the void. With a rapidity invisible to the naked eye, he swept towards the execution platform. Eyes, it is Fire Fist Ace. Damn, pacifist. Akainu, who had been staring at Marco and the others, was the first to react. With a roar, he was blocked by Diamond Yoja. Kizaru is also entangled with Sabo. Aokiji is entangled with Foil Beasta. The remaining Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral could not break through the line of defense of Baihu 607 pirates. Can only watch, Marco is infinitely approaching the direction of Ace. At this moment, because Wei Er and Whitebeard broke out in a fierce battle. Garp also helped out on the plaza to protect Marineford. It is equivalent to saying that except for another general combatant, the Executioner, there was only one Fire Fist Ace kneeling on the ground and wearing a seastone mirror in his hand. Will it be successful? Looking at Marine, there was absolutely no one who could stop Marco the Phoenix. Through the broadcast, civilians around the world who saw this scene cannot help but a heart, mentioned the throat. Marine, is this about to lose? No, evil, how could it be possible to defeat justice? Marine, come on, 99 someone yelled through the screen, but to no avail. He could only stare at Marco with his eyes wide open, constantly approaching Ace on the execution platform. When Ace is right in front of you, within reach, many white-bearded pirates began to have happy expressions on their faces. Although the father will die, it is sad, but as long as the purpose is achieved this time, save Ace. At least, there is still something to be happy about. But, the happy expressions on their faces just emerge. The next moment, it completely solidified on the face. When Marco, passing over Wei Er, the creepy mutation happened suddenly. Chapter 245. Time flies, the last minute, Gollum. Above the square, countless marines and pirates, they couldn't help but gasped and swallowed nervously. In the end, what happened? How so? Silently. Under the amazement of the crowd, take the form of Marco in the form of a phoenix. The blue flame that wrapped around his body suddenly went out. Immediately afterwards, his eyes turned white and his body stiffened. There was absolutely no time for Marco to react. The whole person is torn apart in an instant. Falling from the sky, fell to the ground, turned into crumbs. Quiet. The whole place was dead silent. The pupils of countless people vibrated violently. Looking at the area that was completely covered by thunder, I was horrified. It's just the aftermath, an existence as strong as Marco, with the characteristics of the phoenix. Actually, touched to death. Where, what kind of terrifying aftermath does it contain? Even the captain of the first team can't handle it. Is it only the Admiral Power Tank? 93? I think. Even if the Admiral-level police force enters, I am afraid that the result will not change. Many white-bearded pirates were talking about it. Hearing their words, Akainu was very upset, but looking at the black thunder escaping across the distance, it was just Yu Wei that brought him a chilling murderous intent. With a high probability, it is really as the white-beard pirates guessed. Even if he or Aokiji, Kizaru go in, the situation will not be any better than Marco. To now, whether it's a pirate or a marine, they all remembered what Wei Er said at the beginning. The execution stand is guarded by me. Don't try to get close to anyone. Done. Thor Wei Er did it. As strong as a white beard, he couldn't get close. 5 minutes left. Also at this time, bathed in thunder, like Wei Er of the True God list. Glancing at the audience, he made a sound of indifference. As for the white beard opposite him, he didn't die, but he couldn't speak enough in a short period of time. Even if the armed color hockey is pushed to the limit. But facing the black thunder that shrouded all directions, it still brought infinite pressure to Whitebeard. While urging the armed hockey with all his strength, he added a powerful enough shock force. Advertisement: only in this way can he resist the attack of thunder and prevent himself from suffering too serious damage. But even so, Wrapped in the amazing destructive power of thunder, it is still through the power of shock, through the armed color hockey. Corroded the inside of Whitebeard's body. The peak strength that had been forcibly restored, the duration of which has been reduced. Only, next, 5 minutes, there is not much time left for me. While defending against the Black Thunder, Whitebeard clearly heard Wei Er's words. A neat burst of shocking power, purely in the armed color hockey, forcibly hit the Black Thunder. Blood spurted out of his mouth, and then his hands suddenly grabbed the air on both sides. Boom! Under the fierce pull of Whitebeard. On both sides of the void, ferocious cracks like cobwebs began to appear. Not just emptiness. Even the earth began to crumble inch by inch at this moment. Centered on Whitebeard, it spreads rapidly towards Wei Er. A time. The entire Marineford seemed to collapse in an instant. Even those black thunders that cover a large area seemed to be temporarily suppressed. Boom! Whitebeard, who was ready, aimed directly at where Wei Er was. Detonated the air shock. Boom! At this moment, the sky seems to have opened a giant crack. It spread all the way to Wei Er, as if to swallow him directly. Wei Er always chuckled, disregarding the terrifying cracks in the void. The famous sword thunder was mentioned at will, and a column of thunder that was almost pure black fell. The sky suddenly shattered. The power of shock that spreads rapidly, even if it can tear the sky. But it couldn't tear the black thunder beam released by Wei Er at all. Click. Even under the shocking force of Whitebeard. Black thunder beams of light, irresistible hooks appearing cracks. But in the end, he successfully blocked Whitebeard's air shock. Immediately after, the thunder burst into pieces. It turned into countless sharp blades of thunder and swept away towards Whitebeard. This is no lightning bolt like Charlotte Linlin, but each one contains a terrifying thunderblade with millions of volts of energy. Even if it is Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral, there is a lightning blade in the front. Combat effectiveness will be scrapped on the spot. Resist a few more, and the person will be gone in no time. Even a Marine Admiral would be fine with a few hundred rounds of thunderblades. But at this moment, in front of Whitebeard, it is densely packed, almost hundreds of millions of thunderblades. Originally trying to use the power of shock to continue to entangle and delay Wei Er's Whitebeard. Facing the thunderblade that is everywhere and everywhere. Helpless can only care about passive defense, he knew the horror of thunder unleashed by Wei Er. Anything may reduce the duration of his current state. 5 minutes. Advertisement 1/4.5. 3-point standings. 3 minutes. Time flies by quickly. Whitebeard passively defends against billions of thunderblades, and the Whitebeard pirates struggle to get around Wei Er. Attack the execution stand. The Marine who could react gathered people and stopped them abruptly. Facing the execution stand so close at hand, no one can take the first half step again. Even a Whitebeard is like that, no one can break through the defense line guarded by Wei Er. Everything seems to have come to an end. The Whitebeard pirates want to save Ace, but there is no hope at all. The atmosphere on the battlefield became more and more surprising. As the execution time draws near, filled in all directions, only the despair and silence of the Whitebeard pirate. Stinky Boy. Next to Warring States. Watching one person suppress the audience, even Wei Er, who was at the top of the Whitebeard, was helpless. Garp. The mood is extremely complicated. Ace is the companion who is watching the sky constantly blood-stained. The pupils are more and more hollow. I wish I was killed on the spot here, lest my companions be because of him. And keep losing lives. The original desire to survive. It is also under the absolute defense of the only 2 iron walls. Totally, desperate. I didn't expect it at a time like this. Compared to Garp, your position is so firm. The Warring States side confronted the Revolutionary Army Dragon. Looking at Wei Er, who perfectly guarded the execution platform, he couldn't help feeling emotional. He had previously chosen to let Wang's Zhao, Wei Er guard the execution platform, and he was also a little uneasy in the warring country. Because of Garp, don't know what will happen in the end. But now it seems, everything is developing in a good direction. With Wei Er's current performance, Marine's reputation in the world has been greatly boosted. Because of the slaughter of Tianlong people, the 5 elders and Tianlong people who are ready to settle accounts in the autumn. I am afraid that in a short period of time, it will be difficult to have an excuse to deal with Wei Er. Close to the police. This kid, can he really do this? In the face of family and justice, did you choose justice? Akainu, who had been staring at Wei Er, was extremely restless at the moment. Akainu has always been suspicious of Wei Er. Think that Wei Er, sooner or later, will defect to Marine because of selfishness. Like his father Dragon, once also a member of Marine. Now, he is the #1 criminal wanted by the world government. 3 minutes 2 minutes, until the final execution time. Very quickly, less than a minute left. Chapter 246. Implement justice, the execution platform that no one can approach. Ace. Seeing the 2 executioners, they were already standing on the left and the right. Many members of the Whitebeard pirates roared with tears in their eyes. Is it useless after trying for so long? Damn it, Thor. Why? Would someone like Thor join Marine? Many white-bearded pirates are desperate. If not Wei Er, even Sengoku, Garp, and other admiral forces. At this moment, they can definitely successfully approach the execution platform and save Ace. Can. No if. Marine with Wei Er sitting on the throne, the execution platform sitting on the town is impregnable. Even the Whitebeard in his peak state is helpless. It's not just Joe's, Beasta and the others who are stunned. Garp, who was standing in the marine crowd, also looked in the direction of Ace with red eyes. Obsessed with justice and the astonishing him, several times he was impulsive and wanted to do it. Remembering what Wei said to himself, Garp gritted his teeth. Forcibly endured. Thor, don't you care about people? Ace, didn't do much wrong. Shouldn't it be defined as evil just because it's Roger's bloodline? 607 This is marine justice. Is this the justice in your heart? Whitebeard took a deep breath and looked at Wei with a heavy gaze. Wei chuckled. Even you, do you like to talk like this? Whether it's because Roger is defined as evil, I don't care. How to define justice, I also have my own ideas, however, none of this can be a reason for you to cross the execution platform. Today, executing Ace doesn't just represent someone. Rather, it represents a group like you pirates. Perhaps there are good people among the pirates. However, for the people of the world as a whole, it is an evil existence. Now, in front of the whole world, if you let you save Ace. Does this mean that justice cannot overcome evil? Whitebeard, give it up. With me, even you, can't save Ace. 22. Looking at the Whitebeard lightly, Wei chuckled softly. It seems that you are very firm. There is no way to police other than to attack. Hearing this, Whitebeard shook his head, his eyes filled with determination. Gula Lara, advertisement since you have to show it, then look at it badly. A roar roared. The earth and air around Whitebeard's body quickly showed cracks like spider webs. The power of the shaking fruit exploded completely. Not for Wei. After previous battles, it has been able to prove. No matter how powerful the shock force is, it cannot cause too much damage to Wei. The purpose of Whitebeard is to include a part of the execution platform. As long as the execution platform is destroyed, there is still a chance to save Ace. Even though there is Thor Wei, this ray of opportunity is also infinitely slim. But if you don't try, how will you know? Boom, with the power of shock swept through. The earth and rocks crumbled and the void vibrated violently. A terrifying shock force quickly swept through the area close to the execution platform. With the power of shock of this intensity, once it touches the execution platform, it will definitely shatter the entire execution platform. But at this moment, facing the turbulent force surging from all directions, Wei just gently waved the famous sword in his hand. The thunder that was almost black, then spread wildly and swept. Abruptly born in the shock of the moment, about to sweep the entire execution platform. Forcibly defeat it. I set a gap. Nothing can stop this execution. Of course, including you, Whitebeard. Domineering stands in front of everyone. Wei is the last line of defense. Glancing across the audience, almost no one dared to look at each other. Many white-bearded pirates, one heart, sank to the bottom of the shell. There are many marines, so don't get too excited. Ha ha ha, see it, damn pirates, evil can never defeat justice. With Thor Admiral here, it is your wishful thinking to rob the Fire Fist Ace. 39. Marine shouted, BDBA, leaving the Whitebeard pirates speechless. Indeed, turning into other admiral, this time has long been broken. Unfortunately, sitting on the last line of defense is the evil Admiral Wei. The strongest admiral ever, even strength, has surpassed anyone in this world. Boom. And seeing that the power of shock is useless, Whitebeard is unwilling to give up. Feeling how little time is left, Conqueror's Haki frantically released the power of concussion. Trying to kill the two executioners directly on the spot. Procrastination of the sentence. However, all around Wei is also the Conqueror's Haki that quickly permeates the tyrannical. Puff, advertisement Whitebeard immediately took 2 steps back, and Conqueror's Haki was directly defeated. He couldn't hold back a mouthful of blood, and was suppressed by Wei. Time is coming. That's when Whitebeard and Wei finally confronted each other. The last minute left is passing minute by minute. That's too late, Fire Fist Ace, can't you survive? The bloodline of evil will finally be terminated. Whether it's a marine on the battlefield or a pirate. Or, people from all over the world watching this scene through the broadcast. At this moment, they all held their breaths. The atmosphere did not dare to breathe, and stared at the Fire Fist Ace above the execution platform. And, 30 seconds. Ace, at the last moment, Whitebeard frantically tried to continue to attack Wei. The squad leader of Whitebeard Pirate Paste, Diamond Yoja, Foil Beasta and others. Also in all this, utterly insane. Completely disregarding it, he roared and charged violently towards the execution platform. Even though there are Aokiji and others guarding him. But at this moment, the white-bearded pirates can no longer manage so much. Unfortunately, the person they faced was Wei. The knife swept across, and the almost black thunder blasted all the Whitebeard pirates directly. Even a Whitebeard, it was also under the impact of the purple-black thunderbolt, barely resisting. There is absolutely no way to move forward. 10 seconds. 9 seconds. The time of execution is getting closer. Countless people's eyes converged on Ace. The two executioners were all wet with cold sweat. Unprecedented pressure shrouded their hearts, but as long as you see Wei not far away, Admiral, the god of Thor who blocks everyone. They can muster the courage, in the next moment, raise the weapon in his hand. 5 seconds, 4 seconds, 3 seconds, there are still 3 seconds left before the final execution time. Ace closed his eyes. Garp also closed his eyes. Many members of the Whitebeard pirates also closed their eyes. Even the Whitebeard is full of tears. Looking at the weapon that was about to be slashed at Ace's neck, it exuded a cold light in the sun. Desperate, he closed his eyes. Only Wei-er, looking at Ace on the curved execution platform, an unknown emotion flashed in his eyes. Chapter 247, Marine wins, Fire Fist Ace falls, time to do it. 1 second. Wow, at the final execution time, the moment comes. Under the eyes of many different emotions, 2 sharp spears pierced through the body of Fire Fist Ace in an instant. But at this moment, at a moment when almost everyone can't notice it, a translucent mask that was originally difficult to see with the naked eye, and was even hidden by the purple-black thunder. Suddenly, he found out, covering Ace for a moment. Room. Slaughterhouse. Looking at the flashing mask, and the slightly different Ace. Wei-er, who was watching this scene, had a smile on the corner of his mouth. More and more brilliant. Everyone just thought that the execution was a success, and Wei-er showed such an expression. I didn't even think about the police. After all, this war is a world-famous live broadcast. Under the attention of almost the whole world, Marine has to win, and win beautifully. Need to show unmatched, absolutely superior power over evil pirates. Therefore, this execution must end successfully. The Fire Fist Ace kneeling on his face must also die. Only, is the dead person really Fire Fist Ace? At least, the second before the execution is real enough. Puff. 2 spears pierced through Ace's body without incident. Blood stained the entire execution platform. Fire Fist Ace, who had been bowing his head all the time, also completely fell into a pool of blood. Execution, a complete success, top war. It ended perfectly with Marine's absolute victory. However, Garp in the crowd, the clenched fists were instantly released. A look of astonishment flashed in his eyes. You stinky boy. After being stunned, he looked at Wei-er. Garp couldn't help shaking his head helplessly. Since it has already been decided, why not say it directly? Makes people so worried. Still, Garp can understand. With your own character, once you know it, there is a high probability that you will be exposed. At least, the results are good now. Well, more than anything else. The abnormality that suddenly appeared was actually fleeting. However, it is not perfect, advertisement at least. Everyone present, with the strength of Whitebeard, Warring States, Garp, Long and others, is completely visible, but Akainu, Aokiji, etc. are completely unaware. It's not that they are not strong enough, but the purple-black thunder that Wei-er released before. It has the effect of shielding people. It turns out that this kid had this idea. The dragon standing opposite the Warring States also shook his head helplessly. Do you know about this too? The complexion of the Warring States period is not very good looking. For world government, he is supportive. What needs to be overthrown is nothing but the rotten dragon rule. Wei-er's approach is obviously selfish, but after gritted his teeth, the Warring States still couldn't say anything. At this point, Wei-er has hidden from everyone in the world. He came to rhyme at this time, which would only completely destroy Marine's prestige in the hearts of the people of the world. Everything is over. Fire Fist Ace, representing the evil bloodline, is really dead. Definitely dead. His chest was penetrated, and blood was flowing everywhere. Absolutely can't die anymore. Humph, isn't this result inevitable? Even Whitebeard couldn't keep an evil bloodline like Fire Fist Ace. As long as they are pirates, they should all be wiped out. Marine wins. Justice wins. Marine wins. Justice wins. Marine wins. Justice wins. The commoners of the world who have been poisoned by endless pirate tea, after a brief silence. What followed was extremely enthusiastic cheers. It was joy and cheers from the bottom of my heart. From the execution of Fire Fist Ace, they seem to see the light that illuminates the world. Those evil pirates will one day be completely destroyed. The light of justice will surely illuminate every dark corner of the world. But, the successful execution of Ace does not mean that the top war is over. On the contrary, it represents the prelude to the complete outbreak of the top war. Ace, Marineford. Because of Ace's fall, he first fell into a dead silence. Then, there are the members of the Whitebeard pirates. A piercing roar. Diamond Yoja, Foil Beasta and others. All with red eyes, looking at the execution platform in pain. The figure lying in a pool of blood. Marco, it's hard to recover. With a pale face, he reluctantly leaned against Diamond Yoja for support. Watching the scene of Ace being executed, I couldn't help but stare. Advertisement Flowers Zero. His eyes were full of unbelievable emotions. Fire Fist Ace has been successfully executed. Marine will win, justice will win. Mobilize the whole army to annihilate the Whitebeard pirate. Ace's demise, the most exciting is Akainu, even if he is the general counsel. But it didn't take long to step back from Admiral's position. Under the roar, many Marines began to roar wildly. All the Marines in the audience waved their weapons. Crazy towards the white-bearded pirates, killing them. Gula Lala, Whitebeard is a little embarrassed at the moment. There are black marks all over his body, and his strength is rapidly diminishing. The peak strength of forcibly restored at the cost of life. Time is approaching the critical point. Point 0. The last king of the old age, once the strongest in the world. Edward Twistgate is about to end his life. However, at the moment, Whitebeard is not unwilling. Because, this time he hit Marineford, and he succeeded. No matter what the reason is, there are many twists and turns in the middle hook. At least, Ace survived. Thor, looking at Wei-Er, Whitebeard wanted to say something. However, it was directly interrupted by Wei-Er. My decision has nothing to do with anyone. Moreover, the war can't continue but has just begun. Gyula Lara. This old man has lived his whole life, and was actually taught by a little devil. That's right, the war has just begun. Whitebeard took a deep breath and stopped the sharp decrease in momentum. His eyes suddenly looked at the members of the Whitebeard pirates, who were being attacked by Marine and were retreating. The roar echoed through the audience. Marco, Joes. With the members in the paste, retreat as quickly as possible. Whitebeard's decision was decisive. Ace has been saved. Continue to face Marine. How many people can the Whitebeard pirate survive? Even if Thor Wei-Er doesn't do it, with today's Marine lineup. The entire Whitebeard pirate is terrible, and I am afraid that only a few squad leaders can survive. This is not what Whitebeard wants to see, only when Whitebeard's roar echoed throughout Marineford. The pirates of the Whitebeard pirates who were still in grief. Not just not taking a half step back, instead, anger turned into strength, and morale exploded on the spot. Chapter 248. In the new era, there is no ship that can carry me. Dad, damn Marine, damn you all. Kill, destroy, Marine, avenge Ace. The entire Marineford was filled with the roars and roars of the members of the Whitebeard pirate paste. Including Marco, Joes, Beasta and other squad leaders. Also with red eyes, they raised their arms and roared in the crowd. Hole, Whitebeard suddenly exclaimed in anger, idiot sons. Don't you even listen to your father's orders? Listen to me, Whitebeard pirate. Start now, give the final captain's order. As soon as the words fell, the Whitebeard pirates kept shaking their heads unwilling to face reality. The last order or something. Dad, don't say such unlucky words. We don't want to hear it at all. 99. We are going to welcome the new world together. Whitebeard turned his back to many members of the Whitebeard pirate paste. He was completely unmoved by the roars of his 607. That tall stalwart body just stood there in the sunlight. Firm words echoed across Marineford. You and I, divide the police here. Everyone must live and return to the new world safely. Boom. Afterwards, Whitebeard stepped forward, and the ground under his feet crumbled. The body is slightly bent, and the fist is clenched fiercely. Hit the hook to the side. Boom. The entire naval headquarters was instantly detonated by a violent airshock. The fortress square can accommodate up to 100,000 people. Just under the horrified eyes of everyone, impressively, it began to shatter from the middle. A moat-like abyss runs through the entire fortress square. I am a remnant of the old era, and the new era has no boat that can carry me. Crochet, idiot sons. The Conqueror's hockey on Whitebeard is surging. The earth-shaking astonishing momentum surged wildly around him. As the last king of the old era, at this moment, Whitebeard will croon the true king of the sea. Exquisitely displayed. Dad, no, Dad, this is the captain's order, let's go, 11. The white-bearded pirates smashed the crowd and roared. Don't look back, times are changing. Whitebeard is imposing, and his fighting spirit is monstrous. Stand in front of all Whitebeard pirate paste members. Advertisement alone, facing the strongest in history, Thor Admiral. You guys, stay away. The farther the better. Wei-Er looked at Whitebeard, then waved at the surrounding Marine Vice Admiral and Marine Elite. The words fell, and then looked at the Whitebeard. The remnants of the old era, it's time to end. Little devil, you are too arrogant. Even if you can kill me, do you really think you can do it without paying any price? Whitebeard laughed. Gyula la. The whole body burst with momentum, surging wildly. He took his last breath and released his last life. This moment, Whitebeard really brought the ability to shake the fruit to the extreme. Boom. Wrapped in a terrifying shock force, a punch shrouded Wei-Er's face. The shock force attached to the fist is extremely terrifying. Just passing through the void, bursts of explosions will be detonated. Even the ground beneath Whitebeard's feet was trembling wildly. Earthquakes, airquakes, and seaquakes all erupt at the same time. Such power would explode against Marineford. I am afraid that only an instant is enough to destroy this fortress square that can accommodate up to 100,000 people. This is the strongest in the world. He is also known as a terrifying man with the power to destroy the world. What a terrifying power of shock. In order to cover the members of the Whitebeard pirate gang, Whitebeard is going to do everything. 99. Don't worry, Thor Admiral, I will definitely be able to stop it. If it's Thor Admiral, it'll be fine, under the discussion of many Marines. In the face of this terrifying and shocking punch, Wei-Er had no intention of dodging. Standing calmly on the front, his eyes were full of unprecedented fiery fighting intent. That is, chess meets the expectation of the opponent. No one has been able to make Wei-Er burst into full force since he came to Admiral's strength. Now, at the cost of his life, the Whitebeard is completely desperate to release his power. It can make the current Wei-Er have such a touch of fighting enthusiasm. The real peak decisive battle begins here, 100 million volts Thundercage. In the face of Whitebeard, who completely broke out the ability to shake the fruit. Wei-Er did not choose the swordsmanship that he was best at. It is the ability to urge the thunder fruit to the extreme. Summons a huge Thundercage, shrouding Whitebeard in it. And Whitebeard's shocking power also exploded at this moment. Boom. Thunder Cage, under the ability of Whitebeard to shake the fruit, was defeated in an instant. Together with the void filled with endless thunder arcs, it shattered quickly like a mirror. Incomparably powerful shock force, castration unabated. Advertisement unstoppable, he bombarded Wei but the Thunder Cage was smashed, but those thunders did not disappear. Instead, it escapes between heaven and earth, constantly reorganizing and gathering. He abruptly blocked Whitebeard's shocking power several meters away. One sword, one thunder chain. Wei bathed under the thunder. With his hands behind his back, he stepped in the direction of the Whitebeard. Every step fell, there was a thunderous explosion. The purple-black thunder continued to condense. In the end, a thunder unicorn giant beast was formed, shrouded in toward the Whitebeard. This moment, that thunder unicorn, as if to take the entire void between heaven and earth, abruptly shattered and torn. The terrifying tyrannical thunder swept in all directions. Even an admiral-level police force like Akainu Aokiji couldn't help but his pupils vibrated violently. Can't stop, with their strength, facing the thunder chains. Will definitely be hit hard, even if you activate the armed hockey at the same time and then make the body elemental. There is no escape from serious injuries. Boom! In the face of Wei thunder chains, Whitebeard also chose not to dodge. It's also because Wei didn't give Whitebeard the possibility to dodge. I saw Whitebeard's whole body oscillating force erupting, and a punch rhythmically bombarded. Wrapped in the shattered void, with endless power. Boom! Thunder chains, tearing the ground and fluttering all the way. Soon, he was in close contact with Whitebeard's shocking power. At this moment, the world turned pale. It seems to be centered on Wei and Whitebeard, divided into 1.0 into two battlefields. One side is the tyrannical purple-black thunderbolt, and the other side is the destructive power of shock. The moment the two collided, terrible waves swept across Marineford. A large number of Marines and pirates were only under the collision of the airwaves. They all vomited blood and flew upside down, and fell to the ground ruthlessly. Unconscious. Only if the distance is far enough, or the strength reaches the level of Marine Vice Admiral. After being able to rely on the things around him, he can barely maintain his figure. Now, right in the middle of Wei and Whitebeard, where they collided. The purple-black thunderbolt and the turbulent power of Yang White were madly colliding with each other. Under the astonished gazes of countless people. After all, Whitebeard's shocking power was unable to completely block Wei-Er's thunder chains. Not just Whitebeard. Even the earth under Whitebeard's feet, the earth and the sky behind him. They were instantly shrouded in purple-black thunder. Chapter 249. Another four emperors, red-haired soaps debuts. Headley suppressed Whitebeard's shocking power. This is the strongest Marine Admiral ever. Is Thor the real power? Simply, appalling, either Marine or pirate. Watch this scene of Wei-Er's strong suppression of Whitebeard. They were all horrified and shocked, this moment. Even ordinary civilians can see it. Wei-Er's strength is stronger than Whitebeard. Even if the Whitebeard at the moment paid the price with his life. Forcibly increase the strength to the peak state. But even so, in the face of the strong Wei-Er, he was still at an absolute disadvantage. What? The thunder chains that locked Whitebeard began to crack inch by inch. From the beginning of the hook and the crack, it quickly spread to the whole of the thunder chain. In the end, the success was broken by Whitebeard. What a horrible kid. Wherever my strength decays a little bit. Even this chain, I can't break free of rhyme, call. Whitebeard was gasping for breath, and his whole body was a little tired. At the same time, there was a feeling of numbness all over the body. Even if you successfully break free from the locked 13 chains. But for a while, the thunder also ravaged his whole body. Even the skin has been penetrated, causing the muscles and blood vessels to bear the pain of the raging thunder. Change it to anyone but Whitebeard. At this moment, I am afraid that it has fallen. Come again. After breathing for a long time, Whitebeard came through God. Even though Wei was forcefully suppressed, the fighting intent on his face did not retreat at all. Defeat is inevitable. How far he can push Wei is the focus of this battle. Whitebeard's eyes flashed with unprecedented determination to fight. Wei-Er's strength can be said to be the strongest he has ever encountered in his life. Whether it is Roger or Golden Lion, no one has the perverted strength of Wei at his peak. 8 years old, only 8 years old, what a terrifying enchanting talent. At the age of 8, suppressing him was once the strongest in the world. That relaxed attitude was a little more comfortable. And this, also completely stirred up will to fight in the heart of the Whitebeard to extinguish the old times. Advertisement boom. Without any hesitation, Whitebeard smashed the ground with one foot, at a speed invisible to the naked eye. Quickly approach Wei boom. The strongest Marine collided with the strongest pirate again. The two people collided with the ground at the center, which quickly collapsed and collapsed. Then, it was quickly flooded with a lot of thunder and shock. The entire naval headquarters is under the collision of the two. Almost destroyed. Even the high-rise buildings of the fortress are beginning to be unable to withstand the airwaves generated by the collision between the two. A little closer to the building has begun to shatter and collapse. Except for the fierce collision between Wei and Whitebeard. Others did not sit idle or do anything. Sengoku Collaboration Aokiji, Akainu and others. Chase the Whitebeard pirates who have started to flee. While wanting to keep a Whitebeard, I also want to hit the Whitebeard pirate as hard as possible. If you want to be completely wiped out, it is not that there is no chance. It is more difficult. After all, the Whitebeard pirates are the forces of the four emperors, and the team leaders such as Marco are quite powerful. Ishin wanted to escape, and it was very difficult to keep all of them. This war. From the beginning of the Three Emperors alliance, he became the Whitebeard pirate to save Ace alone. From the rescue Ace battle, it became the escape battle. Want to run? Ice Age. Seeing that the members of the Whitebeard pirates began to break through one after another, Aokiji directly froze the entire harbor. Together with the sea in a radius of more than 10 miles, it all turned into solid ice. Cut off the possibility of the Whitebeard pirates trying to escape by boat. Long live Marine. Justice must prevail. Long live Marine. Justice must prevail. Long live Marine. Justice must prevail. Facing the white-bearded pirate who Ishin wants to escape. On the Marine side, it was almost a unilateral slaughter. Almost everyone in Marine was thoroughly excited. Waving the blade in his hand, he exploded various devil fruit abilities. Kill as many pirates as you can with the Whitebeard pirates. Watching this scene, Marco et al., their eyes are split. It's just that, even if he clenched his teeth, for this war, they also have no ability to change anything. Starting from Whitebeard choosing to stay alone and facing Wei. In this war, the outcome is already clear. Advertisement. Since you can't run, let's fight Marine. Watching his companions keep falling beside him, Diamond Yoja slammed furiously. With red eyes, he roared in a low voice. His words were quickly responded by many white-bearded pirates. Kill these damn Marines, Captain Joe's is right. If you can kill a Marine, it's not a loss. Kill two and earn one. Stop running, fight with despicable Marine. 9. A group of members of the Whitebeard pirate couple roared and began to prepare to counterattack. Just at this time, Marine, who had been rushing in, suddenly became quiet. Even their offensive against the Whitebeard pirates was slowed down unknowingly. How could it be? Sengoku, who was commanding Marine to pursue the Whitebeard pirate, discovered an abnormality. Looking into the distance, his pupils vibrated violently. Kizaru, his face changed slightly. It's really scary, that 607 guy is here. 99. Damn it, even you, want to take the opportunity to disadvantage Marine? Humph. It doesn't matter if you are four emperors or not. If you dare to invade Marineford, you will die. Akainu looked into the distance with cold eyes. Looking at the figures standing on the deck of the super-large pirate ship. Murder spreads all over his body, at the same time. People all over the world, who had been watching the broadcast, were cheering Marine's victory over evil. Fire Fist Ace's death, Four Emperors Charlotte Linlin's death. On top of the war, Marine established the majesty of justice thoroughly. Results. Just where the frozen ice meets the unfrozen ice. As the black pirate ship came by the wind and waves, Aokiji cracked inch by inch with the frozen sea surface of the Ice Age. Above the pirate ship at the forefront, there is a very familiar figure. Ranked among the four emperors, the most low-key body. The red-haired pirate is bad, the red-haired Fraser. Four emperors, another four emperors, when the pirate ship in the distance completely entered the sight of everyone. In the Marines above the fortress square, some people began to exclaim. The voice just fell. On the other side of the sea, another group of people shattered the ice. At almost the same speed as the red-haired Shanks. Shot towards Marineford, Chapter 250. If you want to die, just do it. Teach. The rhythm of red-haired Shanks is very surprising. But for Whitebeard pirates, that's it. But a group of people on the other side appeared, letting all the members of the Whitebeard pirates. His eyes were dyed a crazy red. Teach, Blackbeard, 3-3. Damn, you traitor. Wah ha ha ha, interesting, very interesting. Such an interesting war, how could Lousy be missing? With Lafitte and his group, Blackbeard wandered from a distance. With open hands, facing the members of the Whitebeard pirates who were drinking furiously, they smiled unscrupulously. At the moment when the red-haired soaps appeared. Blackbeard thinks so. The best moment for him to join the fray has come. Teach. Whitebeard no longer cares about Wei, just staring at Blackbeard in the distance. The whole body escaped, unprecedented anger, Whitebeard at the moment. Anger at Blackbeard Teach, and even Marine, who was about to execute Ace from afar. After all, Marine and pirates are born opposites. From their respective perspectives, no one is right or wrong at all. But Blackbeard is different. That was a shameful traitor who betrayed the Whitebeard pirate and even Saki, the captain of the 4th Division of the Whale Killer. Face Blackbeard. In Whitebeard's eyes, there was a piercing killing intent. In an instant, it fills the audience. Why ha 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 ha, it's been a long time no see, daddy. I didn't expect to meet again, just to see you off. Blackbeard stopped and looked in the direction of Whitebeard. Crazy up to the sky to laugh. Teach, you be asterisk 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 D. The angry Whitebeard stared at the side where the Blackbeard was. Without any struggle, he just bent down and lay down with a punch. A terrifying shock force suddenly burst into the void. At an extremely fast speed, it shrouded in the direction of the Blackbeard. At this moment, Wei did not choose to block. Other Marines also did not choose to block. Boom. The punch that directly blasted the void was unparalleled in power. Wherever he passed, everything was instantly shattered. Danger. Captain. Seeing this, the crew members under Blackbeard's command changed their expressions. Blackbeard was also full of cold sweat, and he didn't dare to show off. Along with the crew, give in immediately. But the Whitebeard of this period is much stronger than the Whitebeard of the war period in the original book. Rao is a member of the Blackbeard Pirates, and they are all elites. The last time was a Vice Admiral level police officer, and there were several admiral strengths. But under the angry fist of Whitebeard, he was immediately blasted away. Advertisement: everyone sprayed blood from their mouths, dyeing the sky red. The worst is Blackbeard teach. Even if the power of the dark fruit is used, the power of shock is restrained. But I still feel the pain as if my internal organs were torn apart. Embarrassed, he bent down and spat out several mouthfuls of blood. Slow down for a long time. Hiss, actually, has Whitebeard's power always been so powerful? As expected of being the strongest in the world, I just thought that Whitebeard was getting old and might be getting weaker. He watched as Blackbeard was beaten and vomited blood. Many Marines couldn't help but take a deep breath. Because from the beginning, someone who can fight with Whitebeard. Basically, it is the combat power of Admiral level police. Facing Akainu and others, Whitebeard still restrained. Facing Wei-Er, it was just full fire, but no matter how large a ranged attack. They were easily blocked by Thor Wei-Er, therefore, to a group of Marines. Whitebeard, an illusion that may be weak. As a result, no comparison, no harm. Many of the members of the Blackbeard Pirates are known to Marine. With just one blow, everyone vomited blood. The power of terror is fully revealed. Even Blackbeard didn't dare to continue laughing wildly at this moment. Dad, I thought Whitebeard was dying now. Even if there is still some strength, it definitely declines drastically. At least, you can solve it by yourself. Now, facing Whitebeard's fist head-on, Blackbeard G knew that he was wrong. Can't help but look at Wei-Er, who is not far away, watching the play with a smile on his face. Blackbeard, a little suspicious of life. Doubt yourself, is it time to appear at this time? It was a mistake at all, right? Such a powerful old man, actually, being suppressed by this brat like Chen. It's not that Whitebeard is too weak, but Wei-Er's strength is beyond everyone's perception. It's just like a monster. Run! Blackbeard, who fell into deep suspicion, already had the idea of running away. But Wei-Er currently has no plans to do it, although the positions are different. But for Whitebeard, Wei-Er still respects, for a traitor like Blackbeard. Before Whitebeard dies, clear the portal. Wei-Er will not stop. Next moment, Whitebeard's angry shout echoed over Marineford. Only you are not worthy of being my son, Teach. You violated the only iron rule on my ship, killing your own comrade. 9. The last wish of the 4th Division Captain Saki. Let me take your B********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* Why ha 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 ha. Hearing this, Blackbeard opened his hands and laughed wildly. I used to, sincerely admire you, Daddy. However, you are old. So old that even a subordinate who was about to be executed could not save him. Then today, let me end your legend. With that said, Blackbeard began to dissipate black energy all over his body. Under the horrified eyes of the Marines, it was about to quickly rippling over the Whitebeard's entire body. But, just the next moment, a terrifying thunderstrike that seemed to sever everything, instantly smashed Blackbeard's black energy. Here, it's Marineford. Blackbeard Teach, who gave you the courage to start a war in front of me? Immediately following the terrifying thunderstrike, is Wei who was wearing Marine Admiral's exclusive justice outfit. Carrying the famous sword Thunder, he walked towards Blackbeard step by step. It doesn't matter who you are, here, Naval Headquarters. If you want to die, just do it. Wei plain words instantly swept the audience. The members of the Blackbeard pirate paste are all ugly. Just looking at Wei no one dared to say anything no matter how hard they gnashed their teeth. Just follow. Wei beheaded Charlotte Linlin and suppressed Whitebeard. They were all watched by the members of the Blackbeard pirates. In the face of such a monster, if you dare to look down on him because of his age. Afraid of the end, there is no district police with the 4 Emperors Charlotte Linlin, who has not even left a whole body. The Marines immediately became excited when they heard this. Humph, Thor Admiral said, King's Zhao was right. It's just a pirate, how dare you show your prestige in Naval Headquarters? You guys are just courting death, finally, with the death of Fire Fist Ace. Establish the majesty of Marine. Now, once let the police pirates wreak havoc in Naval Headquarters. Then everything you have done before will be in vain. You know, this is a live broadcast. Can't suppress the pirates, just kill a Fire Fist Ace. What can it represent? How to match the word justice? As a human being, he may not be able to stop Blackbeard. However, the person who was standing and lying down was Admiral, the God of Thunder. This living legend is the strongest in active history. An existence that even the 4 Emperors Charlotte Linlin can kill. Facing the peak strength of Whitebeard, he still strongly suppressed number. Even now, his face is not red and he is not breathing. It seems that there is no full force at all. There is such terror, suppressing the audience. Even if all the 4 Emperors arrive together, there will not be enough trouble to cause too much trouble. Besides, it's just a mere Blackbeard. Chapter 251. Shocking war, imminent. Whitebeard. Blackbeard. Gollum. Numerous Marine elites are all ready to watch the mutated battlefield. Although very nervous, but no one has any panic, because these Marines are convinced. Thor Admiral is the strongest. With him, no one should try to trample on the dignity of justice. 3. Can suppress Whitebeard and kill Charlotte Linlin. Even though there is now an extra Blackbeard, and many quasi-admiral level police officers under his command. So what? Just at this time, in the distance, the red-haired pirate came by the wind and waves. Finally, also boarded the Marineford Square. This made the already tense situation even more unpredictable. 4 emperors, the kings standing in the New World. In the past, even the world government and marine were afraid to act lightly. Now, it is one after another, landing at Marineford. Naval headquarters, the situation is utter chaos. It was also in the red-haired, rhyme moment in front of everyone's eyes. Including Akainu, Kizaru and others, his eyes were all focused on the red hair. Blackbeard is scary, but that's all. Not long after he got the dark fruit, he didn't show much strength. Marine was apprehensive, but not worried. But, red-haired Shanks, that is the real existence of the 4 emperors. Even among the 4 emperors, it is the most low-key existence. 607 however, no one knows. What kind of power does the red-haired pirate possess? At least, can become the 4 emperors, but no one can attack the status of the red-haired pirate. From this, a Madara has been seen. Thor Admiral, can you stop it? The moment they saw the red-haired Fraser, even many Marines began to feel a little less confident. 4 Emperors Whitebeard, 4 Emperors Redhead Shanks. There are also many quasi-admiral level police officers under them. As a red-haired pirate paced with relatively average combat power, there is even a vice captain who is comparable to red-haired Ben Berman. The addition of these people is fully capable of subverting the current situation in Marineford. Unless you face these monsters, Thor Wei-Er alone can suppress all of them. Then, the final victory belongs to Marine, AJ. So many strong. Can Wei-Er alone be suppressed? Nobody knows. Even Sengoku and Garp don't know. How so? Is this world really going to be turned upside down? Advertisement: the 4 Emperor-level forces appeared one after another. In this situation, the red-haired pirate actually logged into Marineford. Justice, after all, can't fight evil. Damn it. BDBA. Are these damn pirates planning to take advantage of the dangers of others and destroy Marine? 3. Countless civilians who watched this scene through the broadcast were full of unreconciled astonishment. Clenching his fists, he gnashed his teeth and looked at the red-haired pirates and black-bearded pirates in the picture. I thought that the top war ended successfully. Absolute justice was established with Marine's overall victory as the final result. Kun, the terrifying pirates facing the sea, come one after another. As if the darkness had just ushered in the dawn, it was instantly silent. The world seems to be plunged into infinite darkness and turmoil again. On the battlefield, Redhead, what do you want to do? Warring States looked at the red-haired Shanks with cold eyes, and his words were quite rude. Even if the war is still going on, because in the face of the allied forces of the 3 emperors, he finally had a fierce battle with the Whitebeard pirates. Marine losses are huge. In the face of the red-haired pirates in their prime, maybe Marine will be defeated at this moment. But you can't lose your momentum. Justice is justice. Even if it may be defeated, it will never be weaker than the evil pirates in terms of momentum. Shank's eyes were cold and stern, meeting everyone's eyes. Leading the entire red-haired pirates into the battlefield step by step. In silence, on the red-haired soaps, the horror of Conqueror's hockey began to sweep through the audience. However, it is controlled by the red hair with extremely precise power, and it will not make people coma. Instead, it gave people a lot of pressure, and they didn't even have the courage to hook the red-haired pirate. Show me face. This war should end. When he officially stepped into the center of the battlefield, Shanks looked around the crowd and asked in a low voice. If anyone else hasn't had enough trouble, speaking of which. Clang. Karis pulled out the sword from his waist, looked at the black beard in the distance and said coldly. Then next, we will accompany you to the end, Redhair. Blackbeard looked at Shanks slyly and responded without fear of threats. Shout ha ha ha. Do you think Lousy will be afraid of you? Then you can try it first. Panjins looked at Blackbeard and his party indifferently. At this moment in the battlefield, there seems to be no Marine's voice. Only the auras of Shanris, Whitebeard, and Blackbeard were left, colliding with each other. But Naval Headquarters, what about the 4 Emperors? The Essence is still a pirate. What qualifications are there to fight in Marineford? Advertisement: what is Marine's Majesty once they've made a fuss? Where is the Majesty of Justice? Hole, where do you guys think this is? When the 3 of Shanris faced off, Garp, who was in the crowd, jumped to the center of the crowd. A pair of iron fists has been covered with the extremely tyrannical armed color hockey. In the face of Shanris, Whitebeard, Blackbeard and others, there is no fear. Yugai. Sengoku couldn't help but murmured when he saw Garp's action. When the words fell, looking at the dragon in front of him, he said solemnly, "It's now. Don't you want to keep messing around too?" Long spread his hands, and the huge hat had once again covered his face. "With that stinky boy around, my goal is to fail. Go, teacher. We will meet again when we have a chance." After the words fell, the dragon quickly activated a certain ability. At the speed of almost teleportation, he left Marineford. Shanks and others saw it, but didn't pay attention. Dragons are not just admiral-level police forces. There is a high probability that it is also a 4 Emperors-level police officer. In such a chaotic situation, add a 4 Emperors level police dragon. Then the scene is even more difficult to clean up. After the dragon left, the Warring States period was completely uncomfortable. Turn on the Buddha form and come to Garp. The two powerhouses of the old era, one in literature and one in martial arts, are now side by side. Looking at Shanks and others, the Warring States period made a cold voice. You bastards! Naval headquarters is not a place where pirates can mess around. Thor Way-er, Garp, Sengoku, Redhead, Whitebeard, Blackbeard. On the battlefield at the moment, almost the most peak beings in this sea have gathered. A shocking battle is about to break out, the more this time, the depressing atmosphere around. The more it makes everyone breathless. After the fierce battle, can naval headquarters still be able to fight the ravages of the red-haired pirate Mark and the black-bearded pirate? Nobody knows, the entire battlefield was silent. Whether it's white-bearded pirates or black-bearded pirates. Or, almost every injured marine. All stopped what they were doing and looked at their bosses or officers. War or peace? Through the broadcast, people all over the world watched this scene. He clenched his fists nervously, not daring to breathe at all. Gollum. He continued to swallow saliva subconsciously, his pupils vibrating violently. And at this moment when everyone is extremely nervous. Suddenly, a chuckle echoed throughout the square. Let the originally suppressed anger relax. All the people who were waiting for them all said that they looked at the source of the chuckle. Chapter 252. Domineering Thor, one person suppresses 3 emperors. The Thunder God. Way-er, numerous marines, including Sengoku and Garp. They all looked puzzled and looked at Way-er, Thor. Whitebeard, red-haired Shanks, Blackbeard and others. They all looked at Way-er with fear and their pupils showed different emotions. Nobody knows. Why is Way-er still able to laugh at this time? What a fierce situation. Is there anything, or something, worth laughing at? Or, Way-er but Marine Admiral. Under such a tense field question, the one who should not laugh the most is him. Because of the current situation, for Marine, it was the worst possible situation. Whitebeard, Blackbeard, and even red-haired pirates. No matter how hostile they are, they also represent pirates. Right now, Marine can even be seen as an isolated party. Once a war breaks out, it will definitely be the most powerful force. Marine is in a dire situation today. What are you looking at me for? Under the gazes of the people with different expressions. Way-er still chuckled to himself and looked around at everyone present. Step by step, we came to the central area where the forces of all parties collided. A faint aura suddenly appeared. Then in an instant, it suddenly became extremely tyrannical and drifting up the continent. Conqueror's Haki, wrapped in the sword intent of thunder, instantly defeated the red-haired Conqueror's Haki. The confrontational momentum of Blackbeard, Whitebeard and others was also instantly disintegrated. It's just a group of people from the old times, do you really think you are the protagonist? Use this marine fort as your home ground and do whatever you want? However, it's all here. The first half of the sentence, everyone can still understand. But the second half, are you ready? What do you mean? Whether it is Sengoku or Garp, or Redhead and others. Hearing this, there was a puzzled look on his face. They didn't know what Way-er meant by saying this. In this regard, Way-er did not explain anything. With just a clanging sound, the famous sword thunder scabbard. The tyrannical purple-black thunder instantly enveloped all directions. Wrapped in this monstrous murderous intent, Way-er's cold voice lingered in the audience. Come on, leave it all. Silence, deathly silence. Countless people present looked at Way-er in disbelief. What did they hear? All left. Could it be that Thor, Admiral, is going to fight 3 big pirates alone? Just kidding. None of those people are weak. The minimum is quasi-admiral level police combat power. Even if you can fight the 2 emperor level powerhouses alone, it is impossible to suppress all the pirates. Advertisement countless people present exclaimed in disbelief. No one could believe Way-er's words, just kidding. Not to mention the prestige of others, it's just the name of the crowd gathered around Whitebeard, red-haired Soaps, and Blackbeard. It is almost equivalent to the convergence of the 3 emperor level forces. But in the face of such forces, Thor Way-er actually want to stay all? Is it possible? Too exaggerated, Way-er, you. Warring States is also quite familiar with Way-er's character. Knowing that even if the opponent was the 4 emperors in their prime, Way-er would never choose to back down. A war is inevitable. Just didn't expect it. Way-er, who can actually say mad words that will leave everyone behind. Indifference and confidence in those words, as if it was just an extremely easy little thing. Garp was slightly different, and then he waved his fist with a smile on his face. As expected of my brat, enough for hockey, do not worry. These B***** pirates dared to attack, old man, I will accompany you to destroy them. No need, a handful of old bones, just take a good look at it. Way-er chuckled as Garp responded, you stinky boy. Before Garp could say anything more, Way-er looked at Blackbeard and others indifferently and smiled. It's time for you to know. What is the absolute strength that surpasses everyone? Carrying the famous sword thunder, Way-er's aura became more and more violent. The purple-black thunder also quickly turned towards the ultimate black. 100 million volts, 200 million volts, 600 million volts. The terrifying power of thunder spreads wildly. Just touching Yu Wei from a distance, already felt the stinging pain as if the skin was being cut. Billion volts. Destroy the world, with the sound of Wei burst out. The sky and the earth as far as the eye can see. At this moment, they fell into absolute darkness. An eerie stillness swept across the world in an instant. Even as strong as Whitebeard and red-haired soaps. At this moment, all the hair on his body exploded. This thriller, horror like never before, when Wei Er's power is completely released. Even with the existence of white beard and red hair, they still feel what is called true strength. That is above them, with absolute crushing power. It is like a god who truly overlooks all living beings. Above the clouds, the ruler who can determine the life and death of all things in one word. In this dark world, Wei Er moved, seeking flowers. 0. Stepping lightly, the famous sword Thunder fell. An extreme black thunderstrike filled the air, sweeping and wreaking havoc on Whitebeard. A small pop advertisement to outsiders, Whitebeard seemed like nothing happened at this moment. But only Whitebeard knew it. What do you face at this moment? Dead silence. Unprecedented silence. That is the power of death and annihilation that ignores the body and directly hits the soul. 99. Whitebeard's eyes were full of disbelief. He just watched Wei Er, the blade of the famous sword Thunder, fall on him. He wanted to resist, releasing the power of shock to forcibly break free. However, it can't be done at all. Next moment, under the stunned expressions of countless people. The last surviving king of the old era, once the strongest in the world. The sturdy body of Whitebeard lost all its vitality without warning. 0. The look of the eyes is completely gray. With one hand, he is holding a huge, supremely sharp knife, Tien Kongyun. A generation of kings has fallen. Dad, no, let's meet again in New World. The white-bearded pirates roared and cried, they didn't think so. The old man who has been in the air all his life actually ended in this way. Suffocated. Unprecedented frustration, this kid. Blackbeard, who saw this scene, was almost scared to pee on the spot. Even if he got the dark fruit, he was so powerful that he possessed the admiral-level police force. But in the face of that, silently can reduce the vitality of Whitebeard's moves. Blackbeard didn't think he could stop it, escape. Without any hesitation, Blackbeard ran away. With a group of subordinates, they want to turn around and escape at an extremely fast speed. But, as far as the eyes can see, they are shrouded in absolute darkness. At this time, is it so easy to run away? Now you. In the terrified eyes of Blackbeard, the Thor Wei Er with a smile on the corner of his mouth slowly came to the front of the Blackbeard pirates. In the body of Blackbeard, there is a dark and crazy inquiring. This dark swallowing power barely resisted the world-destroying thunder that Wei Er unleashed. Let Blackbeard itself move a little bit, but its members of the Blackbeard pirate couple had nothing but panic on their faces. They found that they could no longer move. There is perception, there is fear. Only, simply unable to move, at this very moment. Wei Er came to them. The sword in his hand was raised high. Wrapped in the breeze, it suddenly fell with a knife. 10. Chapter 253. Marine will win, Thor Admiral is invincible. Are you kidding me? I must be dreaming, right? God. The fall of Whitebeard shocked all Marine elites. Looking at the Thunder God Admiral standing in the field, incomparably stalwart in the sun. The exclusive cloak squeaked with prestige. Admiral epaulets on both sides, sexual radiance. Toshigi, Ain, Tina, Smoker and other original characters. They all stared blankly at this scene. I opened my mouth, not knowing what to say. At this moment, Wei Er has also come to the front of Blackbeard. Impossible, I don't believe it, with the dark fruit, I am invincible. Facing the blow of Wei Er's whereabouts, Blackbeard roared wildly. The members of the Blackbeard pirates are also struggling with hideous faces. Bombing. An inexplicable sound. Under Blackbeard's frenzied surging dark energy, Wei Er's thunder power was actually delayed for a moment. It was at this moment that Blackbeard became 607 to break free. Escape. Without hesitation, Blackbeard leapt in the air and fled frantically. As for the other Blackbeard pirate paste members, they were not so lucky at all. Puff. With a muffled sound, the king of evil government, Abaro Pizarro. The ghost security officer Lafitte, the big wine one by one base showed and others. Blood splattered on the spot. Even the far-flung Blackbeard flung an arm into the air. Screaming, at an extremely fast speed, they left Marineford. Really, yes, Luffy's younger brother. Looking at such a scene of Shanglei, I just don't know what to say. Wei Er showed the power of the hook at this moment, and Shanks Road felt terrified. Even if he used to be an intern on One Piece Roger's ship. The big scenes I have seen are countless. At this moment, he was still frightened by Wei Er's strength. And escaped in Blackbeard, whether it is the pirate side or the marine side. Or, people from all over the world watching this scene through the broadcast. All fell into a brief silence, then, some people began to cheer enthusiastically. We won, Thor Admiral is invincible, Thor Admiral is invincible. Thor Admiral is invincible, not just naval headquarters. All over the world, people are looking at Wei Er in the picture frantically. Unable to hide the excitement in their hearts, they raised their arms and shouted. Marine wins. Justice wins. Marine wins. Justice wins. 13. Marine wins. Justice wins, 99 advertisement. The almost crazy cries echoed all over the world. For a long time, even if the Blackbeard was not left behind. But the demise of Whitebeard, the demise of the other members of the Blackbeard pirates. It has been proved that justice is invincible, only when. This is a member of the Whitebeard pirate, and his hands are shaking. Because of fear, he could not hold his own weapon. So, it fell directly to the ground, not just him. Including most of the other members of the Whitebeard pirate paste, all weapons fell to the ground. Even if there are many Marines, they are not far from them. Cheering and celebrating, almost defenseless. But at this moment, no pirate dared to swing a weapon at Marine next to him. Their faces were full of shock and inexplicable, and more of them were unprecedented fears. Even if they are the crew of the Whitebeard pirates. At this moment, look at Wei Er's expression. It is simply like facing the gods. Destroying a strong enemy in a leisurely stroll, nothing can stop him. The absolute strength of such terror. Let absolute fear spread in the hearts of every member of the Whitebeard pirate gang. Evildoer. Monster. What kind of power is this? Is it the power that human beings can possess? Perhaps, only Shinji can possess such power. At this moment, no pirate still has the will to fight in his heart. Even Marco and other squad leaders were stunned. They knew that Whitebeard had already made the decision to die. But I didn't expect that the final curtain would be so silent. Blackbeard ran away, and they were furious for revenge. However, all of this requires a person's permission. Their eyes all fell on the Thor Wei Er. Next, the life and death of their white-bearded pirate paste will be decided by Wei Er alone. Sengoku, Garp, Akainu, Aokiji and others, they all looked at Wei Er with horrified expressions. Even Garp, who was most familiar with Wei Er, felt that Wei Er was a little strange at the moment. At that moment, Wei Er showed the Black Thunder. Even, it cannot be fully described as powerful. Even they were all suppressed. Under that terrifying power, he trembled. That is simply absolute power over all sentient beings. Like, the gods come to earth. Even Whitebeard, who was at his peak, was killed without warning. With a wave of his hand, he almost destroyed the entire Blackbeard pirate. If Wei Er wants to do something, in this world, is there any power that can stop Wei Er? Humanity? Certainly not. Wei Er at this moment is definitely the strongest in history and the strongest in the world. Advertisement speaking of this world, what weapon can stop such Wei Er? Perhaps, because there is a legend, the ancient weapon that can easily destroy a large island. After solving the Blackbeard pirates, Wei Er came to Shanks. Today, I won't kill you, let's go. Shang heard the words and was slightly taken aback. You. Today's marine justice has shown enough. You are also different from everyone else. The world cannot have only absolute light or darkness. But if you let me know, you may endanger the world. Then, I will kill you myself. Shanlei's eyes narrowed, and then he nodded. The threat of red fruit. If it was anyone else, Shang Lisi would definitely be dismissive. However, the person who said this knows Wei Er. Then, nothing is impossible. Take away the bodies of Whitebeard and Ace. When the words fell, Shang Lisi quickly left the battlefield with the people. With it, the bodies of Whitebeard and Ace were taken away. Then, Wei Er's eyes fell on the other Whitebeard pirate paste members. All pirates, all arrested, resistors, shoot to kill. Wei Er's voice was very soft, but it seemed to explode in the depths of everyone's soul. Even Marineford at the moment is extremely noisy. The sound of cheers rolled and swept into the sky. But this moment, Wei Er's voice still fell into every Marine's ears with incomparable clarity. Yes, Thor Admiral. Almost all of the Marines rallied their arms at the same time. The sound was rolling, resounding through the world. The momentum at this moment was unprecedentedly condensed. The 1.0 Marine at this moment is unprecedentedly powerful. The justice at this moment will let people all over the world see this scene through the broadcast screen. They all started to be sure in their hearts, justice, absolutely powerful. Evil pirates can never defeat justice. The light will always shine on the earth. One day, it will spread to every corner of the world shrouded in darkness. And at Wei Er's order, not just Marine elites, but Marine vice admirals. Even Kizaru, Akainu and the others acted quickly. At this moment, Wei Er's power far surpassed even the fleet admiral of Warring States period. No one showed up to object to Wei Er's order, as it should be. From this moment, until the war on the top was completely over, Wei Er did not start again. He just stood indifferently in the field, watching the busy crowd. The eyes are so deep that it is impossible to look directly. No one knew what he was thinking, and no one dared to get close to him. Chapter 254. Sweep the New World with the Power of Thunder. World Government Headquarters, Mariajoy. Originally, the 5 elders had planned to sell accounts. Regardless of whether Wei Er is favoritism or not, he releases Ace. They will all be on top after the war. Because of Wei Er's beheading of Tianlong people, the matter of Cholula Palace. Have a trial. But, every scene of the Marineford battle was watched by the 5 elders from beginning to end. From beginning to end, Wei Er's strength is terrifying. Even if it was them 5 elders, that was absolute power, even beyond the pressure they faced among. Like a true god came into the world. This thing is tricky. I don't think it's a good idea to deal with Thor. Not just incapable of coping. Even, it can't show the maliciousness that comes to us. After a long while, one of the 5 elders spoke in silence. His words were approved by everyone, however, someone still hesitated. That kind of thunder shouldn't be able to unleash a will. Otherwise, why was Blackbeard able to escape? Whitebeard is also 13 at the cost of his life, maybe that's when he's about to die. Wei Er's power may not be as strong as imagined, who can be sure? Maybe he was deliberately showing weakness, maybe he couldn't control that power. But for whatever reason, it's not enough for us. Because of Azilaria Palace, I went to provoke Thor. Another 5 elders frowned and retorted. When everyone heard the words, there was another silence. The original plan should be abandoned. Don't think about it, don't mention it again. Because there is no chance of success at all. With Thor's current prestige in Marine, I am afraid it will even surpass our world government. If we want to deal with him, I'm afraid most of the Marines will turn against him. If that is the case, the foundation of our Tianlong people's rule will be greatly shaken. Just a word from Wei Er. In the broadcast screen, Marine can be said to be shouting a tsunami-like response. Hundreds of thousands of Marines shouted in unison, causing the 5 elders to look rather unsightly. Any adjective, it is difficult to express their current mood. The atmosphere in the conference room was repressed and silent again. After a while, another 5 elders spoke up. Advertisement. Although we cannot be hostile, we absolutely cannot let our guard down. For Thor, an existence beyond our control, you have to be cautious. Get those guys ready. If Thor wants to shake our rule, it will be a bloody battle. The last strength, I am afraid, must also be used. Well said. Several other 5 elders nodded in response. Agree with the speaker's proposal, for scary characters like Wei Er. No matter how careful it is worth it, and it should be. Even if they are the highest authority of the world government. Even if, behind them is a huge world noble, but in front of Wei Er, who is almost God. It is not impossible to be completely subverted. Naval Headquarters, Marineford. After great mobilization, the devastated square gradually calmed down the war. Marine wounded were sent to special places by medical teams for treatment. And Wei Er, Garp, warring states and others, still standing on this devastated land. Why, don't leave them completely. Garp's eyes flickered at Wei Er. At the last moment, it was obvious that Blackbeard and even Shanks could be killed. Wei Er nodded with a smile. How can there be absolute darkness and light in this world? Besides, killing Ace, beheading Whitebeard. Then, in an absolute manner, destroy the entire Blackbeard Pirates network and put the other members of the Whitebeard Pirates, linked in prison. These are enough to inspire Marine's majesty. Next. Perhaps Pung is the real enemy to face. Hearing Wei Er's words, Sengoku and Garp were both thoughtful. For a moment, the warring states said, are you sure? Do not know. Wei Er spreads his hands. I don't know if the ancient weapon is controlled by those guys. I also don't know what kind of power the ancient weapon has. Only when you face it for real can you understand it. In addition, the strength of the 5 elders, even you Marine Fleet Admiral does not know. Perhaps, they are always the strongest hidden deepest. Atmosphere, fell into condensed. Warring states heard Wei Er's words and did not respond. Like Garp, head down, not sure what to think. Hopefully, don't hurt innocent civilians. 99. For a long time, the warring states continued to sigh. Wei Er did not speak, because it is not good to respond. In war, casualties cannot be avoided. Advertisement. Even if it is him, he cannot guarantee absolute 0 casualties. And on the top of the war, less than half a day after the end. The amazing battle situation swept the whole sea and the whole world. God, did you hear that? The allied forces of the 3 emperors were defeated, and the once strongest Whitebeard in the world was killed. More than Whitebeard, even Charlotte Linlin, one of the 4 emperors, was beheaded. The remaining one, Kaido, fled back to the realm of beasts. All the other members of Whitebeard Pirate Paste were also detained and entered impelled down. Cough, I didn't expect it. I thought it would be a lose-lose war. However, Marine was a one-sided absolute victory. Not even a high-ranking Vice Admiral police officer was said to have been killed on Marine's side. Then what do you think? You know, Marine has the strongest admiral in history, Thor Admiral Sitz. It is said that 4 emperors Charlotte Linlin and Whitebeard were both killed by Thor alone. Thor Admiral's strength is simply too powerful. All over the world, such discussions can be heard in almost every corner. Everyone was praising Marine's mighty, winning justice. Of course, the most fanatical admiration is Thor Admiral. Wei Er is now regarded as an idol by countless people. 607 since the end of the Top War. There are countless people, crazy to sign up to join Marine. As for the pirates, they began to shrink quickly and did not dare to show their faces. Because of Marine's side, there's the power of victory in the war. Send a large number of warships to sweep a large number of pirate stations. It's not that there are no pirates that have the ability to resist these Marines. But every pirate station that resists fiercely will usher in absolute panic. That's Thor Admiral, the absolute horror in person. A knife fell, and the thunder covered the sky and the sun. With just one move, no force has any resistance, directly annihilated under the terrifying thunder. After several such examples, the pirates did not dare to resist at all. Just hide yourself as much as possible. Those who fail to hide themselves well will only end up being killed. Under the leadership of Aokiji, Akainu and others, Marine pushed the entire New World horizontally. Immediately afterwards, the first half of the Grand Line was completely swept away and then stepped into the world. The world is big. It is also impossible to completely eliminate darkness. Marine can only say as much as possible, taking advantage of the momentum of the war on top. Since Roger created the era of pirates, the momentum of countless people flocking to become pirates has been greatly weakened. Marine's majesty, which had been at an all-time low, was once unprecedentedly powerful. To an unprecedented degree, and it's all because of one person. The strongest admiral in history, Thor Admiral. Chapter 255. The era of the great pirates has come to an end, and there will be no more Straw Hat pirates. Sabahadi Archipelago, harbor out of a certain area. The Wanli Sunshine, owned by the Straw Hat Gang, was quietly docked on the shore. At this moment, on the Wanli Sunshine, there is no pirate flag with a skull. Straw Hat Pirate paste, and no longer explore the sea in the name of pirates. The title of Straw Hat Pirate will not be used in the future. As for if you want to change it to Adventure or any other name, it's up to you. If I find out again, you say you want to become a pirate or something. Then spend the rest of your life in Impel Down prison. Wei stood there and said lightly to Luffy and everyone. Luffy wanted to say something, but his mouth opened again and again, and he didn't say anything. Even though, Luffy usually doesn't look very smart. Now all over the world, it is certain that Fire Fist Ace has been successfully executed. But he has Ace's life card. The life card has not disappeared, which means that Ace is actually still alive. Ace thing. Won't it affect you in any way? Wei heard the words and chuckled softly. What impact could it have? In this world, are there still people who can't help me? Everyone in straw hats. It makes sense. If the police say such things, they will be drowned in saliva every minute. It's a pity that the person who said this knows Thor Wei. Even the people in the straw hats will be watching the live broadcast of the war without seeing it with their own eyes. However, I still heard about the demise of Whitebeard and Charlotte Linlin. One is the strongest in the world, and the other is one of the 4 emperors. The 2 great powerhouses standing on the top of the sea all perished in this battle. And the person who did all this was the Thor standing in front of them. An 8-year-old, a terrible monster who became the strongest marine in the history of Shao. Wei didn't feel much about the surprise of the Straw Hat crowd. Taking care of himself, looking at Luffy and the others, he continued. Do things in the future and think about it. Don't do stupid things beyond your ability. Ace, is your foreshadowing. Robin's eyes flickered, staring at Wei from the beginning. Seeing that Wei was about to leave after finishing speaking, Robin hurriedly lay down. Thor Admiral, so what's your next plan? What's next? Of course, take advantage of the situation to clean up the garbage and stop by Wano Kuni. Those unsightly existences should also disappear. Wei said lightly. Robin looked slightly stunned, then smiled sweetly. If it's you, it will definitely succeed. 99. Just kill Kurozumi Orochi and Kaido. Is this a difficult thing? Wei spread out his hands helplessly. This action made everyone in the Straw Hat laugh. Despite his absolute power, Wei still looks so approachable. Except, when hanging them up and beating them. Wei the same Wei as before. Advertisement Robin also looked at Wei and Ma Ran smiled. After thinking about it, I couldn't help reminding Qin Sheng to Wei You have to be careful about world government. I suspect that the Tianlong people should have one of the legendary ancient weapons, or even all of them. The power of ancient weapon is absolutely beyond imagination. Say, come on. 99 Wei nodded indifferently, it's not their turn yet. If they want to die in a hurry, take the initiative. Well, I can also fulfill them, in front of Wei Except for the nervous Luffy and Robin who had been to Sky Island together. Others, simply feel Alexander, it was just Wei standing there, making them a little breathless. After all, today's Wei a living legend, until Wei finished saying what he wanted to say, waved his hands and turned away. The rest of the people in straw hats gasped for breath. After a long time, I listened to Chopper's nervous and diligent voice. I thought we were doomed this time, yeah, thanks to Luffy's relationship. Otherwise, just thinking about being imprisoned and impelled down for the rest of my life would break me. Frankie patted his Iron Lump's body and said with lingering fears. After watching Wei leave, Luffy stared blankly at the life card in his palm. That's Ace's life card. At this moment, it is moving in a certain direction. Stay away from Marineford's reputation. Going to find Ace? 93. Robin asked softly. He's fine. Luffy shook his head. Then he looked into the distance, his eyes firmly clenched his fists. Ace has Ace's adventures, and we have ours. The next goal is to see who finds One Piece first. I think so too. Agree. Nami and Chopper are full of energy. Excited, with the excitement of starting again, they boarded the Wanli Sunshine together and started their adventure again. As for Wei not leaving the Sabahadi archipelago. Instead, they stepped on the moonwalk and came to a very high place. At this moment, someone has come early. Pluton Rayleigh. Do you think it would be a good idea to send you to Impel Down? Wei strolled over to Pluton Rayleigh, chuckling rhythmically. Rayleigh said with a smile. Half of my body is about to go into the ground. Even if thrown into prison, it is of little value. Maybe. Wei looked straight ahead and said with an irrefutable hook. Rayleigh looked at Wei seriously and said after a while. Advertisement, do you know the origin of world government? And what happened in that 100-year gap? Need to know that. Wei said nothing. Looking at the sky, he said with a free and easy smile. Even at the earliest times, the kings of 20 countries who established the world government. They are all the kings who stood in this world at the beginning. But their descendants are already rotten. Now that it's rotten, don't occupy that position. Those people are not qualified to continue to run the world at all. Rayleigh heard the words, he laughed and took a gulp of wine. Then, he looked at Wei seriously and said, so you're going to destroy them? But have you ever thought about it? Destroy them, what if history repeats itself? The world may be a cycle. 99, if I live, nothing like that will happen. Wei spread his hands. The next sentence, let Rayleigh gulp the drink all over his body. If I die, what will happen to the world? It's none of my business. Hard to imagine. Wei you can actually say this. He is the strongest peak existence in history. Admiral, the god of thunder with absolute power over all living beings. With one's own power, end the era of great pirates. It is even possible that he is ready to subvert the entire aristocratic rule by himself. It turns out, he could say something like rhyme. So surprising. Cough. The king is good. Cough, cough, cough. Rayleigh coughed violently and looked at Wei helplessly. Wei chuckled and hooked. I was not a savior, nor a great saint. All along, just do what you want to do. As for the future, wouldn't it be good to leave it to those in the future? Wei never thought about world domination, create a new dynasty? For Wei it doesn't make sense. His mind was never in these areas. Rayleigh shook his head and laughed, you look like someone. The police say I look like Roger. Otherwise, I'm afraid I can't help but kill you. Wei casually alerted Rayleigh, who was at a loss for words, and turned away with a smile. The era of the great pirates has come to an end, and there are still some incomplete gardens. If the beast Kaido is not dead, he will not be able to completely subvert the world pattern. Thinking about it, Wei was ready to lie down on the horse again. Break into the realm of beasts and end the era of the 4 emperors. And at this time, the phone bug on Wei suddenly rang rapidly. Chapter 256, Ancient Weapon, The Chaos of the Fishman Island. Report Thor Admiral. The remnants of the 4 emperors of the New World, except for the red-haired pirates. Others were basically swept away quickly. There are only a few guys who have removed the pirate flag and are hiding among the civilians. We are now investigating these people as much as possible. Not in a hurry. Wei nodded. This will be an extremely long process. In addition, 2 extremely strong newcomers have joined Marine. Aokiji Admiral recommended them and directly served as Vice Admiral of the headquarters, and also served as the Special Police Advisor of the headquarters. And proposed to give them the Fujitora and Green Bull code names. Wei eyes flickered slightly, and he said lightly. Don't tell me about this kind of thing, let Sengoku Fleet Admiral decide. In terms of prestige among Marines today, who is the highest? Well deserved to be Wei Even Fleet Admiral Sengoku is not as good as Wei at all. Kizaru is just a salted fish, and he has no interest at all in fighting for power. Akainu fully recognizes. Regarding Wei I dare not object to anything at all. Aokiji, Garp, and Wei irons, including Sengoku himself, in fact, also intends to cultivate Wei power in the Marine. Therefore, Wei is among the Marines. Not Fleet Admiral, better than Fleet Admiral. Yes. Marine on the other end of the worm answered, and resumed reporting. The pirate removal work 623 in the first half of the Grand Line did not encounter many obstacles. Under the leadership of Vice Admiral, including Stoloberry, 16 pirates with a bounty of over 100 million were killed. 45 pirates have been rewarded for more than 5 hardships, Juan Bailey. The reward is more than 10,000, uncountable. Not bad. Wei nodded slightly. A flat growth made Marine on the other end of the phone go crazy with joy. I got a compliment from Thor Admiral, great honor? Marine on the other end of the phone was shaking with excitement. In addition, the inventory work of the East, West, North, South and 4 Seas is also being carried out in an orderly manner. However, because the 4 Seas are too large, the progress is a little slow. In addition, a large number of civilians from all over the world have joined Marine as trainee recruits. But because of the large number, we made it more difficult to join the Marine. However, the number of Marines added each day is still a lot. It is only a matter of time before we want to thoroughly investigate the pirates in the world. 99. Wei nodded and asked again, is the military budget tight? In terms of military spending, it is relatively generous. There are many pirate forces in New World, including the territory of the 4 emperors. Got a lot of money to invest in the military, plus the materials seized when clearing other pirates. Advertisement at present, there is still a lot of surplus in military expenditure, and there is no shortage of problems. Wei continued, is there anything else? Some. New World is only bad for the beasts and pirates, because there is still Kaido in charge. Therefore, we have been at odds with them, even. I heard about the Kurozumi snake in Wano-kuni, and some other movements started. It seems that they want the beasts and the pirates to do something big. Understood. Wei nodded and hung up the phone bug. But in Wei just about to put away the phone bug. Suddenly, the phone worm in his hand rang violently. Wei raised his brows, a little puzzled, But just after the connection was made, a shrill scream came from the other end of the phone bug. Wei face turned cold and asked, what happened? Request support. We were attacked by a large Poseidon class in great numbers. It's almost, I can't take it anymore. Poof. The sound of panic stopped. Wei thought about it, and the phone worm rang again. After answering this time, there was no scream. However, the words on the other side of the phone bug were quite nervous and cramped. Report Thor Admiral. An accident happened to the fleet led by Vice Admiral at Burning Mountain. On the way back to Naval Headquarters, he was attacked by the super-large Poseidon taxa. The entire fleet has lost contact. Is it the Combelt riot? No. Near the Fishmen Island. Near the Fishmen Island? Hearing Marine's report on the other end of the phone bug, Wei-er's eyes narrowed. It is not surprising that Combelt is attacked by large Poseidon taxa, which is somewhat rare. But a large-scale Poseidon attack will break out near the Fishmen Island. BDBA, then, it reveals a lot of weirdness. Could it be Shirahoshi? For the Murloc princess known as Poseidon, after being in this world for so long, Wei has never seen it before. Before the Burning Mountain disappeared, did not have time to issue too many warnings? 33. Wei asked Hook again with cold eyes. Yes, Thor Admiral. Advertisement on the other end of the phone, there was a trembling and frightening voice. Wei suddenly thought, the strength of Huashaoshan is still quite good. In the Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral, it is not weak. When encountering a General Poseidon class, you can even kill it in seconds. Even if it encounters a giant Poseidon class that is close to the size of an island, it will at most be at a disadvantage. Before he disappears, he can't even send out too much valid information. I know the matter, leave it to me. Wei thought for a while and then ordered in a rhyme. Then, Wei hung up the phone bug and flew through the air with moonwalk. Supplemented with the speed of the thunderfruit, it directly turned into a humanoid lightning. At an unbelievable speed, it quickly galloped towards the Fishmen Island. The location of the incident is not too far from the Sabaody archipelago. With Wei speed, he arrived at the location very quickly. A fleet of 3 large warships and 5 medium warships led by Huashaoshan. At this moment, there is no trace. Only a few wrecks were left floating at sea, proving a brutal fierce battle that broke out not long ago. It really could be Shirahoshi aside from the problem. So many Poseidon classes, so weird. 33 Wei looked around, his gentle smile began to subside. The whole person's aura began to become extremely fierce, and the sea also split into a bottomless gap. Wei stepped directly on the hook and disappeared into the deep sea. The seawater that rushed to Wei was instantly evaporated. Can't even touch Wei-er's body. All the way, at an incredible speed, we approached the Fishmen Island at a depth of 10,000 meters. Seabed. A group of fishmen walked crowdedly, and the target was the sound of the Fishmen Island. A fishman headed by, covered with a layer of coated bubbles. It seems to be a devil fruit person, so it cannot touch the seawater. At this moment, he opened his arms wide and laughed wildly. Ah, 99. Comfortable, so comfortable. The fleet led by Marine Vice Admiral was instantly destroyed. With such power, who can stop Lousy from conquering the world? 99. The Murloc who laughed wildly was none other than Vanderdecken IX. Learned a secret by accident. The mermaid princess Shirahoshi of the Fishmen Island, whose real identity may be Poseidon, one of the 3 ancient weapons. Since then, he has been trying to obtain Shirahoshi's power. Poseidon. One of the 3 ancient weapons, it has the ability to communicate with all Poseidon classes and drive all Poseidon classes. Doing good can save countless lives. For evil, it is a force of terror capable of destroying the whole world. Next to Vanderdecken, Shirahoshi, the merman princess as Poseidon. At this time, his eyes were full of tears, and he looked so pitiful. Apparently, it was kidnapped by Vanderdecken, chapter 257. Thor is coming, and Vanderdecken is completely stunned. Lord Vanderdecken, please, I have helped you do what you want to do. After you go back, please let my father and the others go. 33. Ah, however, your father, they were not imprisoned by me. But by that guy Hody Jones. Of course. Howdy that be asterisk 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 D. Lousy won't follow his orders. Just asking me to inquire about your father right now is impossible. 99. Vanderdecken opened his arms and laughed wildly. Murlocs have Jinbei who are close to humans. Of course, there are also many Murlocs who hate humans, such as Aaron, Hody Jones, Vanderdecken and so on. Originally, Hody Jones had been hiding himself, but on top of the riots of war, let the whole sea. The new world, including the 4 seas, was in chaos. With such an opportunity, Hody Jones thought his chance had come. Only to take advantage of the time of splitting void, which was completely suppressed because of the troubled times of the war. He may then join forces with Vanderdecken to break the Dragon Palace. Imprison King Neptune of the Fishmen Island and all his ministers. Seize power on the Fishmen Island, it turns out. Hody Jones's choice is extremely correct. As for the events of the large Poseidon taxa, it is entirely Vanderdecken's private behavior. He knew the power Shirahoshi might have, but he couldn't be sure. Therefore, Jiwi used Shirahoshi's father Neptune and his elder brother as threats to try it out. See if Shirahoshi is really as rumored. It is Poseidon, one of the ancient weapons. Fact, it doesn't. The Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral, who was as strong as Huashaoshan, led the team, and the entire fleet collapsed instantly. Not even enough effective information is sent, which is terrible. You. Tears welled up in Shirahoshi's eyes when he heard Vanderdeeken's words. But Lord Vanderdeeken, you clearly promised me before. Oh, you are so stupid, I did promise you, but so what? Now, I regret it. What can you do? Vanderdeeken's face showed a wild and incomparable smile. The more Shirahoshi cried, the more excited he became, and his expression gradually grimly said. But don't worry, I won't kill those people in Neptune. As long as you are obedient, with your power, let me be the ruler of this world. Advertisement then, I will definitely help you when the time comes. Help you get rid of that Hody Jones guy and let Neptune and the rest out. That kind of thing. I don't want to do anything like that anymore. Shirahoshi couldn't help but cried out loud, Vanderdeeken's face suddenly gloomy. Looking at Shirahoshi, his eyes are full of hideous. What? Yes, it seems that you did not intend to save Neptune and the others. Yep. Then I'll let Hody Jones publicly execute that old guy tomorrow. Do not want. Shirahoshi at this moment is very pitiful. Then I see the appearance of pity, and the domineering and unparalleled female Emperor Hankuli. It is simply two extremes. If there is anyone in this world who can match Hancock in beauty and temperament, I'm afraid, only the mermaid princess Shirahoshi. It's just that Shirahoshi's temperament is weak and pitiful. Hanku, on the other hand, is domineering and unparalleled, arrogant and cool. Then you should be obedient. I'll be ready, and in a few days, I'll start executing the plan to conquer the world. Your father and the others will soon be let go. Lama Vanderdeeken IX grinned and seduced in an orderly manner. Mouth full of fangs flashing cold and cold light, just looking at it makes people shudder. Shirahoshi almost fainted from crying. At this time, she didn't know what to do. She doesn't want to hurt anyone, however, if you don't help Vanderdeeken do things, then Neptune and her brother may be executed and killed. Sadness and other emotions are constantly impacting. Let Shirahoshi, the whole person is in chaos, and he doesn't know what to do. The current experience makes Shirahoshi feel, compared to the hard shell tower that made her feel lonely. Right now, I feel like I'm in real hell. That's when Shirahoshi, almost desperate, was on the verge of collapse. Whoa, in this extremely deep sea area, there are mad currents surging unexpectedly. Even the sunlight that should not have appeared in this deep sea penetrated unhindered. Let Vanderdeeken's laughter come to an end. It also caused those Murlocs who escorted Shirahoshi to narrow their eyes in astonishment. Shirahoshi also closed his eyes subconsciously, not knowing what happened. Boom. When they can barely adapt to the bright light, opened their eyes. Seeking Flowers. 0 advertisement. A terrifying scene was reflected in the eyes of all of them. That is, bright to the extreme light. From top to bottom, it runs through the entire sea. A terrifying blow split the sea in two. The seawater on both sides surging frantically, but it was always impossible to ask. Let this dark sea area be completely enveloped by the ultimate bright light. And under that bright light, there is a faint shadow of a person. Then the light gradually diminished. Soon, Vanderdeeken and the Murlocs next to him could clearly see the costumes of the people who came. How can it be? Vanderdeeken exclaimed. The Murloc beside him also roared in horror. Marine, and it's Marine Admiral. Why isn't Marine Admiral purging the entire sea of pirates? Why do you come here? Could it be because of the previous Marine fleet? However, how long has the can passed? How can Naval Headquarters react so fast? Juyu roared in horror. Vanderdeeken was slightly better. He forcibly calmed down and approached Shirahoshi secretly. Marine Admiral is really tough, but as long as Shirahoshi's abilities are used properly, Marine Admiral can't be stopped. Even, summon enough large Poseidon classes, it's not impossible to kill a Marine Admiral. Unless, it's Thor Admiral, HMPH, as long as it's not the source of that guy from Thor. Whether it's Kizaru or Aokiji, stay with you all. Looking at the gradually clearer figure, Vanderdeeken smiled cruelly. But soon, he couldn't laugh anymore. Sure enough, you despicable guys are making trouble. The light laughter came, and Vanderdeeken was terrified. How can it be? How will you be here? Fear, unprecedented fear. When he saw the figure of the person who came, the screeching Marine Admiral had an exclusive justice. Also, the face looks a little immature. Around the body, there was a person who flashed purple and black thunder. Vanderdeeken IX was completely stunned. No matter what, he didn't think about it. The first person to come to the Fishman Island will be the guy in front of him. The top war, killing the terrible existence of the 2-4 emperors, Whitebeard and Charlotte Linlin. It is recognized as an absolute powerhouse that surpasses everyone in the entire world. Thor Wayer descends on the Fishman Island, plus. Chapter 258. A knife that is enough to sever the entire the Fishman Island. Thor, at the moment, you shouldn't be sitting at Naval Headquarters. Or, have you swept the New World? Why, will Rhyme be here now? Vanderdeeken was almost scared to pee. Standing in front of him is a living legend. Killing the 4 emperors is like killing a dog. It's not too easy to kill a small person like yourself. At this moment, Vanderdeeken's pupils vibrated violently, and a cold air rushed to his head from his tailbone. Inside, it's colder than ever. An emotion called fear completely enveloped his heart. Shirahoshi also stopped crying. Sun didn't know what was going on. She only felt that someone suddenly appeared in front of her. It felt like she couldn't help but get closer. It seems that not enough is being done at Marineford. Even someone like you dares to challenge Marine's majesty. Wei was condescending, overlooking the crowd. Suddenly, the gentle momentum changed, and the fierce, 623, tyrannical thundersword intent swept across the hook, evaporating endless seawater with unprecedented murderous intent. Even the void was trembling crazily. Thundersword intent, making the cracks in the sea even bigger. It also made Vanderdecken IX completely stand in place. Nobody knows what happened. No one sensed what was happening. Just when many Murlocs and Shirahoshi were astonished, the surrounding sea water was surging like boiling water. The sea water behind Vanderdecken was instantly evaporated. Langzhou's sword intent continued to sweep through the depths, detonating the truly terrifying water Uzumaki. The terrifying pulling force let everyone know, all this is not a dream. Puff, and the next moment, under Wei-Er's thundersword intent. As the sea cracked open, changes began to appear in Vanderdecken IX. Facing Thor, the terrifying figure that even the four emperors Charlotte Linlin can kill, Vanderdecken IX had no chance to react at all. The screams were not able to be issued, but the whole person burst into countless pieces in an instant. The dark red blood quickly filled the seawater in all directions. Even if it is a complete eyeball, it still retains the expression of fear and trembling. Lord Vanderdecken, the fish people on both sides couldn't believe it at all. They do not know what Thor is. As the Fishmen Island with closed information, the speed of accepting current affairs is slower than that of the police. Except for those at the top. Advertisement, but this time, I looked at Vanderdecken, who was simply killed in seconds. They also completely understood how terrifying the people in front of them were. A sword split the sea. By the way, they killed the strong man in their eyes, Vanderdecken IX. The seawater that can't widen all around also shows the strength of Wei-Er. Who, exactly, is he? Monster. Just kidding, humans, it is absolutely impossible to have such power. I seem to have just heard Lord Vanderdecken's exclamation. He called the person in front of him, it seems to be called Thor. God? In this world, does such an existence really exist? Escape. No hesitation anymore. These Vanderdecken Murlocs were just about to turn around and flee. I found that my body was out of control, no matter how the arm swings. No matter how much you want to run away, but the feet are completely unresponsive. Subconsciously bowed his head. These Murlocs watched as a little bit of dark red escaped, and then their hearts were filled with fear and severe pain. Starting from the abdomen, their bodies don't know when to split. Everything inside fell out. Wrapped in red blood, the scenes looked disgusting and trembling. Hua Xiaoshan is really a downfall. Because of this change of ants, it actually caused the destruction of an entire warship. After clapping his hands, Wei-Er didn't care about solving Vanderdecken's group. Just a pity. The dignified naval headquarters vice admiral unexpectedly fell like this. Life is really unpredictable. Who are you? That's when Wei-Er was distressed. There was only Shirahoshi, the idiot mermaid princess, who looked at Wei-Er timidly and asked. But when Wei-Er turned around, he met Shirahoshi's eyes. What? Hearing Shirahoshi scream, he fainted. Wei-Er. This girl, the reflex arc is too long. 99 with Wei-Er's strength, of course it can be seen. Shirahoshi wasn't fainted by himself at all. Instead, he was completely frightened by the sight of the tragic death of the fish around him. Feeling helpless, Wei-Er expressed his innocence. However, according to the original, Shirahoshi shouldn't have been kidnapped by Vanderdecken. To ask what happened to the Fishmen Island, advertisement. Wei-Er could only step forward, bearing the pressure of the 10,000-meter sea. Step by step came to the front of the star. With Wei-Er's strength, even without resorting to other means. Purely with physical strength, it is enough to withstand the pressure of the 10,000-meter sea area. Wake up. Arriving in front of Shirahoshi, Wei-Er gently stretched out his hand. One after another flashing thunder filled the air, completely covering Shirahoshi's entire huge body. For Wei-Er, who can freely control the power of thunder, it is possible to use the power of these thunders without harming Shirahoshi. Stimulate her body cells, forcibly awaken her, It's just that the power of thunder just filled the air, and was actually isolated by a special force. Wei-Er raised his brows slightly and lay down with great interest. Sure enough, is it the ancient weapon, Poseidon? Even my strength can bounce back, which is interesting, 99. Even though Wei-Er didn't use too much power, his thunder energy quality was very high. Being able to passively defeat that ray of thunder power has already shown that the power of Poseidon in Shirahoshi is not simple. Even, in Wei-Er's view, the real power of Shirahoshi, the quality is even more than those of Whitebeard and Kaido. Perhaps, it is the power of the soul? Wei-Er guessed. Shirahoshi, the ancient weapon Poseidon, has the ability to communicate with giant Poseidon classes and drive them. If this is excluded, there is also only a powerful power at the soul level, following the power that Shirahoshi possesses that can be explained. With this in mind, Wei-Er continued to strengthen the thunder. When Shirahoshi enveloped Shirahoshi again, this time the reflex was not strong enough to defeat Wei-Er's thunder. Shirahoshi also slowly woke up under the stimulation of this thunder power. Wow! As soon as he woke up, Shirahoshi caught sight of Wei-Er. Shirahoshi 1.0, who was startled, made another whimper on the spot. His eyes rolled, and he fainted again. Wei-Er. Wei-Er's eyelids twitched, and it was hard to imagine the fragility of Shirahoshi's spirit. Once again stimulated by thunder, Shirahoshi slowly woke up again. Probably having the experience of being frightened 2 times before, Shirahoshi didn't faint directly this time. However, he still looked at Wei in horror and moved his body subconsciously. Tears flowed and pitifully said to Wei aggrieved. You, don't come here, you are also like those bad people, do you want me to do bad things for you? I won't give in, I won't be afraid, whoa. Within 2 minutes of being strong, Shirahoshi gave up directly. Tender white hands rubbed his eyes, and big tears continued to flow down his cheeks. The pitiful cries echoed in the large seas nearby. Chapter 259. Murloc Cry, Horde Jones Fear, The Police Cry. 93 Facing the crying girl, Wei had a headache. Fortunately, he controls the power of thunder. There was another flash of thunder, and Shirahoshi's cry stopped abruptly. Then, Wei said directly, I have no interest in killing you, or dealing with your father, King Neptune, and others. I just want to ask you, now, what happened on the Fishman Island? Woo. Shirahoshi still couldn't help crying. However, after watching Wei for a while, I found that there is no malice. The jar slowly stopped crying, and said timidly, You, Marine? Really, won't take my life, of course. Wei shook his hands a little helplessly. It is really troublesome to deal with such a natural girl. However, under good inducement, Wei still took Shirahoshi's mouth. I got the information I wanted. A Murloc who hates humans so much, Hody Jones. Team up with Van der Deacon and take advantage of Marine's slaying of pirates around the world. Destroyed Ryugu Castle and imprisoned Neptune and others. I want to take control of the regime of the Fishman Island and spread to the whole world. If it weren't for Van der Deacon, he revealed something about the role of by 13 stars. And said that leaving Neptune can be used to blackmail Shirahoshi. Neptune, along with his princes, was killed by Hody Jones in the first place. After Hody Jones took charge of the Fishman Island, the first thing to do was to form an army. He intends to form an army of Murlocs and then begins to center on the Fishman Island. Crusade mankind, conquer the sea, and rule the world. 4 emperors killed 2 people in battle, this is definitely the most chaotic era. There is only such an opportunity, following a sufficient possibility to rise rapidly. After learning the general situation, Wei suddenly laughed. It seems that the deterrence given by the war is not enough. 99. Hody Jones, no-brainer. Are they, the Fishman Island combined, comparable to a 4 emperors' power? Marine can even suppress and defeat the allied forces of the 3 emperors, so there will be a chance for the Fishman Island to rule the world? No matter what Wei thinks, Hody Jones is quite excited at the moment. On the square in the center of the Fishman Island, countless fishmen line up here. The team can't be said to be neat, but the number is still quite large. The momentum of the crowd, it looks a bit like, in particular, the leader was originally part of the Murlocs under Hody Jones. All of them are ferocious, and their eyes are flickering with cold light. On the Fishman Island, there are only 2 kinds of creatures that survive. Advertisement 1 is a fishman and the other is a mermaid. Mermaid, also known as mermaid. The upper body is a human, and the lower body is a fishtail. If you are a fishman, you will look more like it. There are all kinds of strange shapes. Mermaids basically do not like war, they all want to have as much peace as possible. Therefore, among these Murloc army, there is basically no trace of mermaid. Most are made up of Murlocs. Peace-loving mermaids hide far away from this square. Looking at the Murloc army filled with murderous intent, I felt uneasy and fearful. They didn't want war to break out, but they didn't have the ability to stop Hody Jones. At this time, as the new ruler of the Fishman Island, Hody Jones is standing in front of an army of fishmen. In front of him, there are dozens of human beings covered in blood. This is human beings, weak human beings, did you see it? Hody Jones bared sharp teeth and rhymed wildly. The white beard is gone, and no one else covers the Fishman Island. On the marine side, the Fishman Island won't be bothered for a short time. As long as he quickly puts down all riots, after the event is done, Marine will not make a big deal. This is the strength of Boss Hody. Compared with humans, the strength of Boss Hody is comparable to that of a god. 22. Absolute power, absolute crushing. How could a weak human being be the opponent of our Murlocs? Sooner or later one day, the human world will be completely ruled by us. Several Murlocs lined up at the forefront of the Murloc army. As a diehard Hody Jones, while Hody Jones was speaking, fanaticism echoed. When the other Murloc army saw this, they also began to raise their arms and shout. Hody Jones! Hody Jones! Hody Jones! On the square of the Fishman Island, the voice of Hody Jones echoed for a long time. In this regard, Hody Jones is quite satisfied. When the shouting of the crowd gradually subsided, Hody Jones continued to speak. The cowardly Neptune royal family wants to submit to the feet of mankind. Let us Murlocs become playthings that human beings can drive and follow slaves at will. He is not qualified to be the ruler of our Fishman Island at all. The fate of the Fishman Island should be handed over to us. From now on, I, Hody Jones, will replace those cowardly royals. Submissive to humans? Advertisement, just kidding. We Murlocs are born with a physical quality that surpasses human IQ in all aspects. But what are the human beings of the lower races, who have the right to drive and control our destiny? Holding a trident, Hody Jones stood in front of countless Murlocs. Under the shouting, a large number of Murlocs immediately echoed. Even if there are many Murlocs, they actually hate war. Like the sea hero Jinbei, like Feltiger, they all love peace and embrace peace. However, such Murlocs are, after all, a minority. Under the threat of Hody Jones and most Murlocs, they had no choice but to respond. The Murlocs are the most noble race. No human beings, Tianlong people, are worthy to rule this world. The reign of the cowardly Neptune royal family has come to an end. We, the Fishmen Island, will be under my leadership. Soon, it will become the ruler of the entire sea, and even the entire world. Hody Jones held a trident and roared angrily, "Conquer the sea, conquer the world." 623. Conquer the sea, conquer the world. Conquer the sea, conquer the world. Countless Murlocs below, under the enthusiastic incitement of Hody Jones, raise a variety of weapons and compete to echo. For a time, the sound waves rolled, shaking the sea in all directions. Nearly the entire population of the Fishmen Island heard this tidy roar. Also at this time, with the strength of Hody Jones, he quickly sensed something unusual. Someone is approaching quickly. What was originally a small black dot was rapidly expanding. Soon, the Murlocs under Hody Jones also noticed the anomaly. I couldn't help but stepped forward and asked aloud, "Boss Hody, how do you want to solve it?" Human? 33. Hody Jones raised an eyebrow, and a cruel smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. It's just right, it can be used as our dismount. It can also make those wobbly Murlocs firm up their determination. I'll leave it to you. The damned human beings will be directly beheaded. With Hody Jones brutally ordered, a few Murlocs were just about to make a move. The black spot in the distance is already close at hand. And look at the golden epaulette that shines brightly. And, the Marine's special justice loud for Marine Admiral that dances with the wind. And that, youthful excessive face. This made Hody Jones' pupils vibrate violently. It's him. Here we come. Chapter 260. Everything you see is thunder. It shouldn't be. How could this happen? Could it be that B***************** D. Vanderdecken revealed something? Watching the approaching person helplessly, Hody Jones became more and more panicked. The surrounding atmosphere suddenly stagnates. Over time, it became heavier. Silence. Unprecedented silence. The surrounding air seemed to be filled with a depressing heavy atmosphere. Hody Jones stood still, his pupils vibrating violently. The rigid body made the surrounding fish feel quite strange. They don't know. Why is the boss of Hody, who just succeeded hockey, like what a horrible person he is facing? If you look around, it's just a kid wearing a marine costume. A little kid in marine clothes. Are the barriers to entry into marine all this low now? Even, some Murlocs began to whisper. For humans, they're quite disdainful in their hearts. Just now, they killed a group of pirates with more than 100 crew members. It also made the fish people at the moment burst with confidence. It is believed that human beings, in front of them, are simply vulnerable existences. But, as the time goes, they found that the state of their boss, Hody Jones, was quite wrong. It was an unprecedented fear. The shaking pupils made Hody Jones' face not even a bit bloody. Thunder. His mouth kept trembling, and he said the word Thor is incomplete. That is, a living legend. Even if you haven't seen it with your own eyes, the horror scene behind Thor's fisherman. But just hearing it, Hody Jones is already infinitely afraid. That is, the existence that can kill the 4 emperors Charlotte Linlin and the strongest Whitebeard in the world. It is said that when Whitebeard was killed, at the cost of his life, he has forcibly improved his own strength. But even so, he was beheaded in Marineford by Admiral, the god of thunder in front of him. Even the entire Whitebeard pirate paste was imprisoned in Impel Down prison. Thor. He is, Thor Admiral. After half a sound, Hody Jones was able to speak out in front of him. And around, there are Murlocs who pay attention to current affairs. Wei Er's appearance is somewhat familiar. I think I've seen him somewhere. A fishman, a little puzzled. Be clear, who is he? Where have you seen him? The other Murlocs hurried to ask questions. Oh? Advertisement who gave you the courage of seafood to call human beings an inferior race. The next moment, when Wei Er's voice echoed over the whole square of the Fishmen Island. Around the body, thunder also began to permeate. The dazzling light almost blinded the eyes of all the Murlocs in the audience. The fishman who had some doubts about Wei Er's identity before. Also because of the diffuse thunder, Wei Er's identity was recognized. Thor Admiral, 4 words have explained everything. Even if you haven't seen it, you've definitely heard of it. In the past year, a superpower who has rapidly risen above this sea. At the age of 8, he reached the top of the world. Not long ago, the top battle was one person who decided the outcome. Even the 3 emperors' allied forces were mostly defeated because of the Thunder God Admiral in front of them. Legendary characters, alive, true legends exist. How come? Thor, you mean Thor Admiral of Naval Headquarters. How could such a legendary figure come to the Fishmen Island? Oops, we're dead. Dare to unleash killing intent on such a character, we are doomed. A group of Murlocs finally fell into an unprecedented panic. Originally glaring at Wei Er, now there is only panic and panic. Escape. Without any hesitation, many Murlocs turned around and wanted to escape. But, before they could turn around successfully, they didn't even run out half a step. The screams were not hooked, and turned into coke all over the place. But it was the thunder around Wei at an unbelievable speed. Kill the dozens of murlocs who turned the fastest. No bones left. Looking at it, Wei is carrying his hands on his back. During the leisurely stroll, dozens of murlocs were killed. Those who were killed were not ordinary murlocs. Instead, he followed Hody Jones and suppressed the elite powerhouses of the entire Dragon Palace. Such powerhouses were all killed without warning. Turning into their other murlocs, I'm afraid there will be no difference in the end, right? Thor. Hody Jones looked at this scene in horror and said loudly. It's about us, the Fishmen Island. We don't need Marine to cross the line, right? Do you care about the express provisions of the world government? Even Admiral must not interfere in the affairs of other countries without authorization. 99. The terrified Hody Jones had no idea of resistance at all. That's Thor. Resist? Just kidding. Advertisement. It can only use the Rhyme world government to try to force Thor. Other than that, there is no possibility at all. Hearing this, Wei chuckled a little helplessly. World government? You mean, those celestial dragons? With those scum, you want to order me too? You are joking? The gentle aura suddenly became extremely fierce. Wei took every step of the way, and the thunder filled the air. More than 100 fish people became grilled seafood on the spot. The delicate seafood fragrance immediately permeated in all directions. Such a scene, in the eyes of many murlocs, is simply appalling. Even the most vicious murlocs have their pupils vibrating violently. His legs trembled, subconsciously trying to escape from here. Clang clang. There are also many murlocs, who can't even hold the weapons in their hands. They fell to the ground one after another, and the sound of the metal hooks clanging loudly. Hody Jones was utterly desperate. Even the world government could not suppress Thor. Then, they can seek self-protection. For a long time, calm down, he is only one person. If we go together, we won't necessarily lose. While drinking angrily, Hody Jones directly threw a large number of pills into his mouth. The muscles of his whole body began to swell, and his momentum quickly became stronger. The panic on his face seemed to have some confidence because of the sudden increase in power in a short period of time. Even if you can't beat Thor, good for the king, but with so many murloc armies joining forces, it is always no problem to save their lives. Thor, don't force us to die with you. Even if we all die, do you think you'll be better off? The power of the pills fully worked, Hody Jones said aloud. Between words, I still want to seek Wei-er's friendliness. It is best to be able to shake hands and make peace, otherwise it will definitely be unpredictable. However, Wei-er looked at Hody Jones with great pity. The frog at the bottom of the well. If you want the fish to die and the net to break, are you worthy? The arrogant words fell. Wei-er then lightly raised his left foot and stepped down suddenly. Boom! The whole of Fishmen Island began to vibrate violently. A terrifying force swept in all directions. The huge square was instantly filled with endless thunder, and quickly spread to the distance. As far as the eye can see, it is thunder. This is Thor, the legend of Thunder Admiral. 8 Decigrams Chapter 261. It turns out that Mr. Wei-er is a god. My god, is this the existence that can kill the 4 emperors? No wonder, even the strongest white beard in the world has become a thing of the past. 22. Such a person is simply terrifying. This is a god, a real god-like existence. Is it manpower, the power that can stop it? Escape, escape? The fish people, who had taken a large number of special pills and their strength increased sharply, roared and wanted to escape. Even Ishin wanted to force Wei-er to compromise and made peace with Hody Jones. At this moment, there is no police idea at all, only one word, escape. In front of the 10,000 Thunderfield, the power of the outbreak is so powerful that it is despairing. Hody Jones' pupils vibrated violently, and his body erupted with unprecedented power. With one step, the ground of the square shatters. The terrifying force even caused an earthquake-like violent vibration. It's just Yu Wei, which has already caused the crack under Hody Jones' feet to spread over hundreds of meters. But even so, Hody Jones with such terrifying power. Even, there is no power to scream. Under his horror, he found that his body could not move. A wisp of thunder had already been clinging to the soles of his 623 feet. The whole leg burst and shattered on the spot. The intense pain irritated Hody Jones's nerves. He wanted to scream and growl, but no matter how hard he screamed, it was a silent roar at all. Come on, shout out your throat, it's impossible to make a sound. Seeing this, Wei-er stepped forward with a light smile. Bathed in thunder, like a god. The gentle smile, in the eyes of many murlocs, is simply the smile of the devil. Hody Jones was terrified when he heard Wei-er's words. Wei-er looked at Hody Jones indifferently, for this madman, trying to rule the world and dominate the aliens of mankind. Just to let this alien know, what, after that, is called as real fear. Hody Jones' body trembled violently, although he couldn't shout, he couldn't move. The severe pain in the nerves was magnified hundreds of times more than usual. Advertisement Hody Jones just stood there, struggling. The body was covered by the thunder inch by inch was torn and shattered. The ultimate, let Hody Jones not be able to survive, not be able to die. The other murlocs around Joe, BDBA, were in a similar situation. And the distant mermaid who saw this scene was simply stunned. In the street where the murloc army originally gathered, it is now cracking inch by inch. With the speed of Hody Jones's body cracking, The huge square and several large streets were collapsing rapidly. It's terrible, that's Hody Jones. Even the many guards of the Dragon King Palace are not his opponents. What is the origin of this Thor Admiral? Ming Ming, it looks like a child less than 8 years old. This world is so scary. I originally wanted to leave the Fishman Island and go to the human world to see. It seems that there is no need to go at all. No wonder humans can rule the world. This is a group of perverted monster-level existences. Many mermaids who watched the streets crumble and weigh showed the terrible ability that was almost like a natural disaster. Shocked discussions abound. Then, at the next moment, under the horrified expressions of many mermaids, Wei stepped gently and diligently again. Around the footsteps, Razor quickly condensed and spread. The more than 10 streets in the radius were filled with thunder, and they were completely destroyed in the blink of an eye. Facing the infinitely fearful eyes of Hody Jones. After shattering several large streets, the famous sword thunder that Wei was carrying was suddenly sheathed. Puff! With a soft sound, almost black thunder strikes swept through. The understatement cut through the void, and the target was directed at the giant bubble that enveloped the entire the Fishman Island. What is he going to do? 19. Marine, wouldn't it not harm civilians? Could it be that the Marine in front of me is going to destroy the whole the Fishman Island because of the people like Hody Jones? It was extremely frightening to watch, and even more terrifying than the scene of Hody Jones' defeat. Numerous mermaids panicked infinitely, not just the many mermaids watching this scene from a distance. Even on the Fishman Island, other fishmen and mermaids who didn't come saw this scene. Terrifying, unprecedented scene. Advertisement guardian the Fishman Island's giant bubble burst, which could represent a huge disaster. In an instant, the foam burst into the seawater of the Fishman Island. The impact it brings is not something that ordinary people can bear. Even though, the residents on the Fishman Island are basically all water fluent. But in the face of the terrifying penetrating impact, very few people can survive. But it's shocking. When many residents of the Fishman Island closed their eyes and waited to die. The seawater outside the bubble did not pour into the Fishman Island at all. Almost the instant the giant bubble burst, the seawater outside the Fishman Island is blocked by a layer of light blue thunder. Blue thunder, instead of giant bubbles, wraps the Fishman Island into a giant thunderball. Impossible, it's absolutely impossible. More than a dozen streets were frozen, which was terrifying enough. But how big is the Fishman Island? Hody Jones didn't know, but it must have been a big surprise. Rao is so, he was instantly wrapped up by Wei ability. Doesn't this mean that Wei wants to destroy the whole the Fishman Island, but it's just a thought? Even the Marine Admiral class that I have seen in the past, it is impossible to have such power. Is this the human powerhouse? At this moment, Hody Jones felt his own insignificance. They also tried to conquer the whole world and enslave all human beings. Let the Murlocs be the rulers of the world. With Wei alone suppressing it, no one, or any race, would have the possibility to realize such an attempt. With full of unwillingness and broken hope, Hody Jones, who was completely broken down, was completely swallowed by the thunder. In the endless pain, along with those Murloc adults who were willing to follow him, they have turned to ashes everywhere. Wei didn't go to see Hody Jones at all, just looked at the Fishman Island wrapped in thunder thoughtfully. The reason to break the huge bubble is to wrap the whole the Fishman Island with your own power. Of course, it's not random, but intentional. As for the future plans, then we need to see Neptune. What? Also at this time, the mermaid princess Shirahoshi was long overdue. In the end, the annihilation scene of Hody Jones and the Murloc army happened to be seen by Shirahoshi. No matter how simple Shirahoshi is, he understands. This is not a power that human beings can show at all. So, is Lord Wei a god? Chapter 262. Move the Fishman Island. No one dares to provoke Lei Kamuyan. Thanks to your excellency Thor for your help, we are all very grateful. In the Dragon Palace. With the destruction of Hody Jones and his gang, King Neptune and others were also released. Along with them, they were freed, along with a group of ministers. They were both physically and mentally exhausted after being detained for many days. But looking at Wei it is still very respectful. Yeah, if it weren't for your excellency Thor, we'd all be dead. Your excellency Thor has such a terrifying power at such a young age. As expected of Marine's ace pillar, many ministers are envious and said aloud, come. The 8-year-old is the strongest in the world. If it is placed on the Fishman Island, it is simply unimaginable. Even if it is only reported on Thor's thigh, no one in the whole sea would dare to do anything to the Fishman Island. To say now, who is the most deterrent to the whole world? Thor Admiral, Wei even the influence of the world government, coupled with the influence of Marine. There is no Thor Wei and his influence in the hearts of the people of the world is high. The powerful 4 emperors have troubled the world government and Marine for many years. It was like a thorn in the throat, but no matter how hard it was pulled, it couldn't be pulled out. As a result, Thor Admiral dared to rise in less than a year, and even Whitebeard was killed by shock. If it weren't for Karis, it might have something to do with Thor, plus Kaido runs fast. Afraid of the war, the 4 emperors have already been wiped out. But such a character, can they be able to climb high? Not at all possible. Even Neptune knew it. Oneself and others, you can think in your heart. But the mouth can't say it, because the Thor standing in front of them is a real living legend. You don't need to say polite words. Wei chuckled and shrugged, saying. As the king of the Fishman Island, he was overseen in a short period of time. It is enough to show that you are not very competent as a king. Hearing this, Neptune rumbling slightly in his heart. Does Marine or world government want to change the pattern and replace the regime of the Fishmen Island? Just as Neptune was worried, Wei continued. I have no interest in your the Fishmen Island regime, and I am not here for Marine or world government. I just want to ask, what are your plans for Poseidon, one of the 3 ancient weapons? Wei looked at Neptune and the others lightly. The group of Poseidon classes is quite large, and each Poseidon class is also inherently terrifying. Those supergiant Poseidon species can easily destroy an island. In terms of destructive power, it is no less than an existence like Whitebeard. The point is, their numbers are huge. Once all the Poseidons really exploded, it would definitely not be a joke to be able to destroy the entire world. Pluton can easily destroy a large island with one shot. Poseidon, which is also one of the 3 ancient weapons, can also easily destroy the island. This is the power of the destructive police. Advertisement. Although Uranus did not appear, at least the power level was paid. The 3 ancient weapons all possess the power to destroy the world. This, not for the regime, but for the power of Poseidon. In this regard, Neptune not only did not breathe a sigh of relief, but became more worried. That power is indeed quite unstable. It is like a time bomb that can cause irreversible disasters at any time. But Shirahoshi not only represents Poseidon, but also his daughter. To get Neptune to give up Shirahoshi, it simply can't be done. Lord Thor, you saved the whale the Fishmen Island, we are very grateful. But if you want me to give up my daughter Shirahoshi, please forgive me for not being able to. 59. After tangled for a moment, Neptune spoke firmly. The surrounding ministers hesitated, but in the end said nothing. Even a moth like Haughty Jones makes you so embarrassed. Do you really think it is possible to keep Shirahoshi in your hands? 22. Wei heard the words and made a light and diligent sound. Before Neptune's mind changed, he still wanted to say something. Wei continued to speak to himself. It's been a long time since Shirahoshi had this power. I won't allow this instability to get out of hand. Therefore, it is up to me to confine this power myself. Poseidon will never be able to hook again without my permission. What do you think, Neptune? 9. Hearing Wei's words, Neptune was first surprised, then overjoyed. Lord Thor, what do you mean? Do you have a way to control this power? Of course. Wei nodded. His thundering fruit has been developed to the extreme. Plus the soul fruit ability from Charlotte Linlin. Imprisoning the power of Poseidon, which is essentially the power of the soul, is not difficult. As for the destruction, it is very likely that Shirahoshi will also die. It's not necessary, and Wei doesn't want to hurt innocent people. If so, that would be great. 99 Neptune was overjoyed when Wei answered in the affirmative. When Wei saw this, he came to Shirahoshi. Are you afraid? Shirahoshi shook his head hard. If it's Thor, I'm not afraid. Lovely girl. 99 seeing this, Wei couldn't help but chuckle and shook his head. Immediately, an extremely black thunderhook appeared and disappeared into Shirahoshi's mind. Just a fleeting action. The surrounding Neptune and the ministers did not even react. Shirahoshi himself did not react. Katakana middle dot 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 katakana middle dot. I knew that Wei smiled at Shirahoshi and then. Advertisement there's no after that, Your Excellency Thor. Neptune sounded a little worried. It's okay. That's the ancient weapon, Poseidon. Having the power to destroy the world is no joke. Usually, they all think that it is the power that the gods can have. Destroying the world at every turn, is that the power that human beings can possess? But now, what did they see? Such a godlike destructive power, how easily was imprisoned and suppressed. This is the strongest in the world, Thor Admiral? Just terrifying. Wei didn't answer Neptune, and didn't care about the horrified expressions on the faces of the ministers. Instead, he looked up at the sea beyond the light blue thunder after taking care of his hands. The next moment, Wei was heard faintly. The sea area below 10,000 meters is not bad. But the ground where you can see the real sun is better. As it happens, the Fishmen Island is in a pretty good location. Directly above is the Sabaody Archipelago and not far from the naval headquarters, 99. Although Shirahoshi Poseidon's power is imprisoned, it is not foolproof. Just in case, let the Fishmen Island move above the sea. Boom. Hearing Wei's understatement, everyone present panicked completely. Whether it is Neptune or many ministers, all look in disbelief. Move the Fishmen Island to the ground? That was Princess Otoji, her lifelong wish. Something wrong. Seeing that Neptune didn't respond to him, Wei raised his eyebrows slightly. No problem, what Thor Lord said, I have no opinion at all. Neptune nodded again and again. Wei then said, but after moving to the sea, the order of the Fishmen Island will be handed over to Marine. Of course, it should be. Neptune nodded hurriedly again. Being able to move the Fishmen Island to the surface of the sea is already a matter of gratitude. As for letting Marine rule the order, it seems that Wei forcibly interfered with the regime of the Fishmen Island, but it is actually an alternative protection. How many world nobles want to have a Murloc slave? It turns out that it is not very convenient to add some reasons in the depths of the sea. But once moved to the sea, many things are much more convenient. Even the words of the world government can't stop the secret doubts of those world nobles. The order that can govern the Fishmen Island is spoken by the god of thunder, Admiral. The meaning of that is completely different. In today's sea, some people dared to provoke the authority of the world government. Someone dared to challenge Marine's authority, but absolutely no one dares to challenge the authority of Thor Admiral, plus. Chapter 263. Kaido's Conspiracy, Target Wano Kuni, no problem, it's the best. Wei nodded with a chuckle, and Neptune also smiled in agreement. It was at this moment that Neptune was quite puzzled. This is rumored to be the strongest admiral in marine history, Thor Admiral? According to rumors, Thor Admiral is simply a terrifying existence with blue-faced fangs. Actually, it's just such an 8-year-old child. Even in the Fishmen Island, the information is not well informed by the SWAT. But such a big event as the Top War is definitely being watched by anyone and any force from time to time. Once the world's strongest Whitebeard fell, Charlotte Linlin was beheaded. The 4 emperors were not standing side by side, and Marine's prestige was stronger than ever. In a short period of time, the pirate remnants of the entire New World were swept away. Let Marine's control reach its peak. Even all over the world, there has been a wave of annihilation of pirates. Wherever Marine went, he swept all the enemies. Whether it is the 623 pirates or the dark forces of the underground world. They are all human beings with their tails tucked in. Even though they might be able to beat some Marine's fleet. But as long as he fights back, he will face the personal pursuit of Thor Admiral. So much so that the word Thor has become synonymous with Shinigami during this period. Touched to death, then next, if nothing happens, Lord Thor, you can take a break at the Fishmen Island. Even in the sea of 10,000 meters, the scenery is still good. Neptune suggested with a smile. In addition, I have also sent someone to prepare the banquet, and I believe it will be ready soon. Let me now show you a tour of the Dragon Palace Castle. Need not. Wei directly waved his hand and refused. You people, you always want to give up. As the head of a country, you must do your job well. Have you ever counted on me to take care of you? Since being promoted to Marine Admiral, he has not done trivial clerical work. Dealing with matters related to the Fishmen Island is even less of any interest to Wei. When the words fell, Wei turned and left without hesitation. Step straight out of the Fishmen Island and prepare to return to Naval Headquarters. Then go to New World in person to solve the last troubles. Beast Kaido and all members of Beast Pirate Network. At the same time, the Field of Beasts. Yan Ash returned with a piece of information, making Kaido's face gloomy and uncertain. So, Thor has entered the New World through the Fishmen Island. The target is the realm of our beasts? It should be like this. Advertisement. Yan Ash nodded heavily, the word Thor for them pirates. Now, it's like a taboo-like existence. Damn it, kid. Unexpectedly, the speed of his growth would be so fast. Even if Charlotte Linlin was beheaded, even the Whitebeard fell into the hands of that kid. Now it seems that even we have to completely exterminate GG willingly. Kaido thought for a moment with a gloomy face. Seeing Yan Ash's, he spoke again. Wano Kuni, is there any progress? Well, it's fine. The production efficiency of those weapons factories is quite low. At present, it has not suffered any unexpected circumstances and obstacles for the time being. Even the remnants of the Kazuki clan have disappeared recently. They dare not show their faces, let alone have any thoughts that are unfavorable to the weapons factory. As long as they show up, they will be chased by a large army. Yan Ash reported seriously. As Wano Kuni's protector of the country, Kaido has long been an ally with the Wano Kuni General Kurozumi Orochi. Wano Kuni is Kaido's retreat even if he can't stay in the realm of beasts. It seems that this time Thor is bound to win. I am afraid we are going to contact old friends. With Kaido's meaningful hook sound, Yan Jo immediately nodded. Immediately turned around and left, and went to contact the Kurozumi Orochi of Wano Kuni. Wano Kuni, General's house. With the flow of soft and beautiful music, in the center of the banquet hall is a large number of dancers showing charming gestures. And right in front of them, it was an old man, wearing an orange kimono. Looking at the many dancers dancing in the field, their faces did not hide their inner desires. He is the actual controller of Wano Kuni today, also an ally of Kaido. General Wano Kuni, Kurozumi Orochi. Possessing the ability of a magical beast devil fruit, the strength is quite powerful. Since the Kazuki clan was suppressed, Kurozumi Orochi ruled Wano Kuni. The whole Wano Kuni is in a fairly closed state, to stabilize the regime. Anyone trying to open borders or flee by sea will be brutally murdered. At the same time, Wano Kuni also issued various bans. A samurai without his permission is not allowed to carry a knife. It is absolutely impossible to set up a dojo and teach martial arts. From this point of view, in order to consolidate his position, he firmly controls Wano Kuni. Advertisement. Kurozumi is a big snake, and it is scary with high vigilance. Any clues, Kurozumi Orochi will order the murder without hesitation. Moreover, no one dared to disobey his orders, it can be said. Kurozumi, the serpent, is now the god of Wano Kuni. No one can disobey his words, nor is he qualified to disobey. Also at this time, Kurozumi Orochi, just about to attack a certain dancer. The special phone bug not far from him suddenly rang. Kurozumi Orochi was a little surprised. Hey Kaido, how come you're looking for me at this time? Picking up the phone directly, Kurozumi Orochi hasn't spoken yet. Hearing the melodious music, Kaido couldn't help but ask first, your life has been leisurely.
Ha ha ha, who made you sit still? If you want this kind of life, you can come back anytime.
Kaido said, that's not necessary. Just recently, I encountered a very troublesome thing, and I need you to work together to solve it. Hearing this, Kurozumi the snake immediately sat up. He waved and repelled the guards and dancers, leaving him alone in the banquet hall. It's so serious? I actually need you to find me personally and work together to deal with it? Could it be that you want to attack a certain 4 Emperor's force? Or, you lunatic, want to do something to Marine or the world government? Neither. 33 Kaido denies it outright, saying, actually, I only have to deal with one person. 1. 8-year-old Marine. What? 1.0 Kurozumi didn't even know what to say when he heard Kaido's words. You said, what you want to fight with me is just an 8-year-old child? Even if he is Marine, he is at most an intern Marine. Dignified 4 Emperors, what are you doing? Kaido didn't answer Kurozumi Orochi, and said to himself. The matter is a bit complicated, and I can't explain it to you right now. In short, you are making noises about fishing and attracting Thor to you. I'll be there as soon as possible, understood. After some negotiation, the two quickly hung up the phone. Although Kaido reminded him again and again, Kurozumi still didn't care. Recalling the dancers again, Sei Mimi looked at their expressions. At the same time, I don't think so. What Thor is not Thor, but an 8-year-old child. This guy, Kaido, is really coming back as he lives. Chapter 264. Landing in the Flower Capital, my name is Thor. Naval Headquarters, Garp Office. Do you want to go to the New World by yourself and completely destroy the Beast Pirates? In fact, it is completely possible to let the old man of the Warring States send Aokiji and the others. Hearing Wei Er's thoughts, Garp said while nibbling on the senbei. Well, forget it. It's too boring to stay in the headquarters, it's better to go out for a walk. Also, I'm still very interested in Kaido's immortality. This seems the main purpose of Wei Er. At the beginning, the strength was insufficient, and it was difficult to see anything in the face of Kaido's immortal body. Now, Wei Er, whose strength is far from what it used to be, really wants to spy on the so-called immortal body again. With his current strength, it is already quite difficult to improve. But if you can spy on the mystery of Kaido's immortal body, Wei Er believes that there will definitely be a big improvement for himself. Hit hard. It was at this moment that there was a knock on the door of Garp's office. Come in. Garp complied, but it was Bellameb who walked in. Thor Admiral. The news of Sengoku Fleet Admiral seems to know that you are going to the New World to deal with Kaido in person. At present, there are intelligence probes that Wano Kuni is just around the corner. Maybe, Kaido is going to join forces with Kurozumi Orochi, which is not good for you. Oh, Wei Er raised his eyebrows. 13, it's interesting. Originally wanted to solve Kaido, and then go to Wano Kuni. The devil fruit that can travel through the future is also one of the abilities Wei Er is interested in. But now, okay, I see. 97 Wei Er nodded, and Bellameb left immediately. What are you going to do? Garp asked. How to do it? Wei Er raised his eyebrows and smiled. I've never been one to sit still. Since Kurozumi is interested in getting involved, how can he be satisfied?
In the field of beasts, I will not go there for the time being.
Over at Wano Kuni, I immediately set off for a visit myself. 99. After all, Garp did not object. After some instructions, Wei Er left for Wano Kuni. This time, Wei Er still didn't alarm anyone and didn't even call up any warships. A person stepped above the void, heading towards Wano Kuni's direction at a rapid speed. A day later, somewhere in the sea with clear skies, that's where Wano Kuni is located. Wano Kuni's situation is somewhat special. It is a powerful country located in the New World, and at the same time it is closed to the country and never receives outsiders. Even, did not join the world government, it is a country that not even marine warships can enter. Also, advertisement Wano Kuni is also divided into the main island and the ghost island. Ordinary people log on Wano Kuni, usually on the main island of Wano Kuni. On the main island, it is divided into 6 areas. Divided into Jiuli, Hime, Mionwon, Linghao, Baiwu, Wadu. Among them, the flower capital is the most prosperous area in Wano Kuni. At the same time, it is also the living area of the current Wano Kuni ruler, Kurozumi Orochi.
It gathers many folk customs and special products of Wano Kuni.
But because of exclusion, anyone who logs into Wano Kuni from the outside world is usually ostracized by the citizens of Wano Kuni. It was the Kazuki clan who originally ruled Wano Kuni. But decades ago, because of Kurozumi Orochi's riot, the dominance of the Kazuki clan was overturned. Today, the remnants of the Kazuki clan and your servants are still being hunted by the Kurozumi Orochi. As the only ally of the beast Kaido, Kurozumi Orochi is quite trusting. This tank made Kaido the pirate of the beasts, and built many weapons factories in Wano Kuni. Inland Sea. Wano Kuni main island. The outer coast was established here, supplying ships docking and logging into other areas inside Wano Kuni. However, because of exclusivity, there are usually not many ships that can reach the coast. Only the ships of Wano Kuni's internal arrangement department can go overseas to purchase supplies. And ships that can go overseas to purchase supplies are definitely managed by Kurozumi's henchmen. Now, there just happened to be several ships that were ordered by Kurozumi Orochi. Prepare to escort the goods to the land of flowers. Hurry up. You know the consequences for delaying the matter of Kurozumi-sama. A tall and strong man with a cross-shaped scar on his face urged everyone under him with a grim look. Yes, my lord. Everyone who heard the words shuddered. The movements of the hands and feet were accelerated a lot. They know something about Kurozumi Orochi's methods. Even if I didn't bear it personally, or even saw it with my own eyes.
But just thinking about what I heard and thinking about it in my mind, I feel that my heart is shrouded in a haze of terror.
But at this time, in the sky with the scorching sun, it seemed that another ray of light suddenly flickered. For a moment, the sky darkened for a moment, however, because the time is too short, many people think that they have an illusion. It should be because the work is too complicated and you are dizzy? Many people couldn't help but shake their heads and continue to prepare for work. The next moment, the original scorching sun was in the sky, but there was a little obvious light and shadow hooking. Strange thunder shrouded in the light and shadow, and the brightness even surpassed that of the sun. What it is? Looks like a human figure. You mean, that shadow is a man? Impossible. Advertisement. How can humans step under such high altitudes? Even emit light that suppresses the sun. Many workers on the dock were talking about it. Even the tall and strong man who was urging everyone impatiently before was in shock. As someone with a certain amount of force, he sensed more than others. Well, it is indeed a person. Haven't waited for everyone else to react. The dazzling figure that blocked the sun's rays landed on Shao. Not the place of dreams, it is the coast where they are. Coincidentally, the falling figure is beside the tall and strong man. Is this Wano Kuni? After falling, the thunder that wrapped around the figure dissipated. When the face is exposed, it is the Thor Admiral one by one Wei-er. Looking around, Wei-er whispered to himself. 623 Even on the coast of the main island, one can see the prosperity of the island at a glance. Such a beautiful place is actually controlled by people like Kurozumi. Some bullshit. You. The tall and strong man was stunned when he saw Wei-er fall next to him. Then, why did he ask in a loud voice, kneel down? Wei-er turned his head and said quietly, the tall man just wanted to refute. How old are you to make lousy kneel? But these words have not yet come to the fore. The tall and strong man found that his body was completely out of control. Boom. With a loud explosion, the tall and strong man knelt down. The huge impact force even cracked the ground on the coast. The earth and rock cracked, causing a large amount of dust and smoke to rise. The tall man was furious and wanted to say something. But with Wei-er looking at each other, it's almost time. The harsh words that were blurted and diligently choked in the throat. Nothing can be said. The Kan is right. Be obedient, I don't have to kill you. 33. Wei-er laughed and hooked, and behaved very kindly. But in the eyes of the tall and strong man, it is simply the smile of the devil. You say. However, due to the force Wei-er showed at this moment, the tall and sturdy man still compromised. Where is the capital of flowers? Kurozumi Orochi, where is it? Two questions directly made the tall and strong man bewildered. You are Thor? Chapter 265. The Royal Court Fanzong, the boat capsized in the gutter. What? Wei-er raised his eyebrows in confusion. Didn't you say that Wano Kuni is closed to the country? How come you, such a small-minded person, also know me? Little guy. The tall and strong man was a little angry when he heard the words. However, it still does not dare to be too obvious. Although I don't know how powerful Thor is, however, the ability to show Yunlai at this moment has already crushed him. There's no need to ask for trouble. Tell me, why do you know me? 99. Wei-er isn't a fool either, an obvious guess. Since even such a scumbag can know himself, it seems that the Kurozumi Orochi is indeed planning to deal with him. Also, the movement may not be too small, humph. Hearing Wei-er's question, the tall and strong man snorted coldly. I advise you to let me go, or else, Kurozumi-sama. Puff. Before the tall man could finish speaking, a bloody arrow shot into the sky. Looking at the many workers around, it was called a scalp tingling.
Kill God. Without a word, it is murder. The tall and strong man just didn't answer the question. Is it so cruel to kill and kill? While beheading the tall and strong man, Wei-er did not show any expression. Turning around and looking at the other workers who were stunned and terrified, they said. Next, who can take me to the Flower City to find Kurozumi Orochi? Even with a smile on Wei-er's face at the moment, it is still extremely scary to many workers. Under Wei-er's questioning, everyone as you look at me, I look at you. For a while, no one spoke. For fear of saying the wrong thing, he will be executed. Do you want to come to find Kurozumi Orochi? Can I ask, why are you looking for Kurozumi Orochi? However, there was still one person who came out boldly. With Wei-er's eyes facing each other, it is rare that he did not divert his gaze.
For what? Does it have anything to do with whether you lead the way for me?
Wei-er asked. The more and more young people who came out stood firm. If you're an accomplice of Kurozumi Orochi, then I'd rather die immediately than show you the way.
But if you're here for trouble with Kurozumi Orochi, no matter how dangerous, I am willing to be your guide. Have backbone. Wei-er immediately said, I'm indeed looking for trouble with the Kurozumi Orochi. Then, from now on, you will be my guide. Wano Kuni has been in isolation for too long, and many of the information is actually unknown to the world government and marine. Advertisement. Although Wei has the power to suppress everything. But if you can't understand Wano Kuni in depth, many things are actually quite difficult to handle. But it would be nice to have a guide. Got an affirmative answer from Wei who is hostile to Kurozumi. The more and more rhythmic young people immediately said, "My name is Luo Nan, and I will give you the guide." Okay. Wei nodded and said lightly, "I won't let you do it for nothing. As long as you do well, I will give you enough bounty as a reward. At the lowest level, it will start with at least 100 million Baileys." What? Starting with 100 million Bailey? It wasn't just Ronin who was stunned. It was the others around who hesitated and dared not act as Wei guide. They all beat their chests and feet in annoyance. However, the opportunity has been missed. Even if they regret it again, it will have no effect. "Sir, please wait a moment. I will arrange some people to let you enter the flower capital in the safest way." 33. As a result, the deposit Wei handed over to Wan Bailey made Ronin excited. Money is not the most important thing. It was me, so I could get in touch with this terrifying figure in front of me. At that time, borrow the identity of Thor and break away from Wano Kuni. With the reward of 100 million berries, it was enough for him to live a very nourishing life in the outside world. Go. Wei didn't care about that. Ronin also left quickly and went to arrange related matters. Ronin, who just left happily, will come back soon. His face was a little unsightly, and he was holding something that seemed to be a wanted warrant. "My lord, it's a matter of rhyme. The news of your arrival in Wano Kuni seems to have been known in advance. You see." Stepping forward quickly, Ronin handed Wei the wanted warrant in his hand. Wei raised his eyebrows, but the wanted order looked carefully. Ah. As soon as he glanced at it, Wei couldn't help but chuckle softly. "To arrest me as the criminal who murdered Kurozumi Orochi. What is this royal court fancier, sir? You mustn't underestimate them." Ronin said quickly. "The imperial court is the strongest team under Kurozumi Orochi. The individual strength of each individual is very powerful. Has an extremely high-end and unpredictable ninjutsu." 93. As long as the tasks performed by the Yuding Fanzong have never failed. And the royal court fans are also very mysterious. Only know that they are a team, but no one knows how many people. Advertisement because of the people who have seen it. Except for Kurozumi Orochi, all of them have disappeared from this world. If you are wanted by these people, I suggest that you should leave Wano Kuni as soon as possible. Otherwise, once encountered, it is really dangerous." Ronin had a cold sweat on his forehead at this moment. He never imagined that Wei would be wanted when he first landed in Wano Kuni. Moreover, the team that was dispatched was directly the Yuding Fanzong. "Can't imagine it. It's okay to breathe." Wei chuckled and shook his head. "You can lead the way. You don't need to worry about Yuding Fanzong. As long as they rhyme, I will solve it myself." Ronin was stunned for a moment and then nodded. "Okay." Since Wei has confidence, he will also give up. It has to be said that Ronin is quite capable. It didn't take too much time, all the way through the level to lead Wei forward. It quickly crossed many coasts and successfully landed in the most prosperous area of Wano Kuni. The capital of flowers. And here is the residence of the current Wano Kuni ruler, Kurozumi Orochi. Also at the same time they landed. On the other street, there are several rather strange beings in the crowd. It's just that their weirdness is invisible to ordinary people. "Hey, are you sure that person has landed in the flower capital?" A wretched man was a little puzzled. It can't be wrong. The man called Daikuro is quite burly. He has pink curly hair and carries a giant knife on his back. Wong is good. Just looking at it can make a 3-year-old cry. Visual impact, quite strong. On the side, the wretched man codenamed Tumbler was suddenly disdainful. "Master Orochi doesn't know what to think. Don't you know the strength of our Yuding Fanzong? To deal with a marine who is said to be only 8 years old, we have to move so many people. Isn't this a waste?" "To shut up." The big black horse repelled Zhensheng. "Master Orochi has his own ideas and will not give random orders. Put away your contempt for the police, and the boat will capsize in the gutter later." While the two were talking, they didn't stop. Step by step toward the area explained in the information, quickly advanced to the park. And the voice of the big black tumbler just fell. In the crowd, across from them, actually, there was a person blocking the way. And the clothing of this blocker is obviously incompatible with Wano Kuni. This scene also caused Dahei's pupils to vibrate violently in an instant. Come on, 99 Chapter 266, huge gap, crushing existence. Well, you should be the so-called Yuding Fanzong, right? In front of Dahei and the others, Wei and Ronin were the two people hooked. Facing the tall and burly Dahei, Wei chuckled lightly and looked very relaxed. Ronin was a little scared. Standing behind Wei he shivered a little. After all, it is the royal court Fanzong, a deep-rooted terror. Even Wei is very powerful, but Luo does not know how powerful it is. If you can't beat the Yuding Fanzong in front of you, then you will be finished. Thor? In an instant, Dahei restrained the trembling emotions in his heart. Facing Wei he let out a deep voice. Even the tumbler, who had despised Wei before, was now extremely cherished. Because, they didn't find Wei as the Yuding Fanzong with super stealth ability, they also have extremely high anti-reconnaissance ability. As long as someone approaches, there is absolutely no escape from their perception. However, Wei clearly asked suddenly just now, if you don't deliberately stand in front of you, once you have the idea of the police. Perhaps, the myth of their undefeated Yuding Fanzong will be shattered in an instant. Where is the Kurozumi Orochi? Take me to find him, you can leave your whole body. Showing a few big white fang, Wei smiled like a spring breeze. But in the eyes of the big black in the tumbler, it is simply the smile of the devil. At the same time, they also felt that the majesty of their royal court was being seriously challenged. Little devil, are you underestimating my 623 royal court, Fanzong? If you want to find Mr. Orochi, just step on our body and go over. As soon as the voice fell, Dahei and Tumbler both disappeared in place in an instant. Yep, Wei suddenly raised his eyebrows. I mean, 17 with Marine 6 styles, there are some similarities and differences. It's just weirdness, and it's still on top of the system. But the speed is still slightly weaker than the so-called teleportation system. Too weak. Is this the Yuding Fanzong? With Ronan's scalp tingling, he thought Wei might not be able to stop it. Wei-er's indifferent voice resounded throughout the audience. At the same time, lightning flashes all over the body, covering the area of several meters. At the same time, the thunder condensed into a giant palm and probed towards the mid-air drawn by a certain square. What? There was clearly nothing in the void, and blood was shot directly. Then I remembered the tumbler's mournful scream. How can it be? How could you possibly find me? Accompanied by shrill screams, it was the unbelievable voice of the tumbler. Every Godei Fanzong has an extremely powerful ninjutsu. Advertisement also, everyone's focus is different. And his tumbler's focus is on concealment, even if the attack power and speed are not as good as others. But now, the concealment that he was proud of was broken in an instant. Is this really something an 8-year-old can do? At this moment, the tumbler began to doubt life for the first time. It's not just the tumbler who also doubts life, including the big black who is also a member of the royal court. This kid. Cold sweat continued to fall from Dahei's forehead. The big knife in his hand was obviously very close to Wei. But he didn't dare to fall at all. So fast, so strong. This is definitely the strongest target we've ever met. As a royal court fan, there are many strong people who have faced these years. However, it has never been like the Wei in front of him. It has not even begun to show its true power, and it has already brought him an infinite sense of oppression. Ronan was even more stunned. The strong, the real strong. Even the Yuding Fanzong were instantly suppressed. Just incredibly powerful. Little devil, let the tumbler go, we let you go. You know, Yuding Fanzong is not just the two of us. Also, you are now in Wano Kuni territory, once the two of us have an accident. Even if your strength is very strong, you will definitely not be able to escape. 99. Dahei has a sullen face and wants to threaten Wei. How do you know? Wei immediately laughed when he heard this. The last time the person who threatened me like this, I don't know how tall the grave head grass has grown. How old are you? The first half of the sentence is a normal tone. But in the second half of the sentence, it was like a thunderous explosion in the ear. Dahei only felt a shudder from his soul, and he couldn't stand up. With a direct thud, he slammed his legs into the ground and knelt down in front of Wei. Then, the BDBA, Thunder Giant holding the tumbler slightly disturbed. Puff, with a crisp sound, the tumbler couldn't even make a scream. On the spot, the bag shattered into a bloody fog, and then was vaporized by lightning. In the blink of an eye, the tumbler of the royal court who has killed countless people is like it has never been hooked in this world. Not even a trace was left. Seeing this scene, Dahei was extremely angry. Unexpectedly, his threat would have no effect at all, and even caused Wei to directly attack the killer. Advertisement, Lord Orochi was indeed right. This little devil's strength is astonishingly terrifying. The police said it was just the two of us. Even if all the members of the royal court were assembled, they would not be opponents. What is the reason for such a person to be provoked? Dahei panicked. Wei, who killed the tumbler, stepped forward and approached. He is obviously an 8-year-old child, and he still looks so sunny and clean. But Dahei couldn't help but back away in horror. Even if the legs and knees were rubbed with blood, it was a crazy regression. And when Dahei retreated, Wei suddenly disappeared. Want to run it this time, when I don't exist? As if the devil's eating words resounded in his ears. Dahei was horrified, when, completely unaware. It just disappeared out of thin air, and then the hook appeared next to him out of thin air. Can't catch a trace, Master Orochi, is this deliberately wanting us to die? How could this kind of powerhouse be something that our royal court Fanzong can deal with? Apart from this idea, Dahei couldn't think of any other possibility at all. Not a level of existence at all. Wei is simply crushing the existence of their Yuding Fanzong. It's simply outrageously powerful and terrifying. What do you want to do? Looking at Wei who was close at hand, Dahei's body trembled violently in fear. A fear called death completely enveloped his heart. So scared. Wei laughed lightly and said lightly, I don't have to kill you either. Yep. Hearing this, Dahei suddenly had a strong desire to survive. You have something to say? As long as I can do it, I will help you do it properly. Wei clapped his palms and said with a light smile, it's very simple. In your own way, let Kurozumi come to me in person. It's that simple? Big Black couldn't believe it. What? Think it's too simple, or do you want to choose death? Wei immediately raised his eyebrows, and Dahei immediately shook his head in horror. How could it be? I will follow your instructions faithfully. Orochi. Kurozumi Orochi, I will try my best to lure him over. Saying that, Dahei saw that Wei had no response, so he turned around and left tentatively. After taking 2 steps, he realized that Wei was indeed not chasing him. In a hurry, unprecedented power emerged from his body and quickly disappeared from the crowd. Chapter 267. The strongest in history, this is Thor. The capital of flowers, the general's mansion. Dahei stumbled in panic all the way, and looked back in 3 steps. After all, he didn't see Wei chasing after him, so he plunged into the general's mansion. As soon as he arrived at the general's mansion, Kurozumi, the big snake, retreated from the crowd. With the 2 of them, they had a separate meeting. What happened? Dignified royal court Fanzong, what you represent is not yourself. Kurozumi is quite dissatisfied with the panic of Oguro. Died. In the face of Kurozumi's dissatisfaction, Dakuro may still be worried. But at this moment, his mouth is full of shouting to himself. Dead, die without struggling at all, what did you say? Seeing the look of Dakuro lost his soul, Kurozumi's suspicious mind also wavered. Make it clear. Under Kurozumi's repeated reprimands, the big black can come back with a little mind and calm the rhythm as much as possible. The 8-year-old marine that Lord Orochi asked to hunt down killed the tumbler. The voice just fell. Outside the door, the other Yuding fans who were summoned were immediately stunned. After Kurozumi's permission, everyone pushed the door and walked in directly. Tumbler was killed? And, is it still a spike? This, for Yuding Fanzong, was like a bolt from the blue. For Kurozumi Orochi, it was also a shocking thing. The strength of the tumbler is not as powerful as a special policeman in the royal court. It is possible to become a royal court fan, and no matter how weak the strength is, it is only relative. At least, it is equivalent to the strength of Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral. Such an existence was actually given a second by an 8-year-old marine? Is the world outside Wano Kuni already so terrifying? Yuding Fanzong completely doubts life. And Kurozumi Orochi also remembered to hang up Kaido's original advice. Thor, the strongest admiral in history. Yes, admiral. Until this moment, Kurozumi Orochi recalled. Because of ignoring Kaido's advice, the 2 behind Admiral didn't hear it clearly at all. But now that I recall it carefully, Kurozumi Orochi was taken aback. The strongest ever, 8-year-old Marine Admiral Thor? What? Under the rhythm of Kurozumi Orochi's blurb, many people in the Imperial Court were stunned. Compared with the reality that the tumbler was killed in seconds, it would make them horrified. Just kidding, 8-year-old Marine Admiral? It must be fake. Maybe it's an old monster who took a devil fruit. There are not a few old-fashioned powerhouses who have maintained their childhood appearance. In any case, Yuding Fanzong did not believe it. 8-year-old Marine Admiral, the strongest in history, is a complete fantasy. Only Dahei, who had seen Wei Er's horror, agreed with him. Lord Serpent. That Thor said, he is waiting for you at the nearby tavern. If not go, today, the flower capital will be completely destroyed. Hole. Kurozumi the snake immediately shouted angrily. Just a kid, do you really think you are invincible? Want to destroy the flower capital? Advertisement? What a joke. This is the kingdom he has planned for so many years, and then he has obtained it. If you want to destroy it, you need to take Kurozumi's life. But even if Kurozumi was angry, he was still quite hesitant. Because the word admiral represents too many meanings. Once this provokes Marine, and even the world government. Neither will be good for Wano Kuni. Not to mention, Kaido doesn't keep himself out of the way. Otherwise, those weapons factories inside Wano Kuni. It will not be a weapon used by the beasts and pirates to conquer the world. Rather, it is a weapon used to destroy Wano Kuni. Since this kid is so arrogant, go meet him for a while. 99. After a little thought, Kurozumi still made a decision. At least, even if Wei really has the combat power of an admiral-level police officer. Yuding Fanzong is far from being an opponent. Kurozumi Orochi, who can be the actual controller of Wano Kuni, also has the strength of admiral police. One-on-one restrained Wei with the support of Yuding Fanzong. Even the 8-year-old Marine Admiral is a little unbelievable. Also definitely, don't even think about getting a hang in Wano Kuni. My lord, do you really not want to take the long view? This is the capital of flowers after all. You are just waiting here for Kurozumi, the situation is very bad. It was when Kurozumi Orochi led his subordinates to Wei for the meeting. Ronin looked at Wei with a worried expression. It is precisely because he once worked under the hands of Kurozumi Orochi. For Kurozumi Orochi's means, Ronin will be infinitely afraid just thinking about it. It's him, not us, to worry about. Wei chuckled lightly and said indifferently. Even if Wano Kuni shuts down the country again, it is impossible for the high-level executives to be ignorant of outside information. The reason why I came to Wano Kuni was also because of Kurozumi's alliance plan with Kaido. From Wei point of view, this is a game. Kaido and Kurozumi Orochi, Liange designed their own innings. Then, even if he does not threaten Yuding Fanzong, Kurozumi, the big snake, will definitely rhyme in person. But my lord, Ronin wanted to say something more. Wei raised his hand and interrupted him. Come on. Huh? Ronin was a little confused. After being stunned for a while, his entire body suddenly began to tremble in panic. Kurozumi. Kurozumi Orochi is coming? For a moment, Ronin was horrified. Although I want to overthrow the rule of Kurozumi Orochi, it is only in my heart. With his current strength, facing Kurozumi Orochi is an ant facing a giant beast. Once Wei is defeated, the high probability that awaits him is death. Hopefully, Lord Thor will not be defeated. Clenching his fists, Ronin couldn't help shouting to himself. Oops. The next moment, the door of the tavern where the two were located was pushed open. The leader is dressed in the typical Japanese kimono. Big head, big mouth, with a somewhat bald hairstyle. The face is square, and the appearance of the crown is a bit weird. On both sides of him, there were a group of Yuding fans who were wearing the same clothes as Dakuro. Da-hei, who had been frightened to leave earlier, was also in the crowd. Katakana middle dot 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 advertisement. Hiss. The Yuding fanzong, who came with aggression, had been thinking about it all the time. The moment you see Wei you must let him know why the flowers are so red. But, after the real face-to-face, the royal court fans were all gone. It's just an 8-year-old, what a terrible pressure. Obviously, without exuding any momentum, why do you have such a terrifying sense of oppression? Even, it is far greater than the pressure brought by Lord Snake, 99. In the royal court, all the members were shocked. Especially Da-hei, who lowered his head into the dust. He didn't even have the courage to look at Wei Kurozumi Orochi's pupils are also constricted. From Wei he felt pressure similar to Kaido. That was the 4 emperors, the pressure the rope might bring him. Just an 8-year-old, but until this moment, Kurozumi still didn't want to believe that Wei was as powerful as the rumors. Subvert the era of the 4 emperors and ruin the journey of the era of the great pirates with one hand. Single-handedly cut off the white beard and killed Charlotte Linlin. Raise Marine's prestige to an unprecedented level. This kind of record can be regarded as a myth, a human being, or even just an 8-year-old child. To do any of these things is a fantasy. What's more, all these achievements are attributed to a lifetime. Therefore, in Kurozumi's view, Wei is very strong, but definitely not as strong as rumored. Little devil, don't you know? Wano Kuni, isn't it the radiation range of your marine forces? Staring closely at Wei Kurozumi snorted coldly. What? Hearing this, Wei chuckled and raised his eyebrows. So what? I'm coming. Here, that's Marine's radiation range. Boom. Wei incomparably domineering words made Kurozumi furious instantly. His face was grim, and he wanted to do something. However, Wei moved faster than him. There were no gestures or movements at all. It's just a prestige, it seems to be swept by Wei as the center. Then, in an instant, the momentum became unprecedentedly fierce. When Kurozumi Orochi and many other members of the imperial court didn't respond. Conqueror's haki, surging like raging waves, suddenly suppressed the audience. No big tavern, completely suppressed by this conqueror's haki. But because of Wei precise control, the others felt no pressure. Only Kurozumi Orochi, who faced Wei directly, and the other members of the royal court, changed their expressions. Frightened, he fell to his knees on the ground, shaking violently. This is the strongest conqueror's haki in the world. Now Wei-er's conqueror's haki is above the sea, or even anyone in this world. Even if Kurozumi Orochi has admiral-level police force. Even with the Yuding Fanzong, it even has the ability to suppress an admiral. But in front of Wei-er, there is no district police with the ants. This is Thor. This is the strongest man in history, plus. Chapter 268, the end has come. Finally reached, Wano Kuni is not far. On a super-large pirate ship, Kaido stands majestic on the deck. Beside him is the only remaining flame of ashes among the 3 major disasters. Thor. Thinking that Wei is in the flower capital of Wano Kuni, I feel like I can't get enough in my heart. The 2 younger brothers, the plague disaster Quinn and the drought disaster Jia. But they all died at the hands of Thor, Wei. With this kind of hatred, Fire Calamity wanted to kill Wei in a dream. Orochi. Over there, is there any news? As the boat rides the wind and waves, Kaido asks Yan Ash in a deep voice. Listen to Yuding Fanzong who first discovered Thor. However, because the strength is too weak, in one face-to-face, the tumbler was instantly killed. Now, according to the information sent from the island, Kurozumi, the serpent, has gone to meet Akatsuki with Thor, 33. Yes. When Kaido heard this, a look of grimness began to appear on his face. He lowered his head, looked at the hideous scar on his chest, and said coldly. 623. So the old grievances, this time, let's solve them completely in Wano Kuni. Not just the feud between the 2 great disasters. Including Kaido himself, known as the body of the undead. Actually, his body was chopped to pieces by Wei, leaving an indelible scar. This is a shame for Kaido. It is a shame that must be washed away by oneself. Soon. The large pirate ship that Kaido was in successfully docked on the coast of the main island of Wano Kuni. The whole process went smoothly, and no one dared to stop it. Just because of the flag hanging on the pirate ship. That, represents the beasts and pirates paste, let's go. As soon as the boat docked, Kaido jumped off, a loud bang. Kaido stepped on the rocky hills on the coast, causing violent vibrations and splashes of earth and rocks. Then, in the terrified eyes of the Wano Kuni nationals, Kaido didn't hide his aura. With the blazing embers, he rampaged all the way. Yep, in the tavern, Kurozumi Orochi and Yui Banzu were already desperate. It's just that Wei Er's conqueror's haki broke out, making it difficult for them to stop. Such a terrifying existence is simply not something they can deal with. But, at this moment, Kurozumi Orochi and Yui Fanzong felt a familiar aura. Come yet. Speed, not too slow. Wei Er even looked out the window for the first time, with a smile in the corner of his eyes. Soon, 2 black dots were quickly placed. In Wei Er's eyes, it gradually became clear. When the distance from the tavern, but also a certain distance. Advertisement Kaido suddenly stopped, and the momentum that originally exuded climbed more and more rapidly. Originally, Kaido had an extremely large body and is still showing a growing posture. Dark blue armor quickly clings to Kaido's body. Lingzhou's vicious aura grew stronger and stronger, even breaking through the sky. All creatures under the shroud of this ferocious aura, including people. They were all trembling and fearful. This is from the coercion of Kaido Devil Fruit. Kaido this guy. Kurozumi Orochi, who was suppressed by Wei Er, looked at Kaido's place with a horrified expression on his face. He knew that Wei Er was strong, but he didn't expect it to be so powerful. It made Kaido dare not approach him personally. It is the ability to directly explode the devil fruit at a certain distance. From the current changes, next, Kaido is likely to face Wei Er directly in the form of a dragon. That's when Kurozumi Orochi and Yui Fanzong were extremely shocked. Kaido completes the brewing of devil fruits. The whole person rose into the sky and quickly turned into a long dragon that covered the sky and the sun. Silence. Deathly silence. The entire Wano Kuni flower capital fell into complete silence. There was a full half sound, followed by a stunned hook. Dragon, that's a dragon, my god, it's really a dragon. Ordinary people have never seen such a terrifying scene. Even Kurozumi, the serpent, has never seen Kaido in the form of a dragon. The dark blue dragon scales covering the whole body gave people infinite pressure just by looking at them. After all, Kaido's name for the undead is not just talk. His own strength is close to the powerhouse who crushes the entire sea. In the face of many people, even if defeated, he will not die. Over the years, the number of times Kaido has transformed into a dragon has been too few. Therefore, Kurozumi Orochi didn't expect it at all. Kaido would choose to turn into a dragon directly at this time. This is obviously an extreme fear of Wei Er, represents in Kaido's view. If he didn't transform into a dragon in advance, he would not be the opponent of Thor Wei Er at all. Thor, an 8-year-old child. Seriously, is this level of horror? 1. And when Kurozumi Orochi was extremely shocked, Kaido, who successfully transformed into a dragon, looked down at the earth with a pair of pupils with a cold chill. The target was the pub where Wei Er was, Dragon's Breath. Without any hesitation, Kaido didn't care whether Kurozumi Oro and Yui Banzu were there or not. The Dragon's Breath, which is enough to destroy a giant mountain, directly enveloped the tavern. Wrapped in a scorching, terrifying energy, it was suddenly suppressed. Once hit head-on, whether it's a tavern, a Kurozumi Orochi, or a royal court, all will turn into ashes at this moment. Damn it, Kaido, you be ***************** D. Advertisement Kurozumi Orochi only felt his scalp tingling. This dragon's breath can be called destroying the sky and destroying the earth. Rumble. Wherever he passed, the void collapsed. The earth cracked, as if the end of the world. Even if it is far away from the brown rice. Kurozumi Orochi, as well as the Oni fans, felt that their bodies were squeezed by terror. Not to mention the dragon breath, once it really falls. The power of destruction brought about is afraid that everyone present will be turned into fly ash on the spot. Is this the beast Kaido? The combat power of the dragon body state is simply unbelievable. Ronin widened his eyes and began to shake his confidence. Thor, can you defeat this terrifying monster? At the moment, Kaido seems to be no ordinary existence at all. Saying he is a real dragon, no one will object. Just the casual breath was terrifying to the point of almost destroying the world. Once a full-scale offensive really breaks out, how terrifying will it be? I can't think of it at all. At this moment, facing the dragon's breath is completely not afraid of people. Wei Er is the only one left. Look up and look forward. Seeing the breath of the terrifying dragon that was about to fall, a smirk appeared on Wei Er's mouth. It's just a loser. Whether human or dragon, all obediently lay down on the ground for me. With a chuckle, Wei Er's body was quickly covered with purple and black thunder. The famous sword Thunder on his back was also hooked and sheathed for the first time. Above the blade, a jet black arm color haki is wrapped around it. In the blink of an eye, it merged with the purple-black thunderbolt. Roar. Immediately afterwards, a roar of a giant beast was heard. He 1.0 is Wei Er's thunder power, incarnating into a thunder monster. Roaring fiercely, it rolled out towards Kaido's dragon breath. Two monsters. This is not a battle between humans, it is a war between gods and gods. Kurozumi Orochi and Yuding fans were horrified when they saw Wei Er's explosive power of thunder. I thought that Kaido of Hualong was strong enough to crush Thor. Unexpectedly, it was evenly matched, at least as it stands now. The 8-year-old Thor has a Kaido that rivals the dragon. As for who is stronger and who is weaker, the people present are too weak to be seen. Unless the two really break out into a war, the final outcome will be divided. Boom. At the same time everyone was shocked. Two terrifying offensives collided abruptly. Wrapped in an overwhelming mushroom cloud. At this moment, the void exploded and the earth burst. The end has come. Thank you for reading this story at Fiction Zone chapter 269. Kill the dragon with one sword, panic Kaido. Endless flames, falling down with Kaido's dragon breath. Even the void, under this terrifying heat, twisted frantically and nearly shattered. This is the true strength of Kaido. In the form of a dragon, who else in this world can compete alone? As the breath of the dragon got closer to the tavern, Kurozumi found that the pressure on his body was removed. The expression of fear could not help but become arrogant and sneered at Wei-Er. You're dead, Thor, the strongest ever? It's just the badly wounded Whitebeard and Charlotte Linlin under the siege of Marine. Just because you are an 8-year-old kid, what ability can you claim to be the strongest in history? Today, at this very moment, is your day of death. Ha ha ha. Under the wild laughter of Kurozumi Orochi, even the Imperial Court fans began to burst with confidence. But they haven't waited for the Yuding fanzong to start the show. Wei-Er, who heard the caller, didn't even turn his head back. Just waved, a cold black thunder burst. What? Under the shrill screams, the Kurozumi serpent fell to the ground and struggled in pain. Gathering 13 members of the royal court fan, it was also immediately silenced. Looking at the Kurozumi snake whose skin was ripped apart and lost an arm in an instant. Almost everyone was shivering and sweating. Big Black is even worse. Directly fell to the ground, the whole person lost his soul. He kept shouting to himself, it's over, I'm finished, I'm dead, 22. Until this moment, Wei-Er's fluttering voice reverberated into the ears of everyone in Yuding fan. Noisy. Just 2 words can give people infinite fear. At the same time, under the sky, the breath of the dragon that ripped apart the sky and fell is also close at hand. Most of the taverns began to collapse. The surrounding Wano-kuni residents watched this scene in horror, trying to escape but couldn't. Because, the power of that dragon's breath is too powerful. So powerful, even in the middle of naval headquarters. Couldn't even move. Not to mention, they're just ordinary people who are quite armed. There is no ability to resist, let alone escape, but at a time when the Wano-kuni people were desperate. A beam of brilliance reached the extreme, and even the rays of light that covered the dragon's breath suddenly appeared. At this moment, the blinding light was comparable to the light of hope. Under the utterly astonished expressions of the crowd. Instantly defeated dragon's breath. Advertisement. At the same time, the trend continued unabated, slamming down Kaido with a swift slam. Boom. Wrapped in a loud bang, plus a large amount of blood sprayed into the sky. The dazzling scene, for a long time, made many people who saw this scene come back to their senses from waking up. The power of the gods. One blow to kill the dragon's breath, injuring Kaido who turned into a dragon? God, this Thor Admiral is not a man at all, but a real god. 33. Under the exclamations of many residents, the smoke in the air gradually disappeared. When Kaido was lying inside, it made many people's hearts skip a beat. Worse than they imagined. I saw Kaido's huge dragon body covered in blood. One after another huge knife marks spread all over Kaido's body. With the metamorphic resilience of Kaido undead, actually, after so long, the wound could not be healed. The domineering stance that was above all sentient beings before was even more embarrassing at this moment. Thor. Feeling unprecedented physical pain, Kaido was furious. Waiting for the gigantic Longan, just staring at Wei-Er. Anger was transformed into endless murderous intent, sweeping in all directions. Just not waiting for Kaido to say the next word? Wei-Er fell without warning again. Completely surpassing the offensive that Kaido observation haki perceives, it is like a fluttering leaf. I feel hooked, and I feel that there is no rhyme. But feeling a little empty above his head, Kaido, who turned into a dragon, felt infinite fear in his heart. Huge sweat continued to drop along the huge faucet. Even each one can smash a hook on the ground to create a huge deep pit. And this is not surprising, because, under the terrifying expressions of everyone, the 2 dragon horns on Kaido's head were neatly cut off. Accompanied by that extremely sharp blade, it fell from above Kaido's head. Countless people who saw this scene were stunned. Kurozumi in severe pain. The infinitely fearful Yuding Fanzong Tang Xiao. Kaido, who turned into a dragon, is even more stunned. How is this possible? Kaido's incredible growl echoed in all directions. This is absolutely impossible. Even with Wei-Er's rapid growth, Kaido doesn't consider himself an opponent. But, with his immortality, Kaido is still unafraid. If not, he would never dare to contact Kurozumi after the war. Advertisement. The intention is to take advantage of Wei-Er's order to strike first. But right now, it's just plain stupid. Thor is not human at all. The Thor at this moment is already powerful to an unimaginable level. Even the 4 yellow level powerhouses are simply being crushed. This is simply subverting cognition. As we all know, the 4 emperors are the absolute peak powerhouses standing above the sea. Stronger than Marine Admiral, but slightly weaker than 4 emperors. Fighting alone is not an opponent of the 4 emperors at all. At least 2 people are needed to suppress the 4 emperors. This is just to suppress the 4 emperors. If you want to achieve crushing, even 4 emperors may be difficult to achieve. This is not even a top 4 emperors like Whitebeard. But now, what does Kaido see? Thor actually possessed the combat power to crush the existence of the 4 emperors level police. Just an 8-year-old, all in all, joining Marine is not even 623 years old. Monster. Demon. It has always been called a monster, a monster. Kaido has never taken it seriously. Now, he finally saw a terrifying monster that surpassed anyone, including himself. That is, the existence of monsters that cannot be imagined at all. Escape. Without any hesitation, it was Kaido's only thought at the moment. What bullshit revenge, to get back the shame of being killed in 2 major disasters. It's all bullshit. Suicide? That's because no one can kill him, so he's just looking for entertainment in his spare time. When it comes to death, even Kaido has a strong desire to survive. Boom. As Kaido turned to flee, the sound of air bursting filled the sky. Kaido is unreservedly exploding all power at an unprecedented speed. Under the stunned eyes of everyone, he desperately wanted to escape from Wano Kuni. Wei, who saw this scene, just chuckled lightly. Shame. Anyway, Charlotte Linlin is willing to fight to the end. You, the so-called undead creature, haven't always wanted to kill yourself? So today, let me fulfill you. Call. As if a breeze was blowing, everyone didn't even have a chance to blink. Wei was so fast that he came to Kaido in the next instant. Facing Wei, who was close at hand, Kaido's dragon scales were shaking frantically. Chapter 270. Who can stop the wrath of Thor? Thor. With a roar, Kaido tried to calm himself down. However, what responded to him was a black thunder that even he could not see clearly. Puff. The unremarkable sound was accompanied by a terrifying scene of Kaido's body being torn apart. The blood mist that was about to burst was completely evaporated in that instant. As powerful as Kaido, he was killed by one move, Golem. Within half a day, many Wano Kuni residents recovered from their shock. He swallowed nervously and rubbed his eyes, as if he didn't believe his eyes at all. And Kurozumi Orochi, Yan Disaster, Yuding Fanzong, these people. After all, in terms of strength, it is much stronger than ordinary people. While ordinary people were shocked, they began to flee in all directions. Everyone has chosen a different reputation, and whether or not to survive can only be left to fate. It just depends on Wei, who will choose to chase after Fang Shang. As for total annihilation, not so. Even if Wei is strong enough, they're not weak. Choosing to raid from all sides is to be sure that Wei can only kill a few of them. Otherwise, wouldn't it be much wiser to simply choose to fight together than to be killed alone? But it turns out that their thoughts are just their thoughts. Wei is so outrageous that even Kaido thinks it's under the power of a demon. A childish little trick that leaves no one alive. Puff, puff, puff. Under the muffled sound, a fresh life disappeared. The thunder arc under Wei's random wave quickly caught up with the people who were running away. Under the circumstances that Yui Fanzong, Kurozumi Orochi, Yan Ash and others were unable to respond. It devoured them all in an instant. In the blink of an eye, it turned into coke everywhere. Under the swaying of the majesty, it seems that he has never appeared in this world. It's all over. Clapping his hands, Wei smiled. The last tumor has also been beheaded. Without Kaido, there will be no beasts and pirates. Next, as long as the stability of Wano Kuni is restored, the weapon factory left by the beast pirates will be collected. Advertisement then, it's time to go back to naval headquarters and face world government. Grumbling Road, but at this time, in Wei's arms, the personal phone bug he carried with him rang. It's a private phone bug, and few people know how to dial. Moreover, there is no emergency life or death moment, and no one will be called. Frowning, Wei answered the phone. On the other end of the phone bug, Bilu Mabe's hurried voice immediately came. Sir Thor, something big happened. The world government abolished the Shichibukai status of the Empress Hanku, and pursued her past pirate behavior. Not long ago, the CPO has been dispatched directly under the troops to capture the 3 sisters of the female Emperor Hankuli. He even gave mandatory orders to Sengoku Fleet Admiral. Requests for 9 Snake Island will be handled by Buster Call. Rhythm's combat power is 3 times that of a normal Buster Call. Be sure to do it, and kill the 9 Snake Island. Boom. Damn. Wei was instantly angry. If the police don't know, the world government can't possibly not know. The relationship between Wei and Hankuli is not a secret at all between Marine and the top officials of the world government. And Wei also often goes to 9 Snake Island and never hides his whereabouts. For this matter, even the identity of the Hancock Pirate Empress is not too glorious. But no one dared to disobey Wei's decision. Aokiji and others also smiled. After all, the Empress is the #1 beauty. If you want to be worthy of Thor, only such beauties will detour. However, the world government actually took the initiative to find fault. Order to Marine first, let Marine Admiral dispatch to arrest Hanku. However, Aokiji Kizaru and others did not do it at all. Aokiji asked for leave directly, indicating that he was on vacation. As for Kizaru, he directly stated that he was ill and could not go to sea for the time being. Joke. What is the relationship between Wei and Hanku? To find the trouble of 9 Snake Island by yourself, isn't it looking for death? The police said that Aokiji and Kizaru refused to do it, and even Akainu dared not go. Sengoku chose to ignore it, and even refused the 5 elders' order to summon him to the Holy Land Mariajoy for questioning. The 5 elders can't help it. Why do you take the 9 Snake Island for surgery? Advertisement. No one was obedient to Marine, so he dispatched a secret organization directly affiliated to the world government. CP0. Bellameb took a deep breath and said solemnly, Garp Vice Admiral asked me to remind you. Want to do. As long as you do it, you don't need to regret it. You are not fighting alone. Hearing Bellameb's words, Wei-er immediately laughed. If you are so angry, that's enough. There are people who support you, friends, what are you afraid of? Although the timing is a little off, however, is the world government's impatient action really aimed at dealing with 9 Snake Island? Do not, it's all about him. The name of Thor has been deeply rooted in the hearts of many Marines. How long does this take? Given a little more time to develop, the name of Thor may even replace the world government and the position of the Tianlong people in the eyes of the world. This is something the 5 elders and the world's nobles, the Draconians, cannot tolerate. Since there is no time to wait any longer, well, the 5 elders can only choose to do it. Choose when Wei-er was still in Wano Kuni. With lightning speed, he took down the island of 9 snakes and imprisoned Hanku. This may become a trump card to suppress Thor, the king is good. Boom. One step on the hook, jet black thunder suddenly covered Wei-er's body. A single card escapes everything, and the terrifying power that disdains the human world shakes all creatures within sight. 800 years. They've been in that position for too long, and it's rotten. So much so that they have forgotten fear, and do not know what fear is. Boom. A figure crossed the sky and went towards the end of the sea in an instant. Garden at this moment. Countless people in Wano Kuni looked at the figure full of murderous intent in disbelief. The murderous intent that is so cold that it is close to the real thing must be dead. Just don't know. Who will fall under the terrifying wrath of Thor? Nobody knows. No one dared to think. Under the wrath of Thor, what a big shake the world will have. Chapter 271. Thoroughly tear the face and kill the CPO. 9 Snake Island. Originally a peaceful island, now there is smoke everywhere, and a war is being sparked on the island. After Hanku's identity was revealed, the original forces of 9 Snake Island were also divided into 2 factions. One faction still supports Hanku as the female emperor, while the other faction thinks that Hanku is not worthy to be the emperor of 9 Snake Island. Just as the 2 factions were arguing endlessly, the post sent by the world government arrived on the world government's warship. Under this circumstance, the people on Jushi Island temporarily chose to go out in unison. Give up the useless struggle. When you slipped away from your holy place back then, and actually became the empress of a family, you should know what happened to the escaped slave. A Po wearing a mask, his tone was a little hoarse and old, and he said in a deep voice while fighting with Hankuli. Enies Lobby's P9 Rob Lucci and others in the original book became the new Po 2 years later. Now that this has not happened, it is the Po of the older generation who attacked 9 Snake Island. Monument. Hanku kicked over and was blocked by the Po waving his weapon. On Hancock's beautiful face, he rarely showed a bit of hideousness at this moment, gritted his teeth and said, Get out of the way. No one will ever want to rule over grief. Humph. It's not your decision. The Po snorted coldly and said, As a slave of St. Roswald the Heavenly Dragon, how dare you escape without authorization? No one in this world can save you, just capture it. Hanku took a deep breath, his face was frosty, and he continued to attack mercilessly. This Po is obviously the chief of the Po, and his strength is the strongest among all, comparable to Marine admirals such as Fujitora Aokiji. Fortunately, Hanku's strength is not too far from Marine admiral's level because of Wei-er. The two were in a quandary, but Hanku can stand it, and it will be difficult for others to fight. Hanku's younger sister teamed up with a group of female warriors from 9 Snake Island. It is difficult to fight against other Po members, as well as the attacks of the government forces they lead. If this continues, 9 Snake Island will fall completely sooner or later. Your strength is not bad, but do you think your subordinates are the same as you? This Po's officer has been unable to take down the Hanku for a long time. Even because of Hanku's charm, he had to split his mind to fight. So he began to speak coldly, trying to defeat Hankuli with words. Almost as soon as his voice fell, there was an exclamation from the distant battlefield. Rao Shi Hancock knew that he had to be calm, but he couldn't help but look sideways. I saw that Fang Yu, her younger sister Sandersonia, the weapon in her hand was abruptly knocked into the air, and she was already defeated. Hey! The commander of the Po took the opportunity to sneak attack on Hanku, and Hanku's body suddenly fell back. Bend into an unbelievable arc, barely dodging the blow. And then toss, BDBA, backward, retreating to the distance. B****************. I'm sorry to stop you, advertisement, humph. You should take care of yourself first. Po's officer continued to attack while sneering, trying to take advantage of the situation to defeat Hanku. Go away. At this moment, yesterday's mother-in-law appeared out of nowhere. He waved his snake staff and supported Sandersonia, barely recovering the situation. But there was no happy expression on the face of the former emperor of 9 Snake Island. Instead, he felt bitter in his heart and had an ugly expression on his face. If this goes on, sooner or later you will lose. At this time, there is probably only one person who can save 9 Snake Island, and that is Wei-er. But, will Wei-er come? My mother-in-law couldn't be sure. Because if Wei Er stood up at this time, it would undoubtedly mean a complete break with the world government. Moreover, it will also be in the middle of the conspiracy of the world government. The world government can take this opportunity to suppress Wei Er's terrifying reputation and regain control of Marine. The battle continues. The situation is still extremely unfavorable for Nine Snake Island. As time goes by, the Nine Snake Island side once again shows a trend of rout. Even Poe's officer, in order to ensure that Hanku was defeated, did not let Hanku escape. A Poe team was specially dispatched to assist, and the two teamed up to suppress Hanku. Hanku Lee faced the Poe's officer, which was enough for a head-to-head confrontation. However, with the addition of a member of P0 who is not weak and has strange abilities, she is in an extremely unfavorable situation. Spray. Seeing that Hanku is gradually losing. That Poe's officer, his tone couldn't help but bring a bit of ease and drama, saying, "Who would have thought that the beautiful woman who was rumored to be the #1 in the world would actually be a slave of St. Roswald back then?" He showed a mocking look on his face, and his eyes were full of light sprays. The same is true for the member of the Poe next to him. For Hanku's identity as a slave of the Tianlong people, he despises and regards him from the bottom of his heart. But at this time, Hanku, who had been battling with them with a frosty face all the time, was suddenly startled. After the sound, he took a vertical leap, took a few steps back, and looked behind the two of them. The two were surprised that Hanku was distracted during the battle. But the next moment, the two of them turned their heads and looked behind them. In the distance, a figure wrapped in a terrifying and boundless aura came across the sea. He flew in midair and the sea below evaporated into mist as his figure passed by. Powerful. It's Thor, coming. Advertisement at this moment, almost all the people on Nine Snake Island looked sideways. Looking at Wei Er, who came out of the sky with monstrous might, froze in the sea, and broke through the sky, there was a bit of shock in his eyes. The few PO members who were closest to the edge of the island looked at each other and saw the heart palpitations in each other's eyes. One of them took a deep breath and shouted at Wei Er, "Thor, what are you doing here?" Kill. Wei Er's face was cold, and his whole body suddenly landed on Nine Snake Island, flashing by with a thunderbolt in his hand. Those Poe members couldn't even let out their screams. The body collapsed directly and died tragically on the spot. When everyone saw this scene, Chi-Chi gasped and was shocked. They know the inside story and know that this is a trick for Wei Er. But I didn't expect that Wei Er really didn't care about his identity at all. For the sake of a Hanku, and the world government completely torn apart, Dongju killed their Poe members. A Poe member was sweating coldly on his forehead, and couldn't help shouting at Wei Er Li Nian. "Thor, you are too arrogant, do you know what you are doing?" Noisy. Wei Er spoke indifferently, with a tone like Kun, the god of the nine heavens, ignoring the ant-like voice. He has never been a saint, dare to use Hanku to plot against him, all of them will be killed without mercy. Wow. Wei Er swung the hook with a sword, and a ripple in the void suddenly spread out, and the earth burst into an abyss. That Poe member was directly crushed into flesh under this sword. That majestic and majestic, if unstoppable, the Poe of everyone on Nine Snake Island is completely like an ant in front of Wei Er. This scene fell in the eyes of all the female warriors on Nine Snake Island, and I don't know how many people were exposed to worship the god to the extreme. Including Hancock, the eyes are full of obsessive affection. Thor, is your dignified Marine Admiral going to fight against the world government and the Tianlong people for a mere slave? The Poe officer saw Wei Er's unscrupulous killing, and cold sweat kept dripping from his forehead. Insufficient strength, he could grit his teeth and shout at Wei Er. "You are wrong. Only you are not worthy to oppose me. My real opponents are the old guys behind you, corrupted for so long that I no longer know what fear is. Today, it is time to let you rotten creatures recall the taste of fear again." Wei Er looked at him coldly and said, "There is another point. Hanku is my woman, not you, let alone the world government and Tianlong people can offend. 3. Wei Er knew about this scene, and it would definitely be passed on to the 5 elders and others by the CPO who was recording and broadcasting it. Therefore, he spoke indifferently, and his words were full of art and domineering. As soon as the voice fell, what followed was a merciless sword. Chapter 272. Heaven, it's going to change. Wow. The Poe officer stared at him sternly. Couldn't avoid this sword, nor could it block it. In the blood splattered, fell to the ground, the war on Nine Snake Island gradually subsided. Hanku Lee's 2 younger sisters, as well as the female warriors of Nine Snake Island. They all looked at Wei Er from a distance, and they all showed their unprecedented gratitude. Yesterday, my mother-in-law's turbid eyes shone with light, but she was more nervous. She knew that when Wei Er came here, she must be preparing to break the rift with the world government. Next, it will decide who will rule the world, by personal force, above the world, Wei Er. Or the huge regime that has ruled the world for 800 years, the unfathomable world government? Under the gazes of countless people, Wei Er turned to look at Hanku Lee. With a gentle smile at her, he stretched out his hand and gently smoothed her slightly messy hair. "I'm going to find someone to do the math. Are you waiting for me here, or are you going with me?" "Listen to you." 99 Hanku responded softly, looking at Wei Er softly. The waves in the beautiful eyes are flowing, as if there are lit stars. She felt that this was the happiest moment in her life. "Let's go." Wei Er smiled slightly, took her hand, and walked away with her. "Without taking a boat, I just walked out of the Nine Snakes Island and set foot on the rough sea." In the back, everyone on Nine Snake Island was staring at this scene in a daze. When Wei and Hancock were far away, they reacted around, and they were all surprised. Master Snake. Mr. Wei, where are you going? Someone couldn't help shouting, but the backs of Wei and Hankuli were already far in the sky. Don't shout. Yesterday, my mother-in-law stepped forward with the snake stick, her eyes were deep, and she said faintly. They went to this world, the sky that has not been shaken in 800 years, and challenge. Holy Land Mariajoy. Here is the center of the whole world, the core of the regime that has ruled everything for 800 years. During these 800 years, Marine has capsized and reorganized. But here, it has never been shaken. Even in the most chaotic times, this place has always been as stable as Mount Tai, and no one can shake it. In the center of Mariajoy, the World Government Building, in a room on the top floor. The 5 elders are gathered around a delicate glass table. He started. Very good, now that he's in the Marine, there's no such terrifying prestige gap. Advertisement. While it is still difficult for us to direct Marine against him, it is also difficult for him to direct Marine against us. 91. The faces of the several 5 elders all showed a cold look. One of them held a camera phone bug in his hand, stood up, and said. Then send this image to Marine and order his removal from Marine Admiral. Seconded. Attach. It's time to do it. All 5 of them had frosty faces, and their eyes were gloomy. They gave orders methodically, preparing to regain control of Marine. Destroy Wei the guy who interfered with their rule. After the order was given, the bald-headed 5 elders with swords stood there with their swords hanging, and said solemnly. This time, although it can squeeze him out, but his personal strength is too threatening, how is that preparation? Dragonians have agreed, and Wei is now their mortal enemy. That's good. 99. The order of the world government soon reached the naval headquarters. But the execution speed in naval headquarters was not as fast as 5 elders imagined. Instead, he encountered multiple resistances such as Garp, Qingshang, and warring states. Even in a short period of time, it was pressed on the level of Marine's high level, and it was not able to convey it quickly. And while the 5 elders waited for the intel in the Marine. On the far side of the Red Earth continent, the 2 figures walked side by side and flew over. Wherever he passed, the sea below was all transpired into mist. This state of affairs continues to spread far and wide. It seems to overturn the world. When the 2 approached the Red Soil continent, the extreme thunder also spread to the Red Soil continent. Let this Red Earth continent, which has not been shaken for many years, meet the strongest terror in history. The sky began to darken and the temperature plummeted. The 2 figures set foot on the Red Soil continent, and after walking for a while, they looked at the Holy Land in the distance. Wait for me here. Hancock nodded lightly, and the waves in his beautiful eyes flowed like a girl who was just beginning to fall in love. Wei looked at the holy place Mariajoy in the distance, and his eyes instantly turned from soft to cold. It was as if the spring had suddenly turned into a stem, and the severe cold between the heavens and the earth had also suddenly erupted. He took one step and came to the outside of the Holy Land. 5 elders, get out. The sound was wrapped in a surging wind, and when it sounded, it was like the roar of 10,000 thunder, and it suddenly fell. The terrifying coercion swept away, and the entire Holy Land Mariajoy was shocked. There was the sound of countless broken glass. The holy place that has been standing for 800 years, because of Wei words like the wrath of the gods, there is a sudden chaos. Seeking flowers flower 0. The 5 elders also changed abruptly. Obviously did not expect Wei to come so quickly and decisively. Advertisement before they made a move, Wei had already come to know. Yes. Marine Admiral Thor, 99. What is he doing? In the world government, countless officials looked horrified. In the chaos, countless people took the bait. There were people who were loyal to the 5 elders, with a cold face, and shouted sharply at Wei Thor, you are so presumptuous, how dare you treat Lord 5 elders? Monument. Before he finished speaking, Wei eyes swept over indifferently. Accompanied by a mighty conqueror's hockey, it fell directly. Directly let his body make a terrifying sound of charming cha-cha-cha. Crushed to pieces. This scene made all the world government officials present pale with fright. In his eyes, Lu Bao had an unbelievable look. This is the Holy Land Mariajoy. Wei dares to kill people in the Holy Land. What is he doing? A world government official with a higher level of police has an unprecedented rage on his face. He took the hook and roared at Wei Damn. Do you know where this place is? How dare you be in the Holy Land? Monument. But he hadn't finished speaking yet. A terrifying thunderbolt suddenly spread. In an instant, he was shattered into powder and turned into coke everywhere. Who else? Wei gaze swept over the world government officials indifferently. All of them were silent. I just felt a chill down my spine, like falling into an ice cellar, and I didn't even dare to look at Wei They have no doubt that if they dare to say a word at this time, they will be killed directly by Wei indifferently. Wei looked down at all sentient beings. After passing the group of world government officials, they swept to the world government building in front. Suddenly, the hook was sharp, and he raised his hand and waved his sword. I want to see how long you want to hide. This has been going to the Sword World Government Building, and the void ripples suddenly rippling past. Boom! Under the horrified gaze of countless people. The World Government Building, which stood for 800 years, was cut in half by Wei sword. Some timid world government officials were even frightened to the ground. The body is constantly shaking, the face is full of fear, and the mind is blank. God, it's going to change. 9 plus. Chapter 273. True Power, one stroke hits the five elders. 99 Rumble. The world government building, which was split in half by Wei Er's sword, collapsed on both sides. Countless world government officials screamed in horror and fled into the distance frantically. At this moment, there were several consecutive roars in the collapsed building. Countless rubble exploded everywhere, and the figure of 6 paths flickered out of it and fell in front of Wei Er. Damn, he even gave the government building too. The 5 elders at the head looked furious. Seeing the collapse of the government building, he trembled with anger and couldn't help shouting at Wei Er. The other 4 or 5 elders next to them also looked extremely ugly. In addition to the 5 elders, the 6th person is Fleet Admiral Kong, the world government's general army. His face was also ashen, and he looked at Wei Er coldly. Is Yun finally here? I thought you couldn't hide. 623. Wei Er sneered and said, Are the dogs of the Tianlong people comfortable? Presumptuous. When the 5 elders heard Wei Er's words, they were all furious. Murderous intent appeared in one of his eyes, and his figure suddenly flickered, disappearing out of thin air. Wei Er snorted coldly. Observation hockey had already pushed to the extreme. Predicting the future in advance, there is no surprised expression on the hook. Instead, he slashed at the side with a backhand sword. Hey! The missing 5 elders, when they resurfaced, were hooked right where Wei Er's sword fell. His pupils shrank suddenly, and without hesitation, he activated his ability again, and the whole person disappeared again. Superhuman and multidimensional. A fruit with the ability to teleport? Wei Er snorted coldly and waved his sword. A mighty sword energy slammed down the other 4 or 5 elders and Fleet Admiral Kong, the commander-in-chief of the entire army. Drink. The 5 of them shouted in unison, each showing their abilities and blocking Wei Er's sword in unison. But Wei Er's sword is not only powerful, but also contains a terrifying power of thunder. Although the power of the 5 of them blocked the blow, they were all spread by the power of thunder. I felt a tingling pain all over my body. Do you think you can control everything by yourself? 99. Sword-wielding 5 elders shouted at Wei Er, while Mu Ran swung his sword diligently. A majestic sword energy fell towards Wei Er. It was a swordsmanship in the realm of a great swordsman. Next to another 5 elders, the clothes suddenly shattered, and a dim light appeared all over his body. It turned into a demon like Magellan. Holding both hands empty, a black energy suddenly swept across Wei Er. Advertisement animals are colorful and demonic. Boom. Sword chi and black light suddenly fell. With the earth-shattering roar, the entire holy place of Mariajoy seemed to collapse and collapse. The earth cracked inch by inch and spread to the distance. The strength of the 5 elders and others is mixed. But the weakest among them is enough to compete with Marine Admiral. The 5 elders who can use the teleportation ability of space are even more difficult to deal with. Such a lineup is even more terrifying than the 4 emperors. Some world government officials were directly wiped out in the aftermath. And some people are desperately fleeing from a distance, their faces are full of horror and fear. And in the next moment, in the ruins, came an indifferent voice. Do you only have this power? The power of thunder that penetrated the sky and the earth suddenly spread and lay down. The cracked earth was directly covered with a layer of thunder. Horror. This thunder spread in an instant, turning the Holy Land Mariajoy into a thunderfield. Wei Er took a step from it, holding the blue-colored thunder in his hand. As if God were coming, before the rhythm was reached, a suffocating momentum of terror rang out as the 5 elders and the others pressed down. Totally invalid. Seeing that Wei Er was unscathed under their attack, it was easy to take their attack. 5 elders and the others all gasped, although they had seen the terrifying power Wei Er displayed in the war on the top. But without really facing Wei Er, you cannot experience the truly unfathomable power. All out, Fisher. I don't know who gave a low drink, and all the 5 people present began to cough desperately. Even the 5 elders with teleportation ability who were hiding in space and trying to sneak attack Wei Er. Also hooked at the same time. Boom. Boom. The power of 6 Admiral, 4 Emperors level powerhouses, Chi Fisherman, how powerful. Almost for an instant, the entire Red Earth continent seemed to be shaking. The dark clouds in the sky were smashed in this monstrous momentum. The Holy Land, Mariajoy, collapsed from the middle. Countless Tianlong people have long been escorted by CP to escape from the Holy Land. These celestial beings are high all day long and consider themselves gods. Advertisement looking at this scene of ruining the sky and destroying the earth, my heart trembled. After the roar, the 5 elders and Kong both stopped. With a nervous look on his face, he looked at the center of the dusty ruins, as if there was no movement. But in the next moment, the 2 sword chi suddenly folded into a cross, cutting the dust abruptly. In the scattered dust, Wei Er's figure reappeared and lay down. The Marine Admiral, who was screeching in the wind, was horrified, and there was not even a trace of shattering. It seems that you have all your strength, and you only have this strength. Wei Er's eyes showed a cold and arrogant look, and his hands were already holding the famous sword thunder. In an instant, the armed color hockey spreads, and the jet black thunder is intertwined. In case of thunder, it is absolutely a field, With Wei Er as the center, a jet black thunder suddenly spread and hooked. Turn the entire position, Mariajoy, into an endless minefield. Wei Er stands at the center of the thunder, like a god who controls all things. Overlooking the 5 elders ahead. Cut. A a thunderous sword chi that engulfed the world and annihilated the heavens and the earth, shoved across the mighty side. When 5 elders watched 1.0 and Wei easily used Black Thunder, it felt bad in his heart. At this time, facing the fierce sword intent at close range, he was even more astonished. Stop it! Teleporting 5 elders directly escaped into the void, while the other 4 teamed up with Kong and Fisherman together. They pushed the armed color hockey to the extreme, trying to resist Wei blow. But how easy is Wei blow to block? The ultimate thunder, the full-scale explosion of the ultimate thunder fruit ability. Paired with Wei is beyond the level of swordsmanship in this world. The power of crushing, that is, the 4 emperors will be suppressed on the spot. Boom. There are no surprises. With one move, the 5 elders and Kong were all defeated. The skins of the 5 people were all cracked, and blood was constantly surging. One move. The 5 elders and Kong were hit hard. Chapter 274. Ancient Weapon, Uranus. This scene made those world government officials who had fled to the distance all look sluggish. I just feel that my mind is buzzing constantly, and my eyes are full of horror. The 5 elders and Kong looked terrified. They thought about how to deal with Wei power to kill Kaido, Whitebeard and others in seconds. But in the end it didn't work. Now, Wei didn't even show that kind of strength, they couldn't resist. At this time, hey, the 5 elders who used the teleportation ability saw that it was difficult to deal with Wei head-on. He even quietly launched a sneak attack towards Hankou outside the Holy Land. Can Wei observation hockey open? He had been keeping an eye on the sneaky 5 elders, and had already caught his movements in advance. Court death. A cold light flashed in Wei eyes, and his murderous intention suddenly flourished, and he directly swung the hook with his backhand sword. The 5 elders had just teleported to Hankou's side, before they could start a sneak attack. Wei sword energy was already wrapped in monstrous murderous intent. He gave up the sneak attack without hesitation and disappeared again. After 13 flashes again, he came to Wei back again and tried to launch a sneak attack on Wei. Do you really think I can't help you? Murderous intent appeared in Wei eyes, and he clenched the thunderbolt in his right hand. A strange force surged, and Thunder's sword suddenly trembled.
Wei swung the hook with a backhand sword. Gah!
The 5 elders disappeared again, but this time, Wei sneered. He directly stabbed the thunder in his hand in one direction at will, and suddenly stabbed into the void. What? A scream came from the void, when the figure of the 5 elders appeared again. It fell directly into the ruins in the distance. Wei sword pierced through his chest and abdomen, and blood spurted out. He looked at Wei with a look of disbelief on his face. This is impossible. His ability is to shuttle, which is somewhat similar to the door fruit, but completely different. Advertisement: the door fruit is to open a space door at any place, allowing other people to enter the different space. And his ability cannot carry others into the different space. But he himself can travel freely between the different space and the real space. The ability to achieve teleportation. With this ability, unless observation hockey has cultivated to the extreme and can predict the future, he can avoid his sneak attack. Or other than Kaido, who is not afraid of sneak attacks, no one else can resist his attack. Wei observation hockey has cultivated to the extreme and has the ability to predict the future. It is extremely difficult for him to sneak attack Wei. But he never thought that he would be penetrated by Wei sword in the void. Nothing is impossible. Wei looked down at the 5 elders and said indifferently, "You are not the only one who can use the power of space complexity." Wei has been picking up the 5 elders' spatial abilities since the fight began. So far, he has gained something. It is to use the realm of the great swordsman to condense the power of space on the sword's edge. Through the power of the void of the same attribute, the effect of piercing the void can be achieved. Then supplemented by the terrifying swordsmanship of the great swordsman, it can naturally cause extremely terrifying lethality. Cough. The 5 elders stared at Wei and coughed out a mouthful of blood. Under the sword of Wei although there is no attack of the power of thunder. But the penetrating force caused by this sword is also terrifying and very human can resist. Even if it wasn't for the fact that he had instinctively sensed something bad a moment ago, he avoided a little bit of words in the void. It is possible to pierce the heart directly, so far. 5 elders and Kong 6, between Wei tricks, all rout. Wei held the famous sword Thunder in one hand, and his expression was extremely cold. Just watching the 5 elders and Kong people from the high forest. Against the backdrop of the thunder, it was like a god walking in the world. Unstoppable. Die. Wei took a step forward and slashed the 5 elders with his sword. It's okay to play sneak attack on him, and dare to attack Hankou, it's not a pity to die. When the 5 elders saw Wei slashing with a sword, he braced his body in shock and used his strength to escape into the void again. But he had been unable to escape Wei attack before, but now that he was injured, it was even more impossible to avoid it in the void. Wei stabbed into the void with a backhand sword. Advertisement laugh. The figure of the 5 elders fell from a distance, a blood-red trace between his eyebrows was shocking. There was still a trace of unwillingness and despair in his eyes, and he fell into a pool of blood with a thud. 5 elders, 1 dead. It's your turn. Wei turned his head to look at the remaining 5 elders, looking cold. The 5 elders naturally did not want to sit still, all gritted their teeth and tried to continue to resist. But at this moment, one of them suddenly raised his head and glanced at the sky, and a flash of joy flashed in his eyes. The other three also looked at the cloudy sky almost at the same time. Do you think you can really overthrow the world government? It's too early for the police to be happy. The four of them looked at Wei again, and they all showed a hideous look. Roar. Almost at the time when the four people's voices full of murderous intent resounded through the Holy Land. 623 above the cloud-covered sky, a roar that shook the skies suddenly came, resounding through the sky. A huge head, suddenly inquiring from the dark cloud. Then the surrounding dark clouds shook and suddenly collapsed, and a huge black shadow suddenly descended. Dragon? When the officials of the world government in the distance saw the huge black shadow, their expressions changed drastically. They showed Bao's incredible look. Hanku looked at Wei easily crushing the five elders and others, and he was originally relaxed. But when the huge black shadow came, she couldn't help but change her expression. Feeling a terrifying aura on the huge black figure, she couldn't help but reveal her nervousness. Is this your last resort? Wei looked up at the huge black shadow flying in the air. This huge black shadow is a huge dragon with a white body and a monster pattern. There are indeed dragons in this world, and even Bergapin can artificially create the life of the hook dragon. It appears more than once in the plot, but Wei knew. The breadth and strength of those dragons are simply not comparable to the one in front of them. This one is probably the same as the elephant in Zou, who has survived the ancient existence of the rough years. Perhaps it is the legendary Uranus, one of the three ancient weapons. Chapter 275. Thor. Uranus is invincible? Kneel down to me? Roar. An earth-shattering roar came. A white dragon flying in the sky, overlooking Wei below. After one looked up, a terrifying force was brewing. As it opened its huge mouth, a monstrous flame pillar crashed down towards Wei. This blow fell from the sky, carrying a might that seemed to completely destroy the Red Earth continent. The flame pillar is not terrible, what is terrifying is the destructive power contained in it. Wei Hancock looked at this scene from a distance and couldn't help exclaiming. Facing this devastating blow, Wei raised the famous sword Thunder in his hand unhurriedly. An extreme black thunderstrike suddenly cut through the void and greeted the dragon's breath. Boom! The earth-shattering roar shook all directions. The few remaining buildings in the Holy Land Mariajoy were completely destroyed by the aftermath of the collision in an instant. The dark clouds in the sky were washed away, and the entire Red Earth continent seemed to be roaring and trembling. The sea is even more tumbling and roaring, setting off monstrous waves. In the roar that shook the sky, the void was shaking constantly, as if it was about to collapse. Hanku looked at the center of the collision nervously and clenched his silver teeth. She resisted the thought of rushing over, because she knew it was useless to rush over. And the seriously injured five elders and others are supporting the sound of retreating far away. Each of them looked at this scene with cold eyes, and Paulson's cold killing intent was all on his face. Boom! There was another earth-shattering explosion, and the breath of the white dragon finally stopped collapsing. Directly below it, the holy site of Mariajoy has been completely destroyed in ruins. The left side of the ruins was shrouded in red golden flames, and the earth seemed to have been burned into air. The other side is covered by the ultimate black thunder, as if to annihilate everything into powder. In the center of this fire and thunder, Wei was condescending, bathing in thunder. Just standing there, looking up at the white dragon in the sky. His breath was slightly disordered, but there were no scars on his body. Humph, he snorted coldly, a look of arrogance on his face. Whether it's Uranus or not, so what, not so what. Since it is the trump card of world government, then it will be destroyed. Hey! Wei stepped on his feet, the whole person suddenly rose to the sky, and the famous sword Thunder suddenly waved. Two swordsmanship destroys the world one by one. Explosive flames filled with destructive power, and thunder filled with annihilating power.
Under Wei swinging sword, he suddenly fell towards the white giant dragon. Advertisement. Two forces wrapped it in it, and they burst out in a frenzy, strangling it with a bang.
Roar. The white dragon roared. Seemingly aware of the threat, he fluttered his wings and tried to avoid it. But although it was extremely fast, it couldn't avoid Wei's blow. Boom! Under the attack of the two forces, the white dragon let out a slightly painful roar, and was slammed back by Wei. Its scale armor is unknown material, and it has not been damaged under Wei's attack. But it was clearly beaten very painfully, and seemed to be completely furious. A roar! It slammed Wei directly, and the two giant claws grabbed it fiercely, trying to shred Wei directly. Wei snorted coldly, observation hockey had already foreseen its attack. Avoiding its claws in advance, the figure flickered at the same time. Coming to its head, he stabbed his sword fiercely. Thunder 1600 knives will return. Wow. The scales of the white dragon are extremely tough, and can even resist the attack of the ultimate black thunder. But it still can't stop the single-point power of Wan's unity. Huge head, pierced by Wei's abrupt sword, but at this time, the five elders and the others below had a sneer on their faces. Innocent. Do you really think it's that easy to deal with? Almost as soon as the words of the five elders fell. From the wound where the white dragon was pierced, a terrifying force suddenly erupted. Shocked Wei abruptly. That wound didn't seem to affect it at all, and it became more and more in an instant. Seeing this scene, Wei's eyes flashed a strange color. This powerful defense and self-healing ability seems to be very similar to Kaido. Roar. The white dragon roared at Wei, and the dragon's breath rhymed again. After Wei avoided it, it swung its huge dragon claws again and slammed Wei in the air at a very fast speed. Its body is huge, but it is incredibly flexible and extremely fast. Boom. 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 In the battle between one man and one dragon, the void is constantly shaking. The aftermath of the occasional blow fell on the red soil continent below, and the earth trembled wildly. If it falls into the sea, it will turn the sea upside down in an instant. At this moment, not far from the Holy Land Meriajoy, Wei Er's father Mengqi Dilong. I do not know when, actually came to the Holy Land Meriajoy. Also watching this battle from a distance, behind him are many cadres of the Revolutionary Army. What level of battle is this? Advertisement. Some people swallowed their saliva, only to feel their minds trembling as Wei collided with the white giant dragon. Incredible, boss, is that Uranus, one of the three ancient weapons? Hearing the trembling voices of the people behind him, Di Long was surprised, shook his head and said solemnly. No, I don't know either, but even if it wasn't for Uranus, this kind of power is not something that ordinary humans can match. Listening to Long's words, the people present all looked at the field in shock. Indeed, this is where the power of human beings can explode. Wei can confront this monster head-on, no matter what human, he is also a monster. Not just leather. Life army. The movement of the Holy Land Meriajoy is impossible to hold down, and it has already spread to all parts of the world. Almost all the forces are shaking for the outbreak of this war. The war on the top is just the end of the era of the great pirates that has been hanging for 22 years. And this war, the end is likely to be far more than the era of the great pirates, that 800 years of history. Eternal battle. A battle to decide the future of the entire world. It is the world government that has ruled the world for 800 years and continues to rule everything. Or go to the world by one person and become a god overlooking the world. Boom. Boom. A loud roar, constantly making countless people tremble. Wei is extremely thunderous with one hand, fighting with the white dragon from the sky to the earth, and then from the earth back to the sky. The entire red earth continent was in this battle, and huge cracks appeared one after another. The scales of the white dragon are extremely strong, except for Wei thunder. Even the Thunder Qilin and other attacks are difficult to break through, and they can only be pushed back. And Lei Ting, Wang's, wand is only a single-point attack, and it seems that it is difficult to kill the white dragon. The five elders and the others looked at this scene and all sneered. It is impossible for humans to defeat this dragon. They stand at the pinnacle of power, but they still have to respect the Tianlong people. It is precisely because of the Tianlong people that Master has such absolute power. No matter how strong the power of Qi is, humans cannot defeat it. In the eyes of the 4-5 elders, Wei couldn't kill the dragon at all, nor was his speed as fast as the dragon. Even if you want to escape, it is impossible, you will be chased and killed all the way to the sky and the earth, and in the end, you must end up exhausted. But at this time, Wei who had been fighting with the white dragon, finally spoke, with a hint of disappointment in his tone, and said, Is it completely controlled? It seems that it is impossible to conquer it as a mount. Wei voice made all the people watching the game stunned. What a joke, especially the 4-5 elders looked sluggish. Unexpectedly, Wei would say such a sentence. Chapter 276. The world changes, the 5 elders fall. Is he crazy? At such a time, you still want to conquer this dragon? Unbelievable expressions appeared on the faces of countless people, and they were all stunned. Just the next moment. The disappointed expression on Wei face slowly subsided, replaced by a touch of indifference. He shook his head. Never mind. As Wei shook his head, a terrifying aura suddenly rose up. The spiritual pressure, which was more than twice as powerful as before, suddenly burst out, shaking the world in an instant. The white dragon also seemed to sense the threat and roared at Wei Released a breath of dragon, trying to stop Wei next actions. But Wei just stood in the air indifferently, holding the famous sword Thunder in both hands. A force full of destruction was brewing frantically on the sword. Even the blade of the famous sword with 12 attacks of the supremely fast sword gradually showed a trace of cracks. Unbearable. At this moment, Wei swung his sword. Thunderbolts. The rough sword returns. The boundless and terrifying tyrannical power of thunder is wrapped in an extremely fierce sword energy. From the thunder's sword, it burst out. The power of this sword is even difficult to describe in words. Just call it destruction. The sword energy collided with the breath of the white giant dragon, like 640 destroying the tree and pulling the rotten. Under the shocking gaze of countless people, the breath was forcibly defeated, and finally slammed into the body of the white dragon. Wow! The scales of the white giant dragon were smashed abruptly under this sword. The destructive power in the sword energy rushed directly into its body, and after a pause, it exploded completely. Boom! With an earth-shattering explosion, a terrifying mushroom cloud rose in the sky. That white giant dragon, under Wei blow, was smashed abruptly and ceased to exist. Watching this scene, everyone in the audience, including the 5 elders. Almost all of them had dull expressions, and Lugo had the same expression as if he had seen a ghost. After Wei killed the white dragon with one blow, he looked down at the 5 elders and others in the distance. The eyes are indifferent, without any emotion. Advertisement. Escape. The 4-5 elders, even the masters of the highest power in the world, were terrified at this moment. Under the shock, he instinctively fled to the distance. But in the next moment, Wei Er's figure floated down from the sky and glanced indifferently at the fleeing 5 elders. Then hold the thunder in one step and take the hook. One blade stream, thunder destroys the world, the second step is to hook. One blade stream thunder unicorn, the third step is to hook. One blade stream thunder tyrannosaurus. When Wei Er fell on the third step, a tyrannical force suddenly enveloped the audience. Absolute domain. Wanlei domain. The figures of the 4-5 elders suddenly froze, as if they had been frozen forcibly. There was still a look of horror on his face, but he tried his best to be unable to move. Wei Er raised his hand and pressed it, and all 4 of them were enveloped in thunder. Broken into slag. In an instant, the 5 elders fell. Many people watched this scene, and there was no shock expression on their faces. But numbness, a numb color, at this moment, on this day. The world government, which had ruled the world for 800 years, was completely destroyed. The world aristocratic Tianlong people who surpassed countless people for 800 years have perished in the long river of history. On this day, a person is above the world and becomes the master of this world. On this day, a new era begins, half a month later. The new world government was established, and all the allies under the original world government joined. Under the new world government, the former Marine Admiral Aokiji served as the fleet admiral of the army. Alabasta King Neferutali Cobra as the speaker of the World Summit. Monkey D. Long serves as the head of the new world government spy agency. No objection was raised because it was Wei Er's order, BDBA. Wei Er himself no longer holds any positions, but everyone knows who the real master of this world is. Is there a god in this world? If there is, it is the legendary Thor, everyone says so. Another half year. Advertisement Sky Island is under the new world government, and the supreme ruler of each Sky Island is eligible to participate in the World Summit. Same year. The Straw Hat ventured to the ultimate island of Raftel, and Luffy fulfilled his dream. Same year. Ace retraced the path of One Piece Roger and arrived at Raftel after Luffy. Above the cloud. This is a Sky Island. On this Sky Island, there is a temple. People from Sky Island pass by the temple, all with piety and respect, and saluted in the direction of the temple. The beings who live in the temple are regarded by them as the true gods. In the temple, an elegant courtyard. Wei Er, dressed in a loose white robe, stood with his arms and hands, looking at the sky with deep eyes. What are you thinking about? Hanku came from behind Wei Er and came to Wei Er's side. She was wearing a bright cheongsam, and she was unbelievably beautiful. Wei Er turned to look at her. I'm thinking about when to leave. As he spoke, Wei Er couldn't help but reach out and caress the pretty face that was close at hand. A gentle smile appeared on his face, and his face was full of pampering. Hancock let Wei Er kiss her little face. Leaning beside Wei Er, Mei Mu shyly said softly, listen to you. Hanku knew what Wei Er meant by leaving, when she traveled the world with Wei Er after she killed those dragons with her own hands. Wei Er told her a lot of things, and told her that the world is much bigger than that. Compared with curiosity about other worlds, being by Wei Er's side is more important to her. The Thunder Fruit is worthy of the name of the invincible Devil Fruit. That's why. Obviously Wei Er has developed the ability of the Thunder Fruit to the extreme. They have never had fruit awakening like others. Because of the Thunder Fruit, it has the possibility of infinite evolution. And this possibility is absolutely impossible in the pirate world. Only by going to other worlds can further obtain the opportunity to break through the Thunder Fruit. And want to cross the space barriers and reach other worlds. The road is bound to be dangerous. Therefore, he intends to increase his strength to the limit he can improve in this world, and then officially set off. Chapter 277, Space Turbulence, Go to New World, years later. Wei Er is sitting at a table made of white clouds. There was also a beautiful Sky Island girl beside the table, who reverently poured a cup of tea for him. Hanku Shinobu doesn't like any man except Wei Er, or hates abnormal. So where Wei Er and Hanku lived, the attendants were all female. You go down. Yes. Wei Er gave a light command. The Sky Island girl with 2 delicate and beautiful small wings behind her back obediently retreated. Wei Er was left alone, sitting there pondering. Wei Er did not stretch out his hand to grab the cup on the table, but directly made his hand to hold the cup and put it to his mouth. Meow. The cup on the table disappeared without a sound, and then hooked into Wei Er's hand like a flicker. A simple, habitual little trick. It has already shown that Wei Er is already quite accomplished in the use of space capabilities. In the past few years, Wei Er has raised the upper limit of the Thunder Fruit's ability again. The distance to further transformation is only 1 step away. But it was just 1 foot in the door, but it was extremely slow. Because in this world, Wei Er hardly encounters any crisis again. There was no battle that could make his soul tremble and his blood boil. The more stable it is, the more difficult it is to break through this bottleneck. If this stalemate continues, maybe Wei Er will be able to complete the transformation after more than 10 years. But that time was a little long, and Wei Er didn't want to wait. As for space capabilities, the development of Wei Er has 2 aspects, one is the space transfer, and the other is the attacking ability of the space. Needless to say, space transfer is natural, the small means he just took the cup as space transfer. As for the attack ability of the space department, Wei Er has been able to do it, forcing the space to open a crack that is invisible to the naked eye. This is the so-called space cut, although this requires Wei Er to give it his all, and the cracks aren't huge. But also terrifying. it's almost time to leave. After Wei took a sip of tea, he stood up, looked at the sky and murmured. Advertisement. The reason why he never left was because the void turbulence was extremely dangerous. He wasn't afraid himself, but he didn't want Hancock to be in danger with him. And he couldn't leave Hancock alone. Therefore, after several years of space capability development, he discovered the space complex positioning capability. As long as there are accurate spatial coordinates, he can directly open a spatial channel. Achieve space transfer without having to travel through the dangerous turbulence of the void. But the problem is, accurate spatial coordinates are required. This means that he still has to reach the world he needs to reach first. Then Ji Neng can open a passage between that world and the world of pirates. Finally, take Hancock over. This is the safest method Wei has thought of. Although he walked with Hanku in the turbulent void, he was somewhat confident. But if something goes wrong, he may be able to protect himself, but Hanku's safety cannot be guaranteed. After deciding, Wei walked into the inner hall and pushed open a room. In the room, Hanku was still lying on the bed. I have to say that the buildings of Sky Island are very comfortable to live in, especially the beds made by clouds. She closed her eyes, her expression blurred, and her brows revealed happiness. Hanku noticed the movement and gradually woke up. Picked up slightly hazy eyes. When Hanku saw Wei his crystal clear eyes were full of love, and he bowed to Wei to say hello. Even though they have been together for several years, she still doesn't feel any boredom, just attachment and contentment. Wei is also not tired of seeing Hanku's alluring face. He straightened her slightly messy hair, and then continued to look at her seriously. Hancock, I'm ready to go. Now? Hearing Wei's words, Hancock was slightly stunned. Although I have talked about this topic countless times, I am still a little disappointed when I hear it suddenly. Wei put her arms around her and smiled. If you don't want to, then don't go. Hanku didn't answer, she bit Bei's lips lightly. After a while, she looked up at Wei Ma Ran smiled and said. It's nothing, you will pick me up when you get there, just for a while. Advertisement. For Flowers. 0 Hanku is not afraid of the short-term sub-police. But Wei didn't dare to take her through the turbulent void. How could she rest assured that Wei would venture into the unknown world? Although she knew that Wei was strong and trusted Wei the unknown often gave people a kind of fear. Wei looked directly into Hankuli's eyes, nodded very seriously, and said solemnly. Do not worry. If there is any danger on the way, I can meet it at any time. If there is no danger, after a little bit of placement there, I can take you there directly. Wei's ability did not hide it from Hanku. Hankuli also knew that Wei left a space coordinate in this world and could return at any time. 0 So she suppressed other thoughts in her mind. After nodding, he took the initiative to hug Wei Wei looked at her dotingly and gently pushed her onto the bed. Wei and Hanku have not given birth to blood for several years. On the one hand, it was Wei who didn't want to have a bloodline with Hanku as a mortal. On the other hand, he and Hancock have a long time ahead. Not in a hurry at all. Inside the courtyard of the temple, Wei took a deep breath, slashed with the thunder in his hand, and squeezed into the crack in the space. A moment ago, it was the beautiful Sky Island temple courtyard. In the next moment, he arrived at a world of terror that seemed to have turned the world over. The horror of void turbulence. Even though Wei has tried several times over the years, he is still heartbroken by the chaotic space power here. With the physical body alone, even if the beast Kaido arrives here, he will be torn to shreds in an instant. Wei couldn't resist void turbulence, even if he was twice as strong. But if you can't fight hard, it doesn't mean you can't pass. Wei has spatial ability and can take advantage of tricks. Avoid the impact of those chaotic space forces, and drift with the flow in the cracks. Spreading out the power of the drying space, Wei's body showed a layer of white crystal luster. This sheen makes Wei's body rippling with the force of those chaotic spaces, and will not be hit by the front 10. Chapter 278. Familiar World. Girl he read, probably that side. Wei according to the power of thunder, sent him a weak sense, roughly judging the location of the destination he was about to arrive at. He's like a small boat spinning around in countless Uzumaki, seemingly ready to be devoured at any moment. But it passed little by little among countless Uzumakis. I don't know how long it took. Until Wei felt that his strength was exhausted, it seemed a little unsupportable. While the road is in the induction, after walking less than 1/10, he couldn't help shaking his head. Stop for a while. Wei was going to find a place to rest first. He waved the thunder and tried his best to slash. Abruptly broke a space barrier in the turbulent void. Feel that behind this space barrier is a world where you can settle down. Wei moved abruptly, squeezed past 640, and entered that world. Over a jungle. A slight crack appeared in the sky's silent hook. Compared with the vast sky, the tiny crack was negligible. When the crack appeared, a figure stepped out of the crack, and the crack disappeared at the same time. Call. Wei let out a breath, floated down from the sky, and fell into the jungle below. Seeing that this world has mountains, trees and water, Wei felt relieved. It shouldn't be a dangerous place for special police, at least you can stop and rest for a while. Walked a few steps in the forest. Wei suddenly had a strange look on his face, and glanced at the surroundings vaguely, saying. This world seems to be a little weird. There seems to be some kind of energy between heaven and earth. Just when Wei showed a curious look, he released observation haki. When trying to capture this strange energy between heaven and earth, his observation Haki also caught the movement in the distance. Anyone? Wei Er's eyes flickered slightly. It seems that this world is not a barren world. Wei Er could sense that people were coming in his direction, but he didn't avoid it. He could feel that the aura of this group was not strong, or rather weak. And just as the group was getting closer, a strange color flashed in Wei Er's eyes. Huh. They are. In the jungle. A girl about 13 or 14 years old, dressed in a ninja uniform, with a Konoha forehead on her head. It looks like it should be Konoha's middle, walking quickly through the forest. Advertisement. Her breath seemed a little disordered, and there were several wounds on her arm. Blood was dripping, but she had no time to bandage. Behind her, a dozen or so Chunin of Cloud Shinobi Village were in hot pursuit. Come on. Information must not be leaked. The leader, Cloud Shinobi Chunin, had a murderous look on his face. Hey. Several shuriken came from behind and shot at the girl who was running away. When the girl was about to be shot, her body twisted violently in midair, avoiding the shuriken's attack. All these shuriken were nailed to the tree trunk in front. But, although the shuriken fell into the gap, there was a detonating talisman hanging on the shuriken. Not good. The girl's pupils shrank, and she fell from the treetops without hesitation. After avoiding the explosion of the detonating talisman, he tried to continue escaping from the ground. But, at this moment, she suddenly saw the front, and there seemed to be a vague figure standing there. Damn it, surrounded? The girl's heart froze, and she hesitated for a while. It was just such a hesitation that the Cloud Shinobi ninjas in the back all caught up. Oops. The girl gritted her silver teeth and continued to flee. But, it was because of that little pause and hesitation. The distance between her and the ninja in the rear was narrowed to ninjutsu's attack range. The King's Way. The art of earth movement. A ninja who was chasing her suddenly formed a seal on his hands and reached out and pressed it on the ground. The ground suddenly swayed for a while, causing the girl to continue escaping with a sudden sway. This time, she couldn't escape, and she was quickly caught up by the Cloud Shinobi ninja behind her. And at this time, she also saw clearly the one in front of Xiao. The figure that made her hesitate at first was not Cloud Shinobi who was chasing after her. There was no chara fluctuation, and it seemed that he was just an ordinary person passing by. Look at the group of Cloud Shinobi ninjas surrounding her. The girl from Konoha, Chunin, couldn't help but once again glanced at the ordinary person who happened to pass by not far away. There was a look of unwillingness on his face, and there was a hint of remorse. It would be nice if you didn't hesitate. Advertisement. Why does an ordinary person happen to pass by? But in the final analysis, she was still inexperienced, and it was not long before she was promoted to Chunin. If it is replaced by a Jonin, I am afraid that there will be no hesitation at all, and it will be decisive and direct. Ninja. Forehead guard. So, is this the world of Hokage ninjas? Wei Er stood not far away, watching a group of Cloud Shinobi surround the girl named Chunin of Konoha. There was a thoughtful expression on his face. He really didn't expect to find a place in the world, and he came to a place he was most familiar with. This world he is absolutely familiar with can no longer be familiar. So what time is it now? World War II? World War III? Thoughts flickered in Wei Er's heart, and at the same time he looked at the girl named Chunin of Konoha. I vaguely felt a bit familiar, and then quickly found a corresponding character from the depths of my memory. Sunset read. If yes, this girl is about 13 or 14 years old. It should be the teacher of the Hinata class in the original book, Yuiga, who is good at genjutsu. In this way, the timeline Wei Er also scrutinized the fishing in an instant. If you guessed correctly, now should be the third ninja war. Just when Wei Er was thinking, the group of Cloud Shinobi surrounded Yuiga, but they didn't act immediately, as if they were planning to capture them alive. Anyway, Hong Yui can't run away, and of course it is more beneficial to catch the alive than 1.0 to catch the dead. Maybe, what kind of information about Konoha can be tortured? At the same time, the other Cloud Shinobi looked at Wei Er vigilantly. Hong Yui noticed Wei Er, and of course they couldn't ignore Wei Er. There is no chara fluctuation, it should be an ordinary person. A sentient ninja in Cloud Shinobi looked at Wei Er and frowned. I thought Wei Er might be an ordinary person, but Wei Er's attitude seemed a little too calm. Are there any ordinary people who can calm down after seeing ninjas? Don't stay alive. The leader in the lead sank his face slightly and made a gesture of wiping his neck. It doesn't matter whether Wei Er is an ordinary person or not. Since they saw them grabbing the Konoha ninja, it was impossible to stay alive. Leak the information to Konoha, so as not to cause any trouble. Chapter 279. Ability Beyond Comprehension, in an instant Cloud Shinobi Village Chunin. Whoosh. After receiving the order, several Cloud Shinobi staring at Wei Er immediately threw the shuriken at Wei Er. Several shurikens flew from several sides quickly. Seeing that Wei Er was unavoidable, it seemed that he would be killed tragically in the next moment. In the distance, Hong Yui also saw this scene, and couldn't help but smile bitterly in his heart. Wei Er suddenly appeared here, not only leaning, she fell into the siege of Cloud Shinobi, and could never escape. At the same time, he also gave up his own life, which made her smile bitterly in her heart, not knowing what to say. Facing the shuriken flying from all directions, Wei Er did not have any gesture of evasion. Instead, he stretched out his hook stupidly, as if he wanted to grab one and see what it was. The few Cloud Shinobi next to him gave a cold warning before turning around and ignoring the dead Wei Er. But, In the next instant, something that shocked everyone happened. Meow. Wei Er's outstretched hand accurately grabbed a shuriken in midair. Of course, this is not something that everyone is shocked by. To everyone's horror, the other shuriken smashed into Wei Er's body, making a sound of gold and iron mingling. All the sparks were thrown out, especially one of the shuriken flew straight to 13 Wei Er's eyes. He touched Wei Er's eyelids, but he couldn't even shake Wei Er's eyelids. It was as if it hit an iron wall, sparks splattered everywhere, and it was bounced straight out. Watching this scene, the Cloud Shinobi present almost stared out their eyes. Hello. What a joke. Is this still human? Hong Yuhi was also stunned for a while, and almost dropped his chin. With so many shuriken, even Wei Er's skin can be pierced. Is this guy's body all made of steel? The flesh is tougher than steel, which is just a very common thing in the pirate world. But in the world of Hokage, it is enough to terrify many ninjas. Careful. There's something wrong with this guy. The few Cloud Shinobi next to him were startled and jumped back. After the other Cloud Shinobi reacted, they immediately began to seal. Since shuriken is useless against Wei Er, ninjutsu can only be used. Lightning style, Libo. Several Cloud Shinobi were shocked but not confused. They were elite chunin of Cloud Shinobi. Advertisement under the seal, the lightning style ninjutsu released jointly was displayed. In an instant, a burst of thunder and lightning swept through the void like a ripple, and suddenly fell head-on towards Wei Er. Wei Er was playing with the shuriken that he grabbed. Seeing that this group of Cloud Shinobi dared to continue attacking him, his face turned cold. It's over. Wei Er glanced coldly at Cloud Shinobi, who was present, and directly lifted his foot. In the blink of an eye, a white wave suddenly burst out from under Wei Er's feet, spreading in all directions. Wherever he went, whether it was soil, stones or trees, they were all frozen. When the thunder and lightning touched the white wave, it was like a mud cow entering the sea and disappeared instantly. Immediately after, the white wave suddenly swept away under the horrified gaze of Cloud Shinobi. What the hell? The expressions on the faces of more than a dozen Cloud Shinobi were frozen in an instant, and they all turned into lifelike ice sculptures. Together with the land in this area with a radius of tens of meters, everything is frozen and frozen. The only one that wasn't frozen was Yuhi Hong, but her expression at this time was also shocked. Ice? He clearly didn't see Wei Er's seal, but in an instant he released such a terrifying ice escape ninjutsu. Killing all the Cloud Shinobi present, Yuhika was extremely shocked. She knew that the Cloud Shinobi who were chasing her were almost all chunin and elite chunin. If you want to defeat this chunin team in an instant, even an ordinary jonin can't do it. Hong Yuhi stood on the ice, surrounded by several frozen ice sculptures of Cloud Shinobi. She only felt a burst of cold coming up, and her body trembled slightly. Originally thought Wei Er was just an ordinary person, but he turned out to be a scary guy. Hong Yuhi had a cold sweat on her forehead, looking at Wei Er with a hint of fear in her eyes. She couldn't help but step back. Although knowing it doesn't help, Wei Er might want to kill her in an instant, but he still couldn't help but back away. But, after playing with the shuriken for a while, Wei Er gave her a warning, but ignored her. Instead, he turned around and stepped into the jungle to disappear. Seeing this scene, Kurenai Yuhi stopped and stepped back. But there was still a chill down his spine, and he didn't dare to move. After Wei Er left for a long time, she took a deep breath and managed to calm down. She thought she was dead, but Wei Er didn't actually do anything to her. Advertisement looking around, the forest of trees that was completely frozen, and the dozen or so Cloud Shinobi ninjas. There was still an incredible look in Yuhi Hong's beautiful eyes. Leaf Camp. This is a frontline camp for Konoha Hidden Village against Cloud Shinobi Village. The commander-in-chief in the camp is Shikamaru's father in the original book, Nara Shikahisa, one of the older Ino Shikacho. At this time, in the tent in the center of the camp, Kurenai Yuhi was reporting to Nara Shikahisa. Confidential information about Cloud Shinobi discovered during this mission. Nara Lu listened for a long time, her eyes flickered, and she said solemnly. Yes, this information is very important, it's hard work. As for the team that was sent out, only Hong Yuhi came back alone, so Nara Shikahisa could naturally guess what happened. After all, inquiring into classified information is a very risky task. Lord Lu Ju, there is one more thing to report. Hong Yuhi hesitated for a moment, as if organizing the language, and then continued to speak slowly. On the way back, she was hunted down by Cloud Shinobi, her companions sacrificed 640 lives to cover her, and so on. Lu Ju was not impatient, but listened carefully. Until I heard Yuhika's story about encountering a mysterious person on the way, and instantly killed all of Cloud Shinobi's dozen or so chunins. Finally his face changed. He couldn't help but ask in a deep voice, is what you said true? It's really difficult, you can send someone to check. Kurenai Yuhi took a deep breath and responded very seriously. Nara Shikahisa frowned slightly and took a step back in the room. Ice escape blood follows the limit, there is no doubt that it should be the ability of the ninja of Kirien Village. And if he can kill more than a dozen chunins in an instant, he is probably at least the elite jonin of Wuyin Village. Such a guy is by no means unknown. This is their Konoha and Cloud Shinobi village front. What does Kirigakuin's elite jonin rhyme mean now on this battlefield? Could it be that Wuyin Village wants to intervene in the battlefield here? Wuyin Village is not a small ninja village, but one of the 5 major ninja villages along with Konoha Village and Cloud Shinobi Village. As a signboard, The 7 people of ninja swords are even more shocking in the ninja world. Now in this battle, Yen Yun suddenly showed a limit with the ability to escape from ice and blood. The strength is probably not inferior to the Kirikin elite Jonin of the 7 ninja swordsmen. The more you think about it, Nara Shikahisa felt more and more inconsiderate. In particular, the other party actually spared the Red Yuhi, deliberately revealing his identity. This made Nara Shikahisa even more puzzled and felt that this matter was completely unreasonable. Chapter 280. Surprise surprise, break the shackles that limit the upper limit of power. You go down first. Unable to understand for a short time, Nara Shikahisa waved at Kurenai Yuhi, signaling her to step back. After Kurenai Yuhi left, he began to ponder deeply. This Kirikin elite Jonin, who has the limit of ice escape and blood, may be a person. It is also possible that he carried an elite unit of Wuyin. Both the former and the latter have certain threats. At this time, Wei who is defined as Kirikaku elite Jonin, is wandering out of the forest by himself. Came to a canyon. Wei randomly found a cave in the canyon and settled down briefly. Knowing that this is the world of Hokage, the unfamiliar instantly becomes familiar. The vigilance of coming to Otherworld was relaxed a lot. Of course, Wei knew in his heart that the Hokage world was still very dangerous. During the Third World War, it was fine, but during the Fourth World War, all kinds of 6 paths level powerhouses who destroyed the sky and destroyed the earth appeared on the scene. Divine power. I don't know what level my current strength is in this world. Wei pondered slightly in his heart. He felt that unless they were at the level of Uchiha Madara or Wisdom Hashirama, everyone else should be like ants to him. And even Uchiha Madara and Wisdom Hashirama, according to the level of damage caused by their strength and memory, Wei felt that he should be stronger than them. Genin, Chunin, Jonin, Shadow, Ultra Shadow, 6 paths. Difficult to hand Hashirama should be regarded as the existence of the Super Shadow Peak. Uchiha Madara, who opened the eyes of reincarnation, should be between the Super Shadow and the 6 paths, and has some of the power of the 6 paths. Wei felt that his current strength was probably not an opponent for the existence of the 6 paths. But it should be stronger than the cover hand Hashirama, which may be at a level similar to that of Samsara Madara. Samsara Madara, 6 paths Madara, Sage of 6 paths, Kagayaheim. When Wei thought of the ultimate boss of this world, Otsutsuki Kagayaheim. A gleam of light flashed in his eyes. Immortal. Even his body, because of the relationship between the sound of thunder fruit. Ordinary cells have been replaced with more active thunder cells. Advertisement lifespan is greatly delayed in rough years. But after all, it will still age, but the rate of aging is extremely slow. But the existence of Datongu Kagaya-ji is truly immortal and immortal. The immortal body of Kaido, the beast, is simply weak compared to Kagaya-ji. Immortality and immortality have always been the strength Wei has been pursuing. A very challenging world. With Wei blood that has not been ignited for a long time, it gradually ignited again. Now that he came to this world, although he has not encountered any real danger, real battle. But in the dark, the shackles that seemed to imprison Wei power from being unable to progress were completely opened. Thinking of this, Wei eyes showed a hint of hope and longing. He took a deep breath and slowly calmed down to test his mentality. He is not ready to leave this world for a short time. He was going to stay here and try to get the immortal power of Otsutsuki Kagaya-ji. Now is the period of the Third Ninja War, and there are still more than 10 years before the Fourth War. This time is a bit long. Wei won't make Hanku wait that long in the pirate world. He was going to settle in this world, and he took Hancock over. Speaking of, in this world, want to fight against the 6 paths level and against the truth-seeking ball. It is not necessary to step into the 6 paths level, there are 2 kinds of forces that can be opposed to it. Wei sat there cross-legged, and the famous sword Thunder possessed the ability to levitate, and just levitated in front of him. One of them, the 8 Inner Gates formation. Thinking of 8 Inner Gates formation, Wei's eyes flickered at first, but he shook his head slightly. This trick is only a moment of youthfulness, and after using it, the body will wither. For him, it does more harm than good. In addition to the 8 Inner Gates formation, it is natural energy that can affect the 6 paths level and the truth-seeking ball. Also known as Sage Jutsu energy. When Wei came to this world, he felt the existence of this energy. Just haven't had time to research. Thunder itself seems to have a certain desire for this kind of power. Natural energy. Advertisement Wei closed his eyes slightly, allowing his thoughts to calm down completely, while pushing observation haki to the extreme. Soon, he saw a strange energy in this world. This energy fills the sky and the earth, as if it is everywhere. It seems to be the source power that constitutes this world. Wei's thoughts moved, and a ray of thunder was released carefully. He tried to use the power of thunder to drive away and gather natural energy. This attempt, it was really successful directly by Wei. Under the effect of the thunder power of the thunder fruit, the natural energy began to converge towards Wei. Wei did not rush to swallow, but took it bit by bit and tried slowly. This kind of natural energy seems to be in danger of petrification once it gets out of control. Wei didn't want to turn into a stone, but it was hard enough, and it was definitely not cool at all. In the pirate world, after the war, Wei's physique has reached its peak, even surpassing Garp's. But after that, there was no further progress, and it never rose to the level of Kaido of the beasts. Even trying to maintain that peak state without declining seems difficult, and it is even more alarming that it will continue to improve. The physical strength seems to stop there, and now, with the absorption of natural energy, Wang's found that his physique was strengthening. In the pirate world, the physical body that has stopped strengthening and is difficult to go further. With the absorption of natural energy, it is further strengthened, and it begins to develop to the level of Kaido, the beast. Sure enough, staying in this world is a correct decision. The control of natural energy is very difficult, but because Wei-Er's soul is too powerful, his control power is far beyond that of ordinary people. Even, Samsara Madara is not necessarily on a par with Wei-Er in terms of control. Uchiha Madara can easily master natural energy, so can Wei-Er. After Wei-Er determined that he could easily control the natural energy, begin to indulge in the absorption, no longer cautious. The natural energy between heaven and earth began to flow towards Wei-Er, pouring into Wei-Er's body, slowly transforming his body. Chapter 281. The villain died of too many words, and he started without a word. Gradually, after half a day, Wei-Er paused to absorb the natural energy and walked out of the cave. There was a hint of helplessness on his face, hungry. He is not Kaido, nor Otsutsuki Kagaya. He doesn't have the ability to keep his body alive without eating. In the past, when he was with Hanku, he didn't need to think about these issues at all. Just a word and someone delivers food, but after coming to this world, he is alone now and can only do it himself. Wei-Er observation Haki spotted several goshawks in the sky after sweeping the canyon. Wow! He raised his hand and swung his hook, and a huge goshawk was chopped down from the sky by Wei-Er. Is it time to think about it, to conquer a force in this world as a subordinate? 99. Wei-Er pondered this question while subconsciously swinging his hook. A power of thunder swept through the goshawk, then. The bird is gone. Worthy, Wei-Er showed a headache. Once again, he swung his sword towards the sky in the distance, and his power was controlled to the top, 640. Another goshawk that escaped was cut down by Wei-Er. When it was about to fall to the ground, Wei-Er reached out and grabbed it. The space transfer was activated, and the goshawk fell into Wei-Er's hands. Let's be honest and practical. The corners of Wei-Er's mouth twitched slightly, and suddenly he remembered that lighting a fire was a problem. Living with the ability of the thunder fruit is simply a joke. Anything is instantly destroyed into a powder shao. Just when Wei-Er had a little headache, his eyes flashed suddenly, revealing a hint of surprise, and then the corner of his mouth raised a slight arc. A team of Chunin with Konoha forehead guards and ninja uniforms. The 4 Chunin were cautiously approaching the canyon ahead. Come on, be careful. The leader of the squad was Elite Chunin, who lowered his voice. At the same time, he signaled to the 3 people behind him to slow down, and the 3 people behind him all slowed down when they saw this. This team is a scout team. Advertisement because a few days ago, there were some strange movements in this canyon. After the information reaches Konoha camp, BDBA, Shikahisa suspects that Cloud Shinobi is doing something here.
So immediately sent people to investigate. The 4 of them lined up in a column, and they were all far apart.
This way, if something goes wrong, it's easier for those behind to withdraw. And in this team, the one who walked at the back was Koshi Yuhi, who had a relationship with Wei-Er before. She is better at genjutsu and is a genjutsu-type ninja, so she is at the end of the team. I'm going to take a look, you guys be careful and be careful. The leader, Elite Chunin, lowered his voice, then came to the inside of the canyon, and carefully touched the canyon. But before he could slide down the gorge, he immediately saw a raised platform on the side of the gorge. Behind the platform is a cave. On this platform, a man appeared to be standing there with a wild goose in his hands. Who? This Elite Chunin's pupils shrank suddenly, and his heart was startled. Almost subconsciously, he launched an attack on Wei-Er, directly taking out the kuwu in his hand. Wei-Er flicked his fingers expressionlessly, and the flying kunai immediately collapsed and hooked. Ninja style. Do you attack directly when you come up? Wei-Er shook his head secretly in his heart. The style of the ninjas in this world is completely different from that of the people in the pirate world. They all believe in fighting principles such as the first strike is the strongest. Most of the villains in the pirate world die because they talk too much and have various abilities to explain themselves. In the Hokage world, the ability of the enemy is to be analyzed and judged bit by bit. Seeing Wei-Er flick the kunai with his fingers, the Elite Chunin's pupils shrank. This guy. Such a strong physique, what a quick response. Is it really Cloud Shinobi's ninja? This is the front line where Konoha and Cloud Shinobi face off. Cloud Shinobi's ninjas are good at lightning style, and most of them are speed ninjas. And some of them often use lightning to quench their bodies, and their body techniques are also very powerful. Hey, just then, the second member of the scout team arrived. He is a perceptive ninja, and he had already released his perception when the captain exclaimed. I didn't perceive chara fluctuations. There is no one in the cave, only him. Only one person? Advertisement scouts generally do not fight if they cannot fight, and mainly listen to information. The captain of the scout team was all about retreat. But when he heard this sentence, his eyes flickered. In addition to being surprised, a sharp look suddenly appeared. In other words, this guy is probably Cloud Shinobi's scout. Although Wei-Er didn't wear Cloud Shinobi's forehead guard, it was not Cloud Shinobi's dress. But this is normal. The scouts who came out alone to inquire about the information were generally disguised. Because there are no companions, no communication is required. Whoosh! The third person in the scout team also arrived, and the three surrounded Wei Er faintly. On the battlefield, the scouts met the scouts, so what else is there to say? What's more, there is only one person in Wei Er, and there are many people on their side. Whether it's killing Wei Er or capturing Wei Er alive, it's all a credit. Superior. The captain of the scout team made an immediate decision. As soon as an order was given, No was a shuriken throwing a hook at Wei Er, and at the same time, both hands quickly formed a seal. Airway. Great breakthrough. Fire. Phoenix Sage Fire. Almost immediately after the attack of the three people, it was worthy of release. When falling head-on towards Wei Er, Kurenai Yuhi, who was walking at the end, finally arrived. When she saw Wei Er's appearance, she had a look of horror on her face. It's him? To meet him unexpectedly, this is a big trouble? Seeing that her companion had already launched an attack on Wei Er, Yuhi Kane's pupils shrank suddenly. She tried to stop it, but it was too late. Boom. The flames roared in the wind, mixed with several shuriken, and fell down with the sound of Wei Er. Seeing the incoming flames, Wei Er's eyes lit up. Holding the goshawk in one hand, the other hand grabbed it in the air. The incoming flames suddenly stagnated in the air. Immediately after, under the horrified gaze of everyone in the scout team, the sword Wei Er fell into his hands, and all of them were bounced off. And they released the fire style of rhyme, and they gathered together just like Wei Er grabbed and pressed it. Turned into a fireball. Chapter 282. Your only value is serving tea and water. This is impossible. The three scouts were all horrified. If Wei Er blocked their attacks with ninjutsu, it would be normal. And now this scene, it is difficult to explain at all. In particular, the sword Wei Er fell into his hand, and the sparks flew off, causing the three of them to feel numb in their scalps. What the hell kind of body is this? Thank you, for giving me a fire, then I'll give you some ice. Holding the fireball in one hand, Wei Er praised the three scouts in the distance and blew at them. Hum. With Wei Er's breath, a wisp of white icy power spread directly along the canyon. Wherever you go, the rock walls of the canyon shell are frozen. This is the frozen fruit ability from Aokiji. With the attributes picked up by Wei Er, it can be operated regardless of gold, wood, water, fire and soil. It can be said to be omnipotent. Otherwise, how can one be called a god in the pirate world? When the three saw this, they were even more astonished. It's just a breath, it's so terrifying. They stepped back without hesitation, while casting ninjutsu to try to defend. But their ninjutsu was simply unable to resist this icy force. Almost in an instant, it was crushed like a smash. Do not want. Hong Yuhi stood on the other side, watching this scene, couldn't help shouting. Click. However, the power of ice cold still spread, instantly freezing Konoha's three ninjas and turning them into three ice sculptures. Wei Er glanced at Hong Yuhi above and said, "Oh, don't what? 39. Yuhi Kung's pretty face turned pale, but she didn't run away. Because he knew that in front of a strong person like Wei Er, it was almost impossible to escape. Besides, she should have died in Wei Er's hands before, but for some reason, Wei Er didn't kill her. Why? Why did you let me go before? Hong Yuhi gave up hope of escaping, and bent Wei Er to ask what she had always wanted to ask. Wei Er gave her a warning, and while preparing to make his barbecue, he said casually. Let go. What does that mean? I have no enmity with you, so why should I kill you? Hong Yuhi was speechless for a moment. Her face was stunned, she didn't expect to get such an answer at all. No injustice? In the ninja world, there is still such a saying that there is no injustice? Hong Yuhi is not stupid. Hearing Wei Er's words, he recalled what happened before. She suddenly came to her senses, and it seemed that the policeman took the initiative to attack Wei Er, and Wei Er continued to fight back. Advertisement, and she never attacked Wei Er once, so Wei Er didn't attack her either. But that doesn't make sense. I'm Konoha's ninja, you Kirikan are not. Mist Shinobi. What is hidden mist? Wei Er looked at Yuhi Hong with a strange look on his face. Yuhi Hong looked stunned. Aren't you Mist? Who told you that I'm Mist? Wei Er couldn't help rolling his eyes. What the hell is Mist? After shaking his head, Wei Er casually asked at Hong Yuhi. Can you make a fire? Will. Hong Yuhi didn't know why Wei Er asked this question, but he answered it subconsciously. Wei Er continued, then do you know how to cook? Kurenai Yuhi blinked and looked at Wei Er inexplicably. Wei Er looked at her appearance, nodded and said, well, it should be. Basic survivability, for ninjas should be the base seam is. Mouth, go and help me bake it. Wei Er squeezed the fireball casually. Then he threw the goshawk in his hand towards Yuhi Kung. What? What is this all about? Hong Yuhi subconsciously reached out to catch it. At this time, her whole person was stunned, and she looked completely confused. Oh, by the way, your companions aren't dead yet, you can catch them by breaking the ice. Wei Er looked at Hong Yuhi who was standing there stupidly and said casually. When Yuri Hong heard such a sentence, she was instantly jolted, and there was a hint of surprise on her face. Really? Real? Wei Er nodded, looked at her leisurely, and said. But they just wanted to kill me, and it's not that easy for me to let them go. Well, I'll give you a choice. Having said that, Wei Er squinted his eyes and looked at Yuhi Hong and said. The choice is simple, if you stay, they can go. Trade your life for theirs. Hearing such a sentence, Yuhika immediately hesitated. In silence, she looked at the three companions who were frozen in ice in the distance, with expressions of horror on their faces. Gritted his teeth. I stay, 19 advertisement if it is 1 for 1, maybe she will hesitate for a long time and can't decide. But in exchange for 3, she felt that if she chose to go by herself, she would not be able to make it through in her life. Of course. The most important thing still depends on Wei Er's attitude. Whether Wei Er keeps his promise or not is the key. Now, whether it is her or her companion, the life of the master is in the hands of Wei Er. Okay. Wei Er's eyes flashed with an imperceptible color of admiration. With a snap of his fingers, the ice that had frozen the 3 Konoha ninjas cracked open. The 3 of them escaped from the ice, their bodies trembling. Looking at Wei Er, there was also a deep fear in his eyes. You go quickly. Hong Yuhi looked at the 3 of them and tried to act indifferent. The 3 also heard the conversation between Wei Er and Hong Yuhi in the ice. The members of the 2 squads were all hesitant, but the captain of Elite Chunin gritted his teeth and said, go. Replacing 1 with 3 people, there is nothing to say for Wei Er, a terrifying powerhouse, to make such a decision. If you continue to entangle, maybe none of them can get away. The other 2 looked at each other, gritted their teeth, and turned around and ran. Seeing the 3 companions walking away, Hong Yuhi took a deep breath. Turning his head to look at Wei Er, he completely suppressed his emotions. Make an expression that puts life and death aside. What are you still doing? Wei Er gave her a warning look and said, go and roast that eagle and send it over. Also, looking at me like this, I don't want your life. I just need someone to bring tea and water, just you. Puff, tea and water. Hong Yuhi's eyes widened slightly, she was thinking a little crooked. He thought that Wei Er kept her because he planned to do something bad to her. Still thinking, if that is the case, then commit suicide immediately. Wei Er didn't care about Yuhiko's reaction, but tilted his head and said, well, you can also try to escape. If you succeed, you will run away. If you fail to hang out, the consequences will be more serious. 93. You're not afraid of me. What, poisoning you? Yuhika blinked her eyes. I originally wanted to talk about assassination, but I thought that Wei Er's body couldn't move the shuriken, and fire style didn't seem to be able to burn Wei Er either. So I changed it to 10. Chapter 283. Thought it was bronze, but it turned out to be the real king. You can try. Wei Er gave her a deep look, then ignored her. The world of the second dimension is good, you can pick up lowly casually. But, Wei Er has seen so many beauties in the world of pirates, and his partner is Hanku, who is full of charm and even overflowing. For the little charm of Yuhi Hong, it will naturally not be affected. On the contrary, Hong Yuhi's craftsmanship is not bad, at least Wei Er thinks it will be better than him. After eating, he returned to the cave to rest. Seeing that Wei Er was not ready to move, Yuhika felt more and more unable to understand Wei Er. Isn't he afraid of Konoha's ninja coming? Although Wei Er's strength is very strong. But they Konoha are on the front line here, and they are full of famous ninjas. Among them, there are more than 20 people in Jonin, and there are more than 20 in Elite Jonin. Her father Yuhi Mako is one of Konoha Elite Jonin. If it is really under the siege and suppression of the army, it is Wei Er. Even the shadows of the 5 great ninja villages would probably not be able to fight against one enemy, and they would be defeated. What is the origin of this guy? Hong Yuhi stayed at the entrance of the cave, watching Wei Er resting quietly inside the cave without any abnormality. A pair of eyes revealed scrutiny and more doubts. Leaf Camp. The most central tent, is that the Kirigaku ninja again? Nara Luju frowned, showing a bit of a dignified look, and said. Although Shai is not an important road, the terrain is dangerous. What conspiracy is he hiding there, against us Konoha or against Cloud Shinobi? Nara Shikahisa was not alone in the tent. The other 2 of Ino Shikacho, Yamanaka Kaiichi and Akamichi Dingza, were also in the tent. The crowd is discussing how to deal with Cloud Shinobi's offensive. According to the report just now, that guy seems to have admitted that he is not a Kirigaku ninja. Akamichi Dingza's chubby body filled the chair, and he squinted at Nara Shikahisa. The enemy's words may not be trusted. Nara Shikuji looked down and said, there is also such a possibility. However, the only thing I can think of is the Shui Wuyue clan in Wuyan village. Even if he is not a Kirikaku ninja, he is most likely closely related to Kirikaku, perhaps it is also possible that he is a Kirikaku ninja. Advertisement Yamanaka looked calm and said coldly. To have such a guy staring at the side, it's really a little apprehensive. I don't think such a hidden danger can be left before the war with Cloud Shinobi. Good. Nara Shikuji nodded, her eyes flashing. It's time to find a way to deal with it. 33 Just as the 3 of them were discussing, someone suddenly rushed into the tent. Seeing him rush in, several people present stood up one after another. Really Red, worry, things might not be that bad. Nara Shikahisa looked at the person who came, and said calmly. The person who walked into the tent was surprisingly Yuhi's father. Yuhi was really red. He took a deep breath and said solemnly, don't worry, I won't act on my will. Here is the battlefield. Whatever needs to be done, follow your command, Lu Ju. Nara Shikaku nodded. Yuhi Mahong is a veteran Jonin after all, and this is a battlefield. It is not uncommon for relatives to die, and there are too many. What's more, Kurenai Yuhi just lost contact now, not necessarily dead. Then, let's make a response plan. The sky was getting darker. In the cave under the canyon, Wei Er is like an old monk entering meditation. Just stay there motionless, as if completely asleep. Hong Yuhi has been staring at Wei Er, Even though Wei is completely asleep, she still does not dare to act rashly. It's really that Wei strength shown before is too strong. Jonin is already irresistible to Yuhiga. What's more, Wei is still an elite Jonin with blood succession limit. Even her father might not be able to deal with it. But, after all, Hong Yuhi was determined to try to escape. After all, she is not even afraid of death, what else is there to be afraid of? She felt that if she left quietly in a normal way, she would probably not be able to escape. Since Wei didn't restrain her at all, most probably had plans to prevent her from escaping in this way. She didn't think Wei would be that powerful but brainless idiot. Advertisement most of the time, it is impossible to escape directly. Hong Yuhi made a very bold idea, she was going to attack Wei. Although Wei body is very strong, even now she can't think of a way to deal with it. It's almost impossible to kill Wei but if you can't kill it, restraint is always possible. Midnight. Hong Yuhi was silent, not retreating but advancing. Came to the cave, held his breath, and touched Wei all the way. Wei was sitting there cross-legged, with a serene expression, as if asleep. Hong Yuhi raised her two small hands and used an extremely slow speed to seal in front of her. She tried hard not to bring any movement, and after a series of knots were completed, she took a deep breath. Genjutsu. The art of falling Sakura Nanami. This genjutsu is the highest level genjutsu she has learned so far. It can create the illusion of flying sakura flowers on the enemy and make people fall into a deep sleep. Silently, Hong Yuhi was sure that his genjutsu had activated Akatsuki, while Wei remained calm and did not move. Call. Hong Yuhi finally took a long breath and looked at Wei with a hint of pride on her face. Because, the body is very strong and is not afraid of attack at all, so I was careless. I can't kill you, but I can make you a genjutsu, ga. After the voice fell, Hong Yuhi just jumped out of the cave. Under the reflection of Moonlight 1.0, I stepped out of the canyon and ran towards the distance. Not knowing how long she ran, she saw a forest lying in front of her and looked behind her. It seems that Wei has not broken her genjutsu so far and chased after her, and finally he was completely relieved. She jumped up the treetops and started running through the jungle. But, before she could run through the jungle for long, a tree trunk she stepped on suddenly broke. It made her center of gravity unstable, and she fell directly below. Hong Yuhi instinctively rolled over in the air, trying to land smoothly. Then, it really landed smoothly, but the moment she landed, she only felt a flower in front of her. The whole world scene has changed greatly, where are there any jungles and woods? Impressively, he returned to the canyon and stood at the entrance of the cave. Chapter 284. Yuri Hong said that she was stunned, so it was quite sudden. On the red face of Yuhi, she instantly showed an expression as if she had seen a ghost. This time I was terrified. Even the whole person fell to the ground all at once, and his butt hurt for a while. I ran away in the middle of the night, and I'm still here, what happened? Just as Yuhi Hong was full of cold sweat, she only felt a chill down her spine. It's like when you really meet a ghost in a cemetery in the middle of the night. A ray of early morning sun rose from the sky in the distance. Wei in the cave, yawned, stood up and stretched. The police glanced at Hong Yuhi, who was drenched in cold sweat, and said, "It's time to get me breakfast. It's too late, I'll start with the punishment for failing to escape." You Kurenai. Yuhi turned her head and looked at Wei as if looking at a demon. A pair of eyes full of horror, trembling voice. "What the hell did you do? Didn't you hit my genjutsu?" "What? Genjutsu? When did you start thinking that I've hit your genjutsu?" Wei gave Yuhi 13 Hong a weird smile. This smile fell into Yuhi Hong's eyes, and it only felt incomparably infiltrating. Although Wei appearance and temperament are perfect. But at this time, Wei in Yuhi's red eyes, is as terrifying as a demon. It actually broke through the limit that the strength must be stronger than me. As long as I have the ability that I did not have, and this ability is stronger than me. It was a surprise to be able to pick up the attributes dropped by the other party. This. Wei muttered to himself when Yuhiga went to prepare breakfast. Kurenai Yuhi didn't know. Wei left her not only to serve tea and water, but also to use her for wool. After all, Wei has just come to the ninja world, and needs to be more familiar with the way the world controls power, equals. Red Yuhi is undoubtedly the best candidate. Even ninjutsu and Wei of the Yuhi Red Society were able to innovate to a certain extent. Once you fall into an illusion, even your 5 senses will be manipulated. Unless it is a special ability owner in the ninja world, it is difficult to break through the genjutsu performed by Wei. After a while, advertisement Hong Yuhi is ready for breakfast, and this time she doesn't dare to make any small moves. She can't see through Wei at all now, and doesn't even understand what happened last night. After a late breakfast, Wei left the canyon with Yuhiga. "Where are we going?" After Hong Yuhi followed Wei for a while, she couldn't help but ask. Wei shrugged directly to Yuhiga's question, "Do not know." Puff. Hong Yuhi almost vomited blood, looking at Wei with a black line. Wei ignored Yuhihiro's reaction, he really didn't know where to go. Or, he was looking for a place where the energy of nature was more concentrated. Absorbing natural energy to transform the body is a slow process. Sage mode is based on the natural energy of Chararong, and it can be turned on by forming Sage Jutsu energy. What Wei did, however, was to incorporate natural energy into every cell of the body. nourishes each of your own cells and remodels them. The stronger the natural energy between heaven and earth, the faster Wei Er's absorption will of course be. Wei Er is now completely releasing observation haki while absorbing the natural energy, while aimlessly looking for areas with more natural energy. After walking along the canyon for a while, a jungle lay ahead. The natural energy in the jungle seemed to be stronger than the gourd shell, so Wei Er stepped directly into the jungle. Hong Yuhi followed silently behind Wei Er. She finds Wei Er's behavior bizarre and inexplicable. Generally, when ninjas move, they must try their best to cover up their footprints and hide their traces. Even she has prepared to leave some traces quietly to guide the idea of Konoha ninja. But after walking with Wei Er for a while, she found that this idea was completely wrong. Because there is no need to leave traces quietly, Wei Er has absolutely no intention to conceal his whereabouts. She became more and more puzzled about Wei Er, of course. What Kurenai Yuhi didn't know was, Wei Er did not deliberately hide his whereabouts, but he never learned the ninja style at all. Because Wei Er didn't hide his whereabouts at all, and the scouts sent by Konoha to track him didn't eat rice. Wei Er's whereabouts were quickly passed to the rear. The target has entered the jungle north of the canyon. The jungles of the north. Nara Shikahisa's expression changed suddenly. Advertisement: he just received information this morning. An elite force of Cloud Shinobi entered the jungle north of the canyon, numbering at least 100 people. Led by an elite Jonin from Cloud Shinobi, with at least 3 Jonins in the team. This Cloud Shinobi force is obviously not good, although in terms of strength, it is impossible to attack their base camp. But it was more than enough to cut off the reconnaissance line in front of them and block the jungle. To know, the canyon area is too open and not suitable for ninja action, unless it is a large-scale decisive battle. Therefore, the jungle in the north of the canyon is extremely important for this battlefield. Cloud Shinobi sent an elite force to be stationed there. Obviously, he intends to take a step-by-step and eat away at Konoha's line of defense. Of course, Lu Ju couldn't just sit still, he had already formulated countermeasures. Prepared to give orders to fight against Cloud Shinobi in that jungle. Unexpectedly, before his order was given, Wei Er, a 640 dangerous person, even entered that jungle. Could it be that Wuyan Village and Cloud Shinobi Village are secretly colluding? This situation is not good. Lu Ju took a deep breath, and after his eyes flickered, he finally gave up the idea of rashly fighting. I intend to first find out the reality of the jungle and then deal with it. The jungle in the northern part of the canyon is so huge that it can be said to cover a mountain range. Belongs to the main front of Cloud Shinobi and Konoha Ninja. At this time, Wei Er and Hong Yuhi are walking in this jungle. While walking, Wei Er suddenly stopped. Looking towards the front of the jungle, his eyes flickered slightly. What's up? Hong Yuhi is a ninja after all, although she doesn't understand Wei Er's behavior. But after entering the jungle, he has been instinctively vigilant. You know, this place has gradually moved away from the area controlled by Konoha. It is normal to encounter Cloud Shinobi. Even with bad luck, it is possible to encounter a large army of Cloud Shinobi. Wei Er is very strong. Even the Chunin team of a dozen people could not pose any threat to Wei Er. But what if there are dozens, or even hundreds, of elite troops led by elite Jonin? Once it happens, maybe Wei Er can get away. How could she, this little Chunin, have any hope of escape? Thank you for reading this story at Fic Chapter 285. Accidental Encounter, the Cloud Shinobi 100-man army. There's someone ahead, Wei Er replied lightly. Hearing Wei Er's words, Kurenai Yuhi instantly showed a bit of nervousness. There was no doubt that Wei Er's words were true or false, and he couldn't help but ask, is it Cloud Shinobi? How many people are there? About 180, Wei Er replied casually. The scope of his observation haki is far greater than the scope of the world's white eyes can see. That Kai Cloud Shinobi is actually more than a few brown rice. Wei Er has been moving in the direction of more concentrated natural energy. He sensed that in the direction of Cloud Shinobi's troops, the natural energy was a little richer than this side. So he stepped forward again and said, let's go. Hong Yuhi subconsciously responded and was about to switch sides, but the next moment she was stunned. Because she found that Wei Er didn't change the direction at all, but kept moving forward in the same way. Hey, didn't you say there was a Cloud Shinobi unit ahead? Yes, what's the matter? Wei Er gave Yuhiko a strange look. Hong Yuhi opened his mouth, suddenly not knowing what to say. Finally, I almost forced out a sentence, saying, are you crazy? There's Cloud Shinobi in front of you, and you want to go over there? 99. Why can't I pass with Cloud Shinobi in front of me? Wei Er glanced at Yuhiko even more strangely, Kurenai Yuhi. She felt that she was completely defeated by Wei Er. Wei Er walked towards the front indifferently, but after Yuhi Hong hesitated for a while, she gritted her teeth and kept up with Wei Er. Just die, she doesn't want to think so much anymore. Anyway, her life is not hers now. But, I followed Wei Er and walked for a long distance. Hong Yuhi didn't see any Cloud Shinobi and couldn't help but feel a little strange. What about the hundreds of Cloud Shinobi's elite troops? Did he lie to her? She couldn't help shaking her head. Wei Er lying to her was pointless. But I don't know how far it has gone, and there is not even a shadow in front of me. She was also completely unaware that Cloud Shinobi was ahead. Just when Hong Yuhi was getting more and more strange, her eyes suddenly narrowed. Keenly noticed that the surrounding environment was slightly wrong, and it did look like someone passed by. Advertisement, really someone. Hong Yuhi couldn't help taking a breath, and there was an incredible look in his eyes. From the beginning to here, at least I know how many brown rice dew there are. Wei can actually perceive Cloud Shinobi within a few brown rice? This perception ability is a bit too strong. Hong Yuhi followed Wei and continued to walk, and then walked for a while. After all, she is a member of the scout team, and has been serving as a scout on the battlefield, conducting intelligence investigations. Finally, I found that not far in front of Akatsuki, there should be a large number of Cloud Shinobi distribution. This is already a very close distance. She is also not too sure that she Wei and has not been discovered by those Cloud Shinobi. Seeing that Wei still has no meaning to stop, he continued to move forward. Hong Yuhi suddenly thought of something, and couldn't help showing her strange color, saying, "Could it be? You're Cloud Shinobi's ninja?" "No." Wei gave Hong Yuhi a look. This guy, Hong Yuhi couldn't help but stomped her feet. Not the ninja of Cloud Shinobi, but the Cloud Shinobi army of hundreds of people dared to go head to head like this. This courage is too big. Even though Wei is strong, this is a team of hundreds of people. There must be at least a few Jonins leading the team. If once surrounded, I am afraid it will be difficult to escape. Are you afraid? Wei suddenly looked at Hong Yuhi with a half smile. Hong Yuhi gritted his teeth, dinged, and said, "No." She was heartbroken and immediately followed Wei. Anyway, her life is no longer her own, so let's die. There was silence in the jungle ahead. Among the hundreds of ninjas, there is almost no genin, and most of them are chunin. These chunin, surrounded by 4 jonin, walked through the forest, and the sound of starting work was extremely subtle. This is clearly an elite force. The ninjas in the outermost areas are all on the alert. Constantly patrolling the surroundings, they will respond immediately if there is any change. The leader, Elite Jonin, spoke with a solemn expression. Be careful, it's not too far from Konoha camp, and battles can happen at any time. If Konoha makes a big move and comes to encircle us, then our mission will be successful. Perception ninjas should be vigilant and report immediately if a large group of Konoha ninjas appear. Advertisement, yes 99. Several sentient ninjas responded immediately in the distance. If they encounter an army of hundreds of people, they will immediately break out and retreat. If they encounter a considerable number of Konoha ninjas, they will fight here. And if you encounter a small number of Konoha ninjas, it will naturally be a strong team to defeat Konoha. Encountered the first situation, of course, is worse for them. But if Konoha sends hundreds of people to encircle them, the rear defense will definitely be empty. Their Cloud Shinobi had already planned an attack. It's not even a large battlefield. It was just a frontier where the two sides confronted each other in the early days of the Third World War. The real war has not yet fully kicked off. Gather Cloud Shinobi on the way. At this moment, a perception ninja in front of the team suddenly changed his expression. With a strange look, he said, "There was someone in front of you for a long time." Alert! The ninjas all around stopped in unison, all showing their diligent vigilance and getting ready for battle. The leader, Jonin, immediately asked, "How many people were there?" "It seems there are only 2. The perceptive ninja was also afraid that he felt wrong. He felt it again seriously and reported to the Jonin Wei. 2. Wang's Cloud Shinobi, who was present, heard such a sentence, and his expression was slightly relieved. The perceptive ninja continued to perceive, and said with a solemn expression, "They're coming to us." The leading Jonin nodded, lowered his voice, and said, "It seems that we haven't found us yet. Get ready. The police let them run away. Try to catch them alive." When Wei and Yuhi Kung gradually approached within a certain range. I don't know who gave the order. The Cloud Shinobi who were present all turned into afterimages, which suddenly became rhythmic in the first instance. Whizzing, in an instant, more than a dozen people surrounded Wei and Hong Yuhi directly in the middle. Hong Yuhi saw this scene, although she was already mentally prepared. But seeing the surrounding of more than 10 people, there are no less than dozens of shadows in the jungle not far away. There was still a cold sweat on his forehead. She couldn't help looking at Wei. Chapter 286, Inhuman Power, Terror Exists, A. Wei looked at this scene and suddenly sighed. He doesn't like getting into trouble, but he doesn't want to take a detour just because there's a bunch of Cloud Shinobi. "Can I trouble you to let me go?" The leader, Jonin of Cloud Shinobi, is about to try to strike Wei with words. Let Wei and Hong Yuhi give up their resistance. But he didn't expect that before he could speak, Wei suddenly said such a sentence. Cloud Shinobi, who was present, was dumbfounded. Is this guy an idiot? Take them. The corner of the Cloud Shinobi Jonin's mouth twitched, and he gave up the idea of a verbal attack. With a direct order, the surrounding Cloud Shinobi made their move, bending Wei and Hong Yuhi to attack. Without using ninjutsu, they were all using kunai to perform taijutsu, trying to capture Wei and Hong Yuhi. Hong Yuhi knew in her heart that she might not be able to escape. But he still gritted his silver teeth, intending to make a final resistance. But at this moment, Wei suddenly shook his head. Glancing at Cloud Shinobi, who was present, there was a hint of indifference in his eyes. As if looking at ants, the indifferent eyes, haven't waited for those Cloud Shinobi to rush up. An irresistible terrifying pressure of Piran 640 suddenly erupted from Wei's body. Crash in all directions. This is Conqueror's Haki, and also Wei's sword power. Boom. Wei's current sword stance is terrifying. Even if he didn't fully unfold it, the ground under his feet cracked inch by inch in an instant. All the weeds fell down, as if the mountains were overwhelmed by the sea. Cloud Shinobi, who rushed towards Wei-Er, barely hummed. I only felt a buzzing sound in my mind, and the whole body trembled, and all the figures were frozen in place. The commanding Jonin also suddenly showed a look of astonishment on his face. It only felt as if for a moment, I saw a scene like a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. His heart trembled violently, barely holding a breath. Finally, his mind hummed, and it was completely blank. This mighty coercion directly swept in all directions, not just the surrounding Cloud Shinobi. Even the Cloud Shinobi in the distance were all under the sword force, and their hearts collapsed. Advertisement puff. Puff. The crowd fell into pieces as if reaping wheat. In the entire arena, only Yu Hong was not affected. But at this time, she was also pale and looked around in shock. The whole earth seemed to be centered on her Wei-Er end and shattered in all directions. There were even cracks in the nearby towering trees. It shattered and collapsed with a bang. Hundreds of Cloud Shinobi were crushed and collapsed almost instantly, and they all fell to the ground. Only the leader of this unit, the elite Jonin of Cloud Shinobi, was barely able to stay awake. But he was also full of cold sweat, and his face was full of horror and fear. Looking at Wei-Er almost incredulously, what is this? Mood? In addition to fear, it is more incredible? Even if it is their movie, it is impossible to stun hundreds of people just by the momentum. Shatter the earth apart. Cloud Shinobi's elite Jonin? Well, not bad. At this moment, Wei-Er gave the Cloud Shinobi's elite Jonin a faint glance. Boom. This glance made this elite Jonin feel like he was struck by lightning in an instant. It was as if I saw the most terrifying picture in the world, and my heart buzzed. Finally, he couldn't hold it anymore, completely lost consciousness, and fell to the ground. Silently, the sword force released by Wei-Er disappeared without a trace. The sky and the earth were light and cloudless, as if nothing had happened. But under Wei-Er's feet, the cracked earth spread like a spider's web, and there were several towering trees that were broken and collapsed around. In a messy jungle, hundreds of Cloud Shinobi were lying on the ground. It all proves that the scene just around is not a dream. Just BDBA. What exactly happened? Kurenai Yui watched this scene with a dull look on her face. Although the jungle was completely silent at this time, there still seemed to be a constant explosion of thunder in her mind. If the strength Wei-Er showed before just made her feel awe. So now Wei-Er's power makes her feel shocked and incredible. Without even a single move, Cloud Shinobi's team of hundreds of people was defeated in an instant. There's even Cloud Shinobi's Jonin in it. What a power this is. I'm afraid even Hokage can't do it. Advertisement. Let's go. Wei-Er withdrew his gaze and glanced at Kurenai Yui, who was still in shock. After saying something calmly, he took a step forward and continued to walk forward. Kurenai Yui took a deep breath, barely suppressing the shock in her heart. But the trembling in her heart could not be calmed down. This scene was too shocking for her. Until you get away from that area. Hong Yui finally reluctantly re-examined her heart, although she knew that Wei-Er would probably not answer. However, he still couldn't help asking Wei-Er, how did you do it? Sword stance. 39 Wei-Er gave her a warning look and replied lightly. Sword power? What is that? With a hint of confusion in Yuri's red eyes, she shook her head. She did not continue to ask. In her sense, it was probably a very strong genjutsu. And it's a wide range of genjutsu that even Jonin can't resist. If this kind of power is brought to the battlefield, Hong Yui is a little afraid to think about it. Cloud Shinobi Village Frontline Camp. It is the beginning of the Third Ninja War, and the supreme leader of Cloud Shinobi Village is 3rd Raikage. And 4th Raikage Yayui in the original book is currently elite Jonin of Cloud Shinobi. At the same time, he is also the commander-in-chief of this frontline camp. Monument. In the room in the center of the camp, there was a sudden sound of a table being smashed. All lost? The future 4th Raikage stood there with the broken table shards in front of him. With an angry look on his face, and more of a shock, he roared at the Chunin in front of him. How could the elite troops of hundreds of people lose contact in an instant? That Chunin was sweating like rain, and there was a hint of fear in his eyes as he trembled. My subordinates don't know what's going on. They have already sent people to investigate. 6. The future 4th Raikage took a deep breath, looking at the terrified appearance of the Chunin in front of him. There was a look of fear in his eyes. How did Konoha manage to make hundreds of elite troops lose contact in an instant? He asked himself, even if he did it himself. Although he is confident that he can deal with that elite unit, at most he will defeat this elite unit. But it is impossible to destroy it completely. Chapter 287. The 5 Great Ninja Villages Shake, the Fruit of the Divine Tree. After half a day, the scouts sent by Cloud Shinobi were in the jungle and found the troops that Wei-Er had defeated in an instant with Conqueror's Haki. Most of them fell into a coma. After using various means, Jonin and Elite Jonin, with better willpower, were barely woken up. And when these Jonin and Elite Jonin woke up, they asked what happened. Almost without exception, there was a look of astonishment and fear on his face. A mysterious ninja defeated them all in an instant with some kind of strange power. After getting the news, not only the commander of Cloud Shinobi on the front line, but also the senior leaders in Cloud Shinobi Village, and the supreme leader of Cloud Shinobi. 3rd Raikage, everyone is shocked. Check, who is that person? Even with the 8 tails, the 3rd Raikage is almost indistinguishable. It was learned that the elite troops of hundreds of people were defeated in an instant, and they could not keep calm. Because of the existence of this level, it is already a character enough to influence a war. And importantly, if this person is a Konoha ninja, after defeating their Cloud Shinobi's elite troops, they should either capture as many as they can or kill as many as they can. But Wei didn't do that. This made the senior management of Cloud Shinobi suspicious, and the identity seemed confusing. Under Third Raikage's orders, Cloud Shinobi stood still. A large number of scouts were dispatched to search for information about Wei. Even though Wei came to this world for a short time, but because Wei did not deliberately hide anything. So, some intelligence was quickly collected by Cloud Shinobi. We once destroyed one of our Chunin troops and had a conflict with Konoha ninjas. We'll use ice escape. Could it be the ninja of Kiragakushi? No. Third Raikage's face showed Bayo's surprised look. If he had gotten this information in the first place, he might have thought Wei was Kiragaku's ninja too. But, Wei had clearly used some kind of large genjutsu before, and in an instant they defeated an elite army of hundreds of people. Genjutsu of this level should be completely incompatible with Frozen Mist. What Third Raikage could think of, only the Uchiha clan of Konoha might be able to possess this level of super powerful genjutsu. The executives of Cloud Shinobi were all confused about this matter. But the only thing that is certain is that this person who suddenly lay on the front line is not a guy to mess with. Advertisement Cloud Shinobi went to great lengths to collect information about Wei and Konoha ninjas certainly would not remain indifferent. The collection of intelligence is often mutual. While Cloud Shinobi was gathering intelligence about Wei some of their own information was leaked to Konoha. Cloud Shinobi, an elite force of hundreds of people, was defeated by the mysterious ninja in an instant. When this spread to Konoha camp, the entire camp was shocked. Even Nara Shikahisa had difficulty keeping his composure. No matter how he thought about it, he never imagined that this would happen. This almost overturned all his previous guesses. Apparently Wei has nothing to do with Cloud Shinobi. In addition to ice escape, Wei also has an extremely terrifying large-scale genjutsu, whose strength is unfathomable. Yuhi's father, Yuhi Mako, is also an elite jonin who is very good at genjutsu. After he heard the news, he was even more shocked than everyone else. Because he is very good at genjutsu. How difficult is it to inflict genjutsu on an elite force of hundreds of people in an instant and defeat them in an instant? You really can't act rashly now. Nara Shikahisa took a deep breath, a wry smile appeared on his face, and said, "It seems that the situation here is not something we can easily handle, and it needs to be reported to Lord Hokage." When the information about Wei was passed back to Konoha, the upper and lower levels of Konoha were also shaken. It has only been 2 days since Wei appeared. Konoha and Cloud Shinobi in the 5 great ninja villages are all shaken. And just when Cloud Shinobi and Konoha are trying to gather more intelligence and want to know who Wei is. Wei was still wandering in the jungle with Yuhi Hong, and finally stopped in a certain area. The natural energy concentration here should be the highest in this forest. Wei stopped by a small river and got a general sense of the natural energy concentration between heaven and earth. Although I am still a little dissatisfied, I still plan to stay for a while. Hong Yuhi completely lost the idea of escaping, and obediently went to prepare meals. Now, in addition to being in awe of Wei she is more curious about Wei's identity. Who is Wei? This is the question she really wants to understand. Stars fill the sky, and a bright moon hangs high in the sky. Moonlight fell from the sky, blocked by leaves. Let this jungle, as if to bring a bit of dreamy color. Wei has been sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed, while Hong Yuhi is resting under a tree. Katakana middle dot 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 katakana middle dot. Suddenly, Wei opened his eyes and stood up. Advertisement looking at the sky with deep eyes, his eyes swept across the endless stars, and finally stayed on the moon. Otsutsuki Kagaya, originally sage of 6 paths Otsutsuki Hagoromo, joined forces with his younger brother Otsutsuki Hamura. The two sealed Kagaya, sage of 6 paths, created the moon and sealed Kagaya in it with the art of God, planetary devastation. The moon is an important place in this world. Not only Kagaya was sealed there, but the descendants of Hamura also lived there. Twilight Eye, Samsara Eye. The ultimate power in this world is all related to the surname Otsutsuki. By the time of the Fourth World War, basically salted fish was not associated with Otsutsuki. 9. Wei pondered, he had no disdain for the two powers of Samsara Eye and Tenseigen. Uchiha Madara, who has reincarnation eyes, is a mess of powerful strength. Otsutsuki, who possesses Tenseigen, can even split the moon with one move. Both of these powers are enough to rival the current Wei. Not even a single point stronger than today's Wei. But if you want to obtain these two kinds of power, you can't get it casually. Wei knew that Nagato had Samsara Eyes. With his current strength, he can indeed forcefully seize it. But that doesn't make much sense. Look at Nagato's final shape, almost drained by the Eye of Reincarnation. Compare again. The power of the Eyes of Reincarnation in the original owner of Uchiha Madara, the gap is too big. Forces that do not belong to oneself are forced to seize it. It can't be the same as the original owner. As for rebuilding a pair of reincarnation eyes, you also need to capture the eyes of the Uchiha clan first. Then evolve along the way of Sharingan, Mangekyo Sharingan, and Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, and then you can get the reincarnation eye. Not to mention whether it can be successful or not, this process alone is extremely troublesome. For Wei-Er, it's better to have a pair of reincarnation eyes than to waste so much thought. It is better to use all these thoughts on the development of space power, and the receipt may be even greater. Shake your head. In the end, Wei-Er threw the reincarnation eye and the reincarnation eye all behind his head. He doesn't need to think about that at all, because there is one thing he only needs to get, he can have everything. That is the fruit of the divine tree. Plus. Chapter 288, The Ultimate Strength, Practice Chara. Kagaya ate the fruit of the god tree and became the ancestor of Zara. In this case, there must be a way to peel off the fruit of the divine tree. As long as you get the fruit of the god tree, you will get all the power. There is also no need for any disgusting methods such as human modification and eye transplantation. Space. That's right. Thinking of the power of space, Wei-Er's eyes suddenly flickered. He took out the thunderbolt and his thoughts moved. Suddenly, there was a small bubble that only he could see. This scene is very strange. This small bubble can be said to be contained within the thunder, and it seems to be wrapped around the thunder. This is the past few days, after thunder has continuously absorbed the natural energy, self-stimulated enough space power. This power forcibly opened up a small space that belongs to Wei-Er. And, 640, as thunder continues to absorb natural energy, this space is still expanding. It is only the size of a fist now, and it may expand into a small world in the future. Wei-Er looked at this space that was only the size of a fist, but he let him control it, and he could store items at will. There was a smile on his face. This change was completely unexpected to him before, and it was a real surprise. What is the most powerful force? There is no doubt that the creation and destruction of the world. This is the power that truly belongs to God. Wei-Er is a traverser, his eyes are never limited to the surface of power. He had been trying to carve out a space by himself a long time ago, but without success. Now after the thunder absorbed the natural energy, it automatically opened up a small conical space. How not to surprise him, Otsutsuki Kagayaheim has 6 large spaces. And Wei-Er's small space today may not be able to grow to a space comparable to Kagaya-ji in the future. Even, to the extent of turning into the real world. Natural energy is indeed the power closest to the source. In other words, natural energy should be a dilution of the original energy. Wei-Er senses the flow of natural energy. At this moment, he suddenly felt that if the natural energy was compressed to the extreme, it might be the original power of the truth-seeking ball. Speaking of which, the power of Chara is very valuable for reference. Advertisement. After observing and studying the natural energy for a while, Wei-Er suddenly touched his chin and murmured. Chakra is the most basic strength of a ninja. Generally speaking, Chara extracts kinetic energy one by one from the 13 billion cells in the human body. Different people, Chara has different attributes, and can also practice hook more attributes. Generally, Jonin will have 3 different Chara nature transformations. And the nature transformation of 5 kinds of chakras, together with the yin-yang style, finally formed the truth-seeking ball. It's just that in the Hokage world, I have never heard of anyone who can rely on a mortal body. Without relying on Otsutsuki's blood, he cultivated the rhythm of yin and yang, wind, thunder, water, fire and earth. Finally melt the hook truth-seeking ball, but if you can't do it, you may not be able to do it yourself. Wei-Er's eyes flickered, and he didn't really want to do those bloodline transplants, cell transplants, or anything like that. Just thinking about it makes me sick, but if it is the power that comes from cultivating the hook by oneself, then it is completely different. The potential of Chara's energy is not necessarily under the sword. Moreover, the 2 powers are fundamentally different, if they are both cultivated to the extreme and then blended together. In the end, Wei-Er was a transmigrator, and Shunin couldn't help but thought out one after another. In the end, he was forced to take his mind and calm himself down. But Wei-Er still decided to try the practice of Chara. The next day, beside the small river, Red Yui is ready for breakfast. After breakfast, Wei-Er waved his sleeves. The remaining garbage was frozen into ice, and then swept into the river on one side by him. Come over. Wei-Er walked under a tree and waved at Hong Yuhi. Hong Yuhi didn't know what Wei-Er was going to do, but she walked over anyway. Do you know how to condense chakra? Tell me how to practice chakra. When Yuhika came over, Wei-Er spoke bluntly, however. This sentence made Yuhiko startled. Chara's cultivation method is the most basic thing in the ninja world. Any genin knows. Wei-Er asks her what is this for. Although confused in her heart, Hong Yuhi still told Wei-Er about the method of refining shirela. This is not some undisclosed information, but something that everyone in the ninja world knows. Advertisement. All the ninja villages have them. Seeing Wei-Er with a thoughtful look after listening to it, Hong Yuhi finally couldn't help but ask. What are you asking this for? Cultivation, 99. Wei-Er gave her a glance, and after replying, he sat down with his knees cross-legged, ready to try to refine shirela. Hong Yuhi looked at Wei-Er stupidly, an incredible thought suddenly popped into her mind. Could it be that Wei-Er can't use Chara at all? How is this possible? Wei-Er is clearly a powerful genjutsu ninja, and he also has the limit of Ice Dao's blood follower. Thinking of this, Kurenai Yuhi's expression suddenly froze. She recalled several previous encounters with Wei Er, although Wei Er showed terrifying strength. But there has never been a chara fluctuation on the body. The so-called powerful genjutsu and shuiji boundary are just her preconceived ideas. As soon as he saw the ability, he automatically recognized it as ninjutsu, never thought that Wei Er was not using ninjutsu. 1. Kurenai Yuhi looked at Wei Er in disbelief. The shock in her heart at this moment was even stronger than when Wei Er defeated the Cloud Shinobi army with one move. Don't tell me, you don't have Zerira, you're not a ninja? When did I say I'm a ninja? Wei Er gave her a strange look, then 1.0 ignored her. He closed his eyes directly, and began to try to refine chara according to the method Yuhi Hong just said. Boom. Wei Er's words were like thunder, and the shocking Yuhi Hong's mind hummed. There was an incredible feeling in my heart, and I only felt that endless confusion was constantly pouring into my heart. How did you use Ice Escape without chara? How to use genjutsu without chakra? Why is Wei Er's body so strong? One question after another that she couldn't think of an answer to, made it difficult for her to stay awake. And this time, Wei Er has already started the refining of chara. Because I am not from this world. At first, Wei Er was still skeptical that he would be able to refine the chinchala. But this suspicion was soon dispelled with the first rhyme of Zara. Chapter 289. Cage level chara, this is a monster, it doesn't seem too difficult. 99. After Wei Er extracted a strand of chala, the mind manipulated this strand of chara, and after swimming around in the body, it came to his palm. It was also at this time that Hong Yuhi finally sensed the chara fluctuations in Wei Er for the first time. As this chara? It feels very different from the devil fruit ability, but it has similarities and connections. Wei Er felt the wisp of chara in his palm and murmured. Let this strand of chara dissipate and continued to practice chara. This training lasted about half a day. Wei Er's physique is far stronger than the ninjas in this world. If you compare Yuhiga's body with his, one of his cells is dozens of times stronger than one of Yuhi Red's cells. Chara is the energy extracted from the body cells. If the difference in physical strength is huge, then the speed of refining chara is naturally completely different. Wei Er's practice of chara was slow at first, and then steadily improved. Then came a leap level. 13 Genin level chara. Chunin level chara. Chakra volume of Jonin level. In just half a day, Wei Er directly crossed the threshold that countless ninjas may be unable to cross in their entire lives. Practice chara to the level of Nianmei Elite Jonin. Such a perverted chara practice speed. I am afraid that there are only people with Otsutsuki bloodline who are born with a strong physique and chakra. Might as well take it out for comparison. And, Wei Er's control over chara is also unquestionably powerful. If you don't have enough control over chara, even if he has a chara comparable to Elite Jonin, he can only exert the power of Chunin Genin at most. The protagonist of the original work, Naruto, was originally in this state. And ordinary ninjas often need to climb trees and tread water to exercise chara's control. Then avoid the waste of chara, and use 100% of the chara to give full play to the power of diligence. But none of this is necessary for Wei Er. Wei Er's soul will, in this world, can hardly be compared to his. Even if there were, it would only be possible for existences like Sage of Six Paths and Otsutsuki Kagayaheim. Advertisement: a strong soul means a strong spirit, and a strong spirit means a strong control. Thinking back to before, I captured some ninja knot seal movements with observation haki, and after chara's running route. Wei Er raised his hands, making slow hooks one by one. Hong Yuhi has been watching Wei Er, and for the chara fluctuations on Wei Er, from weak to strong. In just half a day, she far surpassed her, and her heart was numb. There is only one rating for Wei Er. Monster. And at this time, seeing Wei Er's movements to seal the seal was so unfamiliar and slow. Even if she couldn't believe it in her heart, she had to believe it. Before Wei Er, it was true that chara would not be used. Air duct, great breakthrough. After Wei Er completed the seal, he took a breath, and after the chara started, he rhymed. Wow. A horn suddenly moved in and out, blowing straight ahead. It fell into the small river, causing the river water to explode suddenly, splashing all over the place. Red Yuhi stood there with an expressionless face. The first time I used ninjutsu, I succeeded directly, and this power. You must have not woken up, so go back to sleep. Wei Er doesn't care about his behavior, how much impact it has on Yuhiga's fragile heart. He looked at the ninjutsu he had just released, and couldn't help showing an interested smile. It's not very powerful, but it's still fun. Is this a ninja game? Fire style. Phoenix Sage Fire. Wei Er made a mark with both hands again, and this time it was obviously much more proficient than before. The release of fire style was still a success, and several flames burst and burned directly on the bank of the river.
It is obviously AC level ninjutsu, but when it is displayed in Wei Er, it seems to be AB level ninjutsu. On the side, Hong Yuhi already had a numb expression on her face. So weak, but Wei Er pouted at the power of this ninjutsu. Having picked up the ability of Lava Fruit himself, this fire style is really unsightly. If it was Amaterasu of Uchiha Itachi, he would be interested in pondering. Next, Wei Er went on to perform 3 ninjutsus of Earth style, Lightning style and Water style, almost all of which were one-off successes. Among the 5 ninjutsus, Wei Er's handling is slightly weaker in terms of Earth style and Water style. Advertisement: the 3 attributes of wind, thunder and fire are all perfectly controlled.
Ninjutsu at the same level is also stronger than King Road and Water Style. Though there is no kind of paper for the Chara property test. But it seems that I should have the 3 attributes of wind, thunder and fire. What, I thought I could directly use the 5 attributes. Wei showed a somewhat dull look. Chara nature transformation with 3 attributes. If you want to condense the truth-seeking ball with Chara alone, you need to practice the Hook Earth Style, Water Style, and nature transformation of Yin Yang Dao. The practice of Chara's nature transformation is not that simple, and even Yuiga does not know the method. Generally, at least Jonin is required, and then will begin to practice Chara's nature transformation. Wei was not surprised that he could not get the cultivation method of chakra nature transformation from Hong Yuhi. Speak up. It is not difficult for him to obtain the cultivation method of Shirella's nature transformation. Go to Konoha or Cloud Shinobi's camp tour 640 laps and that's it. So, do I choose Cloud Shinobi or Konoha? When it comes to lightning style, of course, Cloud Shinobi is the strongest. The land of Thunder Cloud Shinobi village, this is the skill of others. As for Earth style, it is undoubtedly Iwagakure, the land of the earth. But Wei needs 2 nature transformations of Yin-Yang style besides Earth style and Lightning style. The shadow binding technique of the Nara family and the psychic technique of the Yamanaka family belong to the nature transformation of the V*******. And the multiplication technique of the Taoist family, medical ninjutsu. It belongs to Yang nature transformation. In this case, Konoha is better. If you are lucky, you may not need to go to Konoha village. Go to the frontline camp on Konoha's side and you can get them all. Wei touched his chin and pondered for a while, but did not lie down immediately. It was Chara, who had practiced for 2 days again. If you want to practice the nature transformation of chakra, the amount of chakra is fundamental. In 2 days, Wei's chakra volume completely surpassed that of Elite Jonin, which is comparable to the average cage level. Or an S-class ninja. There is no such thing as cage level in the ninja world, but there are generally S-level ninjas and S-level rebellions. S-level ninjas roughly correspond to cage levels. S-rank ninjas are not necessarily the shadows of the 5 major ninja villages. But the shadows of the 5 major ninja villages must be S-rank ninjas. Chapter 290. I said I have no hostility, do you believe it? Come on, go somewhere with me. In the early morning of the 3rd day, Wei gave a direct command to Hong Yuhi after having a simple breakfast. For the speed of Wei practice on Chara and ninjutsu these days. Hong Yuhi has long treated Wei as a non-human monster. She felt that even if Wei did something earth-shattering, she might not be shocked. Kurenai Yuhi didn't ask where to go, just silently answered. Wei nodded slightly at her and signaled. Then you will lead the way, we will go to Konoha camp. What? Hong Yuhi was about to subconsciously respond. Mu Ran reacted and looked at Wei with a very stunned expression on his little face. Huh? Where is Wei going? Camp Konoha? What's the matter? Don't plan to lead the way? Wei smiled at Hong Yuhi and said. Maybe at Konoha camp, Konoha ninja can save you from my hands. Hong Yuhi listened to Wei words, but hesitated for a while. If Wei strength was just an elite Jonin, maybe she would lead the way without hesitation. But now Wei strength is unfathomable. If he goes to Konoha camp, God knows what will happen. She didn't even know what Wei wanted to do when he went to Konoha camp. That. What are you going to do at our camp? After Hong Yuhi took a deep breath, she couldn't help asking Wei. Wei gave her a warning look and said, go to Konoha's ninja to order something. If you know how to practice chakra's nature transformation, then I don't have to go to the Konoha camp so troublesome. 23. AJE. Yuri Hong's cheeks are red, and Lu Qin is embarrassed. She is just a chunin, and sewing has just been promoted. Moreover, it was a time of war, and he had never been exposed to the practice of chakra nature transformation. After hesitating for a while, Hong Yuhi led the way silently. Although it would not be a good thing to know that Wei went to Konoha camp. Even if she simply asks for the cultivation method of Zerula's nature transformation, she has no ability to stop Wei at all. Konoha camp is not a secret base on this battlefield. Even if she doesn't lead the way, Wei will definitely find it. She might as well lead the way and see if she can stop the conflict between Wei and Konoha. The Leaf camp is located on a plain. For ninjas, no mountains and valleys are considered favorable terrain. If the enemy can use Earth-style ninjutsu, it may be used in reverse. Therefore, it is endless, and it is impossible to hide the plain that hides the figure. Advertisement on the contrary, it is a more favorable place for the camp to be stationed. After all, in a large camp, hundreds of difficult ninjas gather. There is no fear of sneak attacks at all, at most it is just opening the front to fight. The figures of Wei and Hong Yuhi just lay in this area when they were discovered by the ninjas who were patrolling and stalking Konoha. Immediately reported to the commander in the camp. What? Carrot, inside Konoha camp, in the highest tent. A group of Jonins seemed to be having some sort of meeting. After hearing the emergency report from the camp sentry, everyone's expressions change. They have been checking Wei's information these days, but they didn't expect Wei to come to their camp. And, he came here alone. Actually, the camp we arrived at. Are you really daring? Are you planning to blatantly attack our Konoha camp? After Jonin's complexion changed a few times, he revealed his anger. Next to him, Jonin frowned and said, don't be careless, that guy's strength is unfathomable. If it really comes to trouble, we have to deal with it carefully. Naralukisa looked at several Jonin and said a word, and his eyes showed a sinking color. He didn't express his opinion, but suddenly turned his head to look at the person sitting at the very center of the camp. Jiraiya-sama, what do you think? Jiraiya, one of the Sannin, was sitting in the middle of the crowd. He has just arrived here not long ago. It was because of Wei Er's incident that the 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hizen was specially sent to the frontline camp to fight. Since he's here, let's go out and have a look. I want to see what he wants to do. Jiraiya sank his face slightly and smiled. Standing up, there was an air of arrogance in his tone. Seeing this, all the Jonin present took a deep breath, and their eyes were cold. The name of Konoha Sannin is now resounding in the entire ninja world. Jiraiya's personal strength is beyond doubt. Besides, Jiraiya came to the front line this time, not only by herself. At the same time, a ninja army of more than 300 people was also brought. This time, the number of ninjas in the entire camp has exceeded the rough people. The number of Jonin has exceeded 30. With such a force configuration, all the Jonin present were full of confidence. The police said it was Wei Er, even if wreckage from Cloud Shinobi village came, so what? Not far from Konoha camp. Wei Er walked with both hands, without any nervousness and vigilance. Advertisement instead, he stepped forward with a relaxed expression, while observation hockey simply swept across Konoha's camp. The number of ninjas in this camp is different from what you said. It's not just a few hundred people, it seems that your Konoha reinforcements have arrived. Kurenai Yuhi replied absent-mindedly. She looked at the direction of Konoha's camp, and could also notice that Konoha's camp had expanded a lot. The number of people is also much larger than before, and my heart is instantly certain. As Wei Er and Kurenai Yuhi approached, there was a commotion in the Konoha camp. Soon a group of figures walked from it, and came towards them. When I saw the figure of the person headed among this group of people, Hong Yuhi suddenly showed a hint of joy, and there was no worry in his eyes. Is Jiraiya-sama also coming to the front? Just then, a voice came. Red. Father. When Yuhi Hong heard this familiar voice, her eyes instantly moved away from Jiraiya. It fell on Yuhi Mahone, who was next to Jiraiya, and a ray of light flashed in his eyes. Relax. Yuhi Mahone saw that her daughter was not dead, and she didn't seem to be injured. He breathed a sigh of relief and said in a deep voice, it will be fine. Just after the two simple words of Yuhika and Yuhi Mako, the atmosphere in the field, Wang's, suddenly became sharp. A Konoha Jonin snapped at Wei Er. Who are you and what are you here to do? Who am I? Wei Er glanced at the man lightly and said, just introduce myself, my name is Wei Er. It does not belong to any ninja village, nor does it belong to any force. As for what I'm here to do, I need the Chara nature transformation practice methods of Earth style, Lightning style and Yin Yang style. You should all have Konoha, right? Don't belong to any power? The Jonins present looked at each other and their eyes flickered. In these days of inquiries about Wei Er, there is indeed no information about Wei Er. They also sent people to inquire about Wuyan village, but Wuyan doesn't seem to know Wei Er's existence at all. Wei Er's identity is indeed a blur. The field was quiet for a while, the eyes of all the Konoha ninjas flickered, no one spoke. 9 Decigrams Chapter 291. Fighting against me is your stupidest decision. What's the matter? The police told me that you didn't. Facing dozens of Jonin and Jiraiya, a powerful cage-level ninja, Wei Er remained calm. Just as Wei Er's voice fell, Jiraiya, who had not spoken, suddenly smiled. Hey, of course we Konoha have the cultivation method of Chara's nature transformation, but why should I give it to you? I think we should put it another way. Having said that, Jiraiya sank his face and hummed. Let go of the hostages beside you, and then retire obediently, we Konoha will not embarrass you. As Jiraiya's voice fell, the Konoha Jonin all stared at Wei Er. Each exudes a barely strong momentum, forming a strong sense of oppression. If it is a normal Chunin Genin, in this case, it is enough to feel suffocated. Konoha Sannin, Toad Sage Jiraiya, very good momentum. Can I understand that you are threatening me? Wei Er narrowed his eyes and glanced at Jiraiya. Jiraiya snorted, raised her head slightly, and narrowed her eyes as she said. Since you know my name, then you should be very clear about your current situation. There are many perceptual ninjas in Konoha, and there are not no perceptive Jonin present. Not to mention the endless plains, apparently there is only Wei Er here. Even though Wei Er was very strong, it is said that he defeated Cloud Shinobi's elite army of hundreds of people alone. But here 640 is the Konoha camp, not to mention the number of ninjas is more than 10 times. There is even Jiraiya here, all Konoha ninjas are full of confidence in the face of Wei Er. If that's the case, then I think I should change the wording. Wei Er stretched out his hand and grabbed it, and thunder appeared and worked hard. He looked at the Konoha ninja in front of him, clearly looking straight at him, but it gave him a feeling as if he was being overlooked. Hand over what I want, I can also give you Konoha a little compensation. Otherwise, if I go down with this knife, people may die. Insanity. When Jiraiya heard this, a look of anger finally appeared on her face. Although Wei Er's strength is very strong, but facing them Konoha can hardly be named ninja, dozens of Jonin. Dare to say such a thing, it is clear that he and Konoha are completely ignored. Hey, almost in the next instant, Konoha's Jonin did not need Jiraiya's order, and they all made their judgments. The figure of 6 paths suddenly flashed by, forming a regular hexagon, surrounding Wei Er in the center. Advertisement, 6 purple flame formation, hum. The purple light curtain of 6 paths hangs down abruptly, forming a translucent purple BDBA mask. It covers Wei and Jiraiya and others. This is an upgraded version of the 4 purple flame array. In the original work, the 4 of Orochimaru's son-in-law cast 4 purple flame formations, and even the 3rd Hokage Sarutobi hidden sword was difficult to break. And the 6 purple flame formations cast by the 6 Konoha are undoubtedly much more powerful. Whether it is the degree of firmness or the range covered, it is far more than the 4 purple flame array. 6 purple flame formation. Wei looked at the purple mask covering the surroundings, but shook his head slightly and said indifferently. If it were the 4 red sun formation, it would be worth taking seriously. 4 scarlet suns. Jiraiya looked at Wei and suddenly she was not angry anymore. Instead, she touched her chin with a strange look. He himself is a person who likes to brag. It turned out that it was good. Before he could start to blow, Wei had already blown into the sky first. The 4 red sun formation was created by 2nd Hokage Wisdom Hand Tobirama, and it was a seal enchantment created by 4 Hokage level beings who were able to cast their hooks. Far surpassing the purple flame array by a large rank, this guy must be thinking too much of himself. Where do you need the 4 scarlet sun formation to deal with you? Jiraiya snorted and folded her hands in front of her, ready to make a seal. But Yuyan's action didn't start. Instead he glanced at Yuhiga next to Wei and said, "Being swallowed here, you have no chance, so don't let go of the hostages." Hostage? Wei suddenly laughed, looked at Jiraiya and others with great interest, and said, "Well, it just so happens that I have a bit of free time, so I'll play with you. I am standing here. Whatever method you use, just let me move, or save her from my side. Even if I lose. If you can't do it, then hand over what I want honestly." Wei-er's words caused the Konoha present to look sluggish, and all looked at Wei-er with incredible eyes. How arrogant does this guy have to be to say such things? How arrogant? Jiraiya couldn't help sinking her face and snorted, but she was thinking in her heart. Advertisement. Although this guy can be arrogant, he really feels a bit hockey. Well, so has his own 30% demeanor. Although his heart was messed up, the movements of Jiraiya's hands were not affected. And in an orderly manner, there is no chaos at all, and the seal is completed in an instant. Since it's all for this sake, there's obviously no need to say it again. Let's see the real trick. He wants to see how strong this Wei-er is. Kingdom, Yellow Spring Marsh. Wow. As Jiraiya slapped the ground with one hand, Chara was surging. The ground under Wei-er's feet suddenly softened and turned into a swamp, and Wei-er was about to be swallowed directly. Ice Age. Wei-er held thunder in front of him, and a chill suddenly spread. With a gentle step under his feet, the swampy land was suddenly frozen into a crystal-clear ice surface. Yellow Spring Marsh was frozen into ice in an instant, and Jiraiya was secretly shocked. But it's not slow at all. Leaning over directly, he used his fastest and widest ninjutsu. Ninja. Hairy needles are rough. Taste. Taste. Jiraiya's long white hair stood up suddenly, and instantly shot into countless strands of rhyme. Under the blessing of Chara, it is as tough as steel, because it is extremely slender and has extremely high penetrating power. Even more powerful than kunai and shuriken. Facing this move, Wei-er remained motionless. The whole body was suddenly covered by a layer of jet black armed color hockey, and Jiraiya's needles were pinned to Wei-er's body. Suddenly there was a tinkling sound, and all of them were bounced off. What is this? Earth styles hardening. Jiraiya's pupils shrank. He is very aware of the penetrating power of his move, and ordinary earth style hardening techniques can't stop him from this move. Just when Jiraiya and Wei-er briefly clashed, a group of Jonin and elite Jonin, who are also in this large 6 purple flame formation barrier, also moved in unison. Hey! The first to do it was Nara Shikahisa, who has been observing Wei-er's abilities. I tried to find Wei-er's weakness, but I couldn't find it for the time being, so I started to try it out. Chapter 292. I have a sword that can cut everything. Shadow Mimicry. Nara Shikahisa's shadow instantly deformed and shot at Wei-er's feet. Everyone present didn't take Wei-er's previous words to heart at all. There are so many ninjas here, whether it is the shadow secret technique of the Nara clan or the spiritual secret technique of the Yamanaka clan. If you don't evade it, it will basically be the end of the game. But the weird thing is that Wei-er really didn't move a step in the face of Nara Shikaji's shadow imitation technique. Nothing to avoid. Silently, Nara Shikahisa's shadow stretches and directly connects with Wei-er's shadow, tied together. Did you make it? Nara Shikahisa was also a little stunned. It was originally just a test. I didn't expect Wei-er to be so big, not avoiding his ninjutsu. Next moment, almost without Nara Shikahisa's command, with his long-term partner, Yamanaka Kaiichi started ninjutsu with Wei-er. Ninja. The art of turning your heart. Yamanaka Kaiichi's psychic technique also directly hit Wei-er. Seeing this, all the Jonin present stopped the movements in their hands, and their eyes showed a bit of strangeness. Is that done? This guy can't be so weak. These Jonins hadn't started yet, and when they saw that the battle seemed to be over, they couldn't help shaking their heads. Of course, some people are still vigilant, doubting whether it is just a clone. But, almost in the next instant, Yamanaka Kai, who had closed his eyes, suddenly opened his eyes. The forehead was covered with cold sweat instantly, as if seeing some terrifying picture. The whole person was horrified. Not only Yamanaka Kaiichi, but at the same time, Nara Shikahisa's expression suddenly changed. I just felt that the whole person was hit hard, and he spat out a mouthful of blood and half kneeled on the ground. Boom. Lu Ju. What happened? Seeing this scene, all the Jonins present were suddenly shocked, and they all showed a look of shock. Obviously they have completely controlled Wei Er, how could it suddenly become like this? At this time, Wei Er, who had been standing still, showed a hint of mockery on his face. The shadow binding technique of the Nara family and the psychic technique of the Yamanaka family belong to the power of the spiritual level. Competing with him on a spiritual level, even Uchiha Madara is not necessarily qualified. Glancing at the group of Konoha ninjas, Wei Er swung his hook with a sword. A white haze suddenly swept across. Advertisement. Wherever you go, the ground and the air are frozen into ice. Watch out. Jiraiya instinctively felt the threat, shouted without hesitation, and quickly formed a seal with both hands. Fire style. Fire dragon fire bullet. 99 All the Jonins present, although shocked by Lu Ju and Hai, were inexplicably defeated. But after all, they are all Jonin, and their reaction speed is extremely fast, and they all follow Jiraiya. As Jonin, they basically use fire style. People who really don't know how to use fire style use wind style for assistance. At this time, everyone didn't care whether they would accidentally hurt Yuiga. Boom. A mess of fire style ninjutsu intertwined, forming a sky-high fire curtain. The white mist waving towards Wei Er swept away. The flames collided with the white cold mist, and suddenly made a sizzling sound, which could almost cancel each other out. What a terrifying ice-cold power. Jiraiya looked at this scene. The expression on her face was already solemn and could not be more solemn. So many of them worked together to use fire style, how great is the power? Actually, it was only able to block the white cold fog. How strong is Wei Er's ice escape? But just when Jiraiya was secretly shocked by Wei Er's power. Hearing Wei Er suddenly let out a faint cold snort, the white mist suddenly condensed. An even more terrifying ice-cold power suddenly erupted. It turned out to be the fire style that overwhelmed the crowd abruptly, and pushed it horizontally. This is impossible. 99 When all the Jonin saw this scene, they all showed Bao's astonishment. Even Jiraiya's expression changed, and Lugo stepped back without hesitation. Whizzing. A group of Jonin faced the swept-in cold force, and for a while they were afraid of Sasori. They all retreated to the edge of the six purple flame formation. When the six Jonins who were in control of the six purple flame formation saw this, their expressions suddenly changed. They responded fairly quickly, and immediately opened a door. Let Jiraiya and others escape from the six purple flame array, and then seal the six purple flame array again. ZZ. The power of icy cold released by Wei Er collided with the purple light curtain of the six purple flame array. It caused the purple light curtain to shake violently, as if it was about to collapse abruptly. The expressions of the six Jonins changed drastically, and they did not hesitate to push their chakras to the extreme. Finally, the purple light curtain was reluctantly stabilized, blocking the power of ice cold within the light curtain. The cold power gradually dissipated. Wei Er was still standing where he stood before, holding the thunder. His demeanor was calm, and he did not back down from beginning to end, nor did he move a step. Advertisement katakana middle dot 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 Hong Yui, who was beside Wei Er, was also unscathed. But a small face is full of shock. The sky-high fire curtain released by Jiraiya and a group of Jonin just now almost gave her a feeling of near despair. Unexpectedly, such a terrifying fire style, he was actually defeated by Wei Er by himself. How strong is Wei Er? Not only Red Yuhi, but also a group of Jonin outside the six purple flames, including Jiraiya. They all had extremely dignified expressions, and there was no trace of ease. Facing Wei Er, they didn't feel like facing a human. And it's like dealing with a tailed beast. The fire style released together was actually defeated by the front. How can such terrifying cold power continue to deal with him? 99. Boot Dingza looked at Nara Shikahisa, whose face was pale, and seemed to be unable to speak for a short time. As well as Yamanaka Kai and two people, there was a deep fear in their eyes. Emergency. Jiraiya said in a deep voice, it's up to me to deal with him. Although his strength is strong, he still cannot break through the six purple flame formation. Put him in the barrier first, it will take me a while to activate a spell. What Jiraiya wants to use is naturally Sage Mode. His Sage Mode training is very general, and he cannot enter Sage Mode alone. It takes time to summon the two great Toad Sages of Mount Myoboku. There is no chance to use it in normal combat. Now that Wei Er is trapped in the barrier, he has plenty of time to prepare. However, before Jiraiya began to prepare, Wei Er, who was standing in the six purple flame formation, glanced at the Konoha ninjas outside the formation. Suddenly he shook his head and said, "What, don't you dare to go up? Or do you think this thing can hold me?" The moment the words fell, an incomparably sharp aura suddenly surged up from Wei Er. It seems that the whole person has been transformed into a sword that can sever the world. He held a thunderbolt in his hand and swung his sword. I have a sword that can cut everything. Wow, under the shocking gaze of countless people. The huge six purple flame array mask was forcibly split open by Wei Er's sword. The earth suddenly cracked and an abyss traversed the audience, spreading all the way. The barrier of the six purple flame formation was smashed by Wei Er's abrupt sword. If it is said that the people present, who is the most shocked? Undoubtedly, it is the strongest Sannin Jiraiya on the chapter 293. Too many people are useless, Konoha recognizes it. As for the effect of the 6 purple flame formation, Jiraiya is now in her 30s and has experienced many battles, which is undoubtedly clear. Even if it is one-tail and other-tailed beasts, under the suppression of the 6 purple flame formation, they cannot rush out in a short time. Even their tailed beast Jade is difficult to forcibly blast through the 6 purple flame formation. Only Zara, the ninja who was attacking frantically in a frenzied state, exhausted the ninja who cast the barrier. Continue to break the barrier, but Wei Er's previous icy power was very powerful. But that blow alone was far from enough to exhaust the 6 Konoha Jonin Chara. That is to say, Wei Er used her absolute attack power to break the 6 purple flame formation abruptly. This kind of power. It's really, looking at the abyss that traverses the earth and traverses hundreds of meters, the hairs in Jiraiya's heart stand. Sudden. At this moment, a Konoha ninja next to Jiraiya accidentally glanced at the sky, 653, while being shocked. This is a corpse. The sound of the 2 shuriken in his hands falling to the ground. This is. What a joke. He stared at the sky full of cold sweat, his mind went blank, and he only felt the humming of his eardrums. Others couldn't help but look up at the sky, including Jiraiya. When they saw the scene in the sky, they couldn't help but look sluggish. I only felt that my throat seemed to be blocked, and it was difficult to even make inquiries. Above the sky, a white cloud splits into 2 from the middle. Even Jiraiya couldn't help but be shocked. After all, he had never seen the power of the tough Hashirama and Uchiha Madara. If 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiozan was here, he might be able to calm down a lot. Hiss. At this moment, many Konoha Jonin suddenly jumped away like frightened rabbits. Because Wei Er in the distance was looking at them with a half-smile. He held the thunder gesture in his hand to dry, as if he was going to face them again. Please slow down, Your Excellency. After Narashikaju's spirit was backlashed and he vomited blood, he seemed to finally recover a little bit. Looking at this scene, it was equally difficult for him to remain calm, but he immediately spoke to Wei Er. Jiraiya looked at Shikaku. Lu Ju gave a wry smile. Looking at Jiraiya's ugly expression, he could completely guess what was in Jiraiya's heart. So he crossed Jiraiya and spoke to Wei Er. Your Excellency, we will deliver what you want right away. Advertisement. There was absolutely no need for them to fight Wei Er. The reason why they had a tough attitude before was because they felt that their side had an absolute advantage, and it was even possible to suppress Wei Er. But now the situation is reversed, and Lu Ju has no idea whether he can beat Wei Er. And what if you can really win? With the terrifying power of Wei Er, how many of them can survive as a ninja? Totally worthless. What's more, what Wei Er asked for was not something fundamental to Konoha. Okay. Wei Er took a look at Lu Ju and put away thunder. He couldn't help but wonder, what the hell is the world of Hokage? If it is replaced by Pirate World, even if he wants something inconspicuous. Some people, I am afraid that they would rather die, will definitely not bow their heads. With the unnamed ninja, and the Konoha frontline camp where Sannin Jiraiya sits, he had to bow his head to Wei Er alone. The Jonins present were all unwilling, but when they thought of Wei Er's terrifying power, they didn't have any confidence that Wei Er continued to challenge. Jiraiya finally sighed. If it was him when he was young, or if he was alone, he wouldn't mind fighting Wei Er to the death. But behind him, there is the famous Konoha ninja. If only Minato were here, Jiraiya thought to herself. No matter how strong Wei Er is, it cannot threaten Namikaze Minato of ninjutsu. If Minato is here, the chances of defeating Wei Er are still high. Too bad Minato wasn't there. There were more than 30 Konoha Jonin present, many of whom were practicing Chara nature transformation. Lu Ju collected it for a while, and then collected 4 scrolls. In the scroll, the sub-police recorded the Earth-style lightning style and the chakra nature transformation cultivation method of vaginal Yangtong. Wei Er took the scroll, opened one casually and glanced at it, and found that he could recognize the handwriting on the scroll. Without looking carefully, the 4 scrolls were shaken and thrown into the thunder space. The thunder space is the small space derived from the thunder fruit. Wei Er was too lazy to think of a name, so he named it thunder space. At present, the size of this small space is just enough to hold 4 scrolls. Eager to go, after putting away the scroll, Wei Er praised Yuhi Hong next to him. Kurenai Yuhi lowered her head silently and did not speak. Wei Er suddenly smiled and said, Advertisement, I don't know how many people want to follow me, you little girl don't know how to cherish the opportunity. The corners of Yuhi Hong's mouth twitched slightly, and she couldn't help rolling her eyes. Although Wei Er's strength is incredible, how narcissistic is it to be able to say such a thing? Wei Er glanced at Hong Yuhi, then ignored her, turned around and walked away. Hong Yuhi looked at Wei Er and just turned around and left, hesitating for a moment. She couldn't help but look at her father Yuhi Jinhong. Yuhi Jinhong hesitated for a while, then turned to look at Nara Shikahisa. Shikajiu shook his head slightly at Yuhi Jinhong. For a character like Wei Er, it is best not to offend him if he can. If Hong Yuhi can follow Wei Er, maybe he can establish a friendly relationship between Konoha and Wei Er. Mako Yuhi understands what Shikahisa means, and at first he was also worried about his daughter's safety. But now that he has seen Wei Er's strength, he is clear in his heart. It's probably safer to stay with Wei Er than to stay at their Konoha camp. Go. After taking a deep breath, Yuhi Mako nodded slightly to Yuhiko. Today's Hong Yuhi, if you don't want to follow Wei Er at all, it is impossible. Wei Er, whether in strength or appearance, is enough to be regarded as a police officer of a girl killer. Now with the permission and approval of Konoha, the stone in her heart fell instantly. The whole person becomes relaxed. After nodding earnestly at her father, Kurenai Yuhi turned around. Famous for the side where Wei Er's back is located, he chased away. After both Wei Er and Yuhi Hong disappeared, Jiraiya turned to look at Narashikuji and said solemnly, Luju, what do you think 1.0 should do next? 9. I think it should be blocked immediately. Luju seemed to have already thought of a countermeasure, so he spoke in a deep voice, saying, Today's affairs must not be leaked, otherwise it may affect the momentum of our Konoha side. It may even give other villages the illusion that we are weak, which may lead to their full-scale attack. Besides that, the only one who knows Wei Er's strength is Konoha. As long as we block the news. Speaking of this, Luju's eyes flashed coldly, and he said, There is also a conflict between Cloud Shinobi and Wei Er, maybe they will take the initiative to cause trouble. Not bad. Block the message now. Hearing this, Jiraiya nodded immediately. All the Jonin next to him also had their eyes flickering. I was a little frustrated at first, but when I heard Luju's analysis, I suddenly felt that the situation seemed to be in their favor. Konoha. Chapter 294. The reason why Tianji is an antenna is the existence that ordinary people cannot imagine. In a valley not far from Konoha camp, Wei Er was sitting quietly under a tree, with chakra waves constantly escaping from his body. Sometimes violent, sometimes quiet, sometimes long and long. Sudden. Wei Er opened his eyes, made a mark with his hands in front of him, and pressed lightly on the ground. Tutong. The technique of Wangshen Marsh. Jiraiya has used this trick before. Wei Er has already copied the whole process with observation haki. Sharingan can replicate ninjutsu. Wei Er's observation haki has reached the level of predicting the future. Far more than Sharingan in terms of insight, it's not too easy to copy ninjutsu or something. Goo. The world right in front of Wei Er suddenly turned into a swamp. In the rolling surging, several large stones around were swallowed into the ground. The earth-type Chara nature transformation has been completed, and there are still thunder in yin and yang. Wei Er obtained the cultivation method of Chara's nature transformation, and it has been less than 3 days so far. He successfully cultivated the nature transformation of the soil 13 attribute. Chara is essentially an attributeless energy, but it varies from person to person. Different people will always be partial to a certain attribute, or because of blood, or because of physical fitness and so on. Therefore, it will be hooked that it is born with a single attribute nature transformation or dual attributes, or even 3 attributes. If it does not have the nature transformation of Chara with the earth attribute, it will follow the correct flow of Chara and seal it. Can also release the hook earth style, but the power will be much weaker. Of course. The practice of Chara's nature transformation, although generally only Jonin will follow, is a relatively advanced thing. But for Wei Er, it's just a trail. The real difficulty is the fusion of Chara's nature transformation. Dual attribute fusion, that is, the boundary of blood, such as Ice Road, Melting Road, etc., is relatively rare in the ninja world. A ninja who can have the limit of blood, with the same amount of Chara. Generally, it is a bit stronger than the ninja without the bloodline limit. The fusion of the 3 attributes is the elimination of bloodline. And the bloodline in the ninja world is eliminated, only 2nd Tsuchikage has no, and 3rd Tsuchikage Onobi is the master of the dust. It is composed of the 3 attributes of wind, fire and soil. There are still a lot of ninjas or like clans in the ninja world with the blood following the boundary between the dual attribute fusion. Advertisement. But in the ninja world of the 3 attributes, there are only 2 people, Onobi and Wu, and the fusion of the 4 attributes has never been hooked. And 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hijin is known as the nature transformation of Dr. Ninja and master of the 5 types of Chara. But even a kind of blood successive boundary has not been able to fuse the rhythm. The difficulty of Chara's nature transformation's fusion can be seen in Madara. Next is Rei. Wei Er was not in a hurry to try fusion Chara's nature transformation, because the fusion of nature transformation can only be explored by himself. Even if it is the cultivation method of dual attribute fusion, even if it exists in the major ninja villages, it is probably top secret information. As for the 3 attribute dust style training method, in Iwagakure, I am afraid that only Tsuchikage Onobi is qualified to contact and preserve it. Not to mention, what Wei Er wants is not 2 attributes and 3 attributes, but the 7 attributes of wind, thunder, water, fire, earth, yin and yang are directly transformed into truth-seeking ball. Even if the difficulty is outrageous, how do you know if you can succeed if you don't try? If you can get the power of the 6 paths level, it may also be a great help for the shaping of the thunder space. After all, that is the power of creation and destruction. 9. Wei Er closed his eyes and started the training of the thunder attribute again. A month and a half passed in a flash. Wei Er's nature transformation of thunder and yin and yang has finally been completed. At this speed of cultivation, taking a hook can definitely scare a group of ninjas to death. Hong Yuhi watched Wei Er almost little by little and completed the practice of 4 types of chakra nature transformation. Even though she has not come into contact with it herself, she knows that this kind of practice is definitely not like Wei Er. It's as simple as just practice, really perverted. Watching Wei Er's body suddenly swell and expand, he performed the Akamichi clan's doubling technique. Undoubtedly revealing the Chara nature transformation of the Yang attribute, Hong Yuhi couldn't help but complain. Wei gave Hong Yuhi a look, and instantly dispelled the doubling technique, returning to his normal body shape, saying, "What did you just say? I didn't hear it," he. Kurenai Yuhi's expression froze, her eyes flickered, and she said sternly, "I just said that Senior Wei you were extremely talented, and you were unique in the ninja world." Wei nodded numbly, looked at Hong Yuhi with a deep look, and then sat back under the tree again. Advertisement then began to think about how to integrate Chara's nature transformation. Seeing that Wei didn't pursue it, Yuhika couldn't help but spit out her tongue. Originally, the physical body is outrageously strong, and even Kuei and Shuriken can't pierce. To actually be able to use the doubling technique of the Boot Dao clan, really perverted. I don't know what the hell I suddenly thought of, and Yuhi Hong's little face turned red with a brush. Yi Yan ran to the Rao River and washed his face several times in a row. Wei opened his left eye and gave Hong Yuhi a warning look. Shaking his head, he closed his eyes again. Chakra's nature transformation fusion question. Is it possible to use natural energy as a guide to directly fuse the 7 attributes at one time? Try it first. After Wei took a deep breath, with a thought, he began to mobilize Shirela in body 653. At the same time, divide your Chara into 7 parts and turn them into 7 attributes. Immediately afterwards, a ray of natural energy was extracted, centered on this natural energy. Let the 7 attributes of Chara revolve around its number. The 7 attributes of Chara were surging and conflicting with each other, and they merged together in a twilight. But it did not form the truth-seeking ball, but began to shrink and expand violently. Not good. Wei suddenly opened his eyes, and the devil fruit power suddenly exploded. Forcibly pumped Chara in his body, and threw it in the distance. At the same time a twinkle came to the river, picked up Yuhiko with a twinkle. There was no earth-shattering roar, but there was a beam of indescribable light that suddenly flashed by. When the light dissipated, a large spherical pit appeared in the center of the valley. Even the peaks on both sides were eroded by a large piece. It was like an invisible brush that drew a ball in the void. Devour everything in the ball to annihilation. Yuri Hong was suddenly picked up by Wei and she didn't know what was going on. Subconsciously, I want to struggle and resist, but what happened at this moment made her stunned for a while. Chapter 295. Rong Zarela, Tailed Beast Jade. Okay, it's alright. 99 Wei put her down and said something in a tone as if nothing had happened. Then he found another tree and sat down again, leaving Hong Yuhi to look stupidly at the area where a piece was suddenly missing, and a strange giant hemispherical pit appeared. After swallowing her saliva, Hong Yuhi suddenly found out. It seems that following Wei is not absolutely safe, it is quite dangerous. She couldn't help but hide away first, and then kept looking at Wei Wei didn't care about Hong Yuhi's evacuation behavior, he just frowned and thought. At the moment of first falling in love, it cannot be said to be a complete failure, but it is not a success either. With my control, is it not enough to control the balance of 7 chakra nature transformations at the same time? Wei murmured in his heart. At that moment, he determined that it was possible to achieve truth-seeking ball by directly questioning the 7 attributes. But that requires extreme control and a large enough amount of chara. His current chakra volume is comparable to cage level, but it is far from enough. At the very least, it should have the level of chara at the level of Uchiha Madara and even Hashirama. Following the hope of continuous compression and fusion, and finally get the truth-seeking ball. Besides, with his control that is enough to be called terrifying, it is a little lacking in the final stage. It is difficult to control the 7 scattered chara nature transformations simultaneously. Since the one-time difficulty is too high, then it's better to separate parts of the fusion. 99. Wei made a decision after pondering for a while. First, he took out the water attributes and fire attributes that he was most familiar with, and tried the fusion of these 2 attributes, nature transformation. For the 2 attributes of water and fire, Wei control is undoubtedly extremely powerful. In Wei body, his re-extracted chara is divided into 2 parts. Part of it was transformed into fire attributes, while the other part was transformed into water attributes, and began to melt under the guidance of Wei. After all, water and fire are opposite attributes, and there are constant conflicts in the process of fusion. However, Wei relied on his powerful control to forcefully suppress it within a stable range. It is too difficult to control 7 attributes at the same time, but it is too easy for Wei to control 2 attributes. Advertisement constantly trying, leading to conflicts again and again. Even with Wei physical strength, unrestricted chakra refining is a bit unsustainable. He finally perfectly blended the fire attribute and the water attribute. Unlike other owners of boils, other ninjas such as lava style boil style, they are all in the process of knotting, asking chara's nature transformation, and releasing the hook of ninjutsu. And Wei has completed this step in his body with his extremely perverted body. So he doesn't need to seal the process at all. Boil style, art of mist. Wei stood up, his eyes flickering slightly. Suddenly, he hit a bush in the distance and exhaled softly. In an instant, mist filled the air. This mist is almost identical to the one released by Terumi Mei in the original book, with a strong acidity. Zizi. Under the silent erosion of the fog, the grove suddenly made a terrifying sizzling sound. It completely melts and corrodes in the mist, without a trace. Not bad. Wei nodded slightly at this scene. Remember that in the original work, Sasuke's Susanoo was unable to stop Terumi Mei's skillful mist technique in the initial stage. This trick works wonders when released in a secret room. In the distance, Kurenai Yuhi, who had been watching carefully, couldn't help but take a deep breath when she saw this scene. Although she is not that well informed, she can't recognize the boil style used by Wei-er. But at least it can distinguish the hook. This is a kind of blood-following limit. Chilera's nature transformation merges, forming a bloodline boundary. Thinking of my teacher Jonin, who once taught me about this. There was a hint of shock in Yuhi Hong's eyes. How on earth did he do it? It's less than half a day for this jar. After Wei-er released the Chao mist, the chara in his body was completely consumed, and his body became tired. I have been extracting chara all day long, even my body cells can't support it? Wei-er shook his head, but didn't care. Advertisement. His real strength is not his physique, but his soul. No matter how much the physical body consumes, his sword power and devil fruit ability are still in a state of abundance. It had little effect on him at all. I haven't practiced in the world of pirates for a long time, and this time I came to the world of Hokage and practiced for so long. Wei-er couldn't hold it back a bit. The kind of spirit that he used to practice in a small black house for half a year has come. After calming down a little, Wei-er glanced at Yuhi Kung, who was hiding in the distance, and suddenly said, "The police are hiding, come here." Hong Yuhi heard Wei-er's words and came over from a distance. Passing through the bushes that were eroded by acid mist and completely melted, she felt a little bit of hair standing up. All the way to Wei-er. Kurenai Yuhi looked at Wei-er and found that Wei-er was staring at her intently. After the two looked at each other for a few breaths, Kurenai Yuhi was defeated, and her cheeks flushed a tinge of red. He lowered his head instantly, not daring to look at Wei-er again. She felt that Wei-er's eyes were too deep, as if they were sinking into Uzumaki and couldn't break free. "Come with me and I'll teach you something." Wei-er continued to look at Hong Yuhi for a while, and spoke to her indifferently. Yuri Hong didn't know what Wei-er was going to teach her, and after a little hesitation, she obediently followed behind Wei-er and stopped at a certain place. Perceptual ninjas should conduct behavioral perception by perceiving the chara of others. As for the Uchiha clan of Konoha and the Japanese clan, it relies on Sharingan and white eyes to judge the enemy's movements with superhuman visual ability. I have a power here that is not inferior to Sharingan and white eyes, and is superior to Sharingan and white eyes in terms of observation. Once you learn this ability, you will be able to act more conveniently in the future. Wei-er doesn't know if observation haki can see through Kyoka Suigetsu. He wants to try it on Yuhika. If he can, he will not be afraid of Aizen at all when he arrives in the Shinigami world. The current Yuhiko has been educated by him. Even if Kyoka Suigetsu is released, she can't run away. Even if he sneaks back to Konoha, maybe he will be driven back to Wei-er by Konoha's people. Chapter 296. The four attributes are fused together, and the pure destruction that is getting closer and closer. Not inferior to Sharingan and white eyes abilities? Hearing Wei-er's words, Hong Yuhi's face showed a hint of surprise. She is still very familiar with the two boundaries of blood, Sharingan and Beian. After all, it is too common to meet the Uchiha clan or the Ryu clan in Konoha. Beian and Sharingan, this is the Uchiha family and the Ryu family. The fundamental strength of the two strongest families in Konoha tied together. Beyond the power of observation of these two, in Wei-er's mouth, he said Chin lies so casually. No matter what, it gave Yuhi Red a feeling of disbelief. Why, don't you believe it? Wei-er gave Hong Yuhi a look and then suddenly said. Go and see if there are two ants on the second branch of the tree behind you, the fifth leaf on the third branch. Hong Yuhi glanced at Wei-er in astonishment, then turned and jumped up to the tree behind. When I went to the place, Wei-er said, there were indeed two ants crawling on the leaf. There was a hint of shock in her eyes, and she followed Wei-er all the way. She knew that Wei-er had never been close to the tree, yet she could accurately determine the location of the two ants on the hook. Hong Yuhi jumped down from the tree, and there was still a look of disbelief in his eyes. When he came to Wei-er, he said subconsciously, you must have guessed it. Guess? 11. Wei-er gave Hong Yuhi a glance and said, okay, then you can take me for a wild guess. Flesh-colored half-mesh, and white, 99. Hong Yuhi was at a loss when she heard the words Wei-er's sudden diligence. But the next moment suddenly thought of something, a pair of eyes suddenly widened. He subconsciously clasped his arms in front of his chest and took 2 steps back. Wei-er looked up at the sky at a 45-degree angle and continued to say lightly. Last night, you sneaked up to the upper stream of the small river, and there was a stone sunken in the middle on the bank. Puff. Hong Yuhi finally couldn't hold back. She looked at Wei-er with a flushed face, and for a moment felt that the whole person was not well. Advertisement. Wei-er gave her a warning look and said, I don't have any peeping hobbies for this reaction, let alone a little girl who doesn't even grow her hair. Ah. Hong Yuhi finally collapsed, and rushed directly to Wei-er and desperately, but her desperate efforts were destined to be fruitless. Wei-er's finger was flicked between the eyebrows, and Sheng, who was directly bounced, retreated. Little girl, thinking of indecently insulting me, I already have a master of fame and grass, 19. Wei-er alerted the dizzy Yuhiko, who was shot with a finger, and said, okay, the police wasted time, come here and I'll tell you how to practice. Unlike armed hockey, observation hockey does not need a strong physique to practice. On the contrary, the speed at which Yuhika practiced observation hockey was slower than Wei-er imagined. Fortunately, ninjas are ninjas after all, and they are better than many people in the pirate world in terms of meditation. And Wei gave Yu Hong a little benefit, to test her soul and spiritual power for her. Finally, in a week, Yu Hong can learn to see and smell. Of course. The color of seeing and hearing just learned is extremely weak, and the range is only a few meters. Wei keeps the speed within a certain range, which she can barely catch with observation haki. If Wei increased her speed a little, she would have exceeded her observation haki limit. Wei also deliberately tested to see if observation haki could see through Kyoka Suigetsu. And the answer obtained by Wei Hei's conjecture, too, can't be. The power of Kyoka Suigetsu, and even Yohabak's omnipotence, ability to see through the future and change it, all can interfere to some extent, and observation haki is also under the control of Kyoka Suigetsu. Unless you practice BDBA, observation haki to the extreme, you can see through the future just like Yohabak. Ji Neng is resistant to Kyoka Suigetsu to a certain extent, and will not be complete hypnosis. You must know that although Wei is not Yohabak, he has not changed the almost godlike bug ability in the future. But he has both the power of seeing the future with the ultimate sense of sight, and the power of Kyoka Suigetsu, the strongest illusionist. After being tempered and strengthened by Wei Hong Yuhi's soul and spiritual power easily stepped into the stage of Jonin. Except for experience in ninjutsu is not as good as Konoha Jonin, there is not much difference in other aspects. Hong Yuhi was naturally very surprised at the improvement of her own strength and the power of observation haki. Advertisement Wei didn't care much, it wasn't to say that the power of Kurenai Yuhi was still too weak in his eyes. But in this world, there is Hitaki Kakashi, the ninja Hitaki Kakashi who became Jonin at the age of 12. There are also Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke who dominated the ninja world in their teens, not even Wei Feng Shui, Fire and Thunder. At this time, Wei was sitting in the open space, studying the integration of the 4 attributes of Feng Shui, Fire and Earth. The 3 attributes of Feng Shui and Fire have been completed by him. The rhythmic bloodline elimination is a strange, fruit-like power. Once used, it will send out countless lines of staggered cuts, and these lines are not sharp. But it has strong corrosion and decomposition properties, and it will cut everything it touches. To put it bluntly, it feels like Tsuchikage Onoji's dust style. It can be used in the form of countless slender threads, and both abilities have their own advantages and disadvantages. Congeal. Wei did not try the fusion of the 4 attributes in his body, but opened his palm. Chara with 4 different attributes revolved around a wisp of natural energy, and he sighed softly. The 4 different Chara attributes of Feng Shui, Fire and Thunder are forcibly condensed under the control of Wei Among them, Feng Shui Fire first melted into thread, and then Thunder also merged into it, changing its characteristics again. The final rhyme is now Wei palm, is a strange white light ball. Wei eyes flickered, and after a careful observation, he stood up. Walking to a hillside, he pressed the ball of bad light into the rock wall. Silently. Where the ball of light had been wiped, the rock was directly annihilated and disappeared without a trace. The white light ball suddenly burst, and half of the hillside was annihilated in an instant, disappearing without a trace. Wei can clearly perceive that this is not the decomposition of dust style, nor the domineering of Thunderbolt. Rather, it approximates the pure destruction of the truth-seeking ball. Chapter 297. Unchangeable Truth-Seeking Ball, Konoha Crisis. Can't change form. Wei created a white light ball again. But no matter how he controlled it, the ball of light could never change its shape like the truth-seeking ball. Once deformed slightly from the sphere, it becomes unstable immediately, and then collapses directly. It's kind of funny, it looks like it can't change form, truth-seeking ball. Wei observed the white light ball in his hand, a strange look flashed in his eyes, and said, "Since Feng Shui Fire's bloodline has been eliminated, I named it Line Dao. Then this becomes the Dao, pure power of destruction." Wei could feel that Zan Dao was not inferior to his thunder in purely destructive aspects. There are even some similarities in terms of destructiveness. However, this method is obviously extremely troublesome to use, and there is no way to change its shape. It is fixed in a spherical shape, like a snail pill that cannot be thrown away. In terms of flexibility, it is far less powerful than Wei thunder. What's more, Wei sword stance also possesses an extremely repressive and powerful 5 elements field. Has Chara reached the peak of cage level, or has it surpassed cage level? Wei dispersed, feeling the little Chara left in his body, and touched his chin. These days, his Chara volume has been continuously improving. Now even he himself does not know how much chakra he has. Without specific comparison and reference, it is difficult for him to judge. Wei took a breath, stretched his body, and felt the absorption of natural energy. Even in the process of cultivating Chara nature transformation, he did not stop absorbing natural energy. Because the absorption of natural energy is already dominated by thunder. Thunder is like a vacuum cleaner, continuously absorbing the natural energy between heaven and earth to strengthen itself. During this time, Wei could clearly feel the improvement of the thunder. The most obvious one is the size of the thunder space, which has almost reached a 1-foot radius. Speaking of which, the natural energy here is still a little thin, it's time to find a place with more natural energy. After Wei muttered to himself, he went directly to a bush not far away. Kurenai Yuhi is practicing observation haki here. Wei arrival is not disguise. Hong Yuhi sensed Wei Er's rhythm, opened her eyes and stood up, looking up at Wei Er. Let's go, change place. Advertisement, Hong Yuhi didn't ask why she wanted to change the place, and after answering obediently, she followed behind Wei Er. Wei Er pushed observation hockey to the extreme and expanded to the farthest distance. Be prepared to see where the concentration of natural energy is higher based on the distribution of natural energy. But, just when Wei Er's observation hockey was fully expanded, he suddenly shouted. What's up? Hong Yuhi looked at Wei Er and asked curiously. Wei Er took back observation hockey, gave Yuhiko a glance, and said. Cloud Shinobi launched an all-out attack on Konoha, and now the Konoha camp is already a battlefield. What? Yuhi Sweet Potato was startled, with a hint of ambition on his face, and said, how is Konoha's situation now? It's not very good, I'm afraid I will lose. Wei Er looked into the distance and seemed to be able to see the scene on the battlefield. When Yuri Hong heard the words, a hint of worry appeared on her little face. Her words to Wei Er are hardly questioned now. Kurenai Yuhi bit her lip, and after a few hesitations, she still couldn't help but cautiously said. That, Mr. Wei Er, can you, what, do you want me to help? Wei Er turned his head, interrupted her, looked at her with a half smile, and said. Do you think I will help Konoha? Or, why should I help Konoha? Red Yuhi was speechless for a moment. If Konoha had honestly hooked up with what Wei Er wanted, now she can ask for it. But Konoha had to deal with Wei Er before. It turned out that he couldn't deal with it, and Lien handed over what Wei Er wanted. Wei Er is lucky to have uncovered the matter. Yuri Hong bit her lip and couldn't help but said, then, how do you want to help? What do you think? Wei Er suddenly chuckled, looking at Yuri Hong, a flash of drama flashed in his eyes. Hong Yuhi was disturbed by Wei Er's eyes and did not dare to meet Wei Er's eyes. For Flowers Zero she found that she really didn't seem to have anything that she could bring out, worthy of Wei Er's serious consideration. Advertisement, okay, I'm in a good mood today, so I'll accompany you to visit. Just when Yuhi Hong felt distressed and didn't know what to do. Wei Er spoke suddenly, and then walked forward casually. Hong Yuhi was stunned, and she was overjoyed when she signed it and immediately followed. On the Konoha side, Nara Shikuji and Jiraiya were still in big trouble, and Wei Er also felt a little surprised. The situation on the battlefield is almost one-sided. The Cloud Shinobi side is led by the future 4th Raikage, and his younger brother, 8 Tails Jinchuriki Killer Bee. The strength of these two people is not inferior to Jiraiya. Coupled with the number of ninjas on the Cloud Shinobi side, they are close to the dilemma, almost double the number of Konoha ninjas. If it wasn't for Konoha's side, Nara Shikahisa was in command, and he used every ounce of his strength to the limit. It is likely to have collapsed long ago. If this war continues like this, unless Namikaze Minato comes to support, Konoha will lose. Wei Er is rather strange that the Konoha side has the presence of Nara Shikuji, who has a high IQ. Shouldn't have made the situation so bad. Now it is difficult for Konoha to retreat, at least a few hundred corpses must be thrown away. On the battlefield. Fire style, big fire bullet, 99. Jiraiya made a seal with both hands and spit out. A large amount of oil was sprayed out, and then it was ignited by fire style, turning into a sea of fire and burning towards the front. Whoosh! Directly in front of Jiraiya is the future 4th Raikage. After his eyes sank, he was bathed in lightning, dodging Jiraiya's attack with great speed, and rushing directly to Jiraiya's right side. Not good. Jiraiya's heart sank, but she was not chaotic, and her hands quickly knotted. Ninja. Needle Jizo. Jiraiya's hair instantly turned into countless spikes, wrapping his entire being in it. Like a white hedgehog. But 4th Raikage saw this scene, but Ling Ran was not afraid. He shouted angrily and slashed the 10 with a ruthless hand knife. Chapter 298, Domineering Thor, one person enters the battlefield of successors. Lateral bolt of pain. Boom. Jiraiya was smashed to the ground by 4th Raikage's knife. Fortunately, at the last moment, Jiraiya immediately cast the Kingly Way, softening the earth under him. After being hit by Ai, he used the softened earth to unload, but he was not injured. This guy is really tricky. Jiraiya broke through the ground and looked at Ai with a gloomy expression. He was not afraid of the son of 3rd Raikage in front of him. But it is not something that can be done in a short period of time. Far away. Boom. There was a roar that shook the sky and the earth, and countless ninjas looked at it with horrified eyes. I saw a huge toad, which was blown away by the 8 tails of the complete body. It's not a rival. Jiraiya's face is even more ugly now. Although he is not afraid of the enemy in front of him, his summoning beast is obviously not the opponent of Killer Bee's full body 8 tails. Once the 8 tails is free of the entanglement, join the battlefield. I am afraid that this battle will completely collapse. The 6 purple flame formation can't be used. On the other side, Nara Shikahisa, who was in command of the war, also had a gloomy expression. Cloud Shinobi's side has more ninjas than them, and his ability to briefly stalemate the situation is the limit. If 6 more Jonin were to use the 6 purple flames to hold 8 tails, the situation would collapse in an instant. You will lose both horizontally and vertically. Cloud Shinobi suddenly mobilized the army to the front line, and directly launched a decisive battle. This kind of decisiveness is something that many people did not expect. Although Lu Ju thought about this issue in advance, he didn't think of it either. The decisive battle initiated by Cloud Shinobi was so ferocious that even Jinchuriki used it. The movement of Eight Tails Jinchuriki was completely out of calculation. Without the Eight Tails Jinchuriki, this war would never have been lost or collapsed. I'm afraid I can only retreat temporarily. Nara Shikahisa took a deep breath, and he didn't want to make a decision to retreat. Because once you want to retreat, there must be someone behind you. Advertisement: the team at the rear has only one end, and that is the fallen battlefield. This is war, where the lives of the few are exchanged for the survival of the majority. Even Nara Shikahisa didn't want to do that, but at this time, he has already begun to think about how to retreat and how to be the queen. Not far from the battlefield, Hong Yuhi and Wei Er stood on a high ground, looking at the battlefield from afar. What a horrible monster. Seeing the almost unstoppable Eight Tails rushing about on the battlefield, Yuhika couldn't help gasping for air. Even Jonin couldn't hold back Eight Tails for a moment, almost being swept straight away. The power of Eight Tails is second only to that of Konoha's 9 tails. Suddenly appearing on this battlefield, it is also expected that your Konoha's ninjas will be hard to resist. Wei Er's eyes flickered slightly. Maybe what Lu Ju failed to calculate was the existence of Eight Tails Jinchuriki Killer Bee. So the situation became like this. Hong Yuhi believed what Wei Er said and believed that Konoha's situation was not very good, but he did not expect it to be so bad. Looking down from a high place, she could clearly see Konoha gradually sinking into an unstoppable rout. She even saw her own father, Yuhi, who was besieged by 2 Cloud Shinobi Jonin alone, and seemed to be stunned. At this time, Hong Yuhi wanted to rush directly to the battlefield. But she knows that although her strength has improved a lot, but on a battlefield of this level, her participation is simply not enough to reverse the situation. The rampant Eight Tails is daunting. The feeling of pushing the battlefield horizontally is just like the kind of power Wei Er played before. It is completely overwhelming. I'm afraid only Wei Er Ji can deal with that kind of monster. Thinking so in her heart, Kurenai Yuhi turned her head to look at Wei Er. However, he found that Wei Er acted like a bystander, as if he was just here to watch the battle, and was not ready to intervene at all. As if noticing Yuhika's gaze, Wei Er suddenly chuckled. As if with a hint of sarcasm, he said to himself. You said that some people like to be smart. If I honestly hand over what I want before, I can give Konoha some compensation. It is not impossible to resolve this war, but some people just like to die. 93. Number 17. Kurenai Yuhi bit her lip and squeezed a sentence weakly. They don't know your strength, Lord Wei Er. Advertisement. Wei Er glanced at Hong Yuhi and said, Oh, if I am weak, can I be manipulated by you, Konoha? 3. No. That's not what I meant. Hong Yuhi shook her head vigorously, seeing that the situation in Konoha was close to collapse. With a pleading look on her face, she said to Wei Er, Master Wei Er, please help. As long as you are willing to help, anything I can do will definitely be done for you. Wei Er looked at Yuri Hong with a half smile and said, Anything? Yuhika's eyes were timid, but she still nodded. Wei Er laughed suddenly. A burst of light laughter, the laughing red Yuhi trembled inexplicably. I can't wait to look down and find a hole to dig into. When the laughter stopped, Wei Er angrily tapped Yuhika's forehead with his fingers. The enemy, clutching her forehead, let out a sigh, and stepped back a few steps in a row. Lu Hook a tearful expression. Well, for your sake. Plus they gave me the Chara nature transformation practice method before. Only this one time. When the words fell, Wei Er shook his head and took a step forward. In the air, there seemed to be an invisible staircase at Wei Er's feet. Wei Er just walked through the sky step by step, stepped into the air, and walked around the battlefield. On the battlefield, after defeating the big toad hooked by Jiraiya's summoning, Killer Bee, the 1.0 full-tailed beast, rampaged on the battlefield. Konoha Jonin can't resist it at all, even elite Jonin are invincible. Konoha's entire front was pushed horizontally by Eight Tails. Fighting in an absolutely domineering way, the ninjas on Konoha's side have nothing to do. Although 8 Tails is inferior to 9 Tails, it is also second only to 9 Tails among the tailed beasts. The power will run wild, unless it is a pervert like Third Raikage or a super cage level existence. There are very few people who can resist. The human sea tactics are completely meaningless in the face of the existence of the tailed beast, which is a huge amount of Charlie. Just when Nara Shikahisa had a gloomy look on his face, his eyes flashed, and he was about to order a retreat. He suddenly changed his expression and looked at the sky in the distance. Chapter 299. Do you also want to dance? It's him? The moment he saw Wei Er's figure, Nara Shikahisa thought of electricity in his mind. Wei Er shouldn't have come to trouble them, he'd already been looking for trouble. Maybe there is a turning point in this battle. There was hope in Lu Ju's eyes. If Wei Er was on their side this time, as long as Wei Er can block the 8 Tails, the fight will continue. Although 8 Tails' power is too strong, but his words should be able to stop him. Nara Luju took a deep breath. The tailed beast is immortal, it can only be sealed or suppressed, but cannot be killed. It is the most terrifying weapon in the ninja world. They Konoha have 9 tails, and naturally they also know how terrible other tailed beasts are. Not just Nara Shikahisa. The ninjas on the entire battlefield almost saw Wei Er coming from the sky from a distance. Many people's attacks in their hands slowed down a little, and their faces showed shock. It's him. Konoha's ninjas found Wei Er, and all their expressions changed, revealing an expression similar to Nara Shikahisa. Do you still have the ability to fly? Jiraiya leapt forward, dodging Fourth Raikage's blow, and showed 13 different colors at the same time. On the other hand, the ninjas on Cloud Shinobi's side were full of surprises. Who is that? Fourth Raikage also stopped attacking Jiraiya, but looked at Wei who came from the sky with low eyes, and said solemnly. Being able to fly. Could it be Tsuchikage? The ninjas of Cloud Shinobi all showed their amazement. Among them, the group of ninjas who had encountered Wei and were defeated by Wei in an instant with Conqueror's Haki. The body and mind trembled, as if once again feeling the terrifying aura, almost suffocating. He is the mysterious ninja who defeated our elite troops. It was him. Fourth Raikage listened to the words of a Jonin next to him, speaking in a very frightened tone. Immediately, there was a flash of light in his eyes. Just at this time, Wei also finally came to the top of the battlefield. All the ninjas on the battlefield stopped their movements and looked up at Wei above. The police are all right. 99 Wei was condescending, and first glanced at Jiraiya, Narashikuhisa and others on Konoha's side. Advertisement Jiraiya's face froze, showing a somewhat ugly expression, saying, Your Excellency should not come to us and be our enemy. What you gave is real and not bad. I won't take your things in vain, so I will save you from this crisis as compensation. After Wei glanced at Jiraiya, he glanced at the Cloud Shinobi in the distance. Hearing Jiraiya's words, Fourth Raikage's face was gloomy. But when he heard Wei's words, his expression changed and he looked at Wei coldly. Are you going to stand on Konoha's side and fight against our Cloud Shinobi? Number 99 Wei stepped from the sky, and the void seemed to have invisible steps. Step by step, he wandered down from the sky, looking at the future Fourth Raikage. As this war continues, you Cloud Shinobi will surely win, and Konoha will suffer heavy losses. I don't have any grudges against you Cloud Shinobi, it's just that Konoha asked for something. So, I want to ask everyone here to give me a face, and forget about this war. The whole place was silent. Wei's words clearly spread throughout the audience, causing the atmosphere in the audience to suddenly become strange. The ninjas on the Konoha side were all stupid, and the ninjas on the Cloud Shinobi side were almost all sluggish. What? What did this guy just say? Even Fourth Raikage, who has always been short-tempered, is also long-winded for Wei's words. After reacting, he couldn't help roaring, What are you kidding? I'm not kidding. Wei looked at Fourth Raikage seriously. Then I'll clean up with you. 99 Fourth Raikage finally couldn't hold back. After a roar, he rushed directly to Wei Bathed in thunder and lightning, he punched Wei fiercely, wanting to use his speed to kill Wei directly. But, what shocked him was, facing his full speed punch, Wei only slightly turned sideways to avoid his punch. Avoided? A look of shock appeared in Fourth Raikage's eyes. This sideways is extremely simple, but not even Jiraiya can do it. His speed has surpassed his father Third Raikage, and he has always considered himself the #1 speed in the ninja world. Advertisement and Wei was completely able to react under his speed, avoiding his fist slightly. After the fist was sideways avoided by Wei Fourth Raikage suddenly turned over. Violently bent one leg, Wei swept over. He couldn't believe it, Wei could avoid his full speed attack time and time again. This time, Wei did not avoid it. Instead, he stepped forward with his crossarm, blocking Fourth Raikage's leg. Monument. The legs and arms of the two collided, and there was a roar that sounded like an explosion. The earth split inch by inch directly between the two of them. The aftermath suddenly set off a terrifying storm that swept away in all directions. Fourth Raikage punched and kicked, complicated to say. But because of its extremely fast speed, it is actually an instant. Cloud Shinobi and Konoha Ninja, who were present, couldn't even react. All only felt that his eyes were blurred, and the place where Wei was standing was convenient for the bang of 653 to splash dust. Solve it? The ninjas on Cloud Shinobi's side flickered. They still trust the strength of their leader, the son of Third Raikage. But when the dust cleared, the scene in the field shocked all Cloud Shinobi. I saw Wei still standing there, unscathed. The ground beneath his feet shattered inch by inch because of the collision of this blow. And Fourth Raikage's figure retreated a few meters. This guy, Fourth Raikage looked at Wei with shock. With that leg just now, he thought he was relying on super speed. Wei dared to pick it up hard, he could completely hook Wei directly. What he didn't expect was that his kick hit Wei's slender arm. But it seemed to be kicked on a piece of steel as thick as a mountain, and it was not even able to shake it. Even the shock of his leg bones hurt. The speed is not bad, but the power is almost. Wei's arm was still in a position to resist Fourth Raikage's attack. At this time, he slowly retracted his movements, looked at Fourth Raikage and commented lightly. Fourth Raikage is really fast. If it weren't for Wei's observation haki, the speed of his body would be a bit too slow to keep up. If you use it, it is estimated that it is comparable. Chapter 300. Destroy all things tailed beast Jade? Explode with bare hands? But in terms of physique, Fourth Raikage and Wei can't be compared at all. Wei's body is stronger than Garp's. One punch is enough to flatten a mountain easily. Not to mention that after he came to this world, he absorbed natural energy day and night to temper his body. Now that Wei's body is so powerful that he uses the armed color haki. I'm afraid it is even more terrifying than the Third Raikage, who fights against 10,000 with a body. ***. When Fourth Raikage heard Wei's words, it seemed like an adult commenting on a child. Immediately, the anger ignited, and the lightning-style chara of the whole body was directly urged to the extreme. However, before fourth Raikage could continue to shoot, Wei Er suddenly moved. System. Wei Er's speed was also extremely fast, and he came to fourth Raikage in an instant. Fourth Raikage's pupils shrank, but Ling Ran was not afraid. With a roar, he punched straight up, and Wei Er also punched down. Boom. The two fists collided suddenly. Wei Er's fists look a little slender, and he doesn't have fourth Raikage's bronzed explosive muscles. But after the two fists collided, fourth Raikage was directly blown away by Wei Er. Boom. Fourth Raikage hooked far and wide. Under Wei Er's punch, he smashed into the rock wall in the distance, leaving a human-shaped pit in the rock wall. Between Wei Er and fourth Raikage, a total of only 2 punches and 1 leg confrontation, almost all completed in an instant. But the shock to all the ninjas present was no less than that of a mighty S-class ninjutsu. The speed is so terrifying. Looking at this scene, Jiraiya only felt dry in the air and terrified. He had seen Wei Er's strength before, and his attack power was undoubtedly terrifying. I didn't expect Wei Er's speed to be so fast. Under the time and space ninjutsu, I am afraid it is close to the peak speed of the ninja world. Brother. Killer Bee in 8 Tails form is wreaking havoc on the battlefield. Originally, he was a little concerned about fourth Raikage's attack on Wei Er, but he didn't completely care. Until fourth Raikage was blown away by Wei Er's punch, he was shocked and rushed over immediately. A huge tentacle traversed the sky, bending the top of Wei Er's head and crushing it violently. 8 Tails' all-out strike was so powerful that countless ninjas were stunned. Whether it was Cloud Shinobi or Konoha Ninja, they all retreated, not even daring to stay within their combat range. Advertisement. 8 Tails. Wei Er raised his head and looked at the 8 tails that came across. Facing the tentacles that were pulled down, a light flashed in his eyes. Suddenly raised his hand and slapped the hook. His palms, compared to the huge tentacles of 8 Tails, were completely disproportionate in size. But after the two suddenly collided, the tentacles of 8 Tails were under the horrified gaze of countless people. Was slapped by Wei Er's abrupt slap and flew away. Goo! The Konoha ninja, who had experienced the terrifying power of 8 Tails, saw this scene and swallowed all their saliva. Armed. Wei Er stretched out his hand to make a fist, his eyes were calm, and suddenly a ray of breath surged around his fist. Suddenly his fists turned into pitch black. Immediately after, Wei Er flickered, came directly into the air, and landed a ruthless punch. Boom! Killer Bee didn't have time to dodge, and was directly hit by Wei Er. The punch was real, and it hit 8 Tails directly in the face. There was even a sound of sonic boom in the air, causing the heaven and earth to roar like thunder. In the air trembling, 8 Tails' huge body was watched in horror by countless people. Just got hit by Wei Er with a punch. It crossed an arc in midair and slammed into the rock wall in the distance with a bang. Lord Killer Bee was actually, how is this possible? The Cloud Shinobi ninjas were all horrified, and their hearts trembled violently. Originally about to continue attacking Konoha, but this time they stopped. Some of the Cloud Shinobi ninjas, who had seen third Raikage's suppression of the tail, even had a glimpse of wonder in their eyes. The Wei Er at this moment gave them the feeling that it was like a replica of third Raikage, even more violent than third Raikage. What bullshit genjutsu is powerful? This is clearly outrageous physical strength, okay. Punch the fourth Raikage, punch the 8 Tails. Wei Er fell back into the field, and his figure was inconspicuous among the crowd. But all eyes were focused on him. Can we stop fighting now? Wei Er's eyes swept across the audience and spoke lightly again. Cloud Shinobi's ninjas looked at each other and swallowed. They were all confident before, but now their leader and 8 Tails Jinchuriki Killer Bee. Being punched and hooked all by Wei Er made all of them timid. But in the next moment, advertisement, there was a sudden wave of terrifying chara fluctuations in the distance, attracting countless people to look sideways. Even if it is not a perceptive ninja, he can perceive the flow of the monstrous chara. Far more than track Jonin or even cage level. I saw 8 Tails put on a stance, and chara was surging frantically. Finally, it condensed towards the center and gathered into a heart-pounding black sphere. Tailed Beast Jade. Not good. Come on, 99, whether it is a ninja on the Konoha side or a ninja on the Cloud Shinobi side. After reacting, almost all of them were horrified. Chara of this concentration, even if it is only perceived from a distance, makes people feel palpitations. Whizzing, in shock, Cloud Shinobi's ninjas and Konoha's ninjas all withdrew in a moment. Not daring to be in the frontal area of such an attack at all, Wei Er's surroundings instantly turned into an open space. Finally, the tailed beast Jade was completely condensed and formed. Then it crossed an arc in the air, wrapped in a power that would destroy the sky and destroy the earth. It suddenly shot towards Wei Er, tailed beast Jade. Watching 8 Tails use the hook, Wei Er's eyes flickered slightly. Even his current chara volume is still a lot worse than 8 Tails. Looking at Wang Lihao, there is still a certain gap between his current Charlie and Hashirama and Uchiha Madara. Facing the flying tailed beast Jade, Wei Er's arm was covered with armed haki, and he directly reached out and grabbed it. Under the unbelievable gaze of countless people, the tailed beast Jade was caught in midair. This is impossible. Killer Bee didn't care about rap anymore and almost exclaimed the hook. Lugo looked like he had seen a ghost, and 8 Tails, who was one with him, was also shaken violently. The tailed beast Jade was caught with bare hands. Is this a joke? Next moment, under the incredible gaze of countless people, Wei Er was like throwing a shot put and threw it backhand. He threw the tailed beast Jade far away and landed in a mountain in the distance. Boom! With an earth-shattering roar, a mountain peak was directly flattened by the explosion of the tailed beast Jade. The whole place was silent and private. Chapter 301. Ninja World shakes Madara's attention. If you have any other skills, just take them out, and I will take them together. Wei looked like he threw a small stone at random, and his face was neither sad nor happy. Calmly sweeps the 8 tails, 4th Raikage and Cloud Shinobi in the distance. Swept by Wei-Er's gaze, all the Cloud Shinobi's backs were cold and their hairs were bristling. At this time, almost no one can mention any war intentions, and their hearts are all cool. Morale had already hit rock bottom. 4th Raikage clenched his fists, and there was a hint of unwillingness in his eyes. But he could only sigh, knowing that it was impossible. Even if he and Killer Bee were able to contain Wei together, the battle was unlikely to be much better. It is possible to continue to fight and be overturned by Konoha. Finally, 4th Raikage looked at Wei and asked with a low face. What's your name, Wei-Er? Wei looked at 4th Raikage and responded with a flat tone. 4th Raikage took a deep breath and said, Wei-Er, I remember you. Retreat. Just as 4th Raikage led Cloud Shinobi to slowly recede. In the distance of this battlefield, a white figure was hiding among the treetops and watching. This is really an unexpected ending. The speed is no less than that of the son of the 3rd Raikage. In terms of strength, he can blast 8 tails and take down 653 tails with his bare hands. It also seems to have a wide range of horror genjutsu. Even Jonin will be attacked in an instant. I didn't expect that the ninja world actually hooked up such characters. It seems that Madara-sama should report in Detour as soon as possible. White Zetsu looked at Wei-Er's figure on the battlefield from a distance, and there was a hint of deep surprise in his eyes. In the early days of the Third Ninja World War, when the major ninja villages were testing each other, Cloud Shinobi took the lead in launching a full-scale attack on Konoha, and used the power of the tail beast. For a time, Konoha was forced to the brink of collapse. But at this moment, the mysterious ninja found out that he defeated the leader of Cloud Shinobi with 2 moves, and sent 8 tails flying with 1 punch. Single-handedly, Cloud Shinobi was forced to abandon the Annihilation campaign. The news spreads the hook, the ninja world shakes. Ninja World. Advertisement in a hidden underground cave. An old figure was sitting alone on a stone chair. He lowered his head slightly, and pressed one hand against his chin like a fist, as if thinking. It was Uchiha Madara, who was as famous as Hashirama, who was later induced and used by Black Zetsu and became the mastermind behind the ninja world. Just when Uchiha Madara was thinking about something, the ground suddenly rippled like water, BDBA, patterns, and a white Zetsu drilled half of his body from the ground. Sir Madara, there is important information. Uchiha Madara has gray hair, dry skin and a wrinkled face, looking like a dying old man. But the moment he opened his eyes, there seemed to be a flash of monstrous weather that was the best in the world of ninjas. Uchiha Madara's reincarnation eye has been transplanted to Nagato according to the plan he specified. His eyes are now a pair of Sharingans snatched from within Uchiha. What's the matter? Uchiha Madara asked calmly. All the information that White Zetsu collected about Wei-Er, he said all at once. Oh, I didn't expect that after Hashirama and I, the ninja world would be able to present such a character. 99. Uchiha Madara was slightly surprised, but only surprised. Wei-Er blasted 8 tails with 1 punch, grabbing the tailed beast Jade with his bare hands. In the ninja world of the ninja world, it seems extremely terrifying. But in front of Hashirama, who can easily suppress 9 tails, and Uchiha Madara, who can control 9 tails at a glance. Nothing at all. Lord Madara, I also feel the breath of Sage Jutsu and natural energy on that guy. Sage Jutsu energy. Hearing this sentence, Uchiha Madara finally moved slightly. Wisdom Hand Hashirama was able to always press him back then, and it was not just wood style. The most fundamental is the body of the fairy in the Sage Jutsu Shirela. White Zetsu said cautiously, I don't know if he will have any influence on her plans. 1. Uchiha Madara didn't answer, but showed a thoughtful look. After a while, a glimmer of light flashed in his eyes, and said, continue to stare at him. There is so little information about him at present that even making relevant plans is prone to problems. 33. Yes. 99 White Zetsu responded with a sound, and disappeared into the ground. Advertisement Uchiha Madara watched where White Zetsu disappeared. After shaking his head, there was a hint of interest in his eyes, and he murmured, Wei-Er, 33. In an open mountain forest, 2 figures are walking through the forest. The speed is neither fast nor slow, which is a normal speed for ninjas. Further on, it's the territory of the land of soup. After walking for a while, Kurenai Yuhi looked at the map and whispered to Wei-Er. Wei-Er nodded slightly, indicating that he understood. He doesn't care where he goes, he only cares where the natural energy concentration is higher. If this place has the highest natural energy concentration in the ninja world, Wei-Er can think of 3 places. One is Mount Myoboku, the other is Shibone Forest, and the last is Longji Cave. These 3 places are also known as the 3 Holy Lands. It corresponds exactly to the summoning beasts of Konoha-san Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Orochimaru. Mount Myoboku is a family of toads, Shibone Forest is Katsuyu, and Ryujidong is a snake fairy. The problem is, Wei-Er doesn't know the exact location of these 3 places. Jiraiya must know where Mount Myoboku is. But when Cloud Shinobi was expelled on the battlefield and the war ended, Wei forgot to ask. The natural energy concentration here is slightly higher than that over there, 19. Wei continued to walk aimlessly, while Hong Yuhi followed obediently. The geographical location of Unokuni can be regarded as the middle of the three villages of Konoha, Cloud Shinobi, and Kirigakura. It's like the land of rain caught between Konoha, Rock Shinobi, and Sand Shinobi. Now that it has entered the early stage of the Third Ninja War, the country of soup is not like the country of rain. The land of rain is revered by the shinobi world as a demigod Hanzo of the salamander, and even the great shinobi village dare not underestimate it. There is nothing in Tang Zhiguo, and Tang Ren village can be regarded as an unknown small ninja village in the ninja world. Along the way, Wei and Hong Yuhi saw many ruins and destroyed villages. If it was Wei who used to be a marine commander in the era of pirates, he might be able to stop these destructions. He might even end the Third Ninja World War himself. But decades have passed, Wei-er's mentality has changed, not to mention this world is not the world of pirates. Wei looks at the world from an outsider's perspective and has no thoughts of meddling. I don't know how long it took. Hong Yuhi looked at the surrounding environment, then took a look at the map and reminded Wei. Chapter 302. Canopy Girl, Terumi Mei. Lord Wei, there's Tangren Village in front. When it comes to Tang Ninja Village, Hong Yuhi's attitude is very calm. After all, Tangren Village is only a small ninja village. Even if the village is exhausted, I am afraid that there will be no hard ninjas. Wei was able to contain even the most difficult battles by himself. In a mere soup ninja village, there really isn't much of a threat. After following Wei for so long, her eyes have gradually become much higher. Tang Nin Village? Wei pondered for a while, originally intending to pass by directly. But it suddenly occurred to him that he has been using observation hockey himself all the way. Aimlessly looking for places with a higher concentration of natural energy and never collecting intelligence or the like. Perhaps the location of Mount Myoboku Ryuji Cave is no secret at all. In a small ninja village like Tangnan Village, you might be able to get relevant information. Go and see. 33. Have you heard? Konoha suffered a big loss in the hands of Wuyan. I heard, it is said that Konoha has put all his energy into Kirigakura's 7 ninja swordsmen. I didn't expect that in addition to the 7 people of the ninja swordsmen, there were also powerful characters in the village. Yeah, who would have thought that a mere female classmate would be extremely powerful? He literally annihilated an elite unit led by Konoha Jonin. In a restaurant, several ninjas from the Soup Ninja Village are discussing what has happened in the ninja world recently. What you said is a bit underestimated by women. I had forgotten that Konoha was in the front line of Kirikan's command, and she was a woman, one of Sanin's. It's not a problem to hit you 10 times, ha ha ha, I just said it casually, 99. The ninja next to him laughed and said thoughtfully. I don't know if the one from Wuyan and the one from Konoha will be stronger and weaker in a match. That must be Princess Tsunade, one of Konoha Sanin's stronger. Although Jonin, the tangled one in the fog, is abnormal in strength, he is a little too young. It is said that he is only 14 or 15 years old, right? Good. Several ninjas finished their meal while discussing, and then went to check out their own bills. After they left, Wei stood up at another table next to him. With a swipe of a finger on the corner of his mouth, all the stains turned into ice crystals. Then silently scattered in the air. Advertisement. Let's go. Kurenai Yui responded. As early as when he entered Tang Nin Village, Wei deliberately made a big movement in the sky. At the same time, observation hockey will be fully released, and the entire Tang Ninja Village will be shrouded in perception. To get information, of course, is a very simple matter. Wei also got information about the 3 holy places. But unfortunately, Tang Nin Village is a small ninja village after all. Although there is information on the 3 holy places, it is vague and not specific. Wet Bone Forest is in the land of earth, Ryuji Cave is in the land of thunder, and Mount Myoboku is in the land of fire. This is the only information about the 3 holy places in Tang Nin Village. A mountain forest. More than a dozen Kirigakushi ninjas are sitting around each other, with a map in the center. On the map, there are many red, green and green markings. One of them was a girl about 14 or 15 years old wearing a fog ninja forehead. He is analyzing and pointing at the map with a calm face. Konoha's current force distribution is like this. This woman, Tsunade, is worthy of being the granddaughter of first Hokage Hashirama, the legendary god of the Chunin world. With the name of Sanin, the formation of troops is almost flawless. Your analysis is good, this arrangement is indeed almost flawless. A ninja next to him nodded solemnly. Terumi Mei snorted lightly, and said with a hint of high-spirited confidence in her eyes. But, if there is no flaw, I will create the flaw. Our task is to create loopholes and chaos, don't forget, 99. Yes. The ninjas next to them all nodded in agreement. Terumi Mei's age is almost the youngest in this Higashiki team. But the status is the highest, it is Kiryu Jonin. And he has made a lot of merits, and he may be promoted to elite Jonin at any time. Then first, Terumi Mei put away the map, took out the dry food with a group of ninjas, and started to eat. While eating, one of the only 2 genins in the team suddenly spoke up. Right, I heard that a monster was hooked on the battlefield. Advertisement with his own power, he stopped a big battle between Cloud Shinobi Village and Konoha, and I don't know if it was true or not. Katakana middle dot 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 katakana middle dot. Oh, I heard that too. It must be false. It would be too exaggerated for one person to prevent a war. A foggy John next to him shook his head and laughed. The previous name, Wu Ren, also smiled and said, "It is estimated that Cloud Shinobi was caught in Konoha's trick, and he didn't want to lose his momentum, so he made it up on purpose." The two smiled at each other, but they didn't care. But at this time, Terumi Mei suddenly shook her head. Although the news from Konoha and Cloud Shinobi may not be true, but it wouldn't make it up, the monster probably still exists. But, speaking of which, Terumi Mei said with a hint of confidence on her face, "If that guy dares to provoke us, I will let that guy know how powerful we are." Yes, with Captain Terumi Mei here, no matter how strong the enemy is, there is nothing to fear. The two genins from Kirikan echoed, obviously admiring Terumi Mei. In Wuyan village, the principle of respecting the strong is almost vividly displayed. The strong can even decide the life and death of the weak at will. Therefore, although the number of ninjas in Kirikan is small, almost all of them are elites. Even Genin has a bloody and fierce personality. The conflict between Konoha and Da Ninja Village, if you want to say which battlefield is the bloodiest, there is no doubt that it is the Kirian battlefield. The ninja Jumori quickly ate something and packed it up. According to their original mission plan, they headed towards the nearest Konoha station. But, before they could go far, a ninja in the team suddenly changed his expression. Suddenly stopped, Lu Qin looked vigilant and said, "Be careful, there is someone ahead." This ninja is the sentient ninja in the team. As soon as he opened his mouth, Terumi Mei and the others stopped to hang out. How many? Terumi Mei's slightly immature face showed a very calm and composed expression. 2. The perceptive ninja closed his eyes, opened his eyes and said after taking a closer look. Terumi Mei's eyes flickered slightly, her pretty face became cold, and she said, "It seems that most of them are patrolling ninjas of Konoha, and they came just right, plus." Chapter 303. Encounter, Blood Follow the Limit, the woods are not far away. Wei Er and Hong Yuhi are walking through the forest. While walking, Wei Er suddenly paused for a moment, and a strange color flashed in his eyes. What's wrong? 99 Hong Yuhi also stopped and turned to look at Wei Er. Wei Er shook his head and said indifferently, "It's nothing, it seems that we are being watched." Oh, Hong Yuhi nodded, but she didn't show any SWAT's surprised expression. Along the way, Wei Er never hides his figure. In the process of crossing the land of soup, the two of them encountered robbers and also encountered ninja sneak attacks from Xiaonin village. In all, there were no less than 3 or 5 attacks. This is the early days of the Third Ninja World War, and it is already so chaotic. Let's go, 653, Wei Er's expression returned to calm. Hong Yuhi also followed Wei Er calmly, even though she knew that someone was watching them secretly. But she, who had seen Wei Er's terrifying power, didn't care much. What's more, she has achieved a little in observation haki now, and her spiritual enhancement has also made her genjutsu a lot stronger. Even in the face of her father Yuhi Jinhong, she is confident that she can fight. Ignoring monsters like Wei Er, she is no weaker in the ninja world today. Red Yuhi's perception is fully open. After walking for a while, he finally sensed the misty ninja that Wei Er had sensed for a long time, and his expression changed slightly. At this time, in the woods ahead, a thick fog suddenly floated. The fog is very thick, and it spreads out, and there is a feeling that you can't see your fingers. Is this the art of fog concealment? Hong Yuhi was slightly startled, although she had never been in contact with Kirigakushi. However, as a scout ninja who specializes in contacting information, the signature ninjutsu of the Kirigakushi is the technique of the Kirigakushi. Still heard. Within the range covered by the hidden mist technique, the enemy's vision will be reduced to a minimum, and they can only be slaughtered. However, advertisement whether it is Wei Er or Hong Yuhi, vision is for both of them. Even if the gap is lowered, it does not have much impact. Observation haki, enough to clearly capture everything in the fog. Court death. Wei Er didn't care about it at first, but the group of Kirigakushi actually dared to attack him. His face suddenly turned cold, and after a ding, a chill suddenly spread out. The fog that filled the jungle after touching the cold power released by Wei Er. In an instant, it turned into snowflakes falling all over the sky. The figures of Terumi Mei and other recruiting ninjas were also revealed in an instant. Under the leadership of Terumi Mei, a group of recruited ninjas originally planned to surround Wei Er and Yuhika before launching an attack directly. Unexpectedly, before they could complete the siege, the hidden mist technique would be directly destroyed. And it's not the hidden mist technique that breaks through the wind tunnel, but to break their hidden mist technique in this incredible way. Don't panic. 19 At this moment, Terumi Mei, who was in the lead, let out a low drink, and squinted at Wei Er and Yuhi Hong. First, he glanced at Yuhika, then ignored Yuhika and put his eyes on Wei Er. When she saw Wei Er's appearance, a look of surprise appeared on her face. I really didn't expect it, if you look closely, it's quite handsome. Kurenai Yuhi. Wei Er, not only Wei Er and Yuhi Hong. Even the ninjas on the Kirigakushi side were shocked by Terumi Mei's words. In front of you is the enemy, it's a pity, why is it Konoha's ninja? In this case, I can only give you a kiss that erodes bone, pins, soul. 9. Terumi Mei looked at Wei her eyes twinkling with a strange light. Although Wei doesn't wear a ninja costume, Yuhika doesn't wear a forehead guard either. However, because Yuhi Red has no camouflage, there are still a few Konoha ninja costumes on her body. Recognizable at a glance. Wei looked at her speechlessly. Fortunately, in the world of pirates, he has encountered too many wonderful creatures. Anyway, the forest is big and there are all kinds of birds. When I met Terumi Mei in the Hokage world, I didn't find it too difficult to accept. Correct, I'm not a Konoha ninja. Advertisement also, don't seduce me, I have a lover and I'm not interested in you, Wei said lightly. However, Wei-er's words were hooked, and the expressions of the Kirigakushi ninjas present froze. The corners of his mouth twitched slightly, and he turned his head little by little to look at Terumi Mei. Terumi Mei lowered her head halfway, and the air around her seemed to freeze. Hey, don't you feel? And fun? She moved her lips slightly, spitting out the last word of Thistle Wei-er, her tone devoid of any emotion. Captain Terumi Mei, cold, calm down, 99. Seeing Terumi Mei's state, the Kirigakushi ninja all showed a bit of horror. One of them couldn't help but tremble. However, Terumi Mei just lowered her head and did not respond at all. In the next instant, after she raised her head abruptly, her hands suddenly began to form seals. This seal is not good. Seeing Terumi Mei's movements, the dozen or so Kirigakushi ninjas present were all horrified. Without hesitation, he retreated into the distance. Get out! Hey! Hey! More than a dozen Kiriga's ninjas retreated dozens of meters away in an instant, and all swallowed their saliva. Looking at the field with an extremely nervous expression, especially the gaze that looked at Wei, there was even a bit of sympathy. Say something bad, but want to stimulate Terumi Mei, this time I am afraid that there will be no bones left. Just when more than a dozen Kirigakushi looked at 1.0 Wei with pity. Terumi Mei finished the seal, the body Chala turned around, and instantly spit out a cold sentence. Boil style, art of mist. Call, her lips moved slightly, and suddenly a terrifying mist was exhaled. It suddenly spreads out towards Wei and Yuhi Hong. Wherever the fog went, the trees withered and corroded and melted into slag. Seeing this scene, Hong Yuhi's eyes flashed slightly and suddenly remembered something. Isn't this a kind of bloodline limit that Wei showed a long time ago? Silently. Jia Qi spreads rapidly, and since this is an open area, the mist expands directly in all directions. Of course, the fastest flying party is the location of Wei and Yuhi Hong. Chapter 304. It's him, that terrifying existence. Let's turn into bones with your little lover. Terumi Mei looked at Wei and Yuhi Hong with indifferent eyes. Puff. Red Yuhi, who was about to try to resist the fog, heard Terumi Mei added this sentence. The movement suddenly stopped, and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly to dry. This woman seems to have misunderstood something. The word, little lover, flashed through Hong Yuhi's mind. She couldn't help but redden her cheeks, and couldn't help but look at Wei beside her. Wei face was calm, because he had already urged observation Haki to move. Having already predicted this scene in advance, he shook his head slightly. He stretched out his hand and grabbed it, and thunder emerged, and at the same time took a deep breath. Call. He didn't have a seal, and he was also calling for diligence in one breath, and it was also a white mist that suddenly flew into the hook. In the next instant, Wei Huyan's white mist and Terumi Mei Huyan's boil-style acid mist were intertwined. Wow. 13 Wow. Wow. In a strange sound, Terumi Mei's boil-style acid mist, when the white mist of Wei hook passed through. It was all frozen in the air and turned into a piece of crystal stars. Looking closely, the acid mist of the boil style was completely frozen into fine ice crystals. It glows beautifully under the reflection of sunlight. It's like suspending countless diamonds, suspending a starry sky. Terumi Mei was shocked when she saw this scene. Seeing the white mist filling up, she stepped back without hesitation. The white fog filled the air, and whether it was the trees, jungles or the earth, they were all covered with a layer of frost. This forest seems to be transformed from midsummer into a floating art in an instant. Trees, flowers, the earth, acid mist. Everything is condensed into ice, frozen in ice crystals. This scene fell in the eyes of everyone, and the beauty was almost indescribable in words. It also shocked their hearts and their minds hummed. My boil style was actually. In Terumi Mei's eyes, Lu Qin had a look of disbelief. Although Wei also used some means to turn the fog concealment technique they cast into snowflakes. But boil style is not the art of fog concealment. Advertisement. The technique of fog concealment only uses ordinary fog, and her boil style is a super corrosive acid fog. The destructive power is no less than that of her other kind of blood follower, Boundary Rongdao. Even her boil style can be frozen forcibly. Who is this person? Terumi Mei's boil style boundary is actually frozen? What a joke. The dozen or so Kirigakushi ninjas in the distance were all horrified at this time. Apparently, Wei could crack Terumi Mei's boil style in such an incredible way. Before Wei turned the mist into snowflakes, they didn't care about the SWAT. But this time, they couldn't help it. Able to crack Terumi Mei's boil style in an instant, Wei is obviously not a simple character. Bing. Could this be the Shui Wuyue clan's Bing escape and bloodline boundary? Someone said in surprise. When someone next to him heard the words, he immediately shook his head and said, Impossible. That guy is definitely not a member of the Shui Wuyue clan. And the ice escape of the Shui Wuyue clan is not like this. Just when the group of Kirigakushi were shocked, Terumi Mei forcibly suppressed the shock in her heart. With her beautiful eyes flickering, she once again launched a brazen attack on Wei Er. After all, she was a Tenji ninja, and she knew that she must not be careless and distracted in this situation. There must be absolutely no hesitation. Hesitation in battle is a taboo for ninjas. Wrong Dao. The magic of dissolving monsters. Terumi Mei's alluring and sinister bright lips opened slightly, and a burst of acid suddenly rhymed. Then it suddenly expanded, turning into a big river of acid in an instant, surging away with Wei Er. Wei Er held a thunderbolt, but instead of waving it, he stomped lightly on his feet. A ray of ice-cold energy suddenly rushed out from his feet and poured into the earth. Ice Age. What the hell? In the next moment, the ice suddenly spread away from Wei Er's feet. Freeze the lava style released by Terumi Mei into ice again in an instant. My lava style was also. Terumi Mei's heart trembled as she watched the freezing ice spread all the way. Immediately stopped the release of Rongtong, jumped back and retreated. And almost as soon as she backed away, the power of extreme cold pushed past. The melt channel she released was completely frozen into a glacier. Sweeping in all directions, frozen all the way to the end of the line of sight. Advertisement, what a terrifying cold. Terumi Mei took a deep breath and looked at this terrifying frozen power, and suddenly his heart flashed. Suddenly I thought of an important piece of information I received not long ago, and my eyes suddenly flashed. Is he just when Terumi Mei's expression changed, Wei Er started again. He looked at Terumi Mei and the others indifferently, suddenly raised the thunderbolt in his hand, and swung a sword in front of him. Ice Lotus. What a clap, clap. The earth suddenly rose up with blossoming ice lotus flowers, bending and freezing all the way in the distance. This ice lotus is extremely huge, blooming one by one on the ice. Cover Terumi Mei and others within the attack range. Not good. Rewind. 99 Rao as Terumi Mei has arrogance and confidence in her heart. At this time, he also felt the threat of death, and he retreated without hesitation. The mist ninjas under Terumi Mei's command, almost without her needing to remind them, receded in the distance together. Want to escape? Did you escape? Wei Er's eyes were indifferent. He waved his backhand, and the ice between heaven and earth burst. The entire jungle exploded completely and completely turned into an ice field. Countless ice lotuses bloomed from the ground, beautiful and coquettish, with a terrifying stillness. A mist could not escape, and was directly frozen in it by an ice lotus. The horrified expression on his face was frozen forever. Fire style. Fire dragon bullets. Terumi Mei saw that the situation was not good, and gave up the blood after the boundary. Switch to a single fire style and try to break a channel. She had given up her plans to be hostile to Wei Er. In the brief confrontation, she felt that Wei Er's strength was simply not something she could compete with. The only option right now is to escape. Stay and you will die. Damn, how could it be him? At this moment, Terumi Mei was terrified. She never imagined that the person she casually stared at was Konoha. It turns out, it will be the terrifying existence in the intelligence. Chapter 305. Want to go? Can you go? Fire style. The art of firewalk. Wind Dao. Vortex blade technique. 93 The Kirin under the command of Terumi Mei, in addition to being shocked, also assist Terumi Mei without hesitation. Trying to resist this icy cold, killing Chin is a way to survive. Some of them have vaguely thought of Wei Er's identity, and their hearts are already full of fear. With a strange ice path, and not a member of the Shui Wuyue clan, it is only the one that has been widely circulated in the ninja world recently. The mysterious Super S-rank ninja who prevented Cloud Shinobi from fighting against Konoha on his own. Boom. The flames roared in the sky, and under the blessing of the wind duct, it was able to stop the speed of the ice lotus blooming. Terumi Mei and the others flickered a few times, fleeing from the ice lotus gap. By this time, even Terumi Mei himself could not keep his peace of mind. The fire style that so many of them used together could only barely prevent the outbreak of this icy power. How terrifying is this ice escape ninjutsu? You must not be frozen. Once you are frozen you will die. Just as Terumi Mei and a group of Hikari were running towards the distance, the ice lotus behind them suddenly split in two from the middle. A huge cyan sword energy broke through the mysterious ice and rolled over. Click. Wherever this sword energy went, not only the ice lotus, but even the frozen earth was forcibly cut out of an abyss. Perceiving the threat behind her, Terumi Mei was horrified and couldn't look back. Subconsciously dodging to one side, he avoided the cut, but a strand of hair was still cut off. The other mist ninjas were not so lucky, and 4 or 5 mist ninjas were hit by this sword chi. Almost without humming, he was directly crushed and killed by this sword energy. The few Wu ninjas who were still alive were frightened and fled in the distance. But before they could escape far, the void suddenly swayed. Their bodies were also directly divided into two, blood splattered everywhere. Terumi Mei was about to continue escaping, but a thick ice wall suddenly rose in front of him and lowered it in an instant. Behind her, Wei Er walked across the ice field with a thunder in hand. See this scene. Terumi Mei gritted her teeth and didn't have the slightest idea of giving up. The hands are suddenly sealed, and the small mouth is slightly opened, and it is time to use lava style again. But, before she could open her mouth, Wei Er's figure suddenly flickered and lay directly in front of her. With her fingers lightly hooked, she forcibly closed her small mouth and forcibly stopped her lava style. Terumi Mei backhanded Wei with a push and kicked with one leg at the same time. Advertisement, but before she could kick, the movement was forced to stop halfway. Because Wei-er's thunder was already on her neck. By this time, Terumi Mei was even in a trance. It was originally the role of a hunter, but when he was about to hunt his prey, he suddenly discovered it. It turns out that self-love is a prey, a character to be hunted. Just kill me. Terumi Mei's heart was bitter. With a face ashes, he threw away the kunai, which he did not know when to feel the rhythm, and gave up resistance completely. One step away is the abyss, and this is the result of choosing the wrong prey. However, hearing her words, Wei-er raised his brows, but retracted Lei Ting and said, "What? It turns out that you want to die in such a hurry. If that's the case, I'd rather let you live." Terumi Mei was stunned for a moment, not expecting Wei-er to say such a thing. But then Wei-er's next sentence made her feel bad. "I have a person who brings tea and water by my side, and I still need someone to serve, just you." Wei-er took Lei Ting back, and with a flick of his wrist, Lei Ting disappeared out of thin air. After glancing at Terumi Mei, he turned around and ignored Terumi Mei's reaction. Terumi Mei was stunned for a moment, then burst into anger. How could she, who has always been arrogant, could bear Wei-er's condescending and insulting words? Damn. F***K me. Terumi Mei took out a kunai again and stabbed Wei-er in the back. But, under this stab, she directly stabbed the air. It's not that Wei-er disappeared out of thin air, nor that Wei-er escaped. It was her thorn that clearly stabbed Wei-er's vest, but penetrated directly, as if stabbed on a phantom. With your ability, it's 10 years too early to kill me. Wei-er turned around, a look of mockery in his eyes. After giving her a glance, he continued to walk forward while rubbing his chin in thought. Before taking Hancock over, the situation in the world has to be cleaned up. The beauty is indispensable, and the maid is also indispensable. Except for him, Hanku hates all men. Not everyone is qualified to serve tea and water, the future 5th Mizukage, so. Damn. Terumi Mei trembled with anger at Wei-er's full of ridicule. Subconsciously, I wanted to rush up and fight with Wei-er. Advertisement, but watching Wei-er's back go farther and farther, she suddenly froze for a moment, and then suddenly reacted. This is. Let her go. Damn it, do you underestimate me like that? Since you dare to let me go, remember it for me, you man without grace. Terumi Mei gritted her teeth for a while, but she still didn't catch up. Instead, he took a deep breath and chose to retreat to the opposite side. Terumi Mei galloped all the way on the ice field. The hook was about the distance of brown rice, and finally stepped out of the range covered by the ice field. Looking at the ice field behind, Terumi Mei couldn't help taking a deep breath. Her eyes flickered for a while, then exhaled again, shook her head, and planned to return to Wu Yin's camp first. But, almost at the moment when she just took a step, the world in front of her suddenly blossomed, and it changed abruptly. Not far ahead, two familiar backs appeared, and they were Wei-er and Yu Hong. She obviously ran so far in response, why did they appear in front of her instead? It's like she's been following the two of them all the time? What on earth is it? Terumi Mei looked at the backs of Wei-er and Yu Hong who were walking not far ahead. He stopped in his footsteps with a surprised expression on his face. Hallucinations? Genjutsu? She shook her head and sensed, Wang Lihao, to dry her own chara flow. I found that there was nothing unusual, and I should have missed Genjutsu right. Terumi Mei, who was in shock in her heart, made up her mind and made a serious judgment on Fang Wanao. Turn around and gallop all the way, about half a day. She felt that she should have been far enough away from Wei-er and Yu Hong. Finally slowed down, reached out and asked for the map, ready to judge where I was. But almost in the next instant, her hand to get the map stopped. A pair of beautiful eyes showed an unbelievable look, looking straight ahead. Not far ahead, Wei-er and Hong Yuhi were sitting in an open space. A fire was set up in the middle, and the fire was being roasted and colored. Heck. Terumi Mei's heart finally became terrified. She clearly determined that she was running in the opposite direction. Why did the two of them come in front of her again? No matter how stupid Terumi Mei is, she knows that something is definitely wrong. Chapter 306. There is no moon in the water, the awakened observation hockey. This guy. What the hell is going on? Terumi Mei stared at Wei-er in the distance, trying to see something from Wei-er. Wei-er was sitting there leisurely, just looking in the direction where Terumi Mei was. Lu Qin gave a nonchalant look. Terumi Mei took a deep breath, gritted her teeth, and ran towards one direction again. But after she ran around for a while, she was shocked to find that she had returned to the same place inexplicably. And Wei-er and Yu Hong just finished eating the grilled fish at this time. You be asterisk 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 D. What did you do to me? 99 3 times in a row, the inexplicable rhyme is now near Wei-er and Yu Hong. As if unable to leave the two of them at all, Terumi Mei finally couldn't hold back. Spray. This sentence is really easy to cause ambiguity. Wei-er stood up, gave Terumi Mei a glance, touched her chin and replied. Well, what did you do to you? This is a very meaningful and profound question. So here comes the question. What have I done to you? I'm asking you. Terumi Mei's eyes were fiery, and she glared at Wei-er a little frantically. Wei-er shrugged and responded nonchalantly, really? Since you ask me that, then I'll answer it. 6709. Did what it was supposed to do, and that's it. Creak creak. Terumi Mei gritted her teeth and finally collapsed a little. Unable to hold back, Wei rushed up with a roar and tried to kill Wei. But she fluttered completely in vain, passing directly through Wei body. It was as if the Wei in front of him was just a phantom. Not far away, Wei and Hong Yuhi were standing there. Terumi Mei was in front of them. He continued to release ninjutsu attacks against the empty space, but never saw the two of them. Looking at Terumi Mei's appearance, Hong Yuhi couldn't help taking a deep breath. There was a deep awe in his eyes. Advertisement, this is. Wei your power. Is it the same power that was used on me before? Terumi Mei's bizarre behavior has been circled around the two of them, and Yuhika has been watching them all the way. She couldn't help but think of her before, maybe like Terumi Mei now. What escape? I am afraid it is only in a circle. As for casting genjutsu on Wei it's a joke. In this situation, there is no chance for Wei to turn against genjutsu. Good. Wei stood with his hands behind his back, standing there and said leisurely. There is no moon in the water. This one was awakened by observation haki and further showed the ability to hook. As long as you see it for a moment, you can completely control the ability of other people's five senses. Unless the strength far exceeds the person who displays it, it can never be lifted. Even if you know you're in control. Having said this, Wei turned his head and glanced at Hong Yuhi next to him. Hong Yuhi was shocked and couldn't help but said, the meaning of never being able to be lifted is. As you understand it, this technique is permanent. Forever. Hearing this word, even though she had thought of it before, Hong Yuhi couldn't help but be shocked. What she is best at is genjutsu, and because of this, she will be able to experience the horror of this ability more clearly. Once hit, there is almost no chance of fighting back. With a hint of shock in Yuhi Hong's eyes, she couldn't help but mutter. There is actually such a technique in this world. Wei didn't mind telling Minazuki to Yuhika. Not to mention Hong Yuhi now, there is absolutely no idea of escaping and betrayal. Even if there were, she would not be able to decipher the lack of moon in the water. The horror of moiwei in water is that even if you know that you are in moiwei in water, there is nothing you can do. Sight, hearing, smell, touch, etc. are all under the control of the caster. Unless you have the ability to see through the future, or the strength is boundless, BDBA. It can be confronted to a certain extent, otherwise there is no resistance at all. Trembling in her heart for a while, Kurenai Yuhi looked around and then looked at Terumi Mei who was running around. Couldn't help asking Wei then, am I still under this ability now? What do you think? Advertisement. Wei gave her a deep look. Kurenai Yuhi touched her mouth and suddenly let out a soft breath. Anyway, her life belongs to Wei she has already accepted her fate, and it doesn't matter how she is manipulated. A thought here. Kurenai Yuhi suddenly couldn't help but think. Full control of the five senses? Doesn't it mean that whatever Wei does to her can make her invisible? So, did Wei do anything to her before? Thinking of this, Yuhi Hong's cheeks flushed bright red. After sneaking a glance at Wei Shay bit his lip and his heart sank. What if something was done? It doesn't hurt anyway. At the age of 14 or 15, Hong Yuhi is at the age when she can think wildly. Wei didn't know what she was thinking about, so she continued to clean up Terumi Mei after a while. He found an empty valley and prepared to practice the fusion of the 5 types of Chara nature transformation. He is very skilled in the fusion of the 4 attributes. And now the amount of Chara has completely reached Super Cage level. In Wei judgment, it is only slightly inferior to 8 tails, which should be enough to complete the 5 attribute fusion gap. The closer the power is to the 6 paths level, the more terrifying the power of the 6 paths level can be felt. Under 6 paths are all ants. This sentence is by no means false. If it weren't for the Shinigami power that Wei possesses, it would be a completely different ability. Perhaps encountering the 6 paths level, there is almost no resistance, and they can only escape by virtue of space ability. I want to raise my strength to the level of Sage of 6 paths in Kagayaheim. Unless the Thunder Knot Sword stance strengthens the 8th stage of Peak Thunder Swordsmanship. Further explore some of the abilities of the Awakening Thunder Fruit, and continue to be able to resist it. Or cultivate the Truth-Seeking Ball, turn on the 6 paths mode, and step into the 6 paths level. This kind of power, Wei wants. The system power of the Hokage world is not inferior to the power of the pirate world. At least the power Wei has now. It is difficult to pose a threat to an existence like Sage of 6 paths. Of course. Sage of 6 paths wants to deal with Wei and it is difficult to endanger his life. Chapter 307, Mysterious Existence, Sage of 6 paths. Wind, thunder, water, fire, earth. Wei looked solemn, and his expression was extremely solemn. The fusion of the 5 attributes, even he has to be careful. With this level of power, once there is a problem, I am afraid it can destroy his physical body in an instant. Damn, Terumi Mei felt like she was about to collapse. Neither attacking Wei nor trying to escape Wei had any effect at all. If he can't escape far, he will return to the original place inexplicably. While attacking Wei he was always in the air and hit the phantom. Even when she ran wild, she pushed Serera to the extreme and destroyed the earth with lava style. But in the next instant, the scene will inexplicably return to its original state. It's like turning back time. Finally, Terumi Mei knew that she could never get out of control by brute force alone. She gave up the idea of continuing to struggle and took a deep breath to calm herself down. What exactly is this ability? Genjutsu. It's as if this world is completely controlled. How can there be such a terrifying genjutsu? Wait, that's not right. Genjutsu shouldn't control the world, I'm afraid it's just me. I control my vision, hearing, and touch. Terumi Mei is indeed the Tengu ninja, the future 5th Mizukage. After calming down, he quickly analyzed what kind of trick he had hit. But she understands how to crack this trick, she can't even think of breaking the scalp. And the more I think about it, the more terrifying it becomes, the 5 senses are completely manipulated. Doesn't it mean that her body is simply at the mercy of the police and no longer belongs to her? Terumi Mei bit her red lips and closed her eyes. Recalling the scenes of the confrontation with Wei in my mind, I still can't think of when I was recruited. Damn, how can this technique continue to be cracked? Terumi Mei opened her eyes. As soon as she opened her eyes, she could see not far away. A figure of Wei stood with his arms and hands, and stood there with a flat face. She subconsciously wanted to close her eyes again, but after a pause, she turned her heart away. Advertisement anyway, for the time being, Wei didn't kill her, so he slowly found an opportunity to crack this ability. She didn't believe that Wei could maintain this technique even when he was sleeping. The anger in her heart subsided, and after calming down, Terumi Mei narrowed her eyes. Carefully observed the figure of Wei standing not far away. Speaking of which, take a closer look, this guy is really a handsome guy. Regardless of temperament, appearance or strength, no one in Wuyan village can match it. Thought here. Terumi Mei suddenly licked her lips, and the corner of her mouth raised a slight arc. My current 5 senses are completely controlled by this guy, I'm afraid I'm in a hallucination. I don't know what this guy is doing to me in reality. It's a pity I can't feel it, it's still annoying. Just when Terumi Mei's cheeks were flushed with redness, she was thinking wildly in her mind. The world in front of her suddenly bloomed and shattered inexplicably. Terumi Mei stood up instantly, her eyes flashing. Has that spell been lifted? She took a deep breath and saw at a glance the center of a clearing not far away. Wei was sitting there with 5 light balls of different colors in his palm. The number is constantly turning, bending the central fusion. Terumi Mei, who was about to do something, couldn't help but shrink when she saw this scene. Staring at the 5 light ball in Wei's palm, showing a hint of shock. This is 5 types of Chara nature transformation? Terumi Mei gasped for a moment. She was born with 3 attributes, nature transformation, and derived 2 kinds of blood following boundaries. Naturally, in an instant, it was recognized that Wei was revealing 5 types of Chara nature transformations in the palm of his hand. Especially when she found out that Wei seemed to be trying to fuse these 5 Chara nature transformations. It was even more shocking, revealing a look of horror. What are you doing? Are you crazy? She was horrified and couldn't help shouting at Wei subconsciously. Terumi Mei has tried the fusion of 3 attributes, and she also wants to develop a kind of bloodline elimination. For Flowers 0, but all of them failed, and the failure process was extremely dangerous, and she almost lost her life several times. Advertisement so much so that she has now completely given up on the 3 attribute fusion reading. Now Wei actually wants to read 5 kinds of Chara nature transformation. In her opinion, this is simply crazy, and it is a complete act of killing. Whizzing. The 5 light ball in Wei's palm turned faster and faster, and gradually the colors became unclear. Finally, they completely converged to the center, and they squeezed together. Hum. A palpitating breath suddenly spread. The light ball in Wei's palm exudes a dazzling white luster. And there are cracks one after another, as if it will collapse directly in the next moment. Not good. Seeing this scene, Terumi Mei's heart trembled. When her 3 attributes were fused, this unstable situation also occurred. The devastating explosion that occurred at the time nearly blew herself up seriously. Now Wei's Chara is much stronger than her, and there are 5 nature transformations in the fusion. Once it collapses and explodes, I am afraid not only Wei but also she will be directly killed by the aftermath. Just when Terumi Mei was about to turn around and flee, Wei's eyes flashed. A power completely different from Chara was suddenly released. Forcibly restrained the collapse of the light ball in his palm. Congeal. Wei let out a low drink and forcibly grasped with 5 fingers. A powerful force suddenly fell, and it was squeezed abruptly. The light that was close to the edge of collapse was forcefully suppressed. Under Terumi Mei's dumbfounded gaze, the dazzling white light emitted by this light ball began to gradually converge, and then the luster became more and more dim. It eventually turned into a gray, fist-sized sphere suspended in Wei's palm. A palpitating aura emanated from the gray sphere. Almost at the moment when the gray sphere took shape, a will that made Wei's heart suddenly shudder, extremely abruptly penetrated into this piece of heaven and earth. This will is extremely strong, not inferior to Mr. Wei at this time. Chapter 308. Shocked Terumi Mei, is this the legendary monster? Sage of 6 Paths? Wei narrowed his eyes slightly, looked up at the sky, and there was no fear in his eyes. Although his current strength is not as good as the 6 Paths level. But even against Sage of 6 Paths, with space ability and other powers, it is not completely without the power of a battle. Moreover, he has the recorded coordinates of the pirate world, and he can return to the pirate world at any time. Wei had a hunch that his presence would sooner or later catch the attention of Sage of 6 Paths. However, Sage of 6 Paths can even let Black Zetsu's conspiracy go unnoticed, so it won't suddenly swindle the rhyme to fight Wei. The will of the Sage of Six Paths that exists somewhere between heaven and earth. After a little touch with Wei he seemed a little hesitant. Did not do anything, but gradually dissipated. Seeing that Sage of Six Paths was not beating, Wei was slightly relieved. Is this the product of the fusion of the 5 types of Charolaic, 6 and 7 qualitative changes? Wei looked at the gray sphere in his palm, and his thoughts moved. The gray sphere suddenly circulated and turned into a gray sword. Wei held the gray sword and stabbed the ground at will. Wow! The ground pierced by the sword suddenly withered and collapsed at a speed visible to the naked eye, and a pothole collapsed in an instant. Wei raised his brows, and he thought again, and the gray matter continued to flow indefinitely. As Wei-er's thoughts kept changing, it was like a truth-seeking ball. Finally, Wei made it return to a spherical shape, and then with a thought, directed it to fly the hook to one side. The accident happened suddenly, and the sphere suddenly wriggled behind the hook of Wei-er's palm. Cracks appeared on it, and a destructive aura suddenly spread. Wei-er's eyes flashed and he immediately took a step forward. He stretched out his hand and pressed the gray sphere that was about to collapse with a palm, forcibly suppressing it again. It seems that control must be maintained and not allowed to leave the body. Once out of the body, it will be unstable and collapse immediately. Sure enough, although the product of the 5 attributes fusion is very close to the truth-seeking ball, it is not the real truth-seeking ball. Wei looked at the gray sphere in the palm of his hand that had returned to a stable state again, and muttered something. At this time, Hong Yui in the distance is okay, and has long been accustomed to Wei-er's various heaven-defying behaviors. Advertisement and Terumi Mei was stunned, almost breaking her chin. Is this a success? The fusion of 5 kinds of Chara nature transformation actually succeeded? What a joke! Impossible, how could anyone be able to interrogate the 5 types of Chara nature transformation? There was an unbelievable look in Terumi Mei's eyes. She has 3 kinds of Chara nature transformation and 2 kinds of blood following limits. I know too well the difficulty of Chara's nature transformation. That's right. I must still be hallucinating, must still be under the control of that guy. Without the nature transformation of yin-yang, this pseudo-truth-seeking ball can only annihilate and destroy matter. It cannot cause damage to the soul and spirit, which means that it should not be able to destroy the reincarnated body. Wei continued to study the various properties and abilities of this gray pseudo-truth-seeking ball. Yin-yang Dao belongs to the power of life and spirit. The real truth-seeking ball is the fusion of 7 kinds of Chara nature transformation. It can destroy the body of reincarnation, and has the power to wipe out the soul. Even Wei whose soul has been sublimated, is an absolute threat. The fake truth-seeking ball created by Wei after integrating the 5 types of Chara nature transformation does not possess the Tao of yin and yang. There is no damage to the soul level. Finally, Wei concluded that in addition to being unable to leave the body, control must be maintained at all times. And it can't cause lethality to the soul, and can't destroy the body of Cheng Tu's reincarnation. Other aspects are infinitely close to truth-seeking ball. In that case, it's not wrong to call it a pseudo-truth-seeking ball. Wei looked at the gray pseudo-truth-seeking ball floating in the palm of his hand, and suddenly had a thought. The pseudo-truth-seeking ball splits from the center and decomposes again into 5 types of Chara. Then it was inside Wei-er's body. This pseudo-truth-seeking ball requires a huge amount of Chara. With Wei-er's current Charlie volume, only about 3 or 4 can be produced at most. There is still a considerable distance from the 6 paths level, even if the power of the Thunderfruit is stimulated to a higher level. It is also difficult to win against Sage of 6 Paths. Recalling before, the will of Sage of 6 Paths descended. In that short moment of contact, the momentary confrontation at the soul level, Wei-er's heart was solemn. He is in the pirate world, and the soul power swept the world. Advertisement even the soul power of the 4 emperors is completely incomparable to him. But in the world of Hokage, it was completely different. From that brief moment of contact, Wei felt that his soul was probably weaker than Sage of 6 Paths. Yes, after all, it is the existence of Otsutsuki Kagayaheim that has been sealed. The pupil with the eye of reincarnation is also the first 10 tails Jinchuriki. It is normal for the soul and will to be so strong. After taking a deep breath, Wei-er's eyes flashed with enthusiasm. It has been a long time since he wanted to improve his strength so urgently. Feeling aware of the distribution of natural energy between heaven and earth, Wei chose a method. To the 2 people who were not far away, Yuhika and Terumi Mei said. Red, Terumi Mei, go. Yes. Red Yuhi nodded and immediately followed. Terumi Mei also responded subconsciously and then prepared to follow. But as soon as she lifted her foot, she suddenly reacted. Why should she listen to Wei 5 chakra nature transformation fusion, really scary guy. If it's not my hallucination, but a real scene, then. Terumi Mei's eyes twinkled, still not giving up the idea of defeating Wei. Since you don't kill me, it's hard to fall into my hands. Otherwise, I will definitely let you, hum. Terumi Mei raised the corners of her mouth, snorted a few times, and followed from behind. After completing the 5 attribute Chara nature transformation, Wei knows that it is not easy to integrate Yin-Yang Tong again. At least his current Chara volume is far from enough. For things like Chara, the higher the gap, the bigger the gap. 3 or 5 Genins may be able to deal with 1 Chunin, and 3 or 5 Chunins may be able to deal with 1 Jonin. 3 or 5 Jonin can fight a cage level, but even if there are 3 or 5 cage levels, it is difficult to resist a super cage level existence. Uchiha Madara deals with cage level characters, and it is completely crushing and sweeping. The 5 shadows of water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, and thunder faced Uchiha Madara, and they were completely pressed and rubbed on the ground. No resistance at all. And Uchiha Madara, who did not open the Eye of Reincarnation, and Sugar Hand Hashirama. Even if they join forces against the existence of the previous 6 paths level, I am afraid there is no chance of winning. The power in the later stage of Hokage, each level is very chapter 309. Top Genjutsu, no moon in the water. Continue to absorb natural energy to strengthen my physical body, so that I can continue to increase the amount of chara. In addition, thunder absorbs natural energy and also evolves itself. Continue to absorb in this way, and sooner or later, it will be able to strengthen itself to the 8th stage. As for space capabilities, if the thunder space continues to expand, I'm not necessarily unable to develop the kind of spatial ability that hooks like Uchiha Obito's Kamui. 33. Wei pondered in his heart as he stepped forward, in an open valley. Wei and Hong Yuhi are walking under the gorge shell. And Terumi Mei's figure suddenly hooked above the gorge. A pair of eyes flashed, chakra surging, hands quickly knotted. Lava style. The magic of dissolving monsters, wow. Terumi Mei opened her mouth and exhaled, and the corrosive liquid washed down like a surging river. In an instant, Wei and Hong Yuhi below were directly submerged. Are you still hallucinating this time? Terumi Mei wiped the remaining acid at the corner of her mouth, squinted her eyes and looked down, and muttered. And almost in the next instant, a familiar voice came from beside her. Hey, when did you start thinking that you were no longer hallucinating? Terumi Mei's subconscious telekinesis flashed into the distance. But before she could stand still, Wei-er's figure seemed to appear out of thin air, taking a step in front of her. The plan to kill Wei-er failed again. Terumi Mei, who knew that she could not escape and could not fight, directly gave up the gap to escape and resist. Instead, he raised his face, revealing a proud look. What are you going to do with me this time, frozen or grilled? Want to kill me is easy, want me to obey your orders, think about it. Terumi Mei has attacked Wei-er more than once. Every time she thought that she should not be in a hallucination, she attacked Wei-er. But, all the sneak attacks failed, and none of them were successful. The ability of No Moon in the Water is based on Wei-er's current Devil Fruit ability and the strength of thunder. It can be turned on permanently without limitation. Terumi Mei will be punished by Wei-er every time the sneak attack fails. Sometimes it's a punishment in reality, sometimes it's an illusion created by the moonless water in the water. In the hallucination, she almost realized a series of death methods such as freezing and burning. Advertisement, but there is no idea of giving in at all, instead it is getting stronger and stronger. Hearing Terumi Mei's arrogant words, Wei-er snorted softly. Very good. Hope you'll be like this later. These days Wei-er is also getting a bit of a headache from Terumi Mei. Since ordinary means cannot be effective, we can only try extraordinary means. Because he was under the control of moonless water, Wei-er's thoughts moved. Terumi Mei found herself completely bound as petrified. In addition to being able to speak, it is difficult to move a finger. Naruto, are you planning to do something ashamed to me? Terumi Mei was imprisoned and unable to move, but she looked at Wei-er with a defiant expression on her face. A pair of bewitching eyes flickered, eyes that would hurt each other if they had the ability. Wei-er ignored her attitude and pointed directly. Terumi Mei's body was instantly suspended in midair, and the shoes and socks she was wearing were suddenly torn apart. Immediately after, Wei-er flicked a finger, a red ball of light the size of a finger, emitting heat. And another white ball of light the same size as a finger, emitting a little icy cold. The sign flew over. What are you going to do? Terumi Mei's body was frozen in midair, and her heart was inexplicably vigilant. And the next moment, the 2 balls of light fell directly on the soles of her feet when they were cold and hot, and began to walk up and down. Wow! Almost for an instant, Terumi Mei could no longer maintain her composure, and she screamed directly. She dared to guarantee that even if she died 100 times, it would not be so sour. It's an illusion, it's an illusion, it's an illusion. Terumi Mei kept telling herself in her heart that all feelings were hallucinations. But the horror of moonless water is that even if you know it's an illusion, you still can't crack it. Because all sight, hearing and touch are under the control of the moonless water. Wow haha. *hole. Ah damn guy. Stop me now, ha ha ha. Give it to me, ha ha. Stop. Damn. ***hole. Don't get caught by me, Ming Ming. Advertisement ha ha ha, otherwise, ha ha ha. I will definitely take you, quadruple A. The tears of Terumi Mei's laugh are almost flowing. But his body was completely imprisoned and he couldn't move at all, and he couldn't even struggle. Pain can be tolerated, and for ninjas, it's too childish to endure pain. But itching is completely different, this is simply not something normal humans can resist. Not to mention, Wei-er also specially helped her to magnify her sense of touch several times under the action of No Moon in the water. The will that Terumi Mei has been honing these days is almost destroyed. In a moment, it was smashed into slag and completely defeated. Woo-ha-ha. Stop it for me. Stop. Terumi Mei felt that she was about to collapse, her mind was blank, and she just wanted to stop quickly. Oh, why do I want to stop 670? You were not like this before? Wei looked at Terumi Mei leisurely, with a soft sound, a hint of drama flashed in his eyes. Ha ha ha. That. Ha ha ha. Don't. Stop it. Terumi Mei seemed to wake up again when she heard Wei's words. I wanted to be stubborn again, but was immediately defeated by that unbearable itch. Did you wear it this time? Terumi Mei nodded quickly. Will you be obedient in the future? Terumi Mei continued to nod. Wei glanced at Terumi Mei, seeing her eyes full of pleading, she finally snorted. Reaching out and grasping, the thunder appears and works hard. Shatter. There is no moon in the water. What? The world in front of Terumi Mei suddenly shattered like a mirror. She saw herself standing under a tree now, not far away are the figures of Wei and Hong Yuhi. The feeling of being in hell was just a dream. Terumi Mei followed, holding on to Shuji to barely keep standing. Although it is completely an illusion, the illusion of no moon in the water is too real. Or at least it was real to her. Breathe continuously. After she finally found a sense of reason, she gradually regained consciousness. Chapter 310. Debut one by one, familiar characters. That guy. Dared to treat me. After regaining consciousness, Terumi Mei immediately gritted her teeth, desperately looking for Wei. But as soon as she raised her head, she saw Wei looking over with a half smile. That look seemed to ask her, do you want to do it again? The corners of Terumi Mei's mouth twitched for a while, thinking of the feeling before, she couldn't help shivering all over. Damn guy. When I find a way to crack that genjutsu, be sure to try it for yourself. Terumi Mei gritted her teeth in her heart, but she didn't have any thoughts of wanting to do it all over again. After taking a deep breath, she looked at Wei. You're amazing. I admit it. Cross the country of soup and come to the territory of the country of fire. This is a small town on the border of the country of fire, as the Third Ninja War gradually began. The small towns on the edge of the country were destroyed one by one in the war. Even fortunately, the town that was not affected by the war seemed very chaotic. Civilians are mostly behind closed doors, and there are occasional ninja clashes in the streets. On the street. Inside a restaurant. Please prepare 3 high-quality food and deliver it later. Terumi Mei was in front of the counter, leaned against the counter lightly, and spoke slowly to the boss behind the counter. The boss was hooked by Terumi Mei's own charm and seductiveness, and almost lost his soul. But he quickly reacted and nodded again and again. No problem, I'll send it to you right away, okay. Terumi Mei's mouth twitched slightly, then turned and left. And almost immediately after Terumi Mei left, among the 4 people sitting in a corner of the restaurant, a person moved his gaze over. This is a handsome young man. He looks very young, even younger than Terumi Mei. He looked at Terumi Mei's back from a distance, and there was a sharp flash in his eyes. She is, Shisui. What's wrong? The other 3 people at the same table noticed his gaze and expression, and someone immediately asked. The identity of the handsome boy is Uchiha Shisui of the Uchiha clan. In the era of the Third Ninja World War, the ninja world has appeared countless days. Advertisement Uchiha Shisui is not the brightest one though. But his existence has a huge impact on the ninja world. Uchiha Shisui stared at Terumi Mei's leaving back, and said in a low voice. The woman just now, if I'm not mistaken, it seems that it was Shinobu Kirikan who defeated one of our squadrons some time ago, Terumi Mei. It's actually her. What is she doing here? Several people at the same table were shocked when they heard Uchiha Shisui's words. The Kirigakura side dispatched Terumi Mei on the front line to carry out various containment and interference on Konoha. Then of course Konoha will send someone to do the same thing. Uchiha Shisui is the captain of this surprise squad. Of course, Uchiha Shisui has no record or fame yet. He became the leader of this squad because he was a member of the Uchiha clan. Also, 3 Tomo Sharingan is turned on. This age has 3 Tomo Sharingan. Whether for the Uchiha clan or for Konoha, he is enough to be called a Tenji ninja. Do not know. Ordinarily she shouldn't be so careless, such a blatant rhyme is always present. Uchiha Shisui shook his head, and there was a hint of doubt in his eyes. He has not achieved much on this battlefield, while Terumi Mei has already made a name for himself. Highly regarded by Konoha. Such a character should not do such a casually exposed behavior. Are you sure it's really her? Someone next to him couldn't help but ask. Uchiha Shisui nodded and said solemnly, I didn't use the transformation technique, it was me, 99. The other 3 looked at each other, all brooding. Then one of them looked at Uchiha Shisui and asked in a low voice, then, Shisui, you mean? Go. Uchiha Shisui put down the cutlery and stood up. After putting the money on the table, they left the restaurant with the 3 and went to the street. After walking aimlessly for a while, the 4 came to a remote corner. The 3 of you will go back to the camp first, and hand over the information that Terumi Mei has found to Tsunade-sama. How about you? Advertisement, I stay here and stare at her, how easy it is to reveal. If I am alone, even if I am exposed, there is a way to escape. Uchiha Shisui's eyes flickered, and he spoke in a deep voice to the 3 of them. The 3 looked at each other and nodded at Shisui. If you're angry, be careful. There are only 2 vacancies left, which one are you going to stay in, Mr. Wei? Terumi Mei stood in a hut and looked at Wei with a frivolous face. The red lips rose slightly, and a pair of eyes seemed to flow. It's a bit of a haunting feeling. Z% 1% at Foxy. Hong Yuhi, who was on the side, snorted angrily in her heart. Wei stretched out his fingers, lifted Terumi Mei's chin, and hummed at her, "Be restrained a little bit. Your set doesn't work for me. With such a little temperament and charm, my woman can leave you alone." After speaking, Wei walked to the window and looked at the distant sky. Terumi Mei's temperament and charm are ranked very high in the Hokage world. But for Wei who has reached the pinnacle of the pirate world and married Han Ku as his wife. At most, Wang Zhao's, he looked sideways. Wei was telling the truth, but Terumi Mei was P*********d to death. This B**********d. Terumi Mei clenched her small fists and looked at Wei back with a dark face. If eyes could kill, Wei would have died a long time ago. Hong Yuhi looked at Terumi Mei's eating marks and couldn't help but snicker in her heart. Recalling what Wei had just said in her mind, she suddenly froze for a moment. Although Wei rarely mentions Hanku, but every time it is mentioned, the tone of rhythm revealed. It's the kind of feeling that no one can compare to her. What kind of person is that person? Hong Yuhi thought in a mess in her heart, and couldn't help but murmured in her heart. For the existence of Hankuli, Hong Yuhi himself did not know what was going on. That is, I have always cared about it in my heart. Chapter 311. Contest of the Sky, Uchiha Shisui's Terumi Mei. Midnight. On a rooftop in the town, Uchiha Shisui is sitting there quietly. In the pair of scarlet eyes, 3 enchanting black hook jades are slowly turning. Only 3 people? After half a day of observation, Uchiha Shisui identified Terumi Mei's accomplices, only Wei and Yuhi Hong. Uchiha Shisui felt vaguely familiar with Yuhika, seems to have seen it somewhere, but was not impressed. It seems to have been seen from a distance. Since Red Yuhi and Terumi Mei were together, Uchiha Shisui didn't even think that Red Yuhi was a Konoha ninja. As expected of the fog-hidden Jonin, this chara feeling to me is indeed no trivial matter.
There is another woman's chakra, not much less. As for that person.
Uchiha Shisui narrowed his eyes slightly, his feeling on Wei was very strange. It's not that chara is completely invisible, but chara is changing all the time. Not fixed at all, sometimes suddenly huge, sometimes suddenly weak. These 3 people are probably not simple roles. Uchiha Shisui took a deep breath, his eyes twinkling. What exactly did these 3 people want to do when they came to a small town in the Land of Fire? Could it be to sneak attack on their rear supply line of Konoha? Uchiha Shisui was thoughtful for a while, then frowned and shook his head for a while, and a cold light finally flashed in his eyes. No matter what, there must be some purpose in coming to the Land of Fire. All I want to do is stop you from achieving your goals. Uchiha Shisui took a deep breath, and the 3 black guyu in his eyes gradually disappeared. Terumi Mei and Wei are not simple people. I am afraid they are all Jonin of Kiryu. He won't act rashly by himself, but he can't just ignore it either. Next, be careful, it's not so easy for the 3 Kiryu Jonins to join forces. If I was discovered, I would most likely be able to retreat, unable to kill the 3 of them by myself. Among the forests, Wei was walking forward with thunder in his hand. Playing around very casually, thunder kept changing forms in his hands. Sometimes it turns into a long sword, sometimes it turns into a sword, and sometimes it turns into a sharp blade. A ninja sword that can change its form at will? Terumi Mei and Yuhi Hong followed behind Wei watching the thunder in Wei hands constantly changing form. Advertisement. Terumi Mei's eyes flickered and she murmured. When BDBA fought with Wei she did not pay attention to the weapon in Wei hand. But now this weapon can change shape at will, and immediately caught her attention. Ninja knife? Wei laughed and said, what is that? Terumi Mei couldn't help rolling her eyes when she heard Wei words and said. It's just a ninja sword that can change its form, what's so arrogant? In addition to the artifact Kusanagi sword, the 7 strongest ninja swords are all in our village, 93. When it comes to the 7 ninja swordsmen, even though Terumi Mei is a Tenji ninja, there is a hint of respect in her tone. After all, that is the signature character of Kiryu village, and she was a senior in the Megashine world long before her. Even if she is fighting alone, she is still not the opponent of the 7 ninja swordsmen. Late, the 7 strongest ninja swords. Wei responded casually, as if asking if you had dinner? He replied casually as if he had eaten. Terumi Mei's mouth twitched slightly, giving up the meaningless act of continuing to argue with Wei. A group of 3 walked. Hong Yuhi, who was beside Wei suddenly changed her expression. He was stunned for a moment, then immediately reacted, saying, Master Wei someone is following you. Have you finally noticed? It seems that observation hockey's practice is not bad during this time. Wei didn't turn his head, but stared at the thunderbolt in his hand and replied casually. Terumi Mei blinked, looked at Wei and then at Hong Yuhi. Apparently Wei had already found out that someone was following him, and Hong Yuhi had just discovered Akatsuki. She was the only one left undiscovered. Although you know that you are not a perceptive ninja, it is normal not to find out. But Terumi Mei was still annoyed. After all, Wei found it, and Yuhi Hong found it too. And she didn't realize it, which felt a little embarrassing. I want to see who dares to follow us. Terumi Mei instantly turned her anger to those who followed them. She tilted her head slightly, and looked behind her from the corner of her eyes, and there was a hint of coldness in her eyes. Between the jungle, Uchiha Shisui, in the double scarlet eyes, 3 black hook jade fortunes are uncertain. There was a sharp look on his face. Advertisement. This party really wants to cut off our Konoha supply line? But they're not going fast. It seems that you are in the country of fire, so you are more vigilant and cautious. This is just right, and Konoha's support ninja will surely catch up soon. Uchiha Shisui took a breath, calmed down, and continued to follow. But almost in the next instant, his pupils shrank slightly. The three hooked jades in the eyes quickly turned, and all the bells and whistles in front of him were instantly seen in his eyes. Has been discovered. Lava style, the magic of dissolving monsters. Accompanied by a tender drink with a bit of anger. A large river of acid suddenly swept in from the front and washed down towards Uchiha Shisui. Uchiha Shisui stopped in an instant and stomped hard on the tree trunk. The whole person went backwards with the flying hook, avoiding the erosion of the acid. Hey! Terumi Mei's figure flashed out of the forest and landed on a treetop, staring coldly at Uchiha Shisui in the distance. When she saw Uchiha Shisui's eyes, her expression moved slightly. Is that Sharingan? Konoha's Uchiha clan? I've been careful enough, but I didn't expect to be discovered by you. It seems that one of the three of you is a sentient ninja. Uchiha Shisui stood there very calmly, despite being exposed. But after tracking for a long time, he was already prepared, and he was not panic at all. Humph. Uchiha Shisui didn't mention perception, but when he mentioned it, Terumi Mei was even more annoyed. I thought you were a little devil, but I didn't expect to have Sharingan. Then you can't be treated like a normal kid. Terumi Mei's icy voice conveyed encouragement, and her hands were sealed at the same time. However, before Terumi Mei's seal was completed, Uchiha Shisui's figure suddenly disappeared as an afterimage. Immediately after, a flash appeared behind Terumi Mei. The short sword that was hooked with him stabbed with a sword. Wow! Uchiha Shisui's sword pierced Terumi Mei's body directly. But in the next instant, Terumi Mei's figure turned into a stick. Chapter 312. Battle Uchiha Shisui, Legend Sanin, Tsunade. Substitute. Uchiha Shisui's eyes were calm, and he had long expected that his hands would not be so easy to deal with. Under Sanguyu's Sharingan insight, Terumi Mei's actions are captured by him. The moment he stabbed the air, he directly released the hilt of the sword. At the same time, his hands were sealed, and he turned his head and spit behind him. Fire style. The art of great fireball. Waterway. The art of water dragon bullets. Terumi Mei stood behind Uchiha Shisui, a stream of clear water sprayed from her mouth. In an instant, it turned into a water bomb like a dragon, welcoming Uchiha Shisui's fire style. The water dragon ball is a class B ninjutsu, and the great fireball is a class C ninjutsu. Plus, great fireball is a hasty response from Uchiha Shisui. The water dragon bomb was a strike that Terumi Mei had prepared for. When the two collided, the fireball was swallowed directly. Uchiha's little brat, that's not enough, is it? Seeing that it was directly flattened by the monstrous current, it was a mess, and there were puddles everywhere. Terumi Mei lowered her head slightly and snorted softly. Almost as soon as Terumi Mei's voice fell, a half-dagger suddenly stabbed out of Terumi Mei's feet. And Terumi Mei seemed to have expected it long ago and jumped to avoid the sting. Uchiha Shisui jumped out of the dirt and patted the dirt on his body. I originally wanted to deal with 3 people, but it seems that I am still a little arrogant. After all, it's the Jonin of Kirikan, and it's not a character that can be easily handled. Uchiha Shisui looked at Terumi Mei calmly, after exposing he had 2 options. One is to retreat directly, go to the meeting room with Konoha Ninja, and then continue to pursue Terumi Mei and the 3. The second is that he dragged Terumi Mei and the 3 here, waiting for the arrival of Konoha's support troops. After a brief encounter, Uchiha Shisui judged that it was easy for the hook to defeat Terumi Mei. But it's impossible for Terumi Mei to deal with him, because his 3 Tomo Sharingan can see through Terumi Mei's attack. Try it for a while. If you let the 3 of them go, it will be very troublesome to track them. Uchiha Shisui thought so in his heart, and in a pair of scarlet eyes, 3 hooked jades slowly turned. A strange and palpitating aura filled the field immediately. Among the forests, dozens of Konoha ninjas were rushing through, including 5 from Jonin. And the ninja headed by it is the leader of Konoha on the front line of Kirigakushi, Tsunade, one of Sanin's brilliant hands. Advertisement, be careful, according to the time, we should be very close. Tsunade led the Konoha ninja to run through the forest, her eyes twinkling, and she said solemnly. Can the sensory ninja sense the position of Shisui and the enemy? I can't perceive it accurately, but it should be ahead. A sentient ninja in the team immediately reported to Tsunade. Tsunade nodded, stepped on his foot, and continued to rush forward. Okay, speed up. This is the territory of the Fire Nation, and it is also the inside of their Konoha defense line. When Jonin of Kirikan dared to break into this place, Tsunade's first judgment was of course not to expel, but to annihilate. According to information from Uchiha Shisui, there are 3 enemies. One of them is Kirigakushi Jonin Terumi Mei, who has recently gained fame, so it is likely that the 3 Kirigakushi Jonins are. If you want to annihilate the 3 Kirin Jonin and prevent them from escaping, you must at least send twice as many. That is, 6 Jonin to encircle and suppress. After thinking about it, Tsunade finally chose to lead the team himself. Dare to go deep into the country of fire and want to cut off our supply line. The courage is really not small, and I will never let you escape. Tsunade's eyes glowed with cold light, and he didn't command the soldiers. If he could kill the enemy, he would kill them all. Although she is a medical ninja, she has experienced World War II and countless wars, big and small. She leads Jineng, even above Jiraiya, who is also Sanin. Whizzing. Uchiha Shisui used his chara cautiously and kept delaying the war with Terumi Mei. And at this moment, Kurenai Yuhi suddenly appeared from a distance. She looked at Uchiha Shisui, her eyes flickered, and said, "You are Uchiha Shisui. Stop following us, we have no intentions against Konoha." Uchiha Shisui did not know her, but she knew Uchiha Shisui. Uchiha Shisui is the strongest Tenrai of the Uchiha clan. Although he is not famous on the battlefield, his reputation in Konoha is not small. "Do you think I'll believe what you say?" Uchiha Shisui's eyes flickered, and he replied calmly while continuing to fight Terumi Mei. Hong Yuhi shook his head, a helpless look flashed in his eyes. She also knew that it was not easy for Uchiha Shisui to believe her in this situation. For Flowers.0, if this continued to drag on, once Wei makes a move. Advertisement: this Uchiha clan's TNG is probably trying to help, and then he will bring Konoha into it. With that in mind, Hong Yuhi made a decision, ready to team up with Terumi Mei to quickly take down Uchiha Shisui. Whoosh! Red Yuhi blinked, and at the same time, her hands quickly formed a seal. Genjutsu. Mirage. Red Yuhi jumped up, and the figure suddenly split in midair. Hook showed an identical image and rushed towards Uchiha Shisui. Separation. In Uchiha Shisui's eyes, 3 Guyu were constantly spinning. Staring at Terumi Mei while also paying attention to Yuhiga, his eyes were calm. No, it should be Genjutsu. Whoosh! Uchiha Shisui jumped up and closed his eyes slightly as he stepped back. Then it drove towards the position where Yuhiga was located again, and the 3 Guyu quickly turned. Uchiha Shisui felt relieved when he judged that Yuhi was a Genjutsu-type ninja. For the Uchiha family, Genjutsu is the one they are most afraid of. The Sharingan of Sanbuyu is enough to easily rebound all kinds of Genjutsu. What's more, what Uchiha Shisui is best at is Genjutsu. Untie. His own Genjutsu was directly broken, and a stronger Genjutsu was bounced back at the same time. Hong Yuhi had expected this for a long time, and she was still very aware of the great names of the Uchiha family in the Sharingan. So, it has long been ready to deal with the rebound of Genjutsu. Hey! Uchiha Shisui flickered, and after avoiding Terumi Mei's ninjutsu, came to the front of Yuhiga. The dagger stabbed directly, trying to get rid of Yuhiga first. But in the next moment, Kiryuhi, who had unlocked the Genjutsu, took out a handful of kunai unhurriedly. Shenxian Su held the kunwu lightly in his hand and flew up and down. Block Uchiha Shisui's series of attacks firmly, this guy. Uchiha Shisui showed surprise for the first time. With Sharingan, he was completely able to decipher Yuhiga's movements. I thought I could gain the upper hand in an instant. Unexpectedly, Yuhiga seems to have the same ability to judge actions. The close combat between the two actually ended in a draw in a short period of time, plus. Chapter 313. Is the sky around? It is used to set off my existence. Not only Genjutsu-type ninjas, but also Perception-type ninjas, and also good taijutsu? Uchiha Shisui's heart sank and finally felt the trouble. The strength of Yuhiga and Terumi Mei, even among Jonin, is by no means weak. Ga! Terumi Mei's raid came, and Uchiha Shisui was forced to retreat. Call! Uchiha Shisui exhaled, his eyes returned to calm again, and muttered. Since that's the case, I also have to use some fishing skills, the technique of instant body. The next moment, Uchiha Shisui made a seal with both hands and ran to the front of the bay at the same time. While he was running, the whole person suddenly trembled. It split into 2 identical figures, and then split again. 2 become 2, 2 become 4. In a short period of time, there were more than 10 identical, 6-7 zeros, Uchiha Shisui in the field. Separation. There was a light spray in Terumi Mei's eyes, and her hands were directly printed. Water style. Water Dragon Ball. Wow. A huge water dragon whizzed past and devoured all the Uchiha Shisui directly. However, when the water dragon washed away, more than 10 Uchiha Shisui, but all of them stood there unscathed, as if they were all phantoms. Is it the phantom shadow clone? Terumi Mei's eyes flashed, trying to find the location of Uchiha Shisui's body. But in the next instant, more than 10 Uchiha Shisui rushed over with daggers in their hands. Surrounded by Terumi Mei and Kurenai Yuhi, watch out. Kurenai Yuhi's observation Haki sensed something strange. While waving kunwu to meet him, he reminded Terumi Mei. Ding ding dong dong. Just a moment ago, the water dragon bullets were ignored, and they seemed to be all phantoms of more than 10 Uchiha Shisui. In the next moment, it seems that all of them have become entities, and all attacks have substance. How is this going? If there is no reminder from Yuhi, Terumi Mei may have to eat a small meal. But even so, she was a little embarrassed. Looking at the dozen or so Uchiha Shisui around, a strange look appeared in his eyes. Advertisement, not an ordinary phantom shadow clone. This should be a move that combines the clone technique and the instant body technique. It seems that Genjutsu is also used at the same time, which interferes with our vision. Red Yuhi observation Haki incorporates everything around into perception. I really admire the strength of Uchiha Shisui, the Uchiha family Tenji ninja. On his own, he will face Terumi Mei and Yuhiga who are close to elite Jonin. Uchiha Shisui did not dare to be careless at all, and Wei had not yet done so. No matter how weak Wei is, he might still have the level of Jonin. Although he seemed to have the upper hand, he actually knew it in his heart. Yuhika and Terumi Mei, who have the ability to perceive and have a wide range of blood, want to outsmart them. It is very difficult. Lava style, the magic of dissolving monsters. Terumi Mei unleashed lava style once again, and the acid flowed down and washed the battlefield. Hey! More than a dozen Uchiha Shisui jumped high, avoiding the invasion of lava style. At the same time, he held his dagger high and dropped it at Terumi Mei and Yuhika. Seeing this, Terumi Mei and Kurenai Yuhi jumped to avoid Shisui's attack. The two women cautiously searched for Uchiha Shisui's flaws, and Uchiha Shisui did not attack rashly. After all he had to do was to hold Terumi Mei 3. The battle appears to have reached a stalemate, and at this time. Clap clap. There was a sound of applause from the jungle in the distance. As expected of the Tengu ninjas of the Uchiha clan, this performance is really wonderful. Wei stepped out of it, not mad at Uchiha Shisui's delay. Instead, he looked at the situation on the field with great interest. Is the rhyme finally here? Uchiha Shisui's eyes turned slightly to Wei, but he never ignored Wei. Put a lot of attention on Wei. He has almost figured out the strengths of Terumi Mei and Hong Yuhi, while Wei's strength is still completely unclear. The three of them joined forces. I am afraid it is very difficult. Although his heart was solemn, Uchiha Shisui had no intention of withdrawing. If it retreats here, all the previous functions of tracking all the way will be abolished. What's more, he thinks so. In the face of Wei's trio teaming up, even if they can't win, they can return the whole body. Advertisement. Hong Yuhi watched Wei come out, holding Kunai's hand and gently putting it down. At the same time, he sighed, then bent his back and took 2 steps silently. Uchiha Shisui didn't know why for a while when he saw Yui Hiroshi's strange move to take back his kunai and retreat. It feels very strange. Isn't the other party going to continue fighting with him and plan to retreat? Obviously the advantage of the other three is even greater. At this time, Wei looked at Terumi Mei and joked. All day long with my tail up, I feel amazing. Now you can't deal with any random person you meet. Are you satisfied now? Terumi Mei pursed her lips, revealing a somewhat annoyed expression. A pair of eyes were filled with 3 words of dissatisfaction. If you encounter Wei, this monster, it is not a problem to be completely controlled. As a result, when she randomly encountered a Konoha ninja, she was helpless. It's not as smooth as it was in the previous wars, and the feeling of sweeping all the way Akatsuki. I feel that since she met Wei, everything went wrong and she was plagued with bad luck. Sooner or later kill you all. Terumi Mei thought so, and then stopped mobilizing Zara. His body relaxed, and he took a few steps backwards. He stood aside with Yuhika. Red Yuhi has no fighting stance, and Terumi Mei also seems to give up fighting, which makes Uchiha Shisui even more strange. But it was strange, but he had no intention of letting his guard down at all. Instead, he looked at Wei very solemnly. A sword appeared in Wei's hands. The whole body is crystal clear, like a dream. Do you endure the sword? Could it be that this guy is one of the 7 members of the Kirikan ninja swords? But it seems a little different from the information. 33. Uchiha Shisui's eyes were calm, and he already knew the reason for Yuhika and Terumi Mei's retreat. There is only one possibility. That is, Wei's strength is far beyond the 2 of them, so the 2 of them will continue to retreat. Sure enough, this guy is the toughest character ever? He took a deep breath and stared at Wei and the sword in Wei's hand. Don't even blink. Because he was not familiar with Wei's specific strength, he didn't dare to be careless at all. Chapter 314. Kill Uchiha Shisui in seconds, come from Konoha. The thunder in Wei's hand swiped an arc in the air at will, and a stream of water vapor splashed and spread silently. And then inexplicably retracted, as if nothing had happened. Uchiha Shisui also thought that Wei had launched some kind of attack. Sambuyu's Sharingan has long been brought into full play by him, capturing every subtle movement of Wei. However, nothing unusual was found, and no chakra flow was seen from Wei. It's an honor to know my name. Uchiha Shisui was not surprised that Wei knew his name. Although he is not well known on the battlefield, he is still a genius of the Uchiha family. Being noticed is a normal thing. Step. Wei took a step suddenly, and Uchiha Shisui walked over slowly. As he walked, he spoke as if talking to himself. There are only 2 people in the Uchiha family who are worth paying attention to in this generation, and you are one of them. Of the 2 people mentioned by Wei, the second person is naturally Uchiha Obito. Uchiha Itachi is much younger than Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Obito. Uchiha Shisui's Mangekyo Sharingan has the strongest Genjutsu god and can permanently change the policeman's mind. It can be said that it is interspersed with many important plots in the world of Hokage. As for Uchiha Obito, not to mention, was induced by Uchiha Madara after Blacken. He went directly from a young boy to the mastermind behind the whole ninja world. 2 people. A strange color flashed in Uchiha Shisui's eyes. In the generation of the Uchiha family, there is no one who can compare with him. Not knowing who the other person Wei was referring to, several people flashed in his mind, but they were all rejected. At this moment, he suddenly reacted. He seems to be influenced by Wei's language, and it is not a good thing to be influenced by the opponent's language in the war. Sharp. Uchiha Shisui regained her composure. The messy thoughts in his mind were thrown away, and he looked at Wei-er with great vigilance again. Wei-er walked a few meters in front of Uchiha Shisui and stopped. Weighing the thunder in his hand, he said slowly, "I wonder if you can block my sword?" "Try it and know it." Advertisement. Uchiha Shisui's eyes flashed without fear. Seeing this, Wei-er was very casual, and swept his sword towards Uchiha Shisui. Hey! Uchiha Shisui's 3-tomo Sharingan was turning so fast that Wei-er's movements were already captured. He didn't choose to fight hard, after all, he didn't know Wei-er's ability. So he directly jumped back and avoided the sword. After avoiding Wei-er's sword, Uchiha Shisui planned to try to counterattack. But before he could start to fight back, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his chest. He looked at his chest in astonishment, where at some point, a deep sword mark appeared. Blood splattered. How could it be possible to hide clearly? Uchiha Shisui looked at the sword mark on his chest with an unbelievable look on his face. How did he get hit with the sword? Why didn't the Sharingan notice? Looks like you can't stop it. Wei-er looked at Uchiha Shisui slightly disappointed, but he really wanted to experience the so-called strongest Genjutsu god. But it seems that the current Uchiha Shisui has not opened the Mangekyo Sharingan. Silently, Wei-er's figure suddenly disappeared from Uchiha Shisui's face without a trace. The next moment, he suddenly hooked behind Uchiha Shisui. Wow! Another blood-stained hook is now on Uchiha Shisui's back, and blood is splattered everywhere. This is it. Uchiha Shisui could no longer remain standing, his body swayed, and he fell forward. When he fell, he barely turned his head. Looking at Wei-er, who was now behind the hook, there is still a look of disbelief in his eyes. In the jungle, what is shown in the eyes of Yuhika and Terumi Mei is a different scene from Uchiha Shisui's eyes. That is, Uchiha Shisui stood motionless and was directly hit by Wei-er with a sword. Seeing this scene, how could the two of them still not be able to guess? Uchiha Shisui, like them, fell in love with Wei-er's 5-sense horror genjutsu. Advertisement, even the Uchiha clan, the guys with the Sharingan, is it so easy to get caught? Terumi Mei couldn't help taking a deep breath, a pair of eyes showing a deep fear of rhyme. Wei-er's ability is really too terrifying. Once he is recruited, he will be slaughtered by others. And in the next moment, blood splattered all over Uchiha Shisui's body, and when he fell to the ground, a loud shout suddenly came from a distance. Stop! Wei-er really kept his wrist, and with a long-awaited expression, he turned his head and looked into the distance. Is it finally here? Hey, hey! A figure rushed to work first, and instantly picked up Uchiha Shisui, who fell to the ground. Another figure behind him, a sword light directly slashed at Wei-er. Wei-er's eyes were flat, and he waved his sword backhand. What the hell? The steel-broken sword in that man's hand, under Wei-er's sword, is like Kuchiki. The sword in his hand was cut from the front, and the man almost instinctively turned sideways, barely avoiding Wei-er's sword edge. But the entire shoulder was still swept by a sword, and blood splattered everywhere. The man made a vertical leap with his shoulders folded, retreated into the distance, and looked at Wei-er with a horrified expression. Wearing a Konoha forehead guard and a Konoha ninja uniform, he is a Jonin of Konoha. Whoosh! 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 Dozens of figures rushed out of the jungle and surrounded the field. They were all Konoha's ninjas. It's just that most people's faces have a bit of horror on their faces. The battle between Uchiha Shisui and Wei-er, 3 people, they did not see. But just around the Jonin's shoulder was abolished by Wei-er's move. They can see clearly. Konoha Sanin takes over Tsunade. Terumi Mei looked at the group of Konoha ninjas around. Then his eyes fell on the figure that rescued Uchiha Shisui. There was a hint of coldness in the beautiful eyes. It is normal for women to be hostile to women. What's more, Terumi Mei has always regarded Tsunade as the biggest enemy before, and even had the idea of attacking and killing Tsunade. However, Tsunade was the commander of the camp in front of Konoha, and he would not easily go to the camp, and eventually gave up. Chapter 315. Confront Tsunade. Do you want to go to war? If I'm not mistaken, your name should be Uchiha Shisui, right? 99. The bleeding has stopped. Tsunade gave emergency treatment to Uchiha Shisui, who was seriously injured and unconscious. Then she got up and looked at Wei-er. Her pupils shrank slightly when she saw what Wei-er looked like. I didn't care about it before, but now I take a closer look. Could this guy be? I've been waiting for you for a long time. Tsunade, is it okay to call you that? Wei-er held the hand of the Thunderhilt and fell from the front to the side. Standing there, Lukin gave Tsunade a harmless smile. Regarding Wei-er's intelligence, the police may not have had much contact. But Tsunade, as the commander of the Kirigakushi front line, was of course impossible not to contact. Being able to make a Jonin abolish a shoulder with one move, with such strength in this outfit, it is hard to have a second person. Is it you who stopped the front line of the Land of Thunder, Cloud Shinobi's war against our Konoha? Tsunade looked at Wei-er calmly. Wei-er shrugged and said, if there is no second person, it might be me. Tsunade only glanced at Yuhika and Terumi Mei behind Wei-er. She didn't recognize Yuhi Kane at a glance, but Terumi Mei recognized it at a glance. Terumi Mei also noticed Tsunade's gaze, raised her chin slightly, and said leisurely, Naruto, isn't this the famous Konoha Sanin? It's an honor to meet you. The words were full of ridicule. Tsunade responded coldly, Mist Shinobi's group of mice, what else would they do other than sneak attack? 99. Ah. Terumi Mei's face was full of sarcasm, and she was about to continue sarcasm. Wei suddenly backhanded and snapped a finger on Terumi Mei's forehead. Boom! Terumi Mei took a step back to dry, a red mark appeared on her forehead. Adults, speak. Children don't interrupt. 99 Wei ignored Terumi Mei's frantic expression and gaze, and turned to look at Tsunade. Tsunade frowned. Although she has some doubts about Wei's record, she is not afraid of Wei. But he didn't want to have an inexplicable conflict, so he said solemnly. Your Excellency. Isn't it a ninja of Kirigakushi? How did you get together with a ninja of Kirigakushi? Wei's identity has always been a mystery, and it has been suspected that Wei is a Kirikaku ninja before. Advertisement. But since Wei prevented Cloud Shinobi from fighting Konoha, many people have changed their minds. If Wei is a Kirishima ninja, it's too late to push Cloud Shinobi in their Konoha battle. How could it be possible to stop the war? It is precisely because Wei prevented the war that the identity of Wei has become a complete mystery. Of course I'm not a ninja of Kirigakushi. As for her. A new maid was hired on the way, is there any problem? Wei gave Terumi Mei a compliment and responded casually. AJE. Rao is Tsunade, who has experienced all kinds of storms and waves, and was stunned by Wei's words. What the hell is a new maid? Terumi Mei also heard Wei's words and almost died of anger. But she couldn't refute it, because that was the truth. B**************** D, in front of the public. Terumi Mei gritted her teeth in hatred, feeling that she was thrown clean in front of Tsunade. Wei seemed to sense Terumi Mei's anger behind him, gave her a warning look, and said, Don't be angry, you will be honored for this status in the future. Puff. Terumi Mei was really going to vomit blood this time. She wanted to throw the word, glory, on Wei's damn it face. Glory to a ghost. Isn't this guy really a ninja from Kirigakure? Tsunade looked at Wei and Terumi Mei, and couldn't help but be suspicious. She looked at the dozens of Konoha elites surrounding her, and wanted to order Wei to be suppressed. Good interrogation, but she also knew that it would not be easy to win Wei. Jiraiya is a bit exaggerated as a person, but in terms of strength, she, who is also one of Sanin's, knows it all too well. Since Jiraiya failed to take Wei, it is difficult for her to hold Wei. Plus Wei previously stopped Cloud Shinobi's annihilation against Konoha. Tsunade hesitated, but decided not to fight. Let's first see what Wei's purpose is, and then slowly formulate a strategy. That being the case, this time it seems to be a misunderstanding. I'm so sorry, we're leaving right now. Advertisement. After Tsunade nodded at Wei, he prepared to lead a group of Konoha ninjas to leave temporarily. Hold on. However, at this moment, Wei suddenly stopped Tsunade and said, Konoha Sanin, Tsunade, since you're here, hurry up, I have something I want to ask you. What's up? Tsunade frowned, but still asked patiently. Wei asked casually. Where is the wet bone forest? You should know. How about taking me there? What are you doing to wet your bone forest? Tsunade frowned, his eyes flashed, showing a bit of vigilance. Wei raised his chin slightly and said, It's nothing, I just want to take a look. What, is it troublesome? The Shibone Forest is in the land of earth, and to go to the Shibone Forest almost spans the entire land of fire. Even at the speed of a ninja, it would take at least a month. Moreover, it is now the period of the Ninja World War. How could it be in this situation, across the entire fire country? Stepping into the land of the earth again, heading to the Wetbone Forest? What if I don't agree? Tsunade didn't explain anything, but asked directly with a sullen face. I'm very sorry, I can only use some coercive means. Wang Zhao's Wei shrugged, showing a, I'm helpless too, expression. Humph. Tsunade finally snorted when he heard Wei's words. For Wei's attitude of ignoring her at all, he was a little angry. Although Wei is strong, it is said that even Eight Tails Jinchuriki was easily defeated. But she is Konoha Sanin, how could she be threatened so easily? Sorry, I still have a lot to deal with, sorry, after Tsunade replied coldly, he was about to leave. And at this time, Wei shook his head slightly, and the thunder in his hands suddenly became icy cold. He stepped lightly under his feet, and an ice-cold force suddenly spread in all directions. Almost in an instant, the entire jungle turned from midsummer into a floating artist. Looking around, it's all white. Chapter 316. Thriller. The power to destroy everything. Tsunade looked at Wei with a sullen face. Boom. As soon as she stepped on it, the ice surface cracked inch by inch. Like a spider web, it spread in all directions, and the entire earth collapsed. The terrifying power that erupted at this moment made both Terumi Mei and Yuhiko take a deep breath. Tsunade stood in the middle of the cobweb of ice. Chara, who is far stronger than Terumi Mei and Yuhiko, flows slowly on her body. The whole person is not angry and arrogant, and a momentum spreads in all directions. A group of Konoha ninjas in the back saw Tsunade's power in an instant. After taking a breath, Lu Qin couldn't help but look a little bit in awe. Several Chunin's eyes were filled with admiration. The mood is good. Wei was not surprised when he saw Tsunade's power in an instant. On the contrary, he showed a touch of admiration, and looked at Tsunade with a look that seemed to be an elder looking at a junior. After first admiring, Wei shook his head and said slowly. But what I said just now should be followed. Are you planning to fight with me? Just think about it. 99. If you want to go to war, I will accompany you to the end. Tsunade raised his head and looked at Wei without any fear in his expression. Although Wei is famous, but who did Konoha he 670 fear, and who did she fear? The Konoha ninjas behind Tsunade also had resolute expressions, and they were all ready to fight. As soon as Tsunade gives an order, the attack will be launched. However, seeing this scene, Wei suddenly smiled. What do you say to accompany you to the end? He held the sword in one hand in his right hand and raised it lightly in front of him. The tip of the sword goes from left to right, and the hook is swiped with a backhand sword. This sword was light and light, as if it had no power. But this moment, Tsunade and other Konoha ninjas were all inexplicably terrified, and almost all of them leaned over instinctively. Hum. A ripple in the void suddenly swayed. Hong Yui and Terumi Mei behind Wei-er's eyes became dull for a moment. Advertisement with shocked and unbelievable expressions on their faces, they looked in front of Wei-er. The horror in Tsunade et al. Subsided. They all bent sideways and looked at them subconsciously, and all their expressions were frozen in an instant. Behind them, the forest that stretches over brown rice, the trees that are frozen into ice crystals. Everything is neat and tidy, the top and bottom are divided into two. Even more shocking is the loss of sound. In the distance of the forest, a towering mountain is also divided into two parts from halfway up the mountain, and the fracture is neat. Under one sword, it seems that the whole world is divided into two from the middle. Silently, under the dull gaze of countless people, the top half of the mountain that was flattened by a sword, as well as the crowns of countless towering trees, fell to the ground. Boom. The earth with a radius of 10,000 meters is roaring and shaking. It's almost like Earth-style earthquake, the power is magnified dozens of times. Even the group of ninjas present had difficulty stabilizing their bodies, and they each forcibly steadied themselves in the shock with horror on their faces. What a clap! Clap! Under this vibration, the ice layers in all directions were shattered almost in an instant. Ice debris splashed all over the sky, and under the reflection of the sun, it looked extremely beautiful and shocking. Finally, the shaking of the earth gradually subsided, and the roaring sound disappeared. Only the faint sound of collapse remained, which continued to pass from a distance. The whole place was silent. Is this genjutsu? Terumi Mei behind Wei-er had an incredible look in his eyes. She looked at the mountain in the distance that was flattened by a sword, and couldn't help but murmured in a trembling voice. Where is the power that human beings can possess? Hong Yui, who was on the side, was also shocked and lost, and his mind was blank. Even the scene where Wei-er defeated the son of Third Raikage and defeated the Eight-Tailsman column, BDBA, force was not as shocking as this scene. Wei-er took thunder and looked at Tsunade and the others lightly. Now, are you still ready to accompany you to the end? It seems that being Wei-er's maid is not a completely unacceptable thing. Terumi Mei stood behind Wei-er, looking at the shocking scene, an inexplicable thought arose in her heart. Advertisement, but Yu-ji was shaken by her head again, and the thought was thrown out. Scare. How could I have such an idea, in front of Wei-er? But, damn it, how can humans have such power? A Jonin behind Tsunade only felt his heart shudder. His back was already wet with cold sweat, and he stood stiffly in place. The other Konoha ninjas were also terrified. Where is there any fighting spirit? Only fear is surging in his mind. Although they are all Konoha's elites, have they ever seen such a destructive power? Under such a scene, even the shadow of the 5 great ninja villages will definitely be shaken. Has the mountain been cut off? Tsunade looked at the mountain that had been flattened by a sword, with cold sweat dripping from his forehead, and his eyes were full of disbelief. When she was very young, she had heard from some elders that her grandfather could easily flatten the mountain by wrapping his arms around Hashirama. Even the rich resources and dense forests of the Fire Country, all were created by the cage-hand Hashirama on his own. She always thought it was just a legend, because she had never seen it with her own eyes. Today's scene just subverted her thinking. Wei-er held the thunder in his hand and took a few steps forward at will. A group of ninjas in Konoha were horrified and retreated subconsciously. Almost everyone had a look of fear on their faces. Even Tsunade subconsciously wanted to step back. The corners of Wei-er's mouth raised slightly, and the thunderbolt in his hand lifted up without any gesture, ready to wave. Wait. Tsunade was horrified for a moment, and hurriedly made a sound. Huh? Changed your mind? Wei-er's sword was put down slowly. It fell into the eyes of the Konoha ninjas, causing them all to stand up. There is a feeling as if you have walked in front of the gate of hell. Tsunade took 2 quick breaths, his chest heaving, and he managed to calm himself down, said. I'll take you to Shibone Forest, but you have to let them go, and I'll take you there alone. Can. Wei-er nodded carelessly and smiled. Then lead the way now, I'm in a hurry. Chapter 317. The Legend of the Ninja World, it's hard to beat Hashirama. That's the way it is, and now Tsunade-sama has been robbed by him, and he is not ready to live or die. 99. Damn it, Sarutobi Hizon's face was extremely ugly. Although it is the early days of the Ninja World War, the 5 major ninja villages are testing each other. But in fact, most of the spearheads are directed at Konoha. After all, the resources of the Fire Nation far surpass those of the other 4 major countries. The vast forest made by the rough-hand Hashirama has countless resources left behind. It made the 4 major countries and the 4 major ninja villages covet. The front line was already very tense, but Wei-er prevented Cloud Shinobi's war, barely easing the tension on the front line in the Kingdom of Thunder. But now Wei suddenly came to the land of fire, and also forced Tsunade to loot. This time, the situation in Konoha took a turn for the worse. Tsunade's strength is very strong, and his strategies are equally enticing, enough to defend one side. Now that Konoha is missing a Tsunade, the waterfront is probably going to be a big problem. Sarutobi Hazan frowned, and with an ugly face, he avoided steps in the room. The order goes on, this matter is not allowed to be leaked, and anyone who dares to leak it without authorization will be dealt with as a traitor to the village. Just then, another person sitting next to Hokage's office suddenly stood up. He directly crossed the Sarutobi Hisenzen, and Shen Sheng gave an order. Yes, Master Zhang. The ninja who was on his knees glanced at Sarutobi Hizen. Seeing that Sarutobi Hazan didn't respond, he immediately nodded and exited the Hokage office. Zhang is now Hokage's assistant and one of the elders of Konoha. It has not yet reached the time when Hokage's assistance was removed because of the failure of the assassination of Sarutobi Hizen, and he hid in the ground. Zhang, what do you think about this? Sarutobi Hazan took a deep breath, and after the ninja withdrew, he turned to look at Zhao Zhang. Zhang lowered his face slightly and said in a gloomy tone. If the news of Tsunade being looted spreads out, not to mention the impact on the ninja in the village. Just talking about Wuyan village's next reaction, they will definitely attack our front line of defense. It's okay to stop the son of Third Raikage and Eight Tails Jinchuriki. I didn't expect that guy to be able to flatten the mountains with one sword, such strength. Speaking of this, there was a deep fear on Zhang's face. He and Sarutobi Hazan have both seen the power of the Shuring Hashirama and Uchiha Madara with their own eyes. They are very clear. Advertisement with that level of power, it is enough to push the ninja world horizontally by itself. Wei flattened the mountains with one sword, although I can't judge on this. Wei has the same strength as Uchiha Madara and difficult Hashirama. But he is absolutely superior to countless ninjas, and he is an extremely difficult character. According to the intelligence, he seemed to want to go to the Shibone Forest, so he kidnapped Xiao Gang. I just don't know what the purpose of his going to the Shibone Forest is. Sarutobi Hijan muttered with a gloomy expression. Hijacking Tsunade is simply intolerable in the usual way. Even though Wei is strong, they Konoha are in their prime. Gathering together 4 Hokage-level powerhouses, they took out the 4 Chiang formations to hold Wei and then used forbidden techniques to kill them. It is not difficult either, but now in a time of war, Jiraiya Orochimaru and others have been sent to the front. If they want to gather the peak combat power, it will definitely affect the front line of their Konoha. This made Sarutobi Hazan hesitant and a headache. This person seems to jump out of nowhere, and he has never heard anything about him in the ninja world before. Such strength should never be ignored. 99 Zhang narrowed his eyes, and a dangerous light flashed in his eyes. Sarutobi Hazan looked at Zhang. What do you think we should do? You can't chase him easily. Fighting him in the land of fire is definitely not a good thing. If it succeeds in killing it, that's fine. Once it fails, the impact on us is extremely unfavorable. Good. Sarutobi Hijan nodded, and Zhang's thoughts were similar to his. The light in the hidden eyes flashed slightly, and the conversation suddenly changed, said. But if it can be brought near Konoha, although his strength is strong, he can break through the 6 purple flame formation barrier. But it is impossible to break the 4 red sun formation barrier created by Nidame. 4 scarlet sun formation. Sarutobi Hazan thought for a while and said, but how can I continue to guide him to the vicinity of Konoha? He has now supported Xiaogang to go to the Shibone Forest, unless he can rescue Xiaogang. Speaking of this, Sarutobi Hazan suddenly looked startled, as if he had thought of something. If you say that, there is indeed a way. I don't know if it can be done. An open plain. Advertisement for flowers 0. The wind was blowing gently, and the fresh grass swayed with the wind, making people feel relaxed and happy. The environment of the country of fire, our country of water, is incomparable. Look at the surrounding scenery, and walk through the fire country road. Terumi Mei couldn't help sighing at the countless densely forested mountains he encountered. Among the 5 ninja kingdoms, the land of winds has the worst landforms and the least resources. Because the country of wind is almost a country composed entirely of deserts. The second is the country of earth, which is similar to the country of wind, but also lacks water. But it is not as serious as the land of wind and water shortage, and it is the land of thunder again. There is basically no shortage of water gaps in the land of thunder. The only disadvantage is that the terrain is too high and the vegetation is not dense enough. In the end, the country of water is entangled, and the country of water is not short of water. 0. The only disadvantage is that many areas are covered by ice sheets, and the snow does not melt all year round. But, even the land of water and the land of fire cannot be compared at all. The resources of the Fire Nation are almost comparable to those of the other 4 countries. Under such circumstances, it is no wonder that the Third Ninja World War was completely centered on the Kingdom of Fire and Konoha. I heard that it was my grandfather, first Hokage-sama, who created the land of fire with vast resources with wood-style ninjutsu. Don't know if it's true or not. Tsunade walked by and spoke after hearing Terumi Mei's words. After saying this, she couldn't help but glance at Wei in front of her. Before, she did not believe that someone could have the ability to change the landscape of a country. After seeing the power of Wei-er's sword to flatten the mountains, she also believed in this legend. Hong Yuhi couldn't help but hold her breath slightly, showing a touch of respect. Huisho Hashirama is not only the first Hokage, but also the existence of the god of ninja who pacified the Warring States period. Wei Er, who was walking in front, listened to the conversation of Tsunade and others, and said casually without looking back. Since there is such a legend in the ninja world, then 80% of it is true. It may seem exaggerated to change the landscape of a country with the power of one person. But for today's Wei Er, it is not difficult to do it. Give him a certain amount of time to turn the country of fire into a fire vice, or into a veritable fire country. It is not impossible to do. 10. Chapter 318, Gold Litter, Namikaze Minato. Tsunade imagined the scene where the rough-hand Hashirama changed the terrain of the country of fire with wood style, and couldn't help murmured. Terumi Mei listened to Tsunade's words, but was not convinced for a while, and suddenly hummed. What if first Hokage is awesome? It's dead now. Are you looking for death? Tsunade's face suddenly turned cold when he heard the words, and he looked at Terumi Mei coldly. Although Terumi Mei knew that she probably couldn't beat the current Tsunade, she didn't have any fear. Instead, it was a mockery of the hook, said, now that you are detained here, Konoha doesn't even ask. Where is the momentum that first Hokage pacified the Warring States period? 99. If you can't do this Ninja World War, your country of fire will be divided up by the 4 major countries. Hearing Terumi Mei's sarcastic words, Tsunade felt annoyed in his heart, but knew that Terumi Mei's words were true. If it weren't for the fact that the 4 countries also have various interests and grievances against 6 and 7-0, they cannot stand on the united front completely. Konoha is already in danger. Besides, she now has to take Wei Er to the Shipbone Forest. Without her presence on the front line of the Land of Water, the current situation is probably already very bad. Come on. They've traveled a little less than half a fire in the Land of Fire, and Tsunade didn't leave any signs along the way. But in the Fire Nation, it was straightforward. There was no way Konoha didn't know their route and where they were going. But so far, there has been no action from Konoha. Have you been given up on yourself? Although knowing Wei Er's strength is terrifying, it is not so easy to deal with. Konoha's inaction was also the right choice, but Tsunade was still a little uncomfortable. And at this time, Wei Er's eyes suddenly flickered, and a look of surprise appeared on his face. Then he chuckled lightly, stopped, and said, someone is coming. 99. Hong Yuhi and Terumi Mei both stopped and looked at the back of the bend. But no figure was seen, and it was obvious that the person who came was still far away. Terumi Mei showed a slightly embarrassed look and said, isn't it from Konoha? It's Konoha's ninja. Wei Er looked at Terumi Mei with a half smile and said. The corners of Terumi Mei's mouth twitched slightly, her face darkened, and she only felt that her whole person was a little bad. As soon as she said that Konoha didn't care about Tsunade being held hostage, Konoha's ninja appeared immediately. Advertisement. This face hit is a bit too fast, but at this time, I didn't think about Terumi Mei being slapped in the face by the speed of light. Kurenai Yuhi took a deep breath, and there was a nervous and forgetful look in her eyes. Konoha's ninjas are moving, and most of them are aimed at Wei Er. Seeing that the conflict between Wei Er and Konoha seemed to intensify, she didn't know what to do. Tsunade was also nervous, although he knew that the Konoha ninja who came was mostly to save her and deal with Wei Er. But I have seen Wei Er's terrifying strength. She was completely unpredictable about what was going to happen next, and it was difficult for her to calm down. Soon, Hong Yuhi also sensed the rhythm of the Konoha ninja. But gradually, the tension and forgetfulness on her face turned into a stunned look. Because in her perception, only one person came. Is it not for us? Hong Yuhi was a little surprised in her heart. Gah. Just when Yuhi Kane was in shock, a strangely shaped kunai came out of the sky from a distance. This kunai did not stab the person in the field, but crossed an arc and fell to the ground not far away. Almost at the moment when kunai landed, a figure was extremely abrupt, as if flickering. Out of thin air, the hook was now where kunai was, and the hand that stretched out the hook happened to hold the kunai. In the Third Ninja War, there's Third Raikage with one enemy against 10,000. There's Konoha Sannin on his own, and there's the rise of the Canopy Ninja Hitaki Kakashi. There is a momentary body Shisui is famous in the ninja world. But, whether it is an older generation of powerhouses or a new generation of Tianji ninjas, everyone's light, in this Third Ninja War, was obscured by one person's title and name. Can't compete with it. That's Gold Glitter, Namikaze Minato. The Third Ninja War has gradually entered the middle stage, and the title of Golden Flash has begun to become famous in the ninja world. In the original work, in the middle and late stages of the Third Ninja World War, Namikaze Minato traveled through the various battlefields based on the time and space of ninjutsu, the god of thunder. Almost single-handedly, he reversed the unfavorable situation of Konoha with one enemy and 4. In a battle, faced the tough people on Rock Shinobi and killed 50 Jonin in a row. In one battle, swept hundreds of elites from Sand Shinobi. Battle after battle forged the prestige of Golden Glitter. On the battlefield of the Third Ninja World War, Namikaze Minato did not lose a single time. Advertisement. All the enemies he encountered, no matter the number, were almost swept away by him, and the mission completion rate was 100%. So much so that in this ninja world where tasks are more important than life, high-level officials from various countries have made special orders for Namikaze Minato people. As long as you encounter the golden light of Konoha, you can immediately give up the task and run away without being punished. Minato. Tsunade looked at Namikaze Minato, who flashed with the technique of flying thunder gods. His eyes flickered for a moment, and he instantly understood what Konoha wanted to do. Namikaze Minato Grandmaster Chrono Ninjutsu Flying Thor, Tsunade knows no better. With this technique, Namikaze Minato can easily bring her back to Konoha in an instant. Only, even if I bring her back to Konoha, will it really solve the problem? If Wei is angry, he will want to take revenge, or join forces with a certain big ninja village. The impact on their Konoha is by no means huge. Tsunade-sama, I'm very sorry for being a little late. Namikaze Minato first apologized unhurriedly to Tsunade, and then calmly praised Wei said. Master Tsunade is an important task for the village and cannot be supported by you arbitrarily, so please stop it. 33. Terumi Mei, who was standing behind Wei heard Namikaze Minato's words. A hint of doubt flashed in her beautiful eyes. Konoha should know what kind of power Wei has, but only one person was sent to rescue Tsunade. What does it mean? Hong Yui knew Namikaze Minato, but only knew that Namikaze Minato was Konoha's elite Jonin. Others are also not clear in 1.0, and also feel strange for a while. What if I want to be held hostage? Wei looked at Namikaze Minato, and said unhurriedly. Namikaze Minato looked at Wei calmly, and said, then you can only offend. I have already heard about your means of attack. It's powerful, but it doesn't necessarily work for me. Namikaze Minato reached out and touched it, and directly took out a flying thunder god kunai. Then, with a flick of his hand, 7 or 8 flying thunder god kuwu suddenly landed in all directions. One of the flying thunder gods, kunai, flew straight towards Wei Ding! Wei flicked his fingers, and the flying thunder god kuei suddenly flew away. But almost at the moment when the flying thunder god was flying, Namikaze Minato suddenly flickered. Hooked directly out of thin air to the position of flying thunder god kunai. While grabbing Fei Lei Shen kunai, Wei eyes pierced directly. Chapter 319. Horror New Discoveries, Predict the Future. Hokage Building. What? 99 3rd Hokage Sarutobi hidden, the pipe in his hand was almost unsteady. But still a lot of soot was shaken off and fell onto a document on his desk. In front of Sarutobi Hiruzen, a ninja knelt down on one knee, his forehead covered in cold sweat, and said. What a mighty force to change the landscape of the country with the power of one person. So fast, Terumi Mei and Kurenai Yuhi finally looked shocked. Before Namikaze Minato suddenly hooked up, they didn't feel anything yet. Now Namikaze Minato suddenly attacked, and both women were shocked. If Namikaze Minato attacked not Wei but the two of them, I'm afraid it would be hard to avoid this blow. Wei didn't avoid Namikaze Minato's stab either, not because Wei couldn't dodge, but because he didn't dodge. Ding! The kunai in Namikaze Minato's hand stabbed Wei's eyelids, but sparks flew all over in an instant, and even Wei's eyelids were not pierced. Gah! Namikaze Minato didn't panic, launched the Flying Thunder God technique again, and suddenly teleported to another location at 13. Sure enough, it's the same as in the information, the body is close to invulnerability. Namikaze Minato came here, the first purpose is to save Tsunade, and the second purpose is to test Wei's strength. If he can kill Wei that would be great. The plan behind Konoha does not need to be implemented. While Namikaze Minato briefly exchanged glances at Wei glanced at the kunai around him. Thinking back to Namikaze Minato's fleeting moments just now, he said thoughtfully. Is this the technique of Flying Thunder God? Although Wei also has space ability, he can even forcibly break through a space passage and return to the world of pirates at any time. But his spatial abilities are more violent, while Namikaze Minato is more subtle. Namikaze Minato's Flying Thunder God is extremely fast, requiring almost no activation time or cooldown. But the disadvantage is that it can only be used to move. And must first leave the imprint of the God of Thunder, and then be able to teleport. In contrast, although Wei can also move in space, it needs an activation time. Like Uchiha Obito's Kamui absorption, Your Excellency. Namikaze Minato was slightly surprised to see that Wei broke the source of the teleportation technique he used in an instant. Advertisement but became more calm. Hey, Namikaze Minato disappeared again, and when he reappeared, he came to Tsunade's side. It is difficult to win Wei in a short time, and he still intends to implement the first plan. Send Tsunade back to Konoha. As long as he can touch Tsunade, he can bring Tsunade back to Konoha in an instant. But, almost as soon as Namikaze Minato appeared beside Tsunade, a sword energy swept across the ground. If Namikaze Minato grabbed Tsunade forcibly, he would be cut in half by this sword first. This guy, Namikaze Minato's pupils shrank slightly, finally showing a look of surprise. The figure flickered again, avoiding Wei sword. If Wei swung his sword again after he dodged to Tsunade's side, his sword energy would not catch up no matter what. But at that moment, Wei was the sword that was swung ahead of time. It's like knowing in advance that he'll be flashing to Tsunade. Wow! Under the sword of Wei the earth suddenly split. A terrifying abyss appeared in the hook, hundreds of meters away. Forecast, Namikaze Minato avoided Wei's blow. Compared with the power of Wei's sword, he was even more surprised that Wei could accurately predict his flickering position. Gah! Namikaze Minato flickers and disappears again, this time he doesn't flick to Tsunade's side. Instead, he directly bullied Wei behind him. At some point in his hand, he had already squeezed a snail whip pill. Wei didn't even look at it, and punched him with a backhand. Boom! Namikaze Minato's Luobianwen was directly knocked out by Wei Er. A strong wind pressure suddenly erupted and swept away in all directions. Hey! Namikaze Minato disappeared as early as the moment Luobianwen was blown up by Wei Er. Now that the rhythm has re-emerged, he has come to Tsunade's side again. Advertisement obviously that was still a feint just now, and it was his purpose to save Tsunade's seam. But, to his shock, Wei Er was still a step ahead, as if he already knew where he wanted to rhyme. Almost as soon as he appeared, a sword chi cut towards his face. Even Wei Er couldn't help but marvel at Namikaze Minato's reaction speed at this critical moment. He still activated the Flying Thunder God technique in an instant, directly avoiding this sword energy that was almost touching his face. In the original, Fourth Raikage threw a punch at full speed, and Namikaze Minato was able to flicker to avoid the punch first. Immediately after flashing back to fight back, it can be seen that the speed of its neural response is fast. Sharp. Since coming to this world, this is the first time Wei Er has encountered a character who cannot be solved easily. The attack was avoided, but he sighed in admiration. It's not scary to simply possess the technique of Flying Thunder Gods. What's scary is that Namikaze Minato's own nerve reaction speed is incredible. Coupled with the Flying Thunder God, the first speed in the ninja world is not a lie. The short-lived confrontation between the two 670 was complicated, but it was actually incredibly fast. Even Yuhika and Terumi Mei couldn't react. What a terrifying teleportation technique. Terumi Mei finally took a breath, looked at Namikaze Minato in the distance, and Roken looked horrified. Hong Yuhi also said with a surprised expression, it turns out that Minato Jonen's strength is so terrifying. 99. But this time, Namikaze Minato himself, who shocked everyone at his speed, was as shocked in his heart as anyone present. Because he has been determined, Wei Er can predict his hook position. It's an almost incredible thing. You must know that the Flying Thunder God technique can be activated with only one thought, and it is the fastest time-space like teleportation technique. Unless Wei Er can hack into his brain and know his thoughts ahead of time. Otherwise, if you want to predict Fei Lei Shen, it is impossible to continue right. No, wait. There is a power that can do this. Thoughts flashed in Namikaze Minato's mind, and he finally had a terrible idea. Could it be that Wei Er can predict the future in advance? How is this possible? Is it possible? Predicting the future is a rumored ability. Chapter 320. The Technique of Flying Thunder God, Thriller Battle. Has Minato's instant body technique been cultivated to this level? It's a pity, it still looks like a bad move. Tsunade's beautiful eyes flickered, watching Namikaze Minato's confrontation with Wei Er pondering. Wei Er held the thunder and looked at Namikaze Minato calmly. He slowly placed thunder in front of him and said lightly. If you only have this ability, I am afraid it will not be so easy to save people from my hands. 33. The voice fell. The thunder in Wei Er's hands suddenly dissipated with a wisp of water vapor. But at this moment, Namikaze Minato did not hesitate. He activated the Flying Thunder God technique again, and suddenly fell to Wei Er's side. There was no moon in the water, but Wei Er couldn't help but give Namikaze Minato a high look again. Also don't know if Namikaze Minato avoided it on purpose or just by chance. Kingdom. The art of accumulating dust. The moment Namikaze Minato's figure appeared, his hands quickly formed a seal, and then he pressed down to the ground. The earth trembled suddenly, and in an instant countless mud splashed. The soil shattered in the air and turned into dust, obscuring everyone's sight in an instant. Even if you can predict the future, there must be a way to crack it. Namikaze Minato was calm in his heart and was not intimidated by Wei Er's abilities. After releasing the ninjutsu that blocked his sight, he took out kunai, and his hands quickly formed a seal. Spiral number flash super round dance roaring ginseng style. Whoosh, 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 the Flying Thunder God kunai, thrown by Namikaze Minato, rapidly transformed into midair. In an instant, it turned into a rain of flowers, and the dust filled the center. Wow! In the next instant, a sky-penetrating sword chi split the dust into two abruptly from the middle. After slicing the ground, Namikaze Minato slashed vertically. Namikaze Minato did not hesitate to use the Flying Thunder God again to avoid it. This time, as he performed the Flying Thunder God technique with the Shuriken Shadow Clone. Almost all the places in the entire field have become his foothold. Namikaze Minato is not afraid of Wei Er going directly to Tsunade to guard, because his Flying Thunder God is too flexible. Even if Wei Er gets to Tsunade, he can also raid Yuhika and Terumi Mei. Just leave the Flying Thunder God technique on Yuhika and Terumi Mei. Then the next situation will be more favorable to him. Advertisement. Hey, Miles went fishing again. Namikaze Minato came to Yuhika's side and seemed to be trying to attack Yuhika. Wei Er had already swung his sword one step ahead, and Namikaze Minato used the Flying Thunder God to evade again. The sword energy swiped across Namikaze Minato's clothes and cut half of his sleeves. Whoosh, 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 Namikaze Minato's figure flickered continuously in the field. Rhyme has been with Tsunade and Yuhi Hong Terumi Mei several times, and has also attacked Wei Er several times. As long as Namikaze Minato can catch Tsunade for a moment, he can take Tsunade directly. But under the blow of Wei Er predicting the future and predicting in advance. Every time he rhymes, the sword energy will pierce through the void one step ahead. So that he didn't catch Tsunade's time at all. Although the ability of space is extremely powerful, time is above space. What a tricky guy. Namikaze Minato kept flickering, his eyes low. This was the first time he had encountered such a formidable character since he learned the technique of flying thunder gods. In the more than 10 times of confrontation, Namikaze Minato gradually has a certain judgment on Wei Er's ability. It was exactly as I expected. Predicting the future is not omnipotent, and it can only see the future in a few seconds at most. And once he starts, he will intervene in the future he predicted in advance, creating a flaw. Namikaze Minato uses the technique of flying thunder gods, constantly flickering to attack and evade. As for Wei Er's ability to predict the future, he gradually has a certain judgment and analysis. At the same time, he also confirmed that Wei Er has a strong dynamic perception ability. No less than Bai Yan and Sharingan, there is no chance of winning in close combat. Although there are flaws, it is still very difficult. Namikaze Minato took a breath, his eyes twinkling. Suddenly there was a flicker, and he came to Tsunade's side again. Wow, just when he hooked, Wei Er was still one step ahead. A sword energy pierced the air and smashed the hook. If he still can't catch Tsunade, he will be hit by Wei Er's sword energy. But this time, Namikaze Minato's eyes suddenly flashed. It's now. Facing Wei Er's terrifying sword energy, Namikaze Minato took a deep breath. At the moment when the sword chi hit his body, he used the technique of Xiaofei Thunder God. Advertisement this time, the flying thunder god not only took away his own body, but also took away Wei Er's sword energy. Whoosh! The next moment, Namikaze Minato hooked up behind Wei Er. And the sword energy of Wei Er's splitting has become a weapon for his counterattack. As long as you intervene in the future you predict, your ability to predict the future will stop for a moment. This scene is definitely not within the scope of your prediction. There was a flash of sharpness in Namikaze Minato's eyes, and the sword chi suddenly fell. No one thought of it. In the seemingly chaotic and almost one-sided confrontation, the hook suddenly changed so dramatically. Red Yuhi, Terumi Mei, and Tsunade were almost all shocked. With an earth-shattering roar, Namikaze Minato flickered and hooked into the distance. And where Wei Er was, the ground collapsed and cracked, filled with dust. Is the gas resolved? Namikaze Minato stared at the field with serious eyes. The two girls, Yuhi Kakane and Terumi Mei, also had a look of disbelief from Roken. Including Tsunade also gasped. No one expected that Namikaze Minato would suddenly make such an amazing counterattack. And just under everyone's attention, the dust suddenly dispersed. Wei Er's figure was hooked into the field, and his body was unscathed, causing everyone's breathing to stagnate slightly. Being hit by that kind of sword energy, is it still okay? So that's the case, do you want to use my attack to kill Wang Zhao's? Wei Er looks at Namikaze Minato in the distance. Although he was posed by Namikaze Minato, he didn't show any expression of embarrassment or anger. Instead, he said thoughtfully, speaking of which, I have forgotten that the technique of the flying thunder god can not only transfer itself, but also transfer attacks. Before you could divert my sword energy every time and save Tsunade. But you didn't do that, it seems that you really want to kill me. As Wei Er's voice fell, everyone in the field turned their attention to Namikaze Minato. That's right. Namikaze Minato could have directly removed Wei Er's sword energy and rescued Tsunade. But he never did that, because he wants to try, can he directly solve Wei Er's body with his own power? Namikaze Minato's appearance does not have any domineering, and even looks a little harmless. But at this moment, the feeling he gave everyone and others became completely different. Chapter 321. Absolute Strength, All Conspiracies Are False. I didn't expect that such an attack would not work. Under the gazes of everyone, Namikaze Minato took a deep breath, slowly suppressed the vibration in his heart, and spoke with a solemn expression. Wei Er's slash was comparable to, or even surpassed, an S-rank ninjutsu's attack. Even such an attack can't kill Wei Er, it seems that it is really unrealistic to win Wei Er. Feeling the little chara left in his body, Namikaze Minato shook his head inwardly. Put aside the idea of directly solving Wei Er, and prepare to take Tsunade directly. Namikaze Minato's next move, of course, is within the future segment Wei Er sees through. He raised the thunder in his hand again, it's useless. Namikaze Minato is not afraid of Wei Er's sword, and can directly transfer Wei Er's sword energy with the technique of flying thunder god. Wei Er's attack had little effect on him, is it really useless? Wei Er seemed to see Namikaze Minato's inner muttering. Suddenly he opened his mouth lightly, and at the same time slapped Chin Chin with a backhand sword. That is, while Wei Er was swinging his sword, Namikaze Minato flashed to Tsunade's side. Wow! However, when Wei Er slashed the hook with this sword, it was not sword energy. It was a jet black lightning that pierced through the void and struck horizontally. The power of thunder, the thunder of the sky, 670. Almost as soon as I saw the black lightning flashing, the expression on Namikaze Minato's calm face suddenly changed, revealing a look of disbelief. This jet black, lightning-like, sword energy, seems to be less powerful than the mighty blow just followed. But it fell into the eyes of Namikaze Minato, the god of thunder, ninjutsu, in the Grandmaster space, but he was shocked. This black lightning is clearly a terrifying force that can shatter space. The sword. Cut through the space? Namikaze Minato was terrified, his flying thunder god can transfer sword energy. But in front of the space crack, it is absolutely useless. Using space to move to transfer space cracks is just a joke. Hey, Without any hesitation, Namikaze Minato launched the flying thunder god directly, and the figure flickered and disappeared. The dark crack was like a black lightning, swept away suddenly, and finally disappeared. Namikaze Minato, who disappeared, did not reappear, but did not know where to go. Advertisement read Yuhi, Terumi Mei and Tsunade's 3 daughters, all, BDBA. Watched this scene in a daze, and they didn't react. Just now what was? What? Tsunade looks a little creepy. The moment black lightning flashed past her, she felt a kind of horror from it that couldn't be described in words. What the hell is black lightning? How is Namikaze Minato? Just when Tsunade was in shock, Wei-er in the distance flicked his wrist, and thunder disappeared. He glanced at the void indifferently, then turned around and said, "Let's go. Konoha. Hokage office. On the desk in Hokage's office, there is a flying thunder god kunai." Zuzo was sitting next to him with his eyes closed, while Sarutobi Hazan was standing by the window, looking at the distant sky with a solemn expression. "It's almost time to come back." Ga, almost as soon as Sarutobi Hazan's voice fell. A figure suddenly flickered and appeared in the Hokage office. "Welcome." Sarutobi Hazan's eyes flashed and he turned around directly. And Zhang next to him also opened his eyes, but when the two saw Namikaze Minato, their pupils shrank. Cough. Namikaze Minato made a trail, barely holding himself up without falling. There was a terrifying bloodstain on his shoulder, spraying down from his chest. At that last moment, if his reaction was a moment slower. The one sent back by Fei Lei Shen is probably not a complete him. Minato. With horror on Sarutobi Hazan's face, he immediately stepped forward to help Namikaze Minato, and at the same time stretched out his hand to press. Hemostatic Namikaze Minato with simple medical ninjutsu. Zhang also stood up, although he did not speak, but from his constantly flickering eyes, he could also see the vibration in his heart. "It's just that I couldn't bring back Tsunade, and I'm still injured so badly?" Advertisement. What exactly happened? Cough. "I'm so sorry, Hokage-sama, the mission failed." Namikaze Minato coughed again. Looking at Hiruzen Sarutobi, there was a hint of apology on his face. "Let the medical class come over quickly." Sarutobi Hazan yelled at the door, and a ninja immediately responded. Zhang's face was gloomy and ugly, his eyes flickered for a while, and he finally spoke slowly to Namikaze Minato. "What power does that person have to make you so seriously injured?" Namikaze Minato smiled wryly. His strength is probably even stronger than what's in the information. Namikaze Minato endured the pain and briefly described what happened. When it comes to Wei-er's ability to predict the future, as well as a kind of ninjutsu that is extremely powerful and can tear apart space. Sarutobi Hazan and Zhang looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. Ninjutsu is extremely powerful and extremely powerful. Genjutsu even hit Uchiha Shisui, a ninja of the Uchiha clan, so it's not over. It even has time and space ninjutsu, it's just a monster. Walk into a Jonin in Hokage's office. Hearing Namikaze Minato's narration, he couldn't help gasping for air, his face full of astonishment. Cough. Namikaze Minato coughed again and said, "It's not invulnerable though. I leave the mark of the Thunder God on him, Yuhika, and Terumi Mei, and I can always." When the words came to this point, Namikaze Minato suddenly froze. "What's up?" Seeing Namikaze Minato's expression, Sarutobi Hazan's heart skipped another inexplicable jump. Namikaze Minato smiled wryly again and said, "My mark of the God of Thunder has been erased." As soon as the words came out, the hearts of Sarutobi Hazan, Zhang and the others jumped fiercely again. Although they do not know how to use the technique of flying thunder gods, they are very familiar with the technique created by Tobirama, the wise hand of second Hokage. The imprint of the God of Thunder is a spatial imprint, and it can also be regarded as a spatial coordinate. Once it is branded on the enemy, it is equivalent to the label of Shinigami, and there is no possibility of erasing it. But now, the mark of the God of Thunder was actually erased. Chapter 322. In the land of the earth, Anomu will be equal in 2 days. An open plain. Wei-er withdrew his hand from Hong Yuhi's shoulder, and wriggled a wisp of gray matter between his fingers to dry it. In the end, it turned into a gray ball, suspended beside Wei-er. Okay. 99 The pseudo-truth-seeking ball, which is fused by 5 kinds of Chara nature transformation, lacks yin and yang. It cannot affect the reincarnated body of rice soil, or the soul. But it also has some abilities of the real truth-seeking ball, and erasing the mark of the Thunder God is one of them. Of course. Even if the pseudo-truth-seeking ball can erase the mark of the Flying Thor, Wei-er still has a way to erase it. The mark of the God of Thunder, has it been erased? Tsunade watched this scene, his heart trembled, and he couldn't help taking a breath. Kurenai Yuhi and Terumi Mei don't know what this scene represents, but she knows the art of flying thunder gods very clearly. "It's all right now, let's go." 99 After Wei-er dispersed the fake truth-seeking ball, he spoke calmly, and then walked forward. The shock that Wei-er brought was just too much. In comparison, erasing the imprint of the God of Thunder doesn't seem to be an easy thing to accept. Tsunade quickly calmed down and followed. Terumi Mei and Hong Yuhi also followed suit. While walking, Terumi Mei couldn't help but glance at Tsunade and sighed inexplicably. In the end, Konoha is different from their Misty. Tsunade fell into the hands of a terrifying being like Wei-er, and Konoha still sent someone to rescue him. Although the rescue failed, but eventually sent someone. In comparison, the Kirishima ninja said that it did not appear at all. Even if the real rhyme is revealed, I am afraid it is not to save her, but to kill her. For Wuyan village, the losers have no meaning of survival. Wei took Yuhika and Terumi Mei along with Tsunade. After passing through the country of fire, I came to the border where the country of fire and the country of earth meet. During this period, I never encountered a raid by the Konoha ninja, and apparently even Namikaze Minato failed to save people. Sarutobi Hizen couldn't think of a way to save Tsunade and gave up temporarily. Tsunade didn't have any grudges against Konoha. After all, Wei power is terrifying, and she has experienced it most vividly along the way. If it was her, I'm afraid she didn't want to provoke Wei during the Ninja World War. Come to the border of the Fire Nation. Advertisement. Tsunade and Yuhika have nothing to do with each other, but Terumi Mei does. She is a ninja of Kiragukaku, and it is really unexpected that she can so blatantly traverse the country of fire during the War of the Ninja World. The land of the land is ahead, although I didn't encounter rock shinobi on the way. But when you arrive in the land of the land, you will definitely encounter rock shinobi. Tsunade stopped and glanced at Wei next to him. It doesn't matter. 99 Wei shook his head indifferently. Tsunade had already guessed that Wei would be this reaction, and there was no surprise. After nodding slightly, he continued to lead Luan to the front. While walking, she couldn't help but think. Wei entry into the land of the earth is bound to cause some confusion on the front line of rock shinobi. It is not an easy task to stop Wei and I am afraid that Iwagaku's strength will continue to be done. If rock shinobi really meets Wei it seems to be a good thing for Konoha. I thought so in my heart. After judging Fang Wan, Tsunade took Wei and others to gradually penetrate into the territory of the land of earth. Iwagaku. Inside Tsuchikage's office, what? The third Tsuchikage was 2 days with Onogi, floating in midair. With a surprised expression, he listened to the report of a ninja in front of him, and a ray of light flashed in his eyes. Tsunade, one of Konoha Sanin's smart hands, is actually lying in the territory of our land. Also, is there someone who is suspected to have defeated the Cloud Shinobi Village AB group? The land of water and the land of earth are just separated by the land of fire, and Iwagaku did not collect enough information on Terumi Mei. As for Yuhika, it's just a small character and can't get into Iwagaku's eyes. Those who can catch the eye, one is Tsunade, one of Sanin, and the other is Wei Wei defeated the son of 3rd Raikage of Cloud Shinobi Village and 8 Tails Jinchuriki in the Battle of the Land of Thunder. News of a great battle was prevented, and Tsuchikage Onogi is still impressed to this day. So, is that guy really the powerhouse that Konoha hides? Onogi had suspected Wei as Konoha's ninja before. Even if it is not really a ninja of Konoha, it must be a ninja who is attached to Konoha. Otherwise, it is impossible to run to stop Cloud Shinobi's annihilation battle against Konoha. Since Konoha blocked the news about Tsunade being coerced by Wei According to 3rd Tsuchikage Onogi, Wei and Tsunade appear together in the territory of the land of the land. Advertisement. For Flowers 0 that Wei as a Konoha ninja is almost a sure thing. Do you know what their purpose is? 3rd Tsuchikage Onogi looked at the ninja in front of him and asked in a deep voice. The ninja shook his head and said, I don't know its purpose for the time being. But they have bypassed our forward positions, and the land of the land is deep in the hinterland. There are only 4 people who dare to go deep into the hinterland of our land country, how arrogant. The assistant Tsuchikage, who was standing not far away, couldn't help but speak sharply when he heard the ninja's return. Now is the time of the Great Ninja War, and the ninjas of Konoha want to go deep into the hinterland of their land. Whatever the purpose of diligence, it is obviously impossible to let it succeed. 3rd Tsuchikage Onogi shook his head and said solemnly, Don't be careless, Konoha Sanin is fine. 0 that ninja named Wei one person is enough to top a top elite army. A Jonin next to him couldn't help but said, Lord Tsuchikage is joking. No matter how strong he is only one person, can he still kill him in our village? Not always. 3rd Tsuchikage Onogi glanced at the Jonin and snorted lightly. The aura of the whole person suddenly changed, revealing a touch of arrogance. It's a great skill to stop Cloud Shinobi's 3rd Raikage son and 8 Tails Jinchuriki. But if you think that you can do whatever you want in the land of the land, you are wrong. Hearing Onogi's words, the ninjas present showed their expressions of surprise. The assistant Tsuchikage on the side couldn't help but said, Tsuchikage, what do you mean? This person's strength is not simple, so let the old man go there in person. 3rd Tsuchikage Onogi stood with his hands behind his back, suspended in midair. Looking at the assistant Tsuchikage next to him, he said, When I'm not around, the battlefield matters are temporarily left to you to make decisions. Wei strength is extremely powerful in the description of the intelligence, and can even fight hand-to-hand with the tailed beast. Ordinary ninjas are obviously difficult to deal with Wei if they use crowd tactics, it will be too much loss. But for Tsuchikage Onogi, he has no fear, because no matter how powerful his physique and defense are, it is not worth mentioning to him. In the face of Dust-style bloodline elimination, all defenses are like nothing. Let's see what that guy is capable of. A cold light flashed in 3rd Tsuchikage's eyes. Plus Chapter 323, Wet Bone Forest, Encounter the Rock Shinobi Army. Under the leadership of Tsunade, Wei and others gradually penetrated into the hinterland of the land of earth. During this period, Iwagaku's scouts were also following behind. But it was soon discovered by Yuhi Hong, and then solved by her and Terumi Mei. The deeper into the land of the earth, the more strange Wei felt. Because before in the land of fire, the concentration of natural energy was much higher than that of the land of earth. Now that he has gradually stepped into the hinterland of the land of earth, the concentration of natural energy that pervades the universe has dropped significantly. The natural energy in the land is obviously much weaker than that of the land of fire. Could it be that my previous guess was wrong? Although Shabone Forest is one of the 3 holy places, the concentration of natural energy is not high? Wei Er frowned. Before he was in the country of fire, he also encountered several areas with high natural energy concentration. 670, but because I was going to Shigulan, I didn't stop there. How far is it from where the Webbone Forest is? Wei Er looked at Tsunade, who was leading the way. Tsunade stopped for a while, and after judging the location, he said, according to our speed, there are still about 3 days to go. 33. EF. Wei Er touched his chin. 3 days is obviously still a long way off. Nothing can be seen from this distance. Perhaps the situation will be different when it arrives at Shabone Forest. What's up? Tsunade asked Wei Er's thoughtful expression. Wei Er shook his head and responded, it's okay, let's go. Crossing the territory of the country of fire, and all the way to the territory of the country of earth. Territory. The transformation of Wei Er's body has begun slowly. Under the constant nourishment of natural energy, every cell in his body is filled with enormous vitality. Wei Er felt that his current physique might not be much worse than that of the beast Kaido. In terms of strength and strength alone, his body is even stronger than the beast Kaido. Self-healing ability, I'm afraid it won't be much worse. I don't know if this can be called the body of a fairy. Advertisement. During the break, Wei Er felt the state of his body. His eyes flickered and he muttered, then shook his head slightly. The body of an immortal that wraps around the hands of Hashirama, even if it cannot be reborn from a severed limb. But after the arm is cut off and then connected, I am afraid it will be more and more in an instant. The self-healing ability of his own body should be slightly worse, but it is already very close. After experiencing the state of his physical body, Wei Er thought again, and thunder appeared in his palm. After the expansion of thunder space during this period, the size is now enough to fit Wei Er into it. And Wei Er is also trying to develop abilities similar to Uchiha Obito's Kamui. No matter how high the physical defense is, it is difficult to compare to Kamui's Hollow. The ability of Kamui's Hollow, unless it is an attack of tearing space or even twisting space. Otherwise, it is almost completely useless. The immortal body of 6 paths and Kamui's Hollow have their own advantages and disadvantages, and it is difficult to forcibly distinguish which hook is stronger and which is weaker. But in any case, Kamui's ability is obviously extremely strong. Even in the world of pirates, I am afraid it is an absolute defense. Wei Er's gaze has never been limited to the world of Hokage. The purpose of his coming to this world is to improve his strength and prepare for the worlds he will eventually conquer. Do not raise your strength to the limit that cannot be raised as much as possible. In the face of those powerhouses in the future world, there is no confidence at all. Call. Suddenly thinking a little off, Wei Er retracted his thoughts and focused his attention on his own body again. Speaking of which, my current chara should be able to perform nature transformation of 6 attributes. More than a month has passed since the fake truth-seeking ball with 5 attributes of Wei Er's fusion hook. During this time, Wei Er's chara promotion speed gradually slowed down. But it has still steadily improved to a level comparable to a tailed beast. Compared with Uchiha Madara and Wisdom Hashirama, his current chara volume is not much worse. 6 chara nature transformation. Wei Er touched his chin and pondered for a while. He has completed the nature transformation of the 5 attributes of wind, thunder, water, fire and soil. The 6th type that follows is obviously a choice between yin and yang. For him, the fusion of yin attributes is undoubtedly the easiest. Because yin attributes are spiritual energy, and spiritual energy originates from the soul. For Wei Er, who is a Shinigami, this is really too childish, and he can control it perfectly with his eyes closed. But, advertisement: if the 6 attributes are now fused with the yin escape Zara. Then the last 7 attributes need to be fused with the unfamiliar yang attribute Zara. The difficulty is bound to reach an extremely high level. Finally, Wei Er chose yang-style chakra as the 6th attribute to blend. As long as the 6 attribute chara nature transformation can be fused together, then for Wei Er, the achievement of the 7 attributes of fusion truth-seeking ball is just around the corner. Just try it here. After Wei Er took a breath, Lin Xiao was not in a hurry to get wet. Instead, it motivated the chakra in the body and divided the chakra in the body into 6 parts. A hilly area. Dust, can you sense their location? 3rd Tsuchikage Onogi was above the heads of more than a dozen rock shinobi ninjas, staring straight ahead. Jonin, one of the dozen or so ninjas, closed his eyes, opened them again, and shook his head. I can't feel it for the time being, it should be farther away. Not too far. 33 Onogi said solemnly. The information said that they are in this area, and everyone alerted me. As long as they perceive them, they will report immediately. Yes. A rock shinobi is all in unison, and at this time, the perceptive ninja 1.0 soil in the team. Suddenly, his expression changed, and he immediately shouted, Lord Tsuchikage, there is a strong Zarira wave lying in front of you. Everyone is on alert and ready for battle. Hearing this, Tsuchikage Onogi immediately snorted, and looked forward with a steady gaze. Rhythm now has strong chara fluctuations. Did you find them? It seems that the enemy also has a strong perception ability. Inomu thought so in his heart, but he didn't have any fear. Now that the existence of the other party has been discovered, there is no need to hide it. Get in shape and get into a fight. Whizzing. Just as Onogi led a group of rock shinobi forward, 3 figures flashed from the front. Surprisingly, it is Tsunade, Yuhi Hong, and Terumi Mei, 3 daughters. 10 Decigrams Chapter 323. Wet Bone Forest, encounter the rock shinobi army. Under the leadership of Tsunade, Wei and others gradually penetrated into the hinterland of the Land of Earth. During this period, Iwabaker's scouts were also following behind. But it was soon discovered by Yuhi Hong, and then solved by her and Terumi Mei. The deeper into the Land of the Earth, the more strange Wei felt. Because before in the Land of Fire, the concentration of natural energy was much higher than that of the Land of Earth. Advertisement now that he has gradually stepped into the hinterland of the Land of Earth, the concentration of natural energy that pervades the universe has dropped significantly. The natural energy in the Land of the Land is obviously much weaker than that of the Land of Fire. Could it be that my previous guess was wrong? Although Shibone Forest is one of the 3 holy places, the concentration of natural energy is not high? Wei frowned. Before he was in the country of fire, he also encountered several areas with high natural energy concentration. 670, but because I was going to Shigulan, I didn't stop there. How far is it from where the Wetbone Forest is? Wei looked at Tsunade, who was leading the way. Tsunade stopped for a while, and after judging the location, he said, according to our speed, there are still about 3 days to go, 33. EF. Wei touched his chin, 3 days is obviously still a long way off. Nothing can be seen from this distance. Perhaps the situation will be different when it arrives at Shibone Forest. What's up? Tsunade asked Wei's thoughtful expression. Wei shook his head and responded, it's okay, let's go. Crossing the territory of the country of fire, and all the way to the territory of the country of earth. Territory. The transformation of Wei's body has begun slowly. Under the constant nourishment of natural energy, every cell in his body is filled with enormous vitality. Wei felt that his current physique might not be much worse than that of the beast Kaido. In terms of strength and strength alone, his body is even stronger than the beast Kaido. Self-healing ability, I'm afraid it won't be much worse. I don't know if this can be called the body of a fairy. Advertisement. During the break, Wei felt the state of his body. His eyes flickered and he muttered, then shook his head slightly. The body of an immortal that wraps around the hands of Hashirama, even if it cannot be reborn from a severed limb. But after the arm is cut off and then connected, I am afraid it will be more and more in an instant. The self-healing ability of his own body should be slightly worse, but it is already very close. After experiencing the state of his physical body, Wei thought again, and thunder appeared in his palm. After the expansion of thunder space during this period, the size is now enough to fit Wei into it. And Wei is also trying to develop abilities similar to Uchiha Obito's Kamui. No matter how high the physical defense is, it is difficult to compare to Kamui's Hollow. The ability of Kamui's Hollow, unless it is an attack of tearing space or even twisting space. Otherwise, it is almost completely useless. The immortal body of 6 paths and Kamui's Hollow have their own advantages and disadvantages, and it is difficult to forcibly distinguish which hook is stronger and which is weaker. But in any case, Kamui's ability is obviously extremely strong. Even in the world of pirates, I am afraid it is an absolute defense. Wei's gaze has never been limited to the world of Hokage. The purpose of his coming to this world is to improve his strength and prepare for the worlds he will eventually conquer. Do not raise your strength to the limit that cannot be raised as much as possible. In the face of those powerhouses in the future world, there is no confidence at all. Call. Suddenly thinking a little off, Wei retracted his thoughts and focused his attention on his own body again. Speaking of which, my current chara should be able to perform nature transformation of 6 attributes. More than a month has passed since the fake truth-seeking ball with 5 attributes of Wei's fusion hook. During this time, Wei's chara promotion speed gradually slowed down. But it has still steadily improved to a level comparable to a tailed beast. Compared with Uchiha Madara and Wisdom Hashirama, his current chara volume is not much worse. 6 chara nature transformation. Wei touched his chin and pondered for a while. He has completed the nature transformation of the 5 attributes of wind, thunder, water, fire and soil. The 6th type that follows is obviously a choice between yin and yang. For him, the fusion of yin attributes is undoubtedly the easiest. Because yin attributes are spiritual energy, and spiritual energy originates from the soul. For Wei who is a Shinigami, this is really too childish, and he can control it perfectly with his eyes closed. But, advertisement. If the 6 attributes are now fused with the yin escape Zara. Then the last 7 attributes need to be fused with the unfamiliar yang attribute Zara. The difficulty is bound to reach an extremely high level. Finally, Wei chose yang-style chakra as the 6th attribute to blend. As long as the 6 attribute chara nature transformation can be fused together, then for Wei the achievement of the 7 attributes of fusion truth-seeking ball is just around the corner. Just try it here. After Wei took a breath, Lin Xiao was not in a hurry to get wet. Instead, it motivated the chakra in the body and divided the chakra in the body into 6 parts. A hilly area. Dust, can you sense their location? 3rd Tsuchikage Onobi was above the heads of more than a dozen rock shinobi ninjas, staring straight ahead. Jonin, one of the dozen or so ninjas, closed his eyes, opened them again, and shook his head. I can't feel it for the time being, it should be farther away. Not too far. 33 Onogi said solemnly. The information said that they are in this area, and everyone alerted me. As long as they perceive them, they will report immediately. Yes. A rock shinobi is all in unison, and at this time, the perceptive ninja 1.0 soil in the team. Suddenly, his expression changed, and he immediately shouted, Lord Tsuchikage, there is a strong Zarrier wave lying in front of you. Everyone is on alert and ready for battle. Hearing this, Tsuchikage Onogi immediately snorted, and looked forward with a steady gaze. Rhythm now has strong chara fluctuations, did you find them? It seems that the enemy also has a strong perception ability. Anomu thought so in his heart, but he didn't have any fear. Now that the existence of the other party has been discovered, there is no need to hide it. Get in shape and get into a fight. Whizzing. Just as Onogi led a group of rock shinobi forward, 3 figures flashed from the front. Surprisingly, it is Tsunade, Yuhi Hong, and Terumi Mei 3 daughters, chapter 324. The only blood following the limit, you are the axe of the class. Red Yuhi looked at all the rocks, and Tsuchikage Onogi flying in the sky. After following Wei for a long time, she did not show any timidity in the face of Tsuchikage and many rock shinobi. Instead, his expression was calm, and he had vaguely Tsunade's composure. Terumi Mei leisurely looked at Tsuchikage Onogi in the sky, a strange color flashed in her beautiful eyes, and chuckled lightly. Flying ninjas. I didn't expect Tsuchikage to come by himself. Humph. Tsuchikage Onogi glanced at Terumi Mei and Yuhi Kane, and snorted. He was too lazy to talk to the 2 girls at all, and when his eyes fell on Tsunade, he finally paused for a moment. I can't think of Konoha, who has been shrinking and defending, and dares to attack. Or so blatantly go deep into the territory of our country, what is the purpose? Third Tsuchikage looked down at the 3 girls, not paying attention to them at all. No comment. Tsunade responded in a low voice. Third Tsuchikage sneered when he heard the words, and said, Konoha Sanin, the granddaughter of Hashirama, is really a big name. Just 13, I don't know, how much strength can a woman like you have to listen to Hashirama? Hearing Onoji's words, Tsunade's eyes turned cold. Take them. With the order of 3rd Tsuchikage, more than 10 rock shinobi immediately surrounded them. Red Yuhi, who sensed the enemy's actions, sank. 1 step ahead of time, both hands formed a seal, 10 jade fingers flew over, and the seal was formed in an instant. Genjutsu. The art of seeing Naraku. More than a dozen Jonins rushed over, and 3 of them stopped in an instant and hid Genjutsu. Terumi Mei is almost in perfect synchronization with Yuhi Hong's actions, and it is also a pair of hands. Water style. Water Dragon Ball. Wow. A water dragon spewed rhymes from its mouth and attacked the 3 rock shinobi Jonin who had been immobilized by Genjutsu. While Terumi Mei and Yuhiga's pairings are perfect, rock shinobi's Jonins aren't vegetarian either. Immediately, someone was printing at the same time. The King's Way. Earth Flow Wall. Boom. A huge earth wall suddenly rose, blocking Terumi Mei's water dragon. Whizzing. Several Jonins landed next to Genjutsu's buddies and pressed them on their shoulders. Untie. Genjutsu was untied in an instant, and just when a group of Jonin were about to continue their attack. Advertisement. The earth flow wall in front of them suddenly made a huge roar, and the eardrums of the shocked people hummed. What a clap! Clap! There were cracks in the hook on the earth flow wall, and finally it shattered, revealing the figure of Tsunade standing behind him with his fist clenched. Did one punch smash the earth wall? Seeing this, the Jonins of rock shinobi shrank their pupils, knowing that they must not be hit by Tsunade's fist. Royal Way. The art of geography. It is not known who launched the attack. A strong chara injected into the earth, and then the ground suddenly trembled. Numerous earth thorns rose from the ground and stabbed the 3 Tsunade. The first to react was Yuhihiko. With a slight leap, she avoided the attack of the thorn, followed by Tsunade and Terumi Mei. At the moment when the 3 girls jumped into the air, the Jonins of rock shinobi seized the opportunity and launched a fierce attack. Wind Dao. The art of Wind Kingdom, Earth Dragon Spear. In an instant, the messy ninjutsu asked, and the 3 of Terumi Mei who sounded in the air attacked. Lava Style. The magic of dissolving monsters. Terumi Mei's eyes were calm and her movements were not chaotic at all. Compared with Wei, she is certainly incomparably weak. But compared to these rock shinobi, her strength is not weak at all. Wow. The acid poured down, covering all the messy ninjutsu. Huh? Will you use blood to follow the limit? Suspended in midair, guarding Wei-er's Tsuchikage Onogi, who was not on duty yet. Seeing this scene, he narrowed his eyes slightly. In the next instant, Terumi Mei suddenly raised her head. The acid fell from the sky, and immediately placed Tsuchikage Onogi within the attack range. Humph. 3rd Tsuchikage snorted lightly, and a moment after the figure sounded in the air, he avoided Terumi Mei's attack. The acid in the sky blocked the view, and when the acid fell, the 3 figures of Terumi Mei and Tsunade disappeared. Boom. Tsunade flickered, appeared beside a rock shinobi Jonin, and punched him hard. The Jonin crossed his arms across his chest, trying to fend off Tsunade's punch. But it was directly smashed and hooked, and the handbones made a screeching sound. Hong Yuhi also flickered, appearing in front of a Jonin with a kunai direct hook in his hand. When the Jonin saw that Yuri Hong actually compared his physical skills with him, he immediately revealed a rhyme and a light butterfly. Advertisement. He also found a kunai and greeted him without fear. Wow. Wow. But almost in an instant, the two kuwu flew up and down. Hong Yuhi jumped back and walked away, unscathed. But that Jonan's chest and shoulders had two deep wounds opened by kuwu. Has observation haki. Although Hong Yui's physical skills are not strong, they are definitely not weak in close combat. Boil. The art of smart mist. Terumi Mei's last hook appeared, but it appeared in a place that no one expected. Outrageously launched an attack on Tsuchikage Onogi in the sky. Terumi Mei has always been arrogant in her heart, and has been suppressed by Wei-er, and she is also quite resentful in her heart. Now all the grievances are on Tsuchikage Onogi's head, and she wants to compete with Tsuchikage. Are two kinds of blood following the limit? Tsuchikage Onogi saw this, his eyes flashed slightly, and his hands quickly formed a seal. 670. Kingdom. Rock Golem. 99 Boom. A huge rock statue suddenly stood sideways. Not only blocked Terumi Mei's acid mist, but also blocked Tsunade, who was trying to continue attacking. Zzz. The acid mist fell on the rock statue, and the sound of Wang Zzz suddenly came out. Under the terrifying gaze of many rock shinobi, the rock statue was corroded into a big hole. The two kinds of blood follow the boundary, and over time, it will become a serious problem. Tsuchikage Onogi's expression turned cold, and the figure flew from behind the rock golem. At the same time as the seal, Terumi Mei dropped a punch. The King's Way. The art of rock fist. Click, click. Tsuchikage Onogi's arm suddenly surged, and was wrapped in a huge rock arm in an instant, punching Terumi Mei with a punch. Whizzing. Terumi Mei jumped back to avoid it, her hands quickly forming a seal. Lava Style. The magic of dissolving monsters. Terumi Mei unleashes Lava Style again, trying to devour Tsuchikage Onogi. Tsuchikage Onogi's expression became cold as he faced the falling Rongdao. With a ding, he said, I dare to show off in front of this old man even in a mere bloodline. This time, in the face of Terumi Mei's Lava Style, he did not dodge directly. Instead, with his hands in front of him, a translucent square light wheel emerged. Chapter 325, Great Horror, the 6 attributes of Chara are condensed. The cube light wheel suddenly emitted a white light, sweeping towards the lava-style acid in front. The moment when the two forces meet, Terumi Mei's terrifyingly erosive acid was swept and decomposed by dust style. Not good. Terumi Mei was taken aback, but she didn't expect that her tunnel would be broken from the front. She suddenly turned sideways, avoiding the sweep of the white light in a dangerous way. White light swept all the way. Wherever you went, whether it was acid or the earth, it was decomposed into dust and disappeared between heaven and earth. Tsuchikage-sama's bloodline elimination. This is the elimination of bloodline above the bloodline limit. When the rock shinobi in the distance saw this scene, they all showed a bit of awe. Even they rarely see Tsuchikage Onogi in person, and some even meet dust style for the first time. Unique in the ninja world, only second Tsuchikage and third Tsuchikage use the bloodline elimination. The fusion of 3 types of Chara nature transformations completely surpasses the blood succession limit of the fusion of 2 nature transformations. Is this bloodline elimination? Terumi Mei did not attack again, but muttered with a twinkle in her eyes. Tsuchikage Onogi looked down at Terumi Mei and said, there are 2 kinds of bloodline boundaries. It appears that you are also born with 3 Chara nature transformations. Then you should know. The bloodline limit between the 2 types of chakra nature transformation and the bloodline elimination between the 3 types of chakra nature transformation. The difference is insurmountable. The moment the voice fell, Tsuchikage Onogi raised his hand again, ready to use the dust path to kill Terumi Mei directly. But at this moment, a ninja in the distance suddenly opened his mouth to Tsuchikage with a look of vigilance and nervousness. Lord Tsuchikage, that fang-painted Chara's fluctuations are getting stronger and stronger. Maybe the enemy is preparing some kind of supersized ninjutsu. Advertisement, yes. Tsuchikage Onogi's expression changed. After a glance at Terumi Mei, he gave up his plan to kill Terumi Mei. The figure cut through the sky and flew towards the side pointed by the ninja. No wonder that guy didn't rhyme all the time, it turned out to be secretly preparing some super large ninjutsu. That must not let him succeed. Tsuchikage Onogi thought so, and took a deep breath. While flying, urge the flow of Chara in the body. The 3 attribute Shirela is ready to gather into dust and sweep it down at any time. Soon, under a mountain wall in front of Onogi, the figure of Wei-er lies. By this time, there was no need for a sentient ninja. Any ninja who comes here can feel a huge chala flowing in the area where Wei-er is. Feeling the huge flow of Chara, Tsuchikage Onogi couldn't help but gasped. But he wasn't too frightened. In front of the seed, any technique will be crushed and swallowed. The bloodline of the 3 types of Chara nature transformation is eliminated, and it is above the limit of all bloodlines. This is not a quantitative gap, but a qualitative gap. A little closer. Tsuchi Ono Kageki asked with both hands and was ready to use the seat. But in the next instant, his movements suddenly stagnated. A pair of eyes suddenly widened, and there was an almost incredible look in them. In front of Wei-er, 6 Chara balls of different colors are constantly turning. It represents the 6 nature transformations of wind, thunder, water, fire, soil and Yangtangzala. These 6 Chara balls are gradually melting in the process of turning the number. Advertisement. Tsuchikage Onogi looked at this scene with a ghostly expression on his face. The heart is roaring frantically. The fusion of the 6 types of Shirelles nature transformation, what a joke. Snapped. Onobi directly destroyed his seat. He turned his head and left without hesitation, without even turning his head back. Wei glanced slightly at Tsuchikage Onobi who was escaping in the distance, but ignored it. Instead, all the spirits are placed on the fusion of the 6 attributes of Zara in the palm of your hand. This is the first time he has tried the 6 attribute Charlie Larongji. The difficulty of Carolong with 6 attributes is much higher than that of 5 attributes, and it is almost unrealistic to want to succeed once. But anyone wants to be successful the first time, and Wei is no exception. Give me condensation. 97. While Wei was in full control, observation Haki also made full use of the hook. In this way, he who can briefly predict the future can respond as quickly as possible once a question arises. Withdraw. The figure of Tsuchikage Onobi flew quickly in midair and came to the battlefield where Tsunade and others fought against a group of rock shinobi. After a slight pause, he let out a low drink and then continued to fly far away. The rock shinobi brought by Onobi are all the elite of Iwagakure. Among them, there are not a few people who are not weaker than Terumi Mei and Yuhi Hong. Together, they even completely suppressed Tsunade and Terumi Mei. Seeing that the opponent could be taken down, his leader suddenly ordered to retreat. This made the rock shinobi present pause for a while, and they all looked at each other in dismay. But ninjas are ninjas after all, and after a little pause, they still obey orders without asking why. He retreated in unison, and followed Tsuchikage Onobi to the distance. Tsunade had fine sweat on her forehead, and was panting violently because she had consumed a lot of physical strength in the battle. Seeing the sudden retreat from the other side, a strange color flashed in her eyes. Hong Yuhi and Terumi Mei, Wang Zhao's, also stopped their actions. Of course they have no idea of chasing. It seems that rock shinobi should not be looking for trouble again. Terumi Mei brushed a strand of her hair from the meal, and calmed the chara fluctuations in her body. He wiped a wisp of liquid from the corner of his mouth with his fingers and said leisurely. Tsuchikage Onobi led a group of rock shinobi to retreat quickly, and soon retreated beyond the brown rice. Poly ninjas are pressing the confusion in their hearts. Why did you suddenly retreat after just trying harder to defeat the Tsunade trio? Tsuchikage-sama, what happened, finally? Tsuchikage Onobi gradually slowed down, and all the ninjas also slowed down in their hearts, and after calming down, they followed Onobi. A ninja with a puzzled face, after finally speaking to Tsuchikage Onobi in confusion. Chapter 326. Retreat without a fight. Oyemu is about to be scared to pee. Lord Tsuchikage, why did you retreat suddenly, you just... Tsuchikage Onobi paused for a moment, and finally turned his head to look into the distance. With a hint of deep fear in his eyes, he said, it is not advisable to stay here for a long time, and continue to retreat. Several ninjas looked at Tsuchikage Onobi with strange expressions on their faces. They have all retreated beyond the brown rice, and no enemy is chasing after them. Are you still going to retreat? One of the ninjas turned his head strangely, and glanced behind him. And almost as soon as he turned his head, the perceptive ninja in the team suddenly showed a look of astonishment on his face. Tsuchikage Onobi in midair also changed his face greatly. Boom! Accompanied by a dazzling light. An indescribable roar sounded, as if the sky would be shattered. It exploded in the ears of everyone. What followed was the roar and tremor of the entire earth, and it was as if the world was turned upside down in an instant. Almost all of the rock shinobi's faces changed wildly, and they only felt that their eardrums were buzzing and deaf. Not knowing what happened at all, but subconsciously 670 hands quickly formed the seal. Kingdom. Earth flow wall. Kingdom. Rock golem Ellen. Not only a group of rock shinobi, even Tsuchi Ono Kageki can't care about anything. It fell directly from the sky to the ground, and at the same time released the strongest defense ninjutsu. Click. Click. Amidst the shaking of the ground, a huge rock giant rose from the ground. Immediately afterward, the thick, mountain-like dirt walls gathered together to form a second defense. Almost when Onobi and a bunch of rock shinobi were on the defensive. The shock wave that destroyed the sky and the earth finally pushed it horizontally from a distance. Wherever the impact went, the earth was flattened and swept inch by inch. Like a tsunami, the soil and stones were pushed up into the evening sky, bending and pressing in all directions. Boom! The shock wave hit the rock golem. Advertisement. Almost in an instant, the rock golem showed countless cracks, and then it shattered. The residual impact fell on the earth flow wall, and there was another roar that shook the sky and earth. The thick mountain-like earth wall was also washed down, and dense cracks appeared. In the end, it was abruptly pushed and leveled, at this moment. If you look down from the sky, you can see it impressively. Within a radius of several brown rice, the earth has been completely flattened, and a huge deep pit has appeared. I do not know how long it has been. The sound gradually subsided. Click. A piece of earth at the edge of the deep pit suddenly shattered, and the lottery was torn open in the middle. Tsuchikage Onobi and a group of rock shinobi came out of it. All of them were pale, and some even had bloodline left on the corners of their mouths. After the drill hook came from the ground, he turned his head to look behind. That huge abyss that seemed to be erased by an invisible brush. In all rock shinobi's eyes, there's a look of horror and terror. What on earth is it? What the hell just happened? Not only these rock shinobi, but also Tsuchikage Onobi is also terrified. Although he knew it for a long time, the terrifying Chara forcibly condensed the nature transformation of the 6 attributes. Once the diligence problem must be ruined, it is still difficult to calm down for a long time because of this scene. Go. After taking a deep breath, Onogi came back to his senses. Reluctantly calmed down for a while, he just drank a low voice, turned his head again and left. It was only affected for a while, and almost all of them were injured. It is impossible to imagine what happened to Wei Er's group. If you die, of course you don't have to go back. If BDBA is not dead, then there is no need to pass. Joke. Under this kind of power that destroys the sky and destroys the earth, it's okay to die. Wouldn't it be more terrifying if you didn't die? Forcibly condensing the Chara nature transformation of the 6 attributes, Oyemu felt his heart tremble just thinking about it. In his eyes, this kind of behavior is almost the behavior of a fool committing suicide. But can a being like Wei Er be a fool? Advertisement? Obviously, Wei Er is certain that he will continue to do so. Maybe the 4 attribute and 5 attribute Chara nature transformation has been completed. Ju Rock Shinobi took a deep breath after hearing the order of Tsuchikage Onogi. Forcibly suppress the vibration in my heart, and keep up with the big wild wood. But the horror and fear in everyone's eyes were difficult to subside for a long time. This is too. In the hills not far from the giant pit, Hong Yui looked at the collapsed earth from a distance. The little face was slightly pale, and there was a bit of a frightened expression. Although she knew that Wei Er would sometimes make some big moves, she didn't expect it to be this big this time. If it wasn't brought by Wei Er at the last moment. In that area, I am afraid that the bones that have been bombed long ago are gone. Terumi Mei and Tsunade on the side were similarly frightened. Huh, it failed. Wei Er scratched his hair, showing a rare embarrassed look, said. If the suppression is good, the power of the explosion should be reduced a little more. He has the ability to briefly predict the future. When he found that the fusion would fail and explode after continuing to interrogate, he decisively terminated the fusion. But even if the fusion is terminated, it cannot stop the chaotic conflict of the 6 Chara nature transformations. So, he decisively threw away Chara, who was on the verge of collapse. In a flash, I played Red Yuhi, and then I picked up Tsunade and Terumi Mei. After a few systems were used, they left the explosion range. Can you not do such a dangerous thing casually? Terumi Mei's chest heaved violently. After regaining his senses, he looked at Wei Er rather frantically. Last time, she was frightened by Wei Erong's 5 attributes, Chara nature transformation. Unexpectedly, Wei Er finally succeeded. This time Wei Er asked about 6 attributes, and she also thought that Wei Er could succeed. But I didn't expect it to fail suddenly, and there was such a terrifying aftermath of the explosion. Well, the maid did not question the master's right. Wei Er snorted and slapped Terumi Mei's little head with his fingers. Terumi Mei subconsciously tilted her head to avoid it. But Wei Er seemed to have known that she would hide for a long time, and her fingers were slightly shifted, still on the center of her eyebrows. Chapter 327, The 3 Holy Lands, Shibone Forest. Dust Style. The art of stripping boundaries. Ignoring Terumi Mei who wanted to fight with him, Wei Er said casually. Actually, it's not that dangerous, the power has been suppressed by me to less than a fifth of the night. The rest can be resisted even if it is a positive defense, if it is not worried that you will be injured. You can stop it, we can't stop it, Terumi Mei growled inside. Kurenai Yuhi's heart is diametrically opposed to Terumi Mei. Her focus fell on the phrase, worrying about your injury, and her heart was gently touched to dry it. This is the ninja world, and the police say it is a servant maid or something. Even a follower is generally something that can be easily discarded by the master. Because of this, Yuhika never expected to have any status. He has already completely substituted himself into the role of a servant. Now that I suddenly heard such a sentence, my heart suddenly fell into a stone like a calm lake. Tsunade's reaction was completely different from Yuhi read Terumi Mei. She gave Wei Er a strange look, but I didn't expect that Wei Er, who is domineering in F*K, would actually say something like hook. Be vigilant and keep going. 99 Wei Er's voice interrupted the 3 girls' thoughts. Rongwun's 6 attribute nature transformation failed, and the Chara in Wei Er's body was also consumed a lot. For a short time, it was impossible to make a second attempt. The location where Wei Er and others were located was not far from the Shibone Forest. Under the leadership of Tsunade, the group walked into a desolate and uninhabited area. There are loess hills everywhere, no vegetation exists, and there are traces of water erosion everywhere. Gradually, the terrain began to go lower and lower, and a canyon lay in front of Wei Er and others. It's just up ahead, and you'll see the entrance after going through the canyon. Tsunade paused slightly in front of the gorged shell, hesitated a little, turned his head to look at Wei Er, and said. There is a Katsuyu in the Wetbone Forest that has lived for a long time, and all Katsuyu are its splits. I got its approval to summon its splinter as a summoning beast. It has a relatively mild temperament, and as long as it is not deliberately provocative, it will not take the initiative to attack anyone. 99. Tsunade observed Wei Er's expression while explaining Yu's situation. There is nothing else in Shibone Forest except Katsuyu itself. Did Wei Er come here to get Katsuyu as a summoning beast? Advertisement. But with Wei Er's strength, there is no need to find any summoning beast love. To Tsunade's frustration, Wei Er didn't seem to listen to her at all. Instead, he looked straight into the depths of the canyon, towards the Wetbone Forest in a cave deep in the canyon shell. Sure enough, as expected, Wei Er's eyes flashed with a hint of reluctance. The natural energy concentration of this peripheral Shai is even lower than when he first stepped into the land of the earth. But as soon as you enter the position where the Shibone Forest is located, the concentration of natural energy increases sharply. In Wei Er's perception, if the surrounding natural energy is water vapor, then the natural energy in the Shibone Forest is a sea of Wang Yang. I don't know whether it is because the frog metaphor has the ability to gather natural energy, or because the water flows down. The Shizuku Forest itself is a gathering place for natural energy. Since you have arrived at the Shibone Forest, according to the agreement, I will set you free. Wei Er glanced at Tsunade and said something to her. Looking at Yuhika and Terumi Mei again, let the two girls wait outside. Then he took a step forward and stepped into the gorge shell. At this point, there is no need to worry. Wei Er took a slow step. Observation Haki observed the unusual terrain in the Shibone Forest, all the way to the end of the gorge. At the end of the canyon is a huge cave. There are upside-down stalactites everywhere in the cave, and people are dazzled. The further the cave is, the bigger the space is. At the far end, there was a huge Katsuyu comparable to Poseidon, lying there. This guy has a lot more vitality than the Poseidon class. Wei Er's observation Haki swept over Gyuyu's body, and his heart couldn't help but shake to dry. The vitality contained in Katsuyu's body is definitely the strongest among all the creatures he has ever seen. Its size is still far from the large Poseidon analog in the One Piece world. But Wei Er is very sure that 100 large Poseidon classes are probably not the opponents of this Katsuyu. Such a huge vitality, if all compressed into the size of a human shape, I am afraid it is comparable to the body of 6 paths. For Flowers Zero, even so, its strength is estimated to be super cage level. Wei Er stepped into the wet bone forest while still observing Katsuyu. And at this moment, a voice came. Advertisement. This voice is clear and sweet, and with a bit of softness, it is very pleasant. Respected human powerhouse, what are you doing here? Katsuyu has existed for an unknown length of time, just like the Great Toad Sage of Mount Myoboku and the Snake Immortal of Ryuji Cave. They're all beings that have existed since the days of Sage of 6 Paths, and have communicated with Sage of 6 Paths. It sensed an extremely tyrannical aura on Wei Er. Not quite as good as the Sage of 6 Paths it had seen countless years ago, though. But it's also the only thing it's seen over the years, second only to Sage of 6 Paths. Break in rashly, sorry for disturbing you. Zero. Wei Er knew that it was Katsuyu's voice, so he smiled slightly and said in a gentle tone. I'm here to borrow the natural energy here, I don't know if I can? Of course can. Katsuyu's clear voice came. Its huge body wriggled a little to dry, and seemed to take a look at the side where Wei Er was. Wei Er nodded and said, thanks. Katsuyu responded, you're welcome. Wei Er smiled slightly. Katsuyu is probably the best-tempered creature in this world. If it is replaced by the Snake Immortal from Longhi Cave or something, I am afraid that he will have to cut the snake to prove the Tao today. After greeting Katsuyu, Wei Er was also welcome, just flattened a stalactite and sat on it. At the same time, with a thought, he hooked the thunderbolt and suspended it in front of him. Let's start. Wei Er looked at Lei Ting floating in front of him, and his eyes flashed. After the thought moves, thunder will no longer limit the absorption. Instead, it was completely open, and began to frantically devour the natural energy in the wet bone forest. In an instant, thunder seems to have become a bottomless pit, like the core of Uzumaki. The natural energies in the entire Shibone forest began to circle crazily, constantly gathering. Such a vast turbulence of natural energy, even the two women, Hong Yui and Terumi Mei, who have never practiced sage jutsu, can clearly feel it outside the canyon. The air between heaven and earth seems to be flowing madly, giving people a strong sense of oppression. Chapter 328, Further Developed Fruitability, Thunderspace. Stop, Your Excellency. Mr. Wei Er, won't you accidentally wipe out the wet bone forest? 39. Hong Yui looked nervously at the depths of the gorge shell. When she thought of the terrifying momentum of Wei Er's rhyme-making practice not long ago, she felt a little nervous in her heart. Terumi Mei, who was on the side, could not help but twitch slightly when she heard Yuhiga's words. Tsunade originally planned to return to Konoha, but when he remembered that this is the land of the earth, although third Tsuchikage was frightened by Wei Er. But if she returned to Konoha alone, it would not be so easy, so she stayed outside the gorge and waited. She is the most troublesome one for Yuhiga, in case Wei Er really made such a huge movement before fishing and leveled the wet bone forest. The three of them looked into the canyon nervously. 670, however, an hour has passed, 2 hours have passed. Half a day has passed. Although the air has always been like Uzumaki, giving people a feeling of oppression, there is nothing unusual about the rhythm. And in the wet bone forest, there is no bigger movement. This made the three girls of Kurenai Yuhi gradually relieved and let go of their hearts a little. Inside the wet bone forest, absorbing natural energy so violently, this sword. Katsuyu was staring at Wei Er in shock. Wei Er wanted to absorb natural energy at first, and it didn't take it seriously. How could you imagine that Wei Er's absorbing natural energy would be so powerful? Practice sage mode, or even practice the body of a fairy. The natural energy absorbed cannot be compared with Wei Er at the moment. You sensed the endless natural energy between heaven and earth, which poured into Wei Er's body continuously. And in the sword in front of him, his heart kept shaking. Such a huge amount of natural energy, even if it absorbs it, I am afraid it will not be able to control it. And Wei didn't show any signs of losing control. If it were a human, it would definitely take a deep breath. Advertisement: there is a lot of momentum in the outside world, but Wei is transforming silently in his body. The most basic use of natural energy is Sage Mode. A higher level is the body of an immortal. The highest level is undoubtedly the body of Six Paths and Six Paths Mode. Today's Wei is in Sage Mode, and as the natural energy nourishes and refines the body, it moves forward in the eternal and stable body of the immortal. Because what Wei cultivated was not any kind of sage jutsu in Mount Myoboku, but his own. With powerful spiritual power, forcibly control the natural energy for fusion. Therefore, he did not notice any significant changes, and there was no immortal mask on his face. The only change is that Wei has a strand of hair turned from black to white. With black hair and a strand of white hair, it looks a bit strange. The influx of natural energy gradually slowed down under Wei control. And his body began a strong transformation, and every cell seemed to be constantly broken and regenerated. This kind of pain is unbearable for ordinary people, but Wei can endure it. Now it's really reaching the resilience of Kaido of the beasts. Even if it is pierced by a sword, it can easily heal. And my words. Because there is no vital point, even if the heart or head is pierced, it can still recover instantly. Wei sensed the state of his body, his eyes flickered, and he murmured. The transformation of the immortal body continues. Achieving the body of an immortal does not mean that the body has a strong self-healing ability. The sage body also has a massive amount of chara, as well as the eternal sage mode that can be activated at any time. Charlatan is exactly what Wei lacks the most. With enough chakra, it will be much easier for him to complete the fusion of the 6-attribute nature transformation. The metamorphosis of the body has approached a gradual level. Wei-Er's attention gradually moved away from his own flesh and began to focus on Thunder's transformation. The natural energy absorbed by the Thunder actually strengthens the energy. This is undoubtedly a leap forward. In addition, the most important thing is the expansion of Thunder space. Advertisement: under the condition of continuously absorbing natural energy, the size of the Thunder space has reached the level of 10 feet square. When the size of the Thunder space is raised to the range of 10 feet, Wei suddenly realized that he didn't need to develop Kamui's abilities at all. Thunder space is not Kamui's space, the capabilities of the two are completely different. Kamui's space is an independent space, while Thunder space is a parallel space. To put it another way that is easier to understand, Kamui's space is equivalent to a small box outside a big box compared to the ninja world. The Thunder space is a small box within a big box. Thunder space can be directly summoned to Kinlai, shrouded in his surroundings. And the area shrouded by the Thunder space is completely controlled by him. He can teleport himself at will. You can also use Sasuke's reincarnation Eye's heavenly hands at will in this area. Simply put, it is like an enhanced version of the surgical fruit room. And it is different from the fruit of surgery, in the Thunder space, as long as Wei wants. Just like Kamui, no one can attack him. Uchiha Obito's Kamui is to move the body to another space to avoid all attacks. And I, 1.0, is in the Thunder space. If you want to attack me, you have to break through the Thunder space first. Seemingly the same, but actually two completely different abilities. Wei-Er's eyes flickered. After experiencing the expansion of the Thunder space, the wonderful ability to lie down is presented. This ability is like the combination of Kaguya Hime's Heavenly Imperial Naka and Uchiha Obito's Kamui. Ninja World. Somewhere in the dark underground, Uchiha Madara, an old Kuchiki with a wrinkled face, is sitting on a stone chair. There are many pipes connected to the Gedo statue behind, and the life force in the Gedo statue is barely able to survive. Although it seems to be dying, but he still gave people a feeling of not being angry and arrogant. The atmosphere in the field was very serious and depressing. Chapter 329. All parties concerned, 6 paths level combat power. What happened to Nagato, still innocently trying to stop the war with Yahiko? White Zetsu stood in front of Uchiha Madara, who reported the situation in the ninja world. Stop the war, naive. A sneer flashed in Uchiha Madara's eyes, then closed his eyes slightly. It seemed that he was perceiving his own physical condition, and then he opened his eyes and said solemnly. My body can't hold up for long. Nagato, that kid hasn't grown up yet. Having said that, Uchiha Madara paused. A number of names flashed in his mind, all of which were collected by White Zetsu. After his analysis, he thinks the characters are worth taking advantage of. Suddenly, he thought of another person and asked in a deep voice. How about the information you gathered about that Wei-Er? Gathered some. White Zetsu spread his hands towards Uchiha Madara and said. He went from the battlefield of the Land of Thunder to the Land of Soup. At the border between Konoha and Kirigakushi, he encountered a Kirigakushi assassination unit. Killed all of them, and controlled 13 fog-hidden Jonin Terumi Mei. After that, he was tracked by Uchiha Shisui in the Land of Fire. Tsunade, one of Konoha Sannin's tough hands, personally led the team, and in the end, Tsunade was suppressed. 33. Then he made his way through the country of fire and was attacked by the Konoha ninja Namikaze Minato. The outcome of the battle was unknown. I only know that Konoha couldn't save Tsunade. Eventually he arrived in the Land of the Earth and created a huge explosion in the Land of the Earth. After frightening Tsuchikage Onogi away, he has now reached the Shitbone Forest. White Zetsu narrated piece by piece. These information have not yet spread in the ninja world. It belongs to the top secret information of each village, but in White Zetsu, it was all barbed. Traversing the country of the land of fire. Listening to White Zetsu's narration, Uchiha Madara's eyes couldn't help but flash a ray of light. Although White Zetsu's narration is all bland, it's totally audible. Whether it is Konoha or Rock Shinobi, there is nothing to do with Wei-Er, and they are even forced to bow their heads. It is absolutely impossible for ordinary ninjas to do it. Even third Raikage, who can defeat 10,000 with one, is not qualified. Advertisement. Even if Wei-Er's strength is not comparable to that of him in his heyday, I'm afraid it won't be much different. The previous evaluation of Wei-Er needs to be improved. Is there any specific combat information? After pondering for a while, Uchiha Madara asked White Zetsu. White Zetsu shook his head and said, that guy seems to have an insight that surpasses that of the Sharingan. Even I can't escape, all the information I get is from the major shinobi villages. Is that so? And strong perception ability. Hearing White Zetsu's words, Uchiha Madara's eyes flickered for a while, but his heart became more and more interested, and he continued to ask. Why does he want to go through the country of soup and fire continuously, and what is his purpose? It seems to be practicing sage jutsu. White Zetsu hesitated for a moment, as if he was not too sure, said. He seems to be looking for a place with strong natural energy, and it seems that he finally arrived at the Wetbone Forest to verify this. Sage jutsu. Uchiha Madara looked pensive. At this time, he certainly wouldn't think that Wei-Er's purpose was just to practice the simple sage mode. According to White Zetsu's information, Wei-Er should not be a descendant of the Twisted Hands clan. There is no blood connection with the Wisdom Hand Hashirama, so it should be unlikely to have the body of an immortal. Perhaps Wei-Er wanted to break through the limitations of blood and cultivate the body of an immortal by himself. Interesting guy. Uchiha Madara said so, but in his heart, Wei-Er has been placed in a position that cannot be ignored. It has only been more than half a year since Wei-Er appeared in the ninja world. In the eyes of Uchiha Madara, Wei-Er is already second only to Hashirama, who is currently the most attractive ninja in the ninja world. Sir Madara, do you have any plans? No. Uchiha Madara shook his head calmly and said, this Wei-Er is also a character. I can't deal with him in my current state. Although he does not have Sharingan and Samsara Eye, it is impossible to decipher the secrets on the stone tablets of the Uchiha family. But it is not easy to keep him from interfering with my plans. 22. White Zetsu laughed and said, I never imagined that Madara-sama would also have a difficult time. Humph. Uchiha Madara snorted and said, it's not embarrassing, but it's not needed for the time being. According to your information, he is not interested in Ninja World War. Advertisement in such a short time, it will not affect my plan. After speaking, Uchiha Madara murmured again in a low voice. But having said that, we still have to plan a detour for him. 9. His eyes flickered, 3. Guyu exploding, no one knew what he was thinking. Wetbone Forest. It has been nearly 10 days since Wei-Er arrived at Shibone Forest. In the past half-month, Wei-Er hardly ever stepped on the hook in the Shibone Forest. After his physical body has been honed by the constant scouring of natural energy. It finally reached the point where every cell contained extremely strong natural energy and extremely strong vitality. With just one thought, the chala in his body can be transformed into a sage jutsu shillelagh. This is also one of the hallmarks of the fairy body. In addition to the complete cultivation of the body of the immortal to complete 670. The size of the thunder space has also expanded to the extent of 5 feet square. This and the fist-sized space at the beginning were already alarming. Perceiving the continuous expansion of the thunder space, Wei-Er whispered in his heart. Sage Jutsu and Space Ability, both can counter the 6 paths level power. My current strength should be able to fight against the 6 paths level, but it still depends on who is right. The 6 paths level also has strengths and weaknesses, like Naruto in the original. Just got the 9-tailed beast part Chara, and part of the Sage of 6 paths Sun Power. It can only be regarded as being able to set foot on the 6 paths level. Wei-Er pondered in his heart. If the 6 paths level is forcibly divided into a primary, intermediate, and advanced division, then the 6 paths Naruto in the original should only be the first level. Uchiha Madara is intermediate, Sage of 6 paths is undoubtedly high. As for Otsutsuki Kagaya Haim, aside from the bizarre plot in the middle and late stages of the original work, as the ancestor of Chara, the source of all power should be above the high rank. Wei-Er asked himself about his current strength, and he had a good chance of winning against the 6 paths beginner. After all, Sage Jutsu is powerful enough to crush the truth-seeking ball. Thinking of this, Wei-Er shook his head again. Chapter 330, Cloud Shinobi, 3rd Raikage. Not strong enough. I absorb natural energy so recklessly, Sage of 6 paths may be unable to hold back the rhythm at any time. Once he deceives the corpse to do things, even if he is not at his peak due to the separation of 10 tails, I am afraid it will not be so easy to deal with. It's almost time to try the 6-attribute Chara's fusion gap. With my current level, it shouldn't be difficult to do it, and it's not too far from the 7 attributes, 13. Once you complete the fusion of the 7 attributes and get the truth-seeking ball, it will be a qualitative change, 22. Wei-Er's eyes flickered, and he calmed down to continue absorbing natural energy. Just when Wei-Er planned to suspend the absorption of natural energy and began to try to integrate the 6 attributes of Chara nature transformation, the natural energy in the Wet Bone Forest suddenly became weak. Sensing the change in natural energy, Wei Er's eyes flashed with surprise. The concentration of natural energy gradually becomes thinner, and finally becomes similar to the outside world. It is no longer as before, with a natural energy concentration that is far stronger than the outside world. Was it the natural energy of Shizuku Forest that was absorbed by him, or? Wei Er touched his chin and stood up. I didn't expect that the natural energy accumulated in Shigu Forest would not meet my requirements for absorption. No, it should be said that thunder absorbs natural energy too fast. With that in mind, Wei Er looked at Katsuyu not far away. Katsuyu also sensed a reduction in the concentration of natural energy. Seemingly knowing what Wei Er wanted to say, he spoke first. Don't worry, it will be back soon. Recover? Wei Er looked at Katsuyu strangely. He soon learned from Katsuyu that the Shipbone Forest is a special place in the ninja world. Just like water flowing down low, Shipbone Forest is a pool in low-lying terrain. The capacity of the pool has an upper limit, so the concentration of natural energy will also have an upper limit. When Wei Er came, the natural energy concentration in the wet bone forest was the limit. With the absorption of Wei Er, the pool gradually bottomed out, and the concentration of natural energy naturally became thinner. However, due to the special terrain of Shipbone Forest, it is like a low-lying pool. In a few months, it will be filled again by the natural energy pouring in from all directions. Advertisement, a few months. Yes, there has never been a situation where the energy of nature has been absorbed to this extent before. But it will take up to 3 months to fully recover. 99. Katsuyu answered seriously. Wei Er nodded. Coincidentally, he also intends to suspend the absorption of natural energy and try to complete the 6-attribute chakra nature transformation. Then hit the 7-attribute fusion to see if you can step directly into the 6 paths level. Just ask the truth-seeking ball. No matter how weak the truth-seeking ball is, it is still the truth-seeking ball, and it is still the real 6 paths level. In addition, Wei Er's Thunder Fruit ability, further words. You can definitely get the power of the 6 paths level. These 2 transformations, no matter which one is completed first. Wei Er will have a certain amount of confidence in the face of Sage of 6 Paths, and even Otsutsuki Kagaya Heim. Dare to bring Hancock into this world, outside the gorge shell. Hong Yuhi and others have dug out a cave here. They are all ninjas and can survive even in the desert. Such remote areas are naturally no problem. In the past 10 or so days, Hong Yuhi and others have not been weighing outside. Terumi Mei has tried to enter the wet bone forest. As a result, it just interfered with Wei Er's refinement at a critical moment, and was spanked by Wei Er. Seeing Wei Er coming, Hong Yuhi, who was outside the gorge's shell, was the first to discover it and greeted him. Master Wei Er. Wei Er nodded slightly at Hong Yuhi, then glanced at Terumi Mei who was walking in the distance, and said. I'm going to study a technique, you guys continue to wait here, don't follow me. Yes. Hong Yuhi and Terumi Mei instantly thought of the devastating explosion that Wei Er had caught before. Involuntarily, their hearts jumped, and both of them nodded obediently. Wei Er walked out of the gorge shell and saw Tsunade not far from the gorge, pretending to be surprised. Didn't I allow you to leave? Why are you still here? Do you also want to be my maid? 99. While speaking, Wei Er touched his chin again. Advertisement. There are already 2 maids, and adding another one seems a bit too much, I have to think about it. Puff. Tsunade was almost infuriated by Wei Er's 2 words. She couldn't believe Wei Er didn't know that she hadn't left. She didn't believe Wei Er didn't know that she was not so easy to return from the land of earth to the land of fire alone. This guy is totally on purpose. Tsunade was originally caught by Wei Er and no longer cared about his life. It turned out that Wei Er did not intend to kill her, so of course she would not seek her own death. The first element of a ninja is to obey orders. The second element is to complete the task. The third element is to ensure one's own survival while guaranteeing the first and second conditions. Just as Tsunade gritted his teeth, wondering how to respond. Wei Er looked at her with a half-smile, and said again, Isn't it because you want me to send you back to Konoha? What do you want? Tsunade sighed. She was after all the famous Sannin shinobi in the ninja world. Forced to calm down, his eyes looked at Wei Er without flinching. It's okay, just wait here. Wei Er glanced at Tsunade, shrugged his shoulders, walked past him, and walked into the distance. Actually, Wang Zhao's, even without Tsunade, he would go to Konoha frontline camp. The commander of the frontline camp in the land of Earth, if he is not diligent, is probably Orochimaru. The location of Longdi Cave is known only to Orochimaru. Wei Er wanted to go to Longdi Cave, but he didn't want to search blindly in the ninja world. It is bound to ask Orochimaru a question. Hey. After Wei Er stepped out of the canyon, he quickened his pace. Soon he came to an empty mountain area beyond the brown rice. After finding a place at random, I was ready to try Chara with the 6 attributes of fusion again. The location of the wet bone forest is in the northern part of the land of Earth, which is on the border of the land of thunder. At this moment, hundreds of cloud shinobi are gathering a few brown rice away from the mountainous area where Wei Er is located. Pushing forward, the leader is the 3rd Raikage of Cloud Shinobi Village. Chapter 331. Tens of thousands of ninjas dispatched, an unprecedented battle. Just as the group was moving forward, one of the team, Cloud Shinobi, suddenly changed his face and said, Sir Raikage, there is someone ahead. 99. Is it Rock Shinobi? 3rd Raikage's eyes flickered. The Cloud Shinobi, the sentient ninja in the team, stopped. He didn't seem to hear Third Raikage's question at all, but his forehead was covered in cold sweat, and his eyes gradually revealed a look of horror. Shit. Damn it. How could this be? What's going on? When Third Raikage saw the expression of Lu Xuan, the perceptive ninja under his command, his expression suddenly changed, and he scolded with awe. The perceptive ninja looked terrified and said in a trembling voice, "Rock Shinobi in front of the rhyme. More than 10,000 people." As soon as these words came out, the hundreds of Cloud Shinobi in the entire team instantly burst into an uproar. What a joke. You got it wrong. Everyone had a look of horror on their faces. Thousands of ninjas? What the hell are you kidding? Did Iwagakure bring the entire village's troops here? The entire strength of a Danin village is probably only 10 or 20,000 people. Iwagakure tens of thousands of ninjas inquired. This is probably the largest ninja force of 670 mobilized since the Third Ninja War. Everyone present looked at each other. No matter how stupid people are, they all know at this time that they must have been tricked. Damn. So it's Tsuchikage's trick, Iwagakure's third Tsuchikage Onogi, after being spooked by Wei-er. Because he didn't know what Wei-er was, he immediately slowed down his attack on Konoha's front line. While slowing down his attack on Konoha, he shifted his target to Cloud Shinobi Village. It took half a month to formulate a huge plan, and finally successfully led Third Raikage to the land of the land. Third Raikage led hundreds of Cloud Shinobi elites, originally intended to go all in one go. Gained an absolute advantage in the war on the battlefield of the land, but did not expect to be ruthlessly exposed by Tsuchikage Onogi. Gradually, on the horizon ahead, there were countless shadows of ninjas, a piece of darkness. Advertisement seeing such a mighty rock shinobi unit, Third Raikage's expression was extremely ugly. What a scheming, damn Tsuchikage. Tens of thousands. This is obviously BDBA, for the purpose of annihilating them. Among the hundreds of Cloud Shinobi elites he led, there were 70 to 80 in Jonin. The rest are all elite Chunin, the absolute elite and foundation of Cloud Shinobi. Buried here, their Cloud Shinobi village can completely withdraw from the stage of the ninja war. Go! Third Raikage gritted his teeth, shouted loudly, and immediately retreated quickly with Cloud Shinobi several hundred meters away. But since Rock Shinobi has mobilized tens of thousands of people, they are trying to completely wipe out the elites of Third Raikage and Cloud Shinobi. How could it be so easy for them to escape, and the interception line has already been arranged? Boom! The earth suddenly cracked and trembled, and a huge earthen city wall rose up, forcibly blocking the hundreds of Cloud Shinobi's people. Boom! 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 Cloud Shinobi's ninja, without hesitation, chose to forcibly break the earth wall. Under the force of the crowd, the Tuliu city wall was smashed with a single blow. But they just rushed over, and the second huge earth flow city wall rose again. Although this earth stream city wall is not enough to stop them, it can slow down their progress. The Third Raikage, bathed in thunder and lightning, stood at the forefront of all Cloud Shinobi, and led a group of Cloud Shinobi to continuously break through the wall of the earth. But even so, they were gradually overtaken by the tens of thousands of Rock Shinobi behind him. Master Lei, they will soon catch up, someone whispered. Third Raikage retracted his arm, looked at the Cloud Shinobi around him, and then looked at the tens of thousands of Rock Shinobi in the distance. He couldn't help but grit his teeth, a look of determination flashed in his eyes. You go. I'm coming to the rear of the palace. These hundreds of Cloud Shinobi elites are almost the foundation of Cloud Shinobi Village. Once buried here, their Cloud Shinobi Village will have no chance of resisting in the 3 Vice Admiral battles. Lord Raikage. Gather Cloud Shinobi looked at Third Raikage in shock. Third Raikage was bathed in thunder and lightning, and terrifying chara fluctuations surged from his body, and a monstrous weather spread. Let me go. This is an order. How about tens of thousands of Rock Shinobi? Wait for the old man to beat them up. The Cloud Shinobi looked at each other and nodded, knowing that there was no other way. Advertisement, yes. Whizzing. Gather Cloud Shinobi continued to retreat, while Third Raikage turned around. Standing alone, facing the dark crowd, there were tens of thousands of Rock Shinobi gathered. Isn't that B********** D Tsuchikage here? Third Raikage glanced coldly and arrogantly at the tens of thousands of Rock Shinobi. It's not surprising that I didn't see Tsuchikage Onogi. In this case, Onogi must be in Rock Shinobi Village. Tens of thousands of people were dispatched to work diligently. If Tsuchikage Onogi will also take action personally, once someone sneaks up on the Rock Shinobi Village in the back defense. The huge Rock Shinobi Village is almost a closed fish, and it is left to be slaughtered. Raikage. Take it easy. Among the tens of thousands of ninjas in Rock Shinobi, the one who rushes to the front is the assistant of Tsuchikage of Iwagakure. He looked at Third Raikage in front of him, and gave a cold drink from a distance. If you want Lousy to be captured, you have to have that ability too. Third Raikage's words are filled with haki, standing proudly in front of tens of thousands of Rock Shinobi. Chara kept flowing all over the body. In the flash of thunder, the power was pushed to the extreme, and it suddenly rushed up. Boom! The huge team of tens of thousands of Rock Shinobi and Third Raikage just collided together. In an instant, there was a constant roar, like a landslide, and the entire earth trembled. And just below the side of a hill not far away, Wei-er was standing there with his hands up and down the virtual cage in front of him. Among them, 6 Chara balls of different colors are constantly spinning around the center. Boom! Boom! The constant roar from a distance made Wei frown. But at this time, his fusion has reached a critical moment. If distracted, it is almost certain to fail, but Wei intends to succeed first. Out of sight and out of mind, Wei took a deep breath and didn't bother to pay attention to the war in the distance. Continue to focus completely on the 6 chala balls between your hands. Compared to the fusion method of the real truth-seeking ball, other things are not important. Chapter 332. Singled out 10,000 people, the strongest rakeage. The chakra nature transformation of the yang attribute is still different from the wind, thunder, water, fire and earth. Can't fuse as before, maybe another way. Suddenly, a light flashed in Wei's mind, as if he thought of something. With a move of his mind, he hit 6 Charlie balls. The golden Chera ball representing yang nature transformation suddenly flew to the center of the 5 Chera balls. A situation of wind, thunder, water, fire and earth, which revolved around the yang-style chakra ball, was formed. As soon as this form was completed, Wei immediately felt completely different. It was almost incomparably difficult to want to melt the 6 attributes of Chara nature transformation. It needs to use strong control and oppression, and Ji Neng can force the 6 attributes to squeeze and blend in the middle. And this time, after placing the yang nature transformation in the center, the wind, thunder, water, fire and earth revolve around it. That strong sense of rejection was eliminated by more than 2/3 at once. That's right. That's it. A ray of light flashed in Wei's eyes, and a look of joy appeared on his face. Without hesitation, he continued to push Chara, definitely a success. Not far away, just when Wei continued to merge the 6 attributes of Shirella's nature transformation. The battle between Third Raikage and tens of thousands of rock shinobi has already reached a fever pitch. Boom. 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 Countless ninjutsu were flying around, and Third Raikage stood like a god of war. Bathed in thunder and lightning, rampaged through countless ninjutsu. Wherever he goes, even Jonin can't stop him head on. Monster. Is this the power of Third Raikage? Numerous rock shinobi, although they have the absolute upper hand in numbers. But the rock shinobi at the very front looked at Third Raikage as if they were in a no man's land. Rampage among the tens of thousands of people, each of them is still aghast. They have tens of thousands of people, and it is difficult for them to win Third Raikage. Whether it's Fuma ninjutsu, or A-level ninjutsu, in the face of Third Raikage, it seemed to have no effect, and it was easily smashed by it. Advertisement in Third Raikage's speed is ridiculously fast, and many ninjutsu can't even wipe his edge at all. In close combat, no one is an enemy. Speed metamorphosis, power metamorphosis, defense metamorphosis. It is said that the Third Raikage once fought the runaway tailed beast. I always thought it was just a legend, but now it looks like it's probably true. 99. A Jonin from Rock Shinobi who saw his A-rank ninjutsu unleashed by the Third Raikage in one blow. He couldn't help but look horrified, and couldn't help but speak in horror. A little further away, some Rock Shinobi can't get involved. Watching the battle between the Jonins in the center and Third Raikage, they all looked at each other in dismay. Each of them was terrified. Such terrifying power, tens of thousands of them are actually difficult to suppress. Who can match the ninja world? Just when the Rock Shinobi were horrified, they were beaten by Third Raikage and their momentum collapsed. 10,000 Rock Shinobi's commander-in-chief, Iwagakure's Tsuchikage assistant, spoke sharply. Don't be afraid. No matter how strong he is only a man. The perceptive ninja pays attention to his movements, and the first team blocks his path for me. The second team attacks with me. The voice of Tsuchikage's assistant spread through the roar. It made countless Rock Shinobi wake up from their horror, their eyes flickered, and their fighting spirit was restored again. That's right. No matter how strong he is only one person, and sooner or later he will be eliminated by them. Under the command of Tsuchikage's assistant, Rock Shinobi began to gradually change from chaos to order. However, Third Raikage's speed is too fast, and all the defensive power is abnormal. It is still difficult for Rock Shinobi to form an orderly siege for a short time. Is that all you can do? 99. The Third Raikage bathed in lightning and stood proudly in the field. Hair disheveled, without fear. The bronze skin under the thunder and lightning shows the unparalleled power. Damn it! Assistant Tsuchikage cursed secretly, forcing himself to calm down. Can only continue to command Rock Shinobi to encircle Third Raikage. It was originally planned to be wiped out together with Cloud Shinobi's several hundred elites. Now, it seems that the Third Raikage people must be dealt with all their might. In this case, continue to pursue Cloud Shinobi forcibly. Katakana middle. 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 Advertisement. Even if they win in the end, they will also suffer huge casualties, which will outweigh the gains. The King's Way. The technique of super mountain accumulation. Assistant Tsuchikage took a deep breath and mobilized the huge Chara. After an angry shout, he brazenly launched a powerful S-class Earth-style ninjutsu. In the wild tremors of the earth, it suddenly split from both sides. It was as if 2 mountains suddenly swelled up from the flat ground, and the sound of the Third Raikage crashed down. With no fear on Third Raikage's face, he bent 4 fingers and slammed into it abruptly. Hell stab. A penetrating hand. Boom. The S-rank Earth-style ninjutsu, assisted by Tsuchikage, was slammed into the opposite direction by Third Raikage's blow. Zero, then it shattered, and countless stones splashed in all directions, and even accidentally injured some rock shinobi in the distance. Whooping, countless rubble crisscrossed in all directions. Coincidentally, one of the huge rocks, about 10 feet square, just hardened where Wei was. Boom. The stone smashed on the hill and instantly shattered into countless rubble. A few grains of gravel landed on Wei body, causing Wei facial muscles to twitch and spray twice. Seeing the 6 attributes of Chara's nature transformation, he will soon succeed. Wei suppressed the anger in his heart and continued to concentrate on Zara. Boom. 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 Third Raikage traverses rock shinobi. Everywhere he went, all kinds of earth-style ninjutsu were broken by him. Among the 5 chakras of wind, thunder, water, fire and soil, the chakra of the thunder attribute just restrains the chakra of the earth attribute. Originally it was made, and with the addition of Third Raikage's perverted strength, tens of thousands of rock shinobi were unable to restrain Third Raikage's actions, and he kept going back and forth. Whizzing. Countless ninja figures come and go. On such a battlefield, it was so chaotic that it was impossible to tell whether the shadow clone rock clone or the entity. There are flying shuriken and kunai everywhere. If it wasn't for rock shinobi's side being guided by Tsuchikage's assistance, it would be difficult for tens of thousands of people to form an orderly attack. This is the movie, The Strongest Third Generation, Plus. Chapter 333. Are you playing enough? Don't attack alone, don't attack rashly, restrict his movements. He is also a human, and no matter how strong his defense is, he has a limit, and an attack with power will definitely break his defense. 93. Assistant Tsuchikage finally showed a calm and steady state of mind, and his command became more and more calm. Soon a dozen Jonins, along with dozens of elite Chunins, formed a containment team. Then began to perfectly match, and Jay Lee used tricks such as the earth flow wall to block Third Raikage's actions. Boom. Under the command of Tsuchikage's assistant, the huge earthen castle walls on all sides instantly slammed Third Raikage into it. Immediately afterwards, a huge rock fell from the sky, crushing it fiercely. The King's Way, the technique of weighted rocks. With a cold look on Tsuchikage's assistant's face, he jumped up. He pressed 670 on the rock with one hand, and then performed the technique of adding weight to the rock. Let this huge rock instantly become as heavy as a hook. This huge rock finally smashed down, and the entire battlefield was shaken. Do not stop. Assistant Tsuchikage knew that it would be difficult to kill Third Raikage. After landing, continue to launch ninjutsu without hesitation. Dozens of Jonins around them also formed their seals and performed earth-style ninjutsu together. Kingdom. Super, earth-splitting technique. The technique of ground-splitting attacks the enemy with the crushing and squeezing of the earth. Due to the use of the power of the earth, the limitations are relatively large, so it is only a B-rank ninjutsu. But this time, under the joint display of dozens of Jonin and Tsuchikage assistants. The power of the hook exerted by this B-rank ninjutsu has surpassed that of the S-rank ninjutsu, almost destroying the world. Click. Click. The entire earth was crumbling crazily, and immediately squeezed after it cracked. After being squeezed, it cracked again, and the earth with a radius of several brown rice trembled wildly, shaking the mountains. You died? Amid the continuous cracking of the earth, Tsuchikage's assistant and a group of rock shinobi looked at the center of the attack. Boom. Suddenly, there was an explosion. Amidst the cracking of the soil, Third Raikage's figure burst into rhythm. Bathed in lightning all over his body, he was unscathed. Advertisement. Are you tickling the old man? Third Raikage took a breath and looked at the group of rock shinobi proudly. Although his chara consumed a lot because he just went around that, but his aura seemed to have reached its peak. All rock shinobi were shocked when they saw this scene. That kind of attack is useless. How strong is Third Raikage of Cloud Shinobi Village? Even Tsuchikage's assistant gasped in breath. Unexpectedly, that kind of attack was useless, and my heart was also shaken by Third Raikage's terrifying strength. A time. The entire battlefield was filled with the sound of inhalation, and all the rock shinobi were shocked. And just when Tsuchikage's assistant came back to his senses and was about to direct rock shinobi to continue besieging Third Raikage. Extremely abrupt, not far from the battlefield, an earth-shattering explosion suddenly came. Boom. This explosion was so powerful that it was almost no less than the earth-splitting technique that rock shinobi had performed before. The terrifying shock wave engulfed the monstrous dust and directly swept the entire battlefield. The weak rock shinobi was all hooked by the impacting barb. Even many Jonin struggled to stay in shape and backed away. Third Raikage could not help but folded his arms in front of him, standing around Kankin. What happened? Tsuchikage's assistant had a suspicious look on his face. Report. Report. When we were just around the war, there was always a strong Zarila fluctuation there. A sentient ninja in rock shinobi, who happened to be standing next to Tsuchikage's assistant, responded with a subconscious trembling. Tsuchikage was stunned and said angrily, why don't you report it earlier? That rock shinobi was swaying profusely, and he wanted to report. However, he was frightened by the strength of Third Raikage and never had time to report. Whooping, the sandstorm finally calmed down, and everyone stood firm again. Whether it is Third Raikage, or tens of thousands of rock shinobi, and Tsuchikage's assistant, they are all watching the center of the explosion. The dust dissipated. At the center of the explosion, a figure appeared. Wei stood in the center of the collapse of the earth, with both hands still in a cage position. Advertisement. It seems that he is still trying desperately to maintain the stability of Chara. The wind blows. Wei put down his hand, raised his head, and had a dark face. Looking at Third Raikage and all the rock shinobi in the distance, the muscles in his face twitched and he squeezed out a word. Have you had enough? Who is he? On the battlefield, tens of thousands of rock shinobi looked at Wei inexplicably. Most people are in a bit of heat. Third Raikage on the other side also looked at Wei strangely. The explosion just now was probably caused by Wei. But before they could think about what purpose Wei had. Immediately I heard it. Wei almost hated and said, enough is enough. Mouth, what do you mean by playing enough? Wei looked at Rock Shinobi and Third Raikage, who were a little confused, and remembered that Gang Ji was almost successful. As a result, it was forced to be interrupted by the cracking and squeezing of the earth, and it failed, and suddenly became angry. In order to complete the fusion of the 6 attributes at one time, he has been deliberately patient. He didn't let go even when the stone hit him in the face. In the end, it was abruptly interrupted. He just wants to hit people now. Is it comfortable to play? 1.0 Wei walked over with a dark face, bent over where Rock Shinobi and Third Raikage were. There is no such majestic body as Third Raikage. With the questioning that the voice suddenly increased, the air in the field seemed to stagnate for a while. 1. A Rock Shinobi, who is closest to Wei is in heat. Seeing Wei approaching, he subconsciously threw the 2 kunai song Wei in his hand. Click. The 2 kunai were caught by Wei and rubbed with both hands. Under the dull gaze of that Rock Shinobi, the 2 kunai were abruptly turned into an iron ball. Then Wei squeezed again. Under the stunned gaze of everyone, the iron ball was crushed into iron slag and sprinkled. Chapter 334. Pushing thousands of enemies horizontally? That's just a bigger ant? Kunai throwing is cool, isn't it? 99 Wei waved backhand, countless iron slag flying hooks. In an instant, a wave of air swept across, swept up the kunai Rock Shinobi and hooked it upside down. Hiss. There were countless sounds of gasping for air all around, and Rock Shinobi who was present was startled by Wei hand just now. At this time, Wei was seen again, and Wei was instantly drawn into the ranks of dangerous enemies. Careful. Stop him. Assistant Tsuchikage also took a breath and ordered it almost without hesitation. Commanded Rock Shinobi, who was closest to Wei and launched a siege attack on Wei. Kingdom. Wang Longun, Kingdom, the art of iron and stone. Immediately, more than a dozen chunin, together with several jonin, launched ninjutsu against Wei brazenly. What's astounding is that Wei is just like the Third Raikage that just went around. With a ruthless step under his feet, the raised Tulong spear was smashed by the step. He ignored the Tieshi-13 flying from all directions and moved forward directly. The iron and stone hit him, and they all made a sound of gold and iron, as if hitting the steel ring. Kingdom. Earth Flow Wall. 11 in shock, Jonin of Rock Shinobi immediately used the Earth Flow Wall to try to block Wei. But even Third Raikage couldn't stop them, so how could they stop Wei? Boom. After a sound of explosion, the Earth Flow Wall was directly blown to pieces. Wei is almost repeating the scene just after Third Raikage. Whether it is any Earth-style ninjutsu, it is almost always destroyed with one foot or broken with a slap, pushing it all the way. Clap. Clap. The 2 closest Rock Shinobi were directly slapped by Wei. Blood spurted out of his mouth, and he fainted abruptly. Rock Shinobi next to him was horrified and subconsciously wanted to come to the rescue. Wei looked directly at it. Roll. Wei-er's voice was not loud, but it was like a thunderbolt in the clear sky. Violently blasted in the ears of those Rock Shinobi, and their brains buzzed, and they lost consciousness. Puff. Puff. In an instant, dozens of Rock Shinobi fell directly to the ground. Advertisement seeing Wei is like entering a land of no one. The few Rock Shinobi who slapped them vomited blood and fainted, and with a cold drink, dozens of people fell to the ground inexplicably. The rest of Rock Shinobi was horrified. Tsuchikage's assistant obviously didn't expect Wei to be so powerful, almost not inferior to Third Raikage. At the same time as my heart was shaking, I cursed my mother secretly in my heart. Where did the monsters come from? 1 Third Raikage is enough, there is actually one more. Wei took a step forward, without the Rock Shinobi who were ordered by Tsuchikage to assist. All in panic, they stepped back subconsciously, and no one dared to stop Wei directly. In front of Wei Third Raikage looked at Wei a little suspiciously. Who is this guy? The strength is actually so strong, and it looks like he is on par with him. Could it be that he is here to save him? But he had never seen Wei in his memory, MK. Third Raikage looked at Wei and subconsciously spoke to Wei in surprise. But, before he could finish speaking, Wei had already come to him. The same backhand slapped over. Get out of here too. Third Raikage was stunned and subconsciously wanted to avoid it. But he was shocked to find that with his speed, he couldn't dodge Wei-er's seemingly understated slap. Boom. Under the dull gaze of countless Rock Shinobi. The Third Raikage, who pushed the battlefield horizontally before, was unstoppable like a god of war. Just like this, Wei slapped it out and slammed it on the ground in the distance. It knocked the earth out of a big hole. This time, even Tsuchikage's assistant was stunned, not expecting to find such a situation. Monument. The soil suddenly collapsed, and Third Raikage emerged from the soil. An angry look appeared on his face, and he looked at Wei. Lay. Monument. Before he could finish speaking, Wei walked over. The speed is so fast that it is even higher than him. Advertisement. He stepped directly on his head and stomped him into the dirt. Damn it. Third Raikage was furious in his heart, and his thunder attribute Chara erupted. The surrounding soil will be shattered, and you will get out to fight Wei. But what greeted him was still a kick on the forehead. Boom. This time the entire earth cracked open, spreading in all directions like a spider web. Third Raikage's all-out punch. Under Wei foot, he was forcibly stepped back to the ground. Third Raikage only felt an almost irresistible force attacking him, causing him to shudder violently. It almost shattered his thundercoat, but even so, it made his internal organs vibrate, and a trace of bloodline overflowed from the corner of his mouth. This guy, being stepped into the ground again, Third Raikage didn't care about being angry, but was more shocked in his heart. Instant snap. 673rd Raikage was covered in thunder and lightning, and was suppressed by Wei feet. After realizing Wei powerful strength, he finally did not dare to be careless and showed his ability to see. Hell stab. A penetrating hand. The terrifying thunder attribute Zerera gathered on one of his fingers. It seems like a thunder spear that is enough to penetrate the sky, and it penetrates fiercely. But what greeted him was a kick from Wei only this time, Wei feet were covered with a pitch-black substance. Violently collided with his penetrating hand. With an earth-shattering explosion, the ground beneath Wei feet exploded inch by inch. It collapsed in all directions, revealing the figure of Third Raikage bathing in lightning. Countless rock shinobi looked at this scene with horrified expressions on their faces. Third Raikage just pushed the entire battlefield horizontally with the Hell Thrust. Any defense ninjutsu was smashed by him in one hit. All rock shinobi knows how terrifying the power of this move is. What's even more shocking is that Wei actually stepped on the stab of hell with his feet. Isn't he afraid of being torn apart by Third Raikage? Next moment, all rock shinobi know they think too much. Chapter 335. Absolutely domineering, repelling tens of thousands of ninja army in one sentence. Instant snap. The thunder and lightning on Third Raikage's body exploded frantically, and blue veins appeared all over his body. His complexion was terrifying, as if he was under extreme pressure. Wei foot that seems to have no power, an understatement, is like the top of a mountain. If it was Wei who had just come to this world, maybe he couldn't crush Third Raikage with his physical strength alone. But now, under the tempering of natural energy, his physical body is already a perfect fairy body. The physical bodies of the two are not on the same level at all. Boom. After a stalemate for only 2 seconds, the thunderbolt on Third Raikage collapsed. Under the foot of Wei the whole person slammed into the ground, and the entire ground collapsed and cracked again. 3 feet forced Third Raikage into the ground. Wei didn't seem to be relieved, and slammed his feet again. Boom. Boom. The soil in a radius of hundreds of meters is shaking wildly, and the earth has long been shattered by the shock. The entire field is constantly collapsing, as if the ground is cracking and collapsing. This moment, Rock Shinobi's jaw was already shattered, and everyone's eyes were about to pop out. Including Tsuchikage's assistant, his mind is almost buzzing, his heart is blank, and he can hardly think. Just relying on the strength of one person, they almost defeated the tens of thousands of them and the monsters that were defeated. In front of Wei he is so vulnerable, revealing such a huge gap in Bao. No doubt, Wei is totally a monster beyond a monster. Under the horrified gazes of countless rock shinobi, Wei raised his head and retracted his feet. Eyes swept across this battlefield inch by inch, making everyone swallow their saliva. Wei-er's eyes finally fell on Tsuchikage's assistant. It made his heart tremble, and warning signs appeared in his mind. Without hesitation, he wanted to cast a defensive ninjutsu. However, he hasn't waited for his ninjutsu to activate. Wei-er, who was still far away a moment ago, is like a teleportation the next moment. The hook directly appeared in front of him out of thin air, forcibly interrupting his seal. Pressing his head, he slammed it hard on the ground. Boom. The hat of Tsuchikage's assistant flew up, revealing a bald head, but it was of no use. Advertisement, I haven't played enough, I haven't played enough, I haven't played enough yet? Wei-er lifted him by the neck, and then knocked on the ground again, while knocking and speaking viciously. Dong dong dong. Tsuchikage's assistant only felt that for a while, the sky was turning around, and he was smashed. He couldn't even say the words to beg for mercy, and there were several holes in the ground. The surrounding rock shinobi panicked, and several jonin tried to come to the rescue. But before they could get close, they each felt a flower in front of them. It was directly blown upside down by a force, and it was impossible to get close to Wei-er's range of 4 feet. After Wei-er pressed it again, he released his hand. Standing up straight, looking at rock shinobi around him, he said viciously, who else hasn't hit enough, huh? Gum. All rock shinobi looked at this scene and looked at each other. Countless people's foreheads were covered in sweat, and some people couldn't help but swallow their saliva. Seeing that no one responded, Wei-er's anger finally subsided a lot. After taking a deep breath in his heart, he said coldly, if you want to fight, get away from me and fight. 33. Go away. A human being coldly reprimanded tens of thousands of people, but made tens of thousands of rock shinobi's hearts tremble inexplicably. I don't know who it was, but took the lead in running after him, and took a step back subconsciously. With the first person, there is immediately a second person, a third person. Whooping. tens of thousands of rock shinobi, completely confused. Some of them elite Jonin, horrified, tried to regain their momentum. Some people also tried to attack Wei again, but they were all slapped into flesh by Wei merciless slaps. This time, all rock shinobi finally started to flee frantically into the distance like a flock of frightened birds. Even though there are tens of thousands of people facing Wei alone, no one dares to fish. Watching the countless rock shinobi recede like the tide, Wei heart finally calmed down. After calming down, he suddenly touched his chin, showing a strange and thoughtful expression. When did I get so irritable? Is it because you were too anxious to improve your strength during this time, so that your mentality is a little unstable? Wei reacted in a trance. When he first crossed into the world of pirates, his urgency and anxiety for power did not seem to be as strong as it is now. Advertisement: he once reached the top of the world in the pirate world and overlooked everything. After coming to the world of Hokage, he suddenly faced some difficult threats. It seems that this sudden transformation made him a little uncomfortable. It turns out that I was a little too impatient. Wei is, after all, someone who has reached the top of the world. After realizing that his mentality was a bit wrong, he quickly adjusted. The restlessness in the soul also subsided. Wei once again started the Chara nature transformation of the 6 attributes of fusion. This time, the whole process was like running clouds and flowing water, and never encountered any obstacles. Even when Wei was not in a hurry, he didn't feel that there was anything out of his control. Under this stable financial question, finally, a dark gray fist-sized sphere appeared in Wei's palm. This is the fusion of the 6 attributes, with more Yang-style Shirela. There doesn't seem to be any particular change. No, there are changes. With the dark gray sphere floating in the palm of Wei's palm, he suddenly thought. The dark gray sphere flew out of his palm and circled around him. With Yang-style Chara as the core, the 5 nature transformations of wind, thunder, water, fire and soil are combined, and a pseudo-truth-seeking ball is finally formed. It is already much more stable than just relying on wind, thunder, water, fire and earth. It can exist normally without Wei's deliberate control. And it can also be separated from the body, and the shape change can be carried out freely. Wang Qianhao. Wei continuously tested the properties of the pseudo-truth-seeking ball with 6 attributes, and said with a clear look on his face. It seems, compared to the real truth-seeking ball, the disadvantage is only that it cannot act on the power of the soul system, and cannot cause damage to the reincarnated body of rice soil. I don't know if I can complete the fusion of the 7 attributes now. After Wei murmured a word, his mind moved, and the pseudo-truth-seeking ball was dispersed. After refining a part of chakra, after pushing the chakra that he can refine to the extreme, the chara balls that differentiated into 7 types of nature transformation are suspended in front of him. Wind, thunder, water, fire, earth, yin and yang, 7 kinds of nature transformation. The 7 colored spheres are constantly spinning, and the chara ball, which represents wind, thunder, water, fire, and soil, is spinning in the outermost layer. In the center are 2 chara balls representing yin and yang, which are generally signed like yin and yang fish. In the center of the 2 chakra balls representing yin and yang, there is a natural energy of dextrin. Chapter 336. Watching in the dark, Sage of 6 Paths. Try it. 99 Wei took a deep breath, and with a thought, 7 chakra balls surrounded a natural energy. 2 inside and 5 outside. The speedy horn turned and began to ask towards the middle. It was almost at the moment when the 7 chakra balls, wind, thunder, water, fire, earth, yin and yang contacted each other. A wave of fluctuations completely different from the pseudo-truth-seeking balls suddenly spread out. With the formation of this wave, the air between heaven and earth seemed to freeze suddenly. A will that ordinary people can't perceive, but Wei can clearly perceive, suddenly came here. Sage of 6 Paths. Truth-seeking ball is the power of the 6 paths level, and it can also be regarded as the power of the origin of all things. Its rhythm, even if it is only a slight fluctuation, is enough to instantly alarm the Sage of 6 Paths monitoring the ninja world. What's more, Sage of 6 Paths had already paid great attention to this outsider from Wei. In the sky, or in another dimension. A spiritual space that cannot be seen directly with the naked eye, where Sage of 6 Paths is suspended. His brows were furrowed, and his eyes were fixed on Wei. Starting from the foundation, forcibly blending the 7 properties of chara and natural energy, and possessing such a powerful soul. Could this guy be from the same place as his mother? A look of surprise flashed across Sage of 6 Paths' face. 683 Wei is no doubt out of this world. From the moment Wei came to this world. Always exist in another parallel space, observe this world. Sage of 6 Paths, a history of development since the time of Kaguya Hime. The existence of Wei has been discovered. Wei's power is not strong in his opinion, but it is very strange and special. Being out of tune with the ninjutsu body in this world, he couldn't help but think of Kaguya-ji who was sealed by him. Although Sage of 6 Paths is the eldest son of Kaguya Hime, it is not very clear about Kaguya Hime's existence. Only vaguely know that Kaguya Hime is not a person from this world, but came to this world for the fruit of the god tree. In order to capture Zara, activate infinite Tsukuyomi and turn into 10 tails and run amok. A series of things that Kaguya-ji has done is to take all the power for herself. Advertisement intended to use this to resist the enemy she feared. However, Sage of Six Paths, who was born in this world, could not understand or agree with Kagayaheim's actions. In the end, he teamed up with his younger brother Otsutsuki Hamura to seal Kagayaheim. I seem to have heard from my mother that the purpose of those enemies is to capture chakra. Sage of Six Paths watched Wei brows furrowed. I don't know if I should deal with Wei diligently now. On the one hand, he was not sure whether Wei was the enemy Kagaya-ji had mentioned. On the other hand, he felt that he was already a dead man. You should not interfere in the affairs of this world at will. After hesitating for a while, Sage of Six Paths finally gave up. Judging by his current strength, at this level, it is impossible for him to be an enemy that his mother fears. Just keep watching. Wei cannot see the Sage of Six Paths in another dimension, but he can perceive the existence of the Sage of Six Paths. Not using observation hockey, but using the fruit of thunder that has been developed to the extreme. Sage of Six Paths currently has no physical body and exists entirely in soul form. In fact, there is no absolute police officer with Shinigami. In Wei-er's perception, the soul power of Sage of Six Paths is extremely powerful, even stronger than him. If it wasn't for his half-month cultivation in the Shitbone Forest, he had made a small leap, perhaps the gap would have been even bigger. On the one hand, it stares at Sage of Six Paths, and on the other hand, it maintains the integration of the 7 attributes of nature transformation. Or not. Suddenly, Wei shook his head, took a breath, and gave up continuing to ask. After Wei stopped controlling, there was a faint soft sound. As if a bubble burst, the 7 nets of chara all disappeared in the air, BDBA. Unlike when the 6 attributes fail, the fusion of the 7 attributes did not cause a huge explosion at the moment of failure. Instead, it is an invisible annihilation condensed in a small area. This annihilation force, even Wei-er's body could not resist. And because of the fusion of the 7 attributes, it has already involved the spiritual level of the shadow of Zara. This annihilation can also pose a strong threat to Wei-er's soul. It was exactly as I expected. Advertisement: the level of power of the truth-seeking ball can wipe out the body of reincarnation. Even the spirits of Shinigami are enough to inflict devastating damage. 99. Watching the 7 pastes of chara disappear in front of him, Wei took a slight breath. He knows. Even without the interference of Sage of Six Paths, it is still difficult for him to integrate the truth-seeking ball. The fundamental reason is that his chara volume is not large enough. Silently, the huge Ryotsu of Sage of Six Paths that Wei sensed gradually dissipated between the heavens and the earth. Have they gone? Wei-er's eyes stared at the void, flickering slightly. Is it because he failed in fusion so he left? Rom asked truth-seeking ball to attract the attention of Sage of Six Paths. Wei had expected this. But that's not going to stop him from stepping into the Six Paths level. Once he interrogates the truth-seeking ball and steps into the Six Paths level, what about Sage of Six Paths? Wei knew it in his heart. Without stepping into the Six Paths level, this is his weakest stage. It's also the easiest time to be swept away by Sage of Six Paths and shooed the world of Hokage. And once he crosses either of those 2 thresholds, even if he can't beat Sage of Six Paths will probably be hard for him. He can forcibly stay in this world. Since you didn't do it, then everything is under my control. After Wei murmured something in his heart, he turned around and went back the same way. He is going to take Yuhika and Terumi Mei to go to Konoha's frontline camp in the land of the earth. For him, the thing that can make him improve the fastest is natural energy. Sufficient natural energy can not only improve his physique and chara volume. At the same time, it can also transform the thunder, making the thunder space more stable and rapid expansion. He was going to get Mount Myoboku and the location of the Dragon Cave first according to the original plan. Then go to these 2 places to devour a wave of natural energy. If the natural energy of Ryuji Cave and Mount Myoboku is similar to that of Shibone Forest. He casually devoured the natural energy in one of the places. I am afraid it is enough to fuse the truth-seeking ball and step into the Six Paths level. Chapter 337. Famous in the ninja world, the name of the ghost Wei Drink. Tsunade's long hair fluttered, and he suddenly shouted angrily, bending Terumi Mei with a punch. Terumi Mei saw that it was too late to cast ninjutsu, and immediately crossed her arms in front of her chest. But it was obviously impossible for her to resist Tsunade's strange power, and she was directly blasted out by Tsunade. The arm that was hit by Tsunade's punch was a little numb, but Terumi Mei's eyes were cold, and she flew in midair, her hands quickly forming a seal. Waterway. The art of water dragon bullets, wow. A water dragon rushed down, slamming Tsunade who was chasing him backwards, flying backwards. After Tsunade blocked the water dragon, Terumi Mei attacked again. Terumi Mei is still young after all, so compared to Tsunade at this time, his strength is still inferior. But in constant battles, he can also parry Tsunade's attacks, so he won't be powerless to fight back. Just when the 2 women were fighting, Wei-er's figure flickered and fell not far away, beside Hong Yuhi who was watching the battle. Why did they fight? Watching the battle on the field, Wei asked Yuhi Hong curiously. Hong Yuhi had already sensed the arrival of Wei and was not surprised by Wei-er's sudden appearance. After hearing Wei-er's question, he immediately replied softly. It's not that there is any conflict, but Terumi Mei wants to test his strength. I also want to really compete with Tsunade and take the initiative to challenge Tsunade. Knowing the reason for Tsunade and Terumi Mei's fight from Hong Yuhi, Wei couldn't help shaking his head and laughing. I don't intend to see the end, so I just dodged and disappeared. Water style. The art of the great waterfall. Terumi May let out a low drink, and the whole body of Chara has been raised to the extreme. Drink. Tsunade's momentum also reached its peak. Under the brewing of Chara in the whole body, he punched out a punch that seemed to destroy the sky and destroy the earth. In the face of Terumi May's release of a large-scale water-style ninjutsu that is difficult to dodge, he punched directly. But just when Tsunade's fist was about to collide with the pouring water, Wei Er's figure suddenly flickered, and the hook appeared in the field. Monument. Wei Er caught Tsunade's fist firmly with one hand. Advertisement under Tsunade's strange power, the entire palm did not shake at all. With the other hand, it pressed towards the water channel released by Terumi May. Click. With the press of his hand, the pouring water condensed into ice in the blink of an eye. Under the reflection of the sun, it exploded into a beautiful ice sculpture, like a perfect work of art. This is the end of the little boy fight, it's time to go. Wei Er casually said something after stopping Tsunade and Terumi May's fight lightly. He turned and walked away. The attack of the two with all their strength was blocked by Wei Er's understatement. Even if there is more fighting spirit and momentum, it has disappeared without a trace at this time. Terumi May and Tsunade looked at each other, and both saw the weakness in each other's eyes. Wei Er has already left space coordinates in the Shibone Forest, and he can break the space and come over at any time. Although the speed is not as pure as a teleport like Fei Lei Shen, but it is also a Dwang who can shuttle. A few days later, Cloud Shinobi Village 3rd Raikage was involved in Iwagakure's plan, and the news of his fall on the battlefield of the Earth spread throughout the ninja world. The whole ninja world was in an uproar. The initial point of the outbreak of the Third World War was due to the disappearance of Sanagakure 3rd Cage. The three wars broke out completely, and even entered the most intense and white-hot period. The fall of 3rd Raikage, the disappearance of 3rd Cage was before the outbreak of the Third World War. And 3rd Raikage, but the real fall in the third battle, became the first shadow to fall on the battlefield since the 3 world wars. Besides, despite Iwagakure, efforts to block news about Wei Er. But because of this war, it is too vast. Tens of thousands of ninjas were attacking and besieging, and there were still various news spread. It's just that I don't know if it was deliberately done by 3rd Tsuchikage or by Iwagakure. The news of Chuan Shin has changed into countless tricks and versions, causing an uproar in the ninja world. A small ninja village. Hey, did you hear it? The 3rd Raikage of Cloud Shinobi Village is dead. It's terrifying, even the shadow of the great ninja village died on the battlefield. Katakana middle dot 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 advertisement. It is said that he was besieged by tens of thousands of ninjas in Iwagakure and died. Really? How did I hear that it was the ghost Wei Er, who defeated tens of thousands of ninjas in Iwagakure by himself? Killed the 3rd Raikage in Cloud Shinobi Village and devoured it alive. Several genins from the Hidden Grass Village were discussing each other with exaggerated expressions. The same thing happens all over the ninja world. Countless small ninja villages and places where wandering ninjas gather. The most outrageous rumor about Wei Er is that Wei Er shakes the earth with his hand. The sky is shattered at the click of a finger, with the power of the gods of the legendary Sage of Six Paths. Even tens of thousands of rock shinobi were killed by one of them. Some people sneered at it, and some people were dubious and fearful. Immediately after, some information about Wei Er's past is also due to the attention of the ninja world. And some couldn't hold back, and also began to spread around. What one person prevented Konoha and Cloud Shinobi from fighting, and what hand slaughtered the elite team of Wuyin. The beautiful ninja who imprisoned Konoha and Kirigakura committed violence all day long. All kinds of horrifying and murderous news can stop children from crying at night. Eventually Wei Er also had a title in the ninja world. Ghost. This should have been the title of the mist-hidden peach land in the original novel. But in this period, Zaibujian was still a brat, and he had no reputation at all. The title of Ghost Man fell on Wei Er's head. From the land of the land back to the front of the land of fire, Wei Er and others also reached some villages along the way. Knowing what he was called a ghost, Wei Er was a little dumbfounded. Ghost. What kind of ghost title is this? I don't remember the title of Taudi never slaying Nas again. How did it fall on me? I am a dignified person who has reached the pinnacle of pirates. What is it called, a ghost man? 33. Wei Er's mouth twitched. Also, what the hell is imprisoning beautiful ninjas to commit violence all day long? This is only to make all the beautiful girls in the entire ninja world tremble when they hear his name. What a joke, is he that kind of guy? It's just slander and filth, plus. Chapter 338. Konoha Ninja Village, Orochimaru, the canyon outside the Webbone Forest. The return from the land of the land to the land of fire is not slow. Along the way, I met a group of rock shinobi, but that group of rock shinobi obviously knew Wei Er. If you only meet Tsunade, it's probably a tough battle. But after seeing Wei Er, the leader of the rock shinobi team was horrified. After exclaiming a ghost man, he directly led the crowd to turn their heads and ran away, escaping every day. Make Wei Er a black line. After passing through the border of the land safely, the camp of Konoha appeared in front of Yunyun. The security of Konoha camp is still doing very well. Wei-er and Tsunade and others, Jikongkan can see Konoha camp in the distance. On the alert at Konoha camp, Wei-er and Tsunade were discovered. There's someone over there, this Chara. Seems to be Tsunade-sama? The sentient ninja closed the eyes of 683, slightly. After knowing it, a look of shock appeared on his face. Immediately report to the police camp headquarters. In the headquarters of the Konoha frontline camp, the entire headquarters is full of gloomy aura. Even an ordinary Jonin would be terrified if he stayed here. Feeling uncomfortable, not staying for long at all. At this moment, Orochimaru, who was holding a scroll and seemed to be researching something. Listening to the report of the ninja in front of him, the movements of his hands paused. Head up. Lu Yun has a sinister face that does not need to make any expressions, which is enough to make people feel creepy. Late. Tsunade. Orochimaru rolled the scroll and rhymed with his long tongue. As soon as the roll was collected, it was swallowed into the stomach. At the same time, he stood up, a look of gloom on his face. Tsunade is back, along with the others, so that means. There's a terrible guy here too. Orochimaru, no Chunin Genin wandering ninja. He is Konoha's high level, enough to contact all kinds of core secrets. For Wei-er's situation, he has already analyzed and made judgments. Although he had never met Wei-er, Orochimaru still had a bit of fear in his heart. Advertisement for him. Even in the face of the shadow of a village, it is absolutely impossible to have any fear. But Wei-er's strength in several shots has surpassed a certain limit. It has reached a level far surpassing that of countless ninjas. Has been researching the pills of the hard-to-hand Hashirama cell Orochi, according to speculation. Wei-er's power is probably close to the legendary First Hokage. First Hokage is known as the god of ninja. In a sense, compared to the ninja world, he is a god-like existence. Because at that time, all the ninjas in the entire ninja world add up, and they are no match for First Hokage alone. Many people are skeptical about this legend, but Orochimaru, who specializes in the power of the wise hand Hashirama, knows this very well. No one has recreated the power of First Hokage since that era. How did this ghost person get that level of power? Orochimaru lowered his head slightly, and after a flash of light flashed in his eyes, he walked outside. He wants eternal life, but also has a fiery passion for the power of Sugar Hand Hashirama's level. Otherwise, he would not have been studying the cells of the Wisdom Hand Hashirama and conducting various experiments. Eternal life, of course, must be matched with the power to push everything horizontally, and it will be considered perfect. Outside the Leaf Camp, Wei-er, Hong Yuhi and the others stopped when they got close. When Yuhika, Tsunade and others saw Wei-er stop, they all stopped as well. The three looked different, but they all felt a little nervous. Tsunade was the heaviest, followed by Hong Yuhi. As for Terumi Mei, I'm a little more excited than nervous. It's in place. After Wei-er glanced at the Konoha camp in front of him, he turned his head to give Tsunade a warning. Tsunade looked at Wei-er with complicated eyes, and was inexplicably hesitant. I don't know if it's because I'm worried about the next situation, or because I don't know how to respond to Wei-er's demands. And just when the atmosphere was a little weird, Wei-er suddenly jumped his eyes and stepped forward. Isn't it bad to hide? Click. As Wei-er's foot fell, a cold force suddenly spread in rhythm. In an instant, it spread to all directions, and wherever it passed, the earth condensed into ice. What horrified countless Konoha ninjas looking here was. Advertisement in an instant, the ice spread over their entire camp. Suddenly, the earth with a radius of several brown rice was directly turned into ice and snow. Wei-er's sudden action surprised both Tsunade and Terumi Mei. Only Hong Yuhi noticed something, and stared at a land on one side with a frown. Click. At this moment, the frozen earth suddenly cracked. A python that was frozen into ice, with half of its head exposed. No is a mucus-covered body that drills a hook from the python's mouth. It's disgusting. The corners of Terumi Mei's mouth twitched to dry, and she wanted to spit out a mouthful of acid. Hong Yuhi also looked a little stiff, but Tsunade stood there calmly. It seems that I have seen it countless times, and I am completely used to it. Hum hum hum. As expected of a ghost in the legend. It's a dangerous guy. It seems that he can't approach you at will. Orochimaru stood wetly on the ice, a horrific burst of horror. In the laughter that raised pimples all over, the words full of evil spirits came over. Call. Wei-er looked at Orochimaru and didn't answer. Instead, he stretched out his hand at will, and blew at the same time. A streak of frost suddenly spread from the air, and an ice blade condensed in Wei-er's hand. Wei-er held the ice blade and swiped at Orochimaru casually twice. Orochimaru's face changed suddenly, and he immediately wanted to dodge, but he didn't have time. Hearing only a few chirps of 1.0, Orochimaru suddenly had several traces on his body. Wei-er suddenly attacked Maru, and Tsunade was a little surprised. Terumi Mei looked relieved. She doesn't really like Orochimaru's rhythm field. As for the Red Sunset, even though he had heard of Orochimaru's reputation, he couldn't raise his liking for such a disgusting fellow. Wow. Orochimaru, who was randomly swept twice by Wei-er's ice blade, was suddenly torn apart. But strangely, the torn body did not rhyme with any bloodline. Instead, it collapsed into countless green snakes. Then it converged in the center and formed Orochimaru's body again. Orochimaru's face was not very good looking. A pair of snake pupils stared at Wei-er. Chapter 339. The legendary Orochimaru. I'll call you a little snake in the future? I shouldn't have offended you, right? There is no more evil spirit at the beginning, but he said in a deep voice. Maybe. Wei did not shoot again, but squeezed casually. The ice blade shattered into ice crystals, and at the same time looked at Orochimaru faintly. I just wanted to see if you were qualified to speak to me. Although Orochimaru is a plot character in the original book, what kind of identity is Wei? In another world has already reached the top of the world. Coming to the world of Hokage is also an existence above countless people. How could he tolerate Orochimaru being arrogant in front of him at will? What do you want to do by lurking in the dark for the time being? Who are you talking to with the evil words? When Orochimaru heard Wei's words, his face became even more ugly. He has seen people who are arrogant, but he has never seen Wei who is so arrogant. Perhaps the legendary Uchiha Madara, who is as famous as the cover player Hashirama, can be more arrogant than Wei. Master Orochimaru, at this time, in the Konoha camp in the distance. Finally, quite a few figures of Jonin rushed towards the hook and fell around 13 Chiwan, each of them looking at Wei with great vigilance. No one reacted to Wei's sudden action on Orochimaru. Now, although they have reacted to it, they all know what Wei is. Coupled with the shock in Wei's frozen cover just now, they were only vigilant in their hearts, and they didn't dare to do it without authorization. Your Excellency came here specially, isn't it just to give us Konoha a showdown, right? Orochimaru is a first-class character in the world of Hokage, evil characters. Despite being coerced by Wei's fingers, he was a little annoyed. But his face quickly calmed down, and he spoke neither humble nor arrogant. Wei looked at him lightly, and said bluntly, I need the location of Ryuji Cave, and the location of Mount Myoboku. Wei completely ignored the Jonin at Konoha camp. The arrogant attitude made all Konoha Jonin angry. But at Wei's prestige and power just now, no one dared to speak a will. They all expressed their dissatisfaction in their hearts. Orochimaru heard Wei's words, a strange look flashed in his eyes, and he narrowed his eyes slightly. What if I don't give it? Advertisement, call you. Wei answered bluntly. The corners of Orochimaru's mouth twitched to dry. If the previous Wei was Chijong, this sentence would be like an idiot showing off his muscles. But it is this way of showing off his muscles, so he has no way to deal with it. Orochimaru had never encountered such unreasonable coercion in his life. Just after the brief confrontation, he knew very well that he himself was no match for Wei. If you fight, you will definitely not win, and at most you can only run away. Orochimaru didn't speak, but a Jonin behind him finally spoke up with a face full of resentment. Staring angrily at Wei Your Excellency is too arrogant, 93. You don't have to intervene. Wei glanced at the person indifferently, Conqueror's Haki aimed at one person, and it was immediately dismissed. Boom. Just a faint look, but with the shock of Conqueror's Haki. In the eyes of that Jonin, it seemed as if the sky suddenly collapsed. Let him whimper in his head. Although he didn't faint directly, he was already horrified, and his head was covered in cold sweat. Even the whole person trembled a little, and almost didn't stand still. Is the momentum? What a terrifying aura. He is Konoha's Jonin, what kind of scene has not been seen? Even with Shadow's aura, he had seen it once, and that kind of aura was compared with the aura that Wei showed at this moment. It is just like a baby and an adult, there is no comparison at all. Orochimaru stared dangerously at Wei. On the other hand, Wei looked indifferent, looking at him like he was condescending. He completely ignored the dangerous gaze in his eyes. The situation in the field was tense, and it seemed that a battle was about to break out. Konoha's ninja, dozens of Jonin, together with Orochimaru. Facing Wei alone, no one dared to take the initiative to attack, and there was deep fear in his eyes. This scene. Looking at Terumi Mei behind Wei a strange light flashed in her beautiful eyes. Advertisement alone in the face of a tough camp, there are even people who are famous in the ninja world like Sanin. But it made the other party afraid to step forward. I am afraid that looking at the entire ninja world today, only Wei can do it. After a while, Ninja Konoha finally made a concession and handed over the information on the location of Mount Myoboku. And Orochimaru also marked the location of Longgi Cave on the map. Wei took the map and glanced at the marked location, and knew that it was not fake. And a character like Orochimaru wouldn't do such a stupid thing as giving false information. After taking the map, Wei touched it and took out a scroll. I don't want your information for nothing, this is just a reward. Saying that, Wei threw it at will, and the scroll flew to Orochimaru. Orochimaru reached out to catch it, but did not open it, but looked at Wei silently. Wei swept Orochimaru's 683 eye, and then turned and left with Yuhika and Terumi Mei. Until Wei's back disappeared into the distance. All the Konoha ninjas in the field, Ji finally breathed a sigh of relief. The feeling of heavy oppression finally disappeared. Master Orochimaru, will you tell him the location of Mount Myoboku and Ryuji Cave? Nothing. Orochimaru gloomy face. After Wei left, he suddenly changed back to his previous evil look, and he turned to look at Tsunade. By the way, Tsunade, what did he do in Shitbone Forest? Tsunade was still looking in the direction Wei was leaving. Hearing Orochimaru asking, his eyes flickered slightly, and he said, listen to Katsuyu, he is practicing Sage Jutsu. Tuage. Orochimaru narrowed his eyes slightly, not seeming to be surprised. He had also seen snake immortals and had asked about sage jutsu. Tried the practice of sage jutsu but failed. Among the Sannin, only Jiraiya has successfully learned sage jutsu. But even if he didn't learn sage jutsu, it didn't stop Orochimaru. Learn about sage jutsu, learn about natural energy. After all, he is known as the first person who wants to change the world of Hokage with science, the pioneer. There is still some awareness. Chapter 340, Longi Cave, Snake Immortal. A wicked look flashed across his face, and he said, Snake immortals don't have a good temper, and Mount Myoboku's toads are not so easy to mess with. From the time of the ancient Kagayaheim to the present, there have been countless wars in the ninja world. How many regime changes have occurred? But the three holy places, Mount Myoboku and Shiboku Forest. But it has always existed and has not been affected in any war. On the one hand, the three sacred places are inhabited by summoning beasts such as Toad Katsuyu, so there is no need for conflict. On the other hand, it also undoubtedly confirms the power of the three holy places. Even for the ninja five kingdoms, it is not so easy to capture a holy place. Orochimaru has been to Longi Cave and seen Snake Fairy, and knows that Snake Fairy is much stronger than ninja. At least it is close to the level of the legendary Chunin world god, and the Snake Fairy is not a gentle Katsuyu. Lord Orochimaru, please be careful. At this moment, a Jonin next to him reminded Orochimaru in a low voice. He stared at the scroll in Orochimaru's hand with great vigilance. No one knew what was inside the scroll that Wei-Er left behind. Orochimaru finally put his gaze on the scroll in his hand. He didn't look worried. Because of a character like Wei-Er, it's impossible to do anything with a scroll. If Wei-Er wanted to do something, all of them here might not be able to stop Wei-Er alone. But having said that, Orochimaru's personality isn't the carefree kind of Jiraiya. Still squinting slightly, he carefully opened the scroll. After just one glance, Orochimaru's expression changed suddenly, and even his pupils shrank suddenly. On his face, Lu Qin had a look of shock and disbelief. Jonin on the side noticed Orochimaru's expression and couldn't help but stick his head out. Glancing at the contents of the scroll, he was also shocked. This is a seal scroll. There are a total of 20 seals in the scroll. What is sealed on each seal is a different chara. The important thing is that this seal is not the basic chara of wind, thunder, water, fire and soil, but all of them are the boundaries of blood. This was when Wei-Er practiced Chala along the way. Eliminate all bloodline boundaries and bloodlines that can be grouped together. Advertisement all of them were made, and a net of Chara was sealed on them. Even Orochimaru can recognize only 6 or 7 of them at a glance. Ice Road, Lava Style, Orochimaru looked shocked. He never thought that he would be able to see such a comprehensive seal scroll of Zara. Especially the 10 bloodline eliminations in the second row, each of which gave him a severe impact. Snapped. Orochimaru put it on the scrolls without hesitation. For him who studies all kinds of ninjutsu, it is absolutely precious to the extreme. Even if he travels all over the ninja world, there are not as many bloodline boundaries that have been collected so far in this scroll. There is no doubt about the 10 above, and they should all be the bloodline boundaries. And the first one in the second row should be the elimination of the Sea Pass bloodline. Thinking about the latter 9, they should all be eliminated by bloodline that exists in theory. This guy, actually, all the bloodline limits and bloodline are eliminated. Whether it is existing or theoretical, all of them have been made and caught. Orochimaru found that he still seemed to underestimate Wei-Er. This is definitely the first Hokage rough hand Hashirama, and the second Hokage smart hand Tobirama, two brothers who study various ninjutsu. Things that can't be done. Holding the scroll, he returned to his tent. After a long time of drying, Orochimaru's inner vibration was difficult to calm down. On the way away from Konoha camp, Terumi Mei walked for a while, looked at Wei-Er in front, and couldn't help speaking in a deep voice. Does it matter if you give him that kind of thing? When Wei-Er was making various bloodline boundaries and bloodline eliminations, she had deliberately kept her on the sidelines to watch. Even specially, the bloodline with the 3 attributes of water, fire and earth was eliminated several times for her to see. It gave her a huge inspiration and impact, so she knew what was in that scroll. It's okay, it's just a little trick I made when I was bored. Besides, the Zerirai left behind is not so easy to control. Wei-Er spoke indifferently. Advertisement is left with bloodline and bloodline eliminated, although each is just a net of chara. But that's only relative to him. The seal on the scroll is very safe. But if Orochimaru wants to unlock the seal, he will study it slowly. It also depends on whether he has the ability to deliberately suppress it and continue his journey. The location of Longi Cave is located in the Land of Thunder. Although it was during the Ninja War, Wei-Er and Yu Hong and others. From the border between the Land of Earth and the Land of Fire, the process of rushing to the Land of Thunder has still not been hindered by any. Even if you encounter some rock shinobi or cloud shinobi on the way, the long-eyed one just retreats. Wei-Er didn't bother to make trouble with them either. The 2 girls, Terumi Mei and Yu Hong, came up to ask for trouble without long eyes. During this period, I also encountered an elite unit led by elite Jonin. Red Yuhi and Terumi Mei couldn't handle it in a short time. Wei-Er took them to practice the elimination of bloodline, which is a fusion of water, fire and earth. The country of thunder. It's really annoying to have people stationed every day in a place like this where birds don't shit. 33. No way, this is the mission of the village. Wangqian Hao. Outside a desolate mountain range, 4 clouds were standing on a hillside. 3 of them are just genin, and the captain is just a chunin. Hearing the complaints of several of his genin members, Captain Chunin, who was obviously much older, said solemnly, "Do not complain when you do your job. What's more, the task of stationing here is much easier than the battlefield task. If you complain again, you can apply for the battlefield yourself." Hearing the captain's words, the other 3 cloud shinobi suddenly sneered. One of them rubbed his head in embarrassment and responded, "Captain, you're joking, we're just talking casually." Joke. Going to the battlefield is a deadly thing. Several of them are the most untalented ninjas. The dream is just to be a jonin or even a chunin. They really don't have the courage to go to the battlefield or something. Chapter 341, Giant Snake, Kill. Don't be careless, it is also necessary for us to be stationed here. The captain snorted, turned his head to look at the mountains in the distance, and said faintly, "Is there something important in this broken mountain range where birds and shit?" A genin asked curiously. He has been stationed here for almost half a month. But still do not know, in the end is to be stationed in what? The captain Chunin gave him a look and said, "Do you know why there isn't a village around here, so desolate and inaccessible?" "Do not know." The 3 genins shook their heads together. Captain Chunin lowered his head slightly and said with a serious face, "Because there are often giant snakes in this mountain range. There used to be a village nearby, but it was destroyed by a giant snake many years ago, and everyone was eaten. The village sent Jonin to lead a team to investigate the mountains, but they never returned." Listen to Captain Chunin tell such terrifying things in this creepy, eerie tone. The 3 genins were so frightened that they all got goosebumps. Jonin is gone forever. This is too scary. Inexplicably lost track of Jonin, didn't the village trace it carefully? The 683 genins each spoke with a trembling voice. Captain Chunin raised his head slightly and said inscrutable, "Who knows? Perhaps the village has carefully reconnaissance to know what is inside. Maybe I think the gains outweigh the losses, and I haven't sent anyone to investigate. In either case, it is not a secret that my little Chunin can know. In short, our mission is to be stationed beyond the mountains. Once there is a giant snakehook, or leave this mountain range. We don't need to fight it, we just need to report to the village immediately." Hearing Captain Chunin's words, the 3 genin looked at each other. There is no longer the dullness and complaints before, but vigilance and shock in their hearts. The man patted his chest and said, "It's okay, it's okay. Our mission only needs to be stationed for a month, and now half a month has passed." The other 2 also exhaled, forcibly letting go of the fear in their hearts. And at this time, the Captain Chunin frowned suddenly, stood up, looked into the distance, and said, "Someone is here." He narrowed his eyes and stared at the 3 figures walking in the distance, very puzzled in his heart. Advertisement: this mountain range is untouched, BDBA, and should generally be unapproachable at all times. The 3 people who walked this mountain range were undoubtedly Wei Er, Yui Hong and Terumi Mei. Neither the Chunin nor the 3 genins are sentient ninjas. Unable to perceive Chara in Wei Er at all, and Wei Er, dressed in loose robes, has 2 girls, Yuhika and Terumi Mei, since following Wei Er. They have also thrown away their previous ninja uniforms one after another, and they are all dressed in casual clothes. The 3 looked like traveling tourists. The 4 cloud shinobi came down the hill. One of the genin looked at Yuhika and Terumi Mei next to Wei Er. Amazed by the beauty of the 2 women, he immediately spoke in a friendly tone. "Sorry, the front is very dangerous, the 3 should stop." Terumi Mei and Yuhika had discovered 4 cloud shinobi long ago. Originally thought that these cloud shinobi are also looking for trouble, they are all ready to do it. Unexpectedly, cloud shinobi in front of him said such a sentence. Another genin said with a serious face, looking at the 3 dresses, "They should not be refugees who fell in the war. But it's really dangerous here. Regardless of whether you were here to evacuate or what you were doing, it is best not to go in." 99. The 3 apparently regarded Wei Er and others as residents of the Land of Thunder. After all, during the Ninja World War, the police said they were civilians. Even businessmen rarely cross borders, and even many civilians stay at home. Unless it is for refuge, will flee from their homes. "It's okay, we're not afraid of danger." Kurenai Yui put down the hand that was quietly forming a seal in her sleeve, and spoke softly to the 4 cloud shinobi. Terumi Mei said a little impatiently, "You better get out of the way." The 2 cloud shinobi who had been discouraged were a little embarrassed by Terumi Mei's words. If it wasn't for Terumi Mei's beautiful appearance, they might have become angry at the moment. "This beautiful lady, listen to my advice, the front is really dangerous." A genin desperately wants to continue to dissuade. The other genin next to him also had the same expression and echoed. Just when Terumi Mei had a black line and got a little impatient. In the distant mountain range, there was suddenly a huge vibration. Wow, it was like the sound of rocks falling apart. This huge shock made the 4 cloud shinobi, Terumi Mei and others in the field. Advertisement: they all looked at the distant mountains in unison. A terrifying rattling sound came, and a huge black shadow appeared within the mountain range. Slowly, a huge head came out, and it was a huge snake head. When the genin of cloud shinobi saw this, their pupils shrank suddenly, revealing a bit of horror. Even Captain Chunin was shocked, and cold sweat broke out from his forehead. Such a huge snake is really not something he can deal with. Seeing that this giant snake turned its eyes to this side, it seemed to be staring at the few people present. That Captain Chunin felt a chill down his spine and sweat poured down like rain. Bad. Bad. Run away. The 4 Cloud Shinobi were horrified and did not care about anything else. They all went to a room in the distance to work hard. One of them, Genin, seems to want to save Terumi Mei and Yuhi Hong. But still fear prevailed. In the end, he refrained from reaching out to pull the 2 girls and ran away by himself. It's a pity. So beautiful. The 4 ninjas of Cloud Shinobi persuaded them to flee in the distance. As one of them escaped, he looked back subconsciously. But this look made him suddenly stunned. I saw the beautiful and coquettish girl standing next to Wei Er. In the face of the rushing giant snake, not only is he not afraid. Instead, he took a step forward, his pretty face showing frost. Beast. After hearing her scolding, a huge Zara suddenly mobilized. With a knot in both hands, he opened his mouth and spit. Wow! A monstrous acid river poured down directly. The giant snake that attacked was directly hit by the acid liquid. In an instant, there was a miserable neigh, and it was impossible to shed skin and escape. From scales to flesh to bones. That huge body was corroded and cleaned by Terumi Mei's acid like this. All 4 of Cloud Shinobi's ninjas froze. However, Terumi Mei and Wei Er did not even look at them. He directly crossed the slow-flowing acid river, and walked towards the mountain range. Chapter 342. Arriving at the destination, the natural energy is bursting. Gouda, named Genin, swallowed, with a look of disbelief in his eyes. In an instant, the giant snake was given to. That beauty's power is so terrifying. Who is she? The village's Jonin? The expressions of the 3 Genin were all shocked, and even the Chunin was shocked. The 3 Genins couldn't tell that Terumi Mei was using a blood-based limit, but there was no way he, the experienced Chunin, couldn't see it. Go. Hurry up and report to the villager. After taking a deep breath, the Chunin also knew that something was wrong. Although the origin of Wei Er et al. Is not clear, it is obviously not a trivial matter. Soon. This Chunin brought 3 Genins to the nearest place where there is Cloud Shinobi ninja stronghold. A Jonin leader in the stronghold was found, who reported a situation outside the mountains. Acid. Is the blood following the limit? Hearing his subordinate's report, that Jonin's eyes flickered slightly. It can corrode the bloodline boundary of a giant python in an instant, even he dare not be too careless. I don't seem to have heard of anyone in the village using lava style. It must be the enemy village ninja. The Jonin groaned. Just listening to the reports of a few people, he roughly judged the move. The girl they were talking about was at least as strong as a Jonin-level guy. And with the blood following limit, it may be more difficult. While he was thinking about it, that Chunin couldn't help but continue to report. Right, there are 3 people in total. Besides the woman, there is a man and a woman. However, they did not make a move, and they did not know their specific strength. 3 people? The Jonin's eyes flickered slightly. Then, as if thinking of something, his face suddenly changed, and he said, 1 man and 2 women? Yes. That Chunin didn't understand why Jonin's complexion suddenly changed, but he still responded in a deep voice. The expression of the leader of Jonin has become extremely serious. Looking at him with incomparable awe, even with a bit of nervousness in his demeanor, he said, "You give me a detailed description of the appearance of those people, especially the appearance of the man." Advertisement. After hearing the boss's order, the Chunin recalled it, and immediately organized the language to describe it. It sure is him. When the Jonin heard this, his expression shook. Chunin looked strange and wanted to ask, but the Jonin stared at him solemnly, said, "Quickly return to the village and report this information to the top of the village. This is no longer something I can handle." 39. Yes. Seeing his immediate boss, the dignified Jonin even showed a nervous expression. The named Chunin finally took a deep breath. Knowing the identities of the man and the woman was probably more terrifying than he thought. The news quickly spread back to Cloud Shinobi Village. When I learned that the ghost Wei Er had actually come to the Land of Thunder, Cloud Shinobi Village was shaken up and down. Although the messy information about Wei Er in the ninja world is flying around, it is difficult to distinguish the true from the false. But as the 5 great nations of ninjas, they can distinguish at least 70% of the real and fake ones. Plus their village's son of 3rd Raikage, and 8 Tails Jinchuriki had played against Wei Er. Wei Er's horror is beyond doubt. Even if there is only one person, it is enough to affect the entire situation of the Ninja World War. There is a lot of controversy over how to deal with Wei Er, Cloud Shinobi Village. Some people suggested that the strongest team should be sent to wipe out Wei Er in one fell swoop. But more people continue to oppose it. Their 3rd Raikage has been plotted to death by Iwagakure. Now, it is simply not appropriate to provoke such a powerful enemy as Wei Er. For Wei Er alone, Cloud Shinobi Village held several elders meetings and high-level meetings in a row. But without Raikage to chair, these meetings ended up being rowdy and fruitless. Wei Er is naturally unaware that he is now in the Land of Thunder, which makes the entire Cloud Shinobi Village feel like a big enemy. Move forward a little bit of time, after killing the giant snake. Wei Er and Terumi Mei, 2 girls, Yuhika, stepped into this desolate and gloomy mountain together. This mountain range is very different from the periphery of Shitbone Forest. As soon as you step in, it gives people an extremely eerie and terrifying aura. For Flowers 0, even if Terumi Mei and Yuhika are now elite Jonin, they can even be considered quasi-shadow levels. Advertisement, but still very uncomfortable. If it were an ordinary person, he might have been frightened by this atmosphere long ago, and he would have fled. It seems that there should be no mistake, the giant snake I just fell in love with, most likely came out of the Longdi cave. Because the atmosphere was not right, Terumi Mei took the initiative to speak. Want to break this uncomfortable feeling? I don't really like snakes. Hearing Terumi Mei's words, Kurenai Yuhi also nodded. She also doesn't like snakes very much. It's not that I hate it, but I don't like it. Wei Er's sense of snakes is also average. Seeing that the two women were a little depressed because of the atmosphere here, they said with a smile. Don't you plan to go to the Longdi cave and put a few shots of lava-style boil style into the cave first? How did you know I thought so? Terumi Mei looked at Wei with mock surprise. Wei gave Terumi Mei a look and suddenly stretched out his fingers. He pinched her cheek on one side, gave it a force, and said, "You can guess Chin's thoughts just by looking at your expression." 33. Call. Terumi Mei didn't dare to knock down Wei Er's hand, but stepped back and broke free. Wei Er smiled, ignored her, and turned to look ahead. Okay, the entrance is right in front, maybe you really need a few boil styles first? While speaking, Wei Er continued to walk forward. In this gloomy mountain range, after walking for a while, in front, there was a huge cave, different from Shibone Forest. The karst cave in Shibone Forest is a karst cave in the mountains. And this cave is obviously a cave study leading to the depths of the ground under the slanting sound. In Wei Er's perception, the natural energy concentration of the whole. Compared with the outside world, it was raised by an unknown number of levels, and it was comparable to the Wetbone Forest. No doubt, this cave study is one of the 3 holy places, Longdi Cave, plus. Chapter 343, White Snake Immortal, the battle is imminent. Hong Yuhi stood beside Wei Er and felt along the cave. A small face suddenly showed a not very good-looking expression, saying, "What a complex terrain." In her perception, the entire Longdi Cave is intricate. It can be said that the entire mountain range is full of cave studies, with entrances and rhymes everywhere. The underground is even more accessible, and it is a completely different landform from the Shibone Forest. Especially, in the depths of the ground, there are countless holes inhabited by an unknown number of snakes. These snakes are big and small. The big ones are like 10,000 snakes, the size is similar to the tailed beasts, and the small ones are as thick as a thumb and densely packed. Perceiving so many snakes, Kurenai Yuhi's expression seemed a little unnatural. This kind of snake cave, unless it is a pervert like Orochimaru. Otherwise, a normal person would not even want to go to. 683. The other side, Terumi Mei doesn't have Yuhiga's perception ability though. But as an elite ninja, she naturally also has special abilities. After a little sense of knowing, her face is not very natural. And at this time, Yuhihong, who has been feeling deep into the Dragon Earth cave. Suddenly, his expression changed and his pupils shrank. Discovered. You can sense the presence of the snake immortal, and of course it can sense you through natural energy. No fuss. Well, you two are waiting outside. Wei Er glanced at Hong Yuhi, and after saying a word, he took a step toward the cave in front of him. Rustle. There were some sounds of snakes swimming from the hole, which did not need to be perceived. Just listening to the sound, it can be judged that there are many hook snakes, and it seems that they are all alarmed by the arrival of Wei Er and others. Snakes have odor perception and temperature perception, and Wei Er can use his spatial ability to shield himself from everything. But Yuhika and Terumi Mei can't do anything to shield their body temperature. With Wei Er in depth, soon, there were 7 or 8 red blood snakes hooked in front of them, all with the thickness of an arm. Spitting out snake letters and looking at Wei Er, there is no kindness at all, and the eyes of snakes are full of tyranny. Advertisement: low-level snakes around Longdi Cave. Wei Er had long known that coming to Longdi Cave would not be as convenient as Shibone Forest. He didn't care at all. As soon as his thoughts moved, thunder appeared and hooked. 3 knives, Ice Blade Thunder. Under the urging of Wei Er, the famous sword Thunder instantly switched to the 3-sword flow form of Ice Blade Thunder. Suspended behind Wei Er and turned into an ice sword. Wei Er didn't hold thunder, but walked forward and walked directly past the 7 or 8 blood snakes. Several blood snakes seemed to be ready to attack Wei Er, and they gnawed over at an incredible speed. But the strange thing is that it seems that time has slowed down. Their speed became slower and slower in midair, and finally stopped completely, and all the snakes turned into ice snakes. Wei Er took a step, and several ice snakes turned into ice sculptures. There is no more evil in blood, but it has become pure, like a perfect work of art. Whizzing. Wei Er took a few steps and went deep into Longdi Cave. There are many snakes in Longdi Cave, but all the snakes that dared to attack him or approach him were turned into ice sculptures by him mercilessly. Wei Er doesn't really like snakes. The deeper you go underground, the bigger the space. The space in the Longdi Cave is even bigger than the Shibone Forest. It is not narrow at all, but extremely wide. Where did the bastards come from? How dare they be so presumptuous in Longdi Cave? At this moment, in the darkness in front of Wei Er, there was an angry roar. The sign is an extremely huge purple python that swims from the front, and its size is no less than 8 tails. The snakes that can speak are obviously already relatively advanced snakes in Longdi Cave. And this one, Wei Er is even a little impressed. Summoning beast of Orochimaru, 10,000 snakes? Humans of damn it. I'm going to eat you. After Wansha roared, he directly opened his bloody mouth. Showing 2 huge fangs, he bit Wei Er fiercely. Of course, in terms of its size, Wei Er can't put it in the gaps between its teeth, and its fangs are used to scare people. Roll. Advertisement: Wei Er would eat people at every turn, and summoning hooked up to 100 snakes for human sacrifices. A flash of killing intent flashed in his eyes, and for the first time he held thunder, and mercilessly swung his sword with rhyme. Silently. With Wei holding the sword in both hands, the sword fell, and Wan Snake's huge body suddenly froze. Wow! 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 Almost in an instant, countless criss-crossing lines appeared on the huge body of Wan Snake. And in its pair of snake pupils, it also revealed an expression of disbelief and fear. Totally unexpected. Wei an unremarkable human being, possesses such power, and its scale armor is useless. Wow! The huge tens of thousands of snakes, the entire body collapsed directly, turning into countless neat pieces of meat. No blood was spilled, and all the fractures were covered with a layer of frost. If there is one ninja here, see this one. Perhaps even more frightening was not that Wei killed Wan Snake with a single sword. But after Wei killed Wan Snake with a single sword, the cave school in the back was not affected in the slightest. This sword. It seemed to wield 10,000 swords, but all the power was concentrated on the 10,000 snakes. It was directly cut into pieces, without destroying a single bit of the landform. Humph. Wei snorted coldly and waved his sword with his backhand again. Frost suddenly spread and covered the countless pieces of meat that were 1.0 square. Then all the hooks showed signs of fragmentation, and finally all collapsed. It turned into countless ice crystals and scattered, and no flesh and blood could be seen again. Wei took one step at a time, crossed the ice crystals everywhere, and continued to step into the depths of Longdi Cave. After beheading 10,000 snakes, there are many wise higher snakes in Longdi Cave. It seemed that they were all shocked by Wei power, and they didn't dare to stop Wei again. Wei reached the deepest part of Longdi Cave unimpeded all the way. It's here. The stone chair like a throne is placed there, and there are exquisite carvings behind and around it. The white snake immortal with snow-white scales all over his body is, sitting, on the throne. A pair of snake eyes with a dangerous light swept across Wei with a gloomy expression. Chapter 344. I act as Thor, why should I tell others? Human ninjas. In my place, wantonly slaughtered my people. Sir, should you give me an explanation? Since Wei stepped into Longdi Cave, the white snake immortal has been feeling Wei It can clearly perceive that Wei is devouring natural energy, and it can also perceive Wei strength. What do you want to explain? Wei didn't make any excuse that he was just fighting back, just a flat response. The pupils in the pair of snake pupils of the white snake immortal were slightly enlarged, revealing a dangerous cold glow. Although the snakes in Longdi Cave can reproduce casually, they have no practical value. But Wei slaughter was so wanton, all the way to the front of it. It cannot be swallowed. Since it was born, there is no human who can make him swallow his voice. A jar of human sacrifices, I will forgive you for what you did. Immortal White Snake spoke coldly at Wei Hearing a human sacrifice, Wei calmly looked at the White Snake immortal, suddenly smiled, and said, I also need to practice with the help of the natural energy here. Add 2 rough humans to make 13 sacrifices. The White Snake immortal stared at Wei and responded coldly. Wei touched his chin and said, well, it's a sacrifice of a human being in the trilemma. The White Snake immortal looked at Wei and seemed to be thinking. It also knew that there were a lot of sacrifices from the 3 human beings, and it was not easy to collect them, so he said. I can give you half a month. Oh, within half a month, the sacrifice of 3 rough human beings. Wei smiled again, and a sneer gradually appeared in the smile. A hint of arrogance gradually appeared in his eyes, he said. It's really interesting, a mere little snake dares to ask 3 rough human beings as sacrifices, who gave you the courage? Wei didn't know that Orochimaru signed a contract with Longjidong, and even later learned Sage Jutsu from Snake Immortal. He didn't want to know how many people were killed as sacrifices. He only knew that if he dared to propose anything to use human beings as sacrifices in front of him, he was courting death. Presumptuous. The White Snake Immortal was furious when he heard Wei words. Although it knows that Wei is not weak, it is absolutely impossible for it to tolerate a human being so presumptuous in front of him. Advertisement. It's just a mere human being, with a bit of ability. I dare to show off my power here. Immortal White Snake was furious, and as the terrifying chara surged, it seemed that the entire Longdi Cave was buzzing and vibrating. The massive amount of natural energy in the cave caused a huge tsunami with the anger of the White Snake Immortal. The White Snake Immortal has survived since ancient times. It is as famous as the Katsuyu body of Shibone Forest and the Great Toad Sage of Mount Myoboku, both of which are legendary existences. Its chara volume can be described as unfathomable. Even the tail beast Shirela, compared to the White Snake Immortal, is a lot inferior. Now that he has decided to destroy Wei the ignorant human being, the White Snake Immortal directly mobilized his power. The body placed a sign on the throne, and Mew ran spit out. Sage art. White shock art. Pew. A liquid turned into a translucent red dragon, grabbed a strange bead and flew out. In an instant, it fell between Wei and the White Snake Immortal, and then suddenly a plate number shrank. An extremely harsh sound wave suddenly rippled. While the sound wave was spreading in the air, it was accompanied by an extremely strong vibration, pushing it horizontally in all directions. At the same time as this piercing sound wave erupted, a ray of dazzling to the extreme strong light also rhymes from it. It illuminates the entire Longdi Cave, making people unable to open their eyes at all. Wei Er's vision and hearing were blocked almost instantly. Feeling the dazzling light and harsh sound waves, even Wei Er frowned. This kind of power would not cause him much harm, but it made him uncomfortable for the SWAT. Wow! Wei Er swung a sword with his backhand, slashing the center of the light and sound waves. But this trick is completely a derivation of Chara. Wei Er's sword did not affect the sound and light invisibly. And almost at this time, the White Snake Immortal who thought he had completely blocked Wei Er's vision and hearing. Having already left the throne, waiting for an opportunity, he immediately bites Wei Er hard. Monument. Wei Er shot back with a backhand, hitting the snake's head fiercely. Advertisement: a sudden collision. Wei Er's enormous power did not shake the snake's head away, but directly smashed it. Wow! His head was smashed by the hammer, but the huge snake body did not stop at all. The giant snake's body burst back, and after one squirmed, another head was squeezed out of the body. The White Snake Immortal was not injured, but looked at Wei Er with a hint of surprise. In this state, this human can still sense his attack and make defense? It is a snake fairy, the perfect fairy body. Coupled with the closed vision, it is not affected by strong light and sound waves at all. Unexpectedly, Wei Er, a human, can fight under such circumstances. Next moment, before the Snake Immortal was ready for the next attack, Wei Er's fierce counterattack had already arrived. -683 failed to break the sound and light with the sword. Wei Er simply propped up the thunderspace, completely driving out the light and sound waves. Although he has observation haki, and he doesn't have hearing and vision, it's okay, but the bright light and sound waves are uncomfortable after all. After blocking Xiaoguang and Sonic with thunderspace, Wei Er then swung his hook in the direction of the Snake Immortal. This sword fell, wrapped in a monstrous edge. This is the underground and also the Longdi Cave. Wei Er doesn't know if destroying the terrain here will have any effect on the natural energy. But for him as a great swordsman, as long as he doesn't want to damage the terrain, it won't damage it. Wow! This sword wielded diligently, even though the Snake Immortal had already evaded ahead of time through his natural energy perception. But still 1/3 of his body and tail were cut off by Wei Er's abrupt sword. Such a sharp-edged display, it seems like a sword that can sever the world. After cutting off the half-body of Immortal Xiaobai Snake, it did not cause any damage to the surrounding environment. Puff! Immortal White Snake was cut off by 1/3 of her body, but she did not reveal any panic. As soon as the body is used, the broken part will directly wriggle to dry, and the broken body will rhyme again instantly. Chapter 345. If you don't agree, just do it and fight against the White Snake Immortal. Is the self-healing ability of a fairy body? 99. Wei Er looked at the White Snake Immortal coldly, and after snorting, suddenly waved his sword again. Let's cut you into pieces and see how you heal yourself. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Wei Er's ability to predict the future is, after all, stronger than the perception of the White Snake Immortal. In addition, Wei Er's speed is also faster than the White Snake Immortal, and his sword hits directly. This sword, like the sword that killed Wan Snake before, directly split the White Snake Immortal. It was directly chopped into countless pieces of meat and scattered all over the place. But, it is different from the 10,000 snakes being beheaded. After the White Snake Immortal was dismembered, all the pieces of flesh squirmed wildly to dry, turning into countless small white snakes. If the tide is like a tide, Wei Er will come over and will drown Wei Er directly. Do you think you can kill me by this means? The voice of the White Snake Immortal came from the snake tide. Wei Er smiled coldly and stepped forward with a foothook. An extreme cold force suddenly spread, and in an instant, there will be a tidal wave of snakes in the sky. Everything was frozen in ice. Is that all you have, Snake Fairy? Sage Art. Inorganic Reincarnation. 99. Almost as soon as Wei Er's voice fell, the White Snake Immortal broke free from the ice. During the frantic surge of natural energy, the tail slammed hard on the ground. Boom! In an instant, it seemed as if the earth was shaking. Under the twitch of the White Snake Immortal, the entire mountain and the earth actually started to squirm. As if coming to life, it squeezed out with the sound of Wei Er in the center. The mountains and the earth are squeezed up and down, as if to crush Wei Er directly. An interesting ability. Wei Er spoke lightly, and stretched out his left hand, surrounded by a jet-black armed haki. He supported the falling mountain with one hand and pushed it upwards. Boom! Under the horrified gaze of the White Snake Immortal, he looked at the collapsed earth and mountains that Wei Er squeezed. Under the push of Wei Er, he was pushed up abruptly. Advertisement: what power is this? No wonder the White Snake Immortal is not surprised. The power revealed by Wei Er has never been found in the ninja world. Even Tsunade is proud of his strange powers that stand alone in the ninja world. Compared with Wei Er's push, it is also a gap between heaven and earth. With one hand, the collapsed and squeezed mountain was pushed back to its original position. Wei Er flickered and came to the side of the White Snake Immortal. Space-time ninjutsu. Immortal White Snake's pupils shrank again. This time it didn't perceive Wei Er's movement at all. And what can be separated from the perception of natural energy? There is no doubt that it must be space-time ninjutsu. Thor slash. There was a flash of Lengzhou in Wei Er's eyes, and it fell directly with a knife. Wow! Under Wei Er's slash, the void was shattered abruptly, and the White Snake Immortal tried to avoid it. However, due to Wei Er's prejudgment and the spatial nature of Thor's slash, it was impossible to avoid it. The whole head was chopped off by the Wei Er knife. Wow! after the head of the White Snake Immortal was cut off together with the void. The fissure in the void suddenly released a terrifying force of swallowing. In an instant, the half-body of the White Snake Immortal was sucked into the void. Just when the remaining half of Immortal White Snake's body was about to be destroyed by the power of space. Half of the body suddenly liquefied and squirmed, squirting out a white liquid. Wow! The white liquid fell into the distance, suddenly wriggled, and once again transformed into the body of the White Snake Immortal. But this time, the eyes in its pair of snake pupils were obviously much ugly. Obviously, Wei Er's strength has exceeded his expectations. 2 kinds of Sage Jutsu were cast in a row, but it didn't work for Wei Er. Blocking sight and hearing was directly ignored by Wei Er. And those who were oppressed by force were suppressed by Wei Er with terrifying force. Even if it weren't for its own vitality, it was powerful to an outrageous level. Maybe it's dead now under Wei Er's sword. It has never encountered such a formidable enemy as Wei Er. Advertisement. The regeneration ability is almost stronger than the body of the 6 paths. The vitality of snakes is really not said. Wei Er was not surprised by the terrifying resilience of the White Snake Immortal, but he was also a little surprised to know, even if it is the body of 6 paths, half of the body is wiped out, and it is not so easy to restore it in an instant. If the head is blasted, it will also be life-threatening. And the White Snake Immortal is simply a head burst. The body was shattered and unscathed. Even if there is only a little tissue left, it can quickly recover. When it comes to resilience, I am afraid it is only that of Otsutsuki Kagayaheim, who is not limited to the body at all. Even a pervert who can be infinitely reborn with only a little chara can surpass the White Snake Immortal. No matter how strong the resilience is, it can't be permanent. I'd like to see how many times you can recover. After Wei Er was overwhelmed, a mocking expression appeared on his face, and he swung his sword down. The strength of the White Snake Immortal is undoubtedly the level of Super Shadow. Its chara volume is larger than that of the tailed beast, and it also uses ninjutsu flexibly. It can use 100% of the chakra to exert 100% of the power, unlike most tailed beasts who only have one stroke of the tailed beast jade. From this point of view alone, even Hashirama and even Uchiha Madara are difficult. In the face of the White Snake Immortal, it may not be possible to win it, so it is no wonder that it has survived from ancient times to the present. But unfortunately, it met Wei Er's current strength. Whether it is the system of the Hokage world, or the Haki of the pirate world, they are almost all powers at the peak of Chaoing, Wang Qianhao. Coupled with space capabilities, all kinds of forces are asked together. Makes his strength to face the 6 paths level, but also enough to fight. So Wei Er met the White Snake Immortal, which was almost all-round absolute suppression. Wow! Wei Er swept across with a sword, but the White Snake Immortal still couldn't avoid it, and was cut into 2 pieces abruptly. And in the part swept by Wei Er's sword energy, an extreme cold force spread instantly. Half of the body of the White Snake Immortal was directly frozen into ice, and then shattered into ice crystals. The other half of the body is frantically extracting the natural energy neighbors between heaven and earth. While fighting against the power of extreme cold, a small snake flying hook was split. Sage Art. Poison Cloud Art. 11 After the little snake flies its hook, it rises against the wind and quickly transforms into an immortal with a huge body of a white snake. At the same time, he opened his bloody mouth and breathed black smoke towards Wei Er. Chapter 346. Absolute Power, the White Snake Immortal fleeing in embarrassment. A poisonous gas that is integrated into natural energy and expanded with the help of natural energy. Wei Er's eyes were cold. Even if he had the body of an immortal, he was afraid that he would be hit. After all, this poison cloud itself is based on natural energy. However, Wei Er himself is not afraid. He has the thunder space, no matter how small and dense the poison cloud is. The blockade of the power of space is always the most comprehensive. Unless he can break or twist the thunder space, all attacks are ineffective against him. Wei Er swung out a sword, severing the poisonous mist, and then swung it again like a walk in a garden. The White Snake Immortal was already prepared. This time, it has raised the perception of natural energy, as well as its own dynamic perception, to the extreme. The body slammed to one side, trying to avoid this sword. But, to the great horror of the White Snake Immortal, it clearly turned sideways. But with a flick of his body, an inexplicable rhyme appeared directly in front of Wei Er. Appeared under Wei Er's sword, and was cut into 2 halves by Wei Er's sword that cut through the void. ZZ. The gap in the void devoured the 2 halves of the White Snake Immortal's body frantically. Under the horror of the White Snake Immortal, the body squirms. Barely before the space crack swallowed it completely, it split apart a small part of its body. After recovery again, 683 in its pair of snake eyes, calmness and brutality disappeared, replaced by a touch of horror. Its space ability again. Wei Er can not only teleport itself, but also seems to be able to forcibly move its position. Moreover, it seems to be sheltered by some kind of space force. There are such monsters among human ninjas. The White Snake Immortal was a little scared. Although its resilience is terrifying, no matter how strong it is, there is a limit. Its chara and natural energy have been consumed a lot. If it goes on like this, it may really die here. Escape. The White Snake Immortal does not have any morality. It is a snake, with a ferocious personality like a snake, and its insidious cunning is also like a snake. When it's time to run away, run away. Seeing one's own life in danger, courage is something that has nothing to do with it. Advertisement. Wow. Immortal White Snake's body suddenly split. It turned into countless little white snakes, surging wildly towards all directions of Longdi Cave. These little white snakes are not clones, all of them are its body. As long as one escapes, it can survive and regain its strength soon. Want to escape? Of course. Wei can let go of such a sinister and cunning character as the White Snake Immortal? This guy can't beat him, but one day he will get revenge on the people around him. Three swords flow. World-destroying thunder, hum. The world-destroying thunder and the Iceblade thunder are both result, a force of extreme cold that seems to be able to freeze the world. Surging from the blade of thunder, it turned into a bright white light, bending and shining in all directions. Wherever this light went, whether it was rock or soil, it was all frozen into ice. The giant snakes in the dragon cave were also powerless to resist, and they were directly crushed and crushed. The white light swept across, as if the Longdi Cave was turned into a white painting. The little snakes that the White Snake Immortal split rhyme into. It was quickly overtaken by the white light, and it began to freeze in pieces. Damn. The White Snake Immortal was furious in his heart. He didn't expect Wei to have such a wide-ranging attack ability. Seeing the power of extreme cold, all its split bodies will be swallowed up. At the critical moment, the last few little snakes quickly squirmed and merged together, and then fiercely moved towards the army above. Wei space ability and ice ability are too terrifying in this narrow underground. Immortal White Snake had no countermeasures at all, it chose to flee without hesitation. Wow! Under this collision, the White Snake Immortal slammed through the Longdi Cave abruptly. Even the top of a mountain was smashed through a hole, and the strong, BDBA, line drilled up. The loud noise from the ground had already alarmed Terumi Mei and Yuhika outside the Ryuji Cave. They first saw a mountain peak in front of them, and they were shocked. A big white snake slammed into it and caught it. Immediately afterwards, the entire mountain peaked from bottom to top, turning into an ice peak in an instant. Before the two girls were surprised, the White Snake Immortal who had just rushed up noticed the two girls. A cold light flashed in the eyes of the two snakes, and they rushed directly towards the two women. Advertisement. Watch out. 59 The speed of the White Snake Immortal was extremely fast, almost like a white lightning bolt, which flashed past from a distance in an instant. Fortunately, Yuhika's perception ability has finally reached a certain level. Barely caught the trail of the White Snake Immortal, and immediately assisted Terumi Mei to avoid the blow. If he missed a hit, the White Snake Immortal didn't stop, and fled into the distance without turning his head. Boom! At this moment, the mountain suddenly shook. Wei walked out with his sword in hand, and Bread looked at the White Snake Immortal coldly. As soon as the footsteps are stepped, they are directly followed. Do you really think you can escape, Whizzing? The White Snake Immortal was extremely fast, and after a few flashes, he came to the outside of the mountain range. But Wei speed is not only not inferior to it, but even faster than it. After a few steps down, he caught up. Sage Art, Fire Falling Art. The White Snake Immortal didn't say a word, just twisted and threw it, opening his mouth to say a Sage Jutsu. It is the White Snake Immortal and is naturally proficient in all kinds of ninjutsu. Wei is good at Ice Fan, and Fire Fan is undoubtedly the best choice. When you are just going underground, using Fire Style is equivalent to stuffing yourself into a crematorium, and by the way, you can bury it there. Now that he came to the ground, the White Snake Immortal finally had no scruples. Boom! The monstrous crimson flames poured down, directly engulfing Wei. The White Snake Immortal glanced coldly, it didn't think that this blow could kill Wei. Not going to continue Wei and fighting, hold Wei in the footsteps, it is ready to escape from here. But, in the next instant, something that terrified the White Snake Immortal happened. Boom! The flames that engulfed Wei and devoured Lu Jie shook in all directions. As if the package was not Wei but a bomb that suddenly swept the world. In the center of the crimson flame, a crimson golden flame suddenly overflowed with rhythm, and then rose against the wind. In an instant, it swept the world, as if the entire sky was burned red. The terrifying heat wave swept out, and everything around it began to melt. Chapter 347. Finale. Escape. The White Snake Immortal is shocked. This is not its fire-style ninjutsu anymore. There is no doubt that this is the power of that human being. That human is not only good at Ice Fan ability, but also good at fire ability. Hula. The monstrous flame suddenly split from the center. Wei held a flaming sword, and took a step from it. Looking at the White Snake Immortal in front of him, there was a sneer on his face. Use fire-style ninjutsu in front of him. Because Lei Tingwen's destructive power is too terrifying, after coming to this world, he has never used it once. Wei held swords in both hands, ignoring the White Snake Immortal who fled several hundred meters away in an instant. Just swipe the sword in your hand from left to right. Thunder, in case of fire, the flames will be mourned. Boom! A monstrous flame, as if it could burn the heavens and the earth, suddenly poured down. Wherever this flame went, everything disappeared silently and was burned to the ground. Even the earth at the edge melted in an instant, turning into a sea of lava and fire. This flame whizzed past, and in the blink of an eye, it caught up with the White Snake Immortal and slammed it into the package. Fizz! Immortal White Snake was swept away by the flames, and finally let out a miserable neigh. It frantically mobilized the natural energy in its body and tried to resist the flame, but it couldn't resist it at all. Even with its terrifying body, under the sweep of flames, it began to collapse and destroy inch by inch. It wants to split, and it simply cannot, because this is not the power of freezing, but the flame that completely wraps it in the center. ZZ. The flames continued to burn, and the sound of hissing and sizzling kept coming. The vitality of the white snake immortal really surprised Wei-Er. Even under the fire of the thunderous people, it still lasted for a long time. Until the power in the body is completely exhausted, and then it is finally wiped out by the complete burning of the flame. Unable to perceive the breath of the white snake immortal, Wei-Er waved his hand, and the flames dissipated. In the flames, everything turned to nothingness. In the middle and late stages of the Third Ninja World War, the master of Longdi Cave, one of the 3 holy places. Legend has it that the snake fairy, who has existed since the era of Sage of 6 Paths, has completely fallen. Leaf Camp. Holding a scroll, he carefully extracted the one placed in front of him. Orochimaru of Zara, whose blood was sealed on a scroll, suddenly slammed in front of him. Advertisement in the smoke, Yun revealed a new scroll. Orochimaru was startled, almost without a single mistake to detonate Chara in his hand. Fortunately, he is a calm character after all. A decisive suppression reseals the somewhat unstable blood chakra back into the scroll. Orochimaru picked up the scroll that had suddenly appeared and found that it was his summoning contract scroll. After opening the scroll and taking a glance, Orochimaru's expression paused slightly. Then he threw the scroll and shook his head. It seems that it will take some time to find a suitable summoning beast. 39. Seeing Wei-Er chasing the huge white snake out of the mountain, Yuhika and Terumi Mei looked at each other. Also hurriedly followed behind. Although they all knew it, it didn't help to keep up. And just after they chased the Yunshan Mountains, they haven't waited to continue chasing them. A monstrous heat wave swept in, baking the sky and the earth. So hot. Red Yuhi and Terumi Mei almost subconsciously covered their tender cheeks with their arms. Under the attack of this heat wave, although the 2 women were both excellent ninjas, they were still sweating from the roast. The 2 women looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. They could all see in the distance, Wei-Er holding a blade of flame, standing above the sky. There is a sea of fire in all directions, but the flames are far away from here. Even at such a long distance, it still gives people such a terrifying hot feeling. So, how terrifying is the heat in the center of that flame? What a horrible fire-style ninjutsu. Terumi Mei, who was somewhat dissatisfied with Wei-Er, took a deep breath at this time, her eyes twinkling. Under this terrifying flame, her lava style and boil style are probably powerless. The 2 women did not dare to approach. After a while, their clothes were all soaked with sweat. It was then roasted dry, followed by soaking wet. If it were an ordinary person, he would have fallen down from dehydration by now. Even so, the 2 women were a little hard to support and couldn't help but step back. And just when the 2 of them were about to retreat, the flames in the distant sky suddenly stopped and gradually dissipated. The sea of fire around Wei-Er became smaller and smaller, and finally disappeared between heaven and earth. Only a wisp of flame remained on the thunder sword. Wei-Er shook his hand, and the flame disappeared without a sound. Hey, for Flowers. 0 advertisement. After putting away the thunder, Wei-Er moved back in the direction of the mountain range. Wei-Er returned to Longdi Cave again. The atmosphere in Longdi Cave was originally bad, and Wei-Er didn't like it very much. But after the battle with Snake Immortal, the entire Longdi Cave was almost frozen. All smells were also swept away. What Wei-Er is more worried about is whether the battle between him and the Snake Immortal will affect the terrain of Longdi Cave. 1. It's not a good thing that the natural energy can no longer be gathered here. After returning to Longdi Cave, Wei-Er felt that his worries should be unnecessary. The natural energy here does not appear to be dissipating, but is still concentrated into the sea. Wei-Er speculates that the convergence of such things as natural energy may not be related to topography. Rather, it should rise to the architectural aspect of the entire world. Perhaps even if he smashed Longdi Cave, the natural energy would continue to gather here. Of course Wei-Er won't be itching to destroy this place to test. With the thought of Wei-Er, thunder appeared. After letting go of the restrictions, natural energy began to surge. Absorbed massively by Wei-Er himself and the thunder space. I don't know how long it took, until the natural energy in Longdi Cave began to become thin and open. Wei-Er then stopped the thunder's unlimited absorption of natural energy. This time, after absorbing it, the thunder space has expanded by about twice its size. And it has also become more stable, starting from a microspace to a small space. If the 6 spaces of Kagayaheim are said to be medium-sized spaces, the Hokage world itself, then, is a large space, and when one thinks of the ultimate boss of the Hokage world, Kagaya-ji, he can perfectly control 6 medium-sized spaces. Wei-Er couldn't help but feel a little more pressure. Nature, energy cannot be directly converted into Chala. However, natural energy can be used to strengthen the body, and it can also strengthen the thunder itself. And the strengthening of thunder is equal to the strengthening of my own soul. Soul improvement is also the improvement of spiritual power, and ultimately affects the improvement of Chara. Wei-Er sorted out the relationship of Vice Admiral's natural energy in his mind. Although it is a bit messy, the only important point is that natural energy can be counted as the foundation of all power. After this wave was absorbed, Wei-Er's chakra volume had completely surpassed that of ordinary tailed beasts. At least 8 tails has been difficult to compare with him. Maybe Charla of 9 tails can compare 10 with him.